You are the most unorthodox monk in the entire temple. To dare to fall asleep in public during the High Council meeting and right in front of the incorruptible deputy abbot is nothing short of courting death. With a thunderous bang, the diamond tabletop vibrated. Executive Deputy Abbot G slammed his palm down, his peak transformation stage fury nearly solidifying into a tangible force. Xian! Open your eyes. He looked like a raging tiger, veins bulging, his roar making your eardrums tingle. The entire hall of senior monks fell silent, waiting to see you humiliated. But you simply opened your eyes slowly and uttered a single word in a light, airy tone, "Oh." The moment you spoke, a cold and vast surge of energy poured in from the Tao of Heaven. Ding! Divine blessing triggered. The mana within your dantian exploded with a thunderous roar, instantly reassembling as a mana core the size of a grain of rice slowly took shape. Chapter 1, Lansan Prefecture, Jinru Faction. Xian had fallen asleep again during the Jinru Faction's High Council meeting. No, that is not right, he was cultivating, and he was doing it right under GS nose. In reality, no one knew that Xian had already activated Divine Blessing, and certainly no one knew that Xian's Divine Blessing was just a show. It had been 30 years since Xian had been transported to this high martial arts world. It had taken him a long time to accept this dangerous world, where demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters coexisted. Later, he discovered that this world had a unique set of rules known as the Divine Blessing, a concept referred to as Divine Blessing in Buddhist teachings. The Tao is supremely impartial. Every person is born with a set of specific conditions that trigger their Divine Blessing. When these conditions are met, the Tao bestows upon them an increase in cultivation or martial arts prowess. At the same time, it also amplifies a certain character flaw in the person who activates the Divine Blessing. Greed, anger, delusion, arrogance, or doubt, one of these must be present. The more difficult the trigger condition, the greater the reward. Thus, the more extraordinary the feat won beyond the reach of ordinary people, the more generous the way of heaven becomes. It took Xian a long time to figure out that his Divine Blessing was showing off. Since the word showing off didn't exist in this world, nor did the concept, the way of heaven deemed it an extremely difficult Divine Blessing to activate, and each time it was triggered, the reward was exceptionally generous. At the age of 12, he climbed to the very top of the 30-zhang high stupa on the back mountain and meditated there for an entire hour amidst the howling wind. Dozens of young disciples, roughly his age, gathered below, craning their necks to watch, thinking he was incredibly cool. That Divine Blessing allowed his cultivation to leap from the early outer stage to the late outer stage. At 14, on the arena in Lansan Prefecture, he went toe-to-toe with a mid-inner stage independent cultivator for nearly half an hour, relying solely on his peak transformation stage cultivation and a masterfully executed 7-kill skill. At the cost of coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood, he shattered the opponent's arm bone, leaving the 3,000 spectators below in complete silence. That Divine Blessing propelled him directly into the inner stage. Since then, there have been over a dozen such instances, large and small, each meticulously calculated. The feedback from the Tao has sometimes been cultivation advancement, sometimes martial breakthroughs, all entirely at the whim of heaven. But after every instance of feedback, the side effects have come crashing down without fail. He is consumed by greed and delusion. Greed refers to life and obsession with staying alive and a fear of losing one's life, which is a strong attachment to existence. Delusion is the inability to see the impermanence of life and death, clinging to the physical body as an eternal self. This is the fixation born of delusion. As his fear of death was amplified time and again by the way of heaven, he became terrified of dying, terrified to the point of madness. So terrified that he would scrape by any way he could, so terrified that every strike he made had to be a killing blow, so terrified that he had to cultivate within the High Council. Of course, the most important thing was that while increasing his cultivation, he could also show off. A win-win situation. Xian intended to win twice over. Lansan Prefecture, Jinru Faction, the council chamber in the side hall of the Jinru Hall. The blue stone floor had been polished to a glossy sheen by the passage of time, and the scent of sandalwood rose in wispy plumes from a bronze incense burner, mingling with the sunlight streaming through the windows. In the center of the hall stood a 9-foot-long table carved from diamond, jet black throughout and incredibly hard. It was said to have been crafted from or brought back from the frozen abyss in the far north by the third-generation abbot, Master Chengtong, and polished over the course of half a year by 2 generations of artisan monks from the temple. Not even a sword or blade could leave a mark on it. Even a full-force strike from a transformation stage master would fail to make a dent. A century has passed, and now, seated around this stone table, a symbol of the Jinru faction as supreme authority, are the abbot and the 13 chief monks. The High Council convenes on the first day of every month, rain or shine. Xin sat at the very end of the long table, in the seat reserved for the chief monk of the Pawa Zen monastery. His eyes were slightly closed, his hands formed in a mudra resting on his knees. His breath was long and even, his aura subdued, as if he were completely oblivious to his surroundings. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with fair skin and delicate features. Were it not for his monkess robes, he would have looked more like a scholar. Ji sat in the first seat to the abbot's left. His back was straight as a rod, his features were rugged, with thick, spear-like eyebrows and high cheekbones. The flesh on his cheeks seemed carved by a knife, and he sat there like a towering iron pillar. As the executive deputy abbot and concurrently the chief monk of the Hall of Precepts, he had held this position for 12 years. For 12 years, the Jinru faction had been governed by strict discipline, and no one dared to violate the rules. Well, not quite. It wouldn't be accurate to say no one dared to violate them, except for that scoundrel at the bottom of the hierarchy who made his blood boil. At that moment, his expression was grim. The 17th generation disciple, Ming, engaged in drinking, consorting with prostitutes, and brawling within the city of Lansong Prefecture, resulting in injuries to 3 civilians and minor injuries to 2 fellow disciples. The nature of this incident is extremely grave. In accordance with the temple's rules, his cultivation must be stripped, and he must be expelled from the mountain. Ji's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing through the council hall and causing the thin paper on the window lattice to tremble slightly. What do you all think? Xiu, the head of the Jinglu Hall, was a gaunt old monk. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow slightly and said, fingering his prayer beads, "I have some recollection of this Ming. He possesses exceptional innate talent. He entered the inner stage at the age of 28 and was one of the most promising disciples of the 17th generation. Is stripping him of his cultivation too harsh? In my opinion, punishing him with 3 years of facing the wall and copying the Lengyan Sutra 100 times might lead to his repentance." Repentance? Ji snorted coldly. Senior monk Xiu, Ming broke the precepts against alcohol and sexual misconduct, and by fighting and injuring someone, he also violated the precept against anger. Having broken all 3 precepts, according to the rules, he must be stripped of his cultivation. Wu, the chief monk of the Jinyue Hall, a taciturn middle-aged man, interjected in a low voice. Senior brother Ji, Ming is, after all, young. Young people are impetuous. It's not uncommon for them to act foolishly in the heat of the moment. Give him a chance, he might yet become a pillar of the monastery. Does being young excuse breaking the precepts? Does a momentary lapse of judgment excuse harming others? Ji's voice suddenly rose. The temple's rules are as unyielding as mountains. If everyone who breaks a precept simply says, "It was a momentary lapse," then what is the point of the discipline hall? What is the point of these precepts at all? The atmosphere froze for a moment. The senior monks exchanged glances, all well aware of Ji's temperament. This executive deputy abbot was known for his integrity and impartiality in daily life. When it came to matters of discipline, he was utterly unyielding. Xiu sighed and turned to look at Abbot Hong, seated at the head of the long table. Hong sat in the seat of honor, his hands folded in front of him. His features were refined and scholarly. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with a gentle, jade-like aura about him. He wore a slightly worn gray monkess robe, washed spotlessly clean, without a single wrinkle. His aura was solemn and unfathomable. When he remained silent, he resembled a serene Buddha statue. This core stage master in his 60s was the pillar of the Jinru faction and a prominent figure on the Earth leaderboard known as the Venerable Doer. "Abbot, what is your opinion?" Xiu asked. Hong raised his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping peacefully over the assembled crowd. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, his gaze paused briefly, settling on Xian at the far end of the long table. The corner of Hang's mouth curled up imperceptibly, then immediately returned to calm. Ji followed the abbot's gaze and his expression darkened instantly. The anger he had been suppressing felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of oil, flaring up with a boom. Bang! A thunderous crash shook the entire council hall. G slammed his palm down on the square diamond hard tabletop, producing a clang like metal striking metal, its buzzing echo reverberating throughout the hall. The tabletop didn't budge an inch, but the teacups, sutras, brushes, and inkstones arranged upon it all leapt into the air. Tea splashed out, soaking several open volumes. The senior monks all felt a jolt of alarm. The force and intensity of G's strike made it clear he was truly enraged. The monastery has repeatedly decreed that cultivation is forbidden during high council sessions. G's voice seemed to explode from his chest, each word delivered with deliberate emphasis. Mana at the peak transformation stage caused the air to distort slightly. He glared intently at the young monk at the far end of the long table, veins bulging at his temples, his bell-like eyes nearly spitting fire. Everyone's gaze turned sharply toward that spot. Then, almost everyone had the same thought: it's him again, just as expected. In the entire Jinru faction, there was only one person capable of pulling off something like this at the High Council. Xian, the chief monk of the Pao Zen monastery. The youngest chief monk in the Jinru faction, barely in his early 30s, he had already reached the peak transformation stage. He presided over the Pao Zen monastery and oversaw the research and development of Zen martial arts. He possessed extraordinary natural talent and brilliant genius, yet he was also, without a doubt, the figure who caused G the most headaches throughout the entire monastery. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Chapter 2, Core Stage. Shoa's hand stopped as he twirled his prayer beads. Wu's motion to lift his teacup froze mid-air. Even Yu, the chief abbot of the Tsangxin pavilion who was usually so composed, could not help but glance sideways. Several of the younger senior monks, who were usually suffocated by G's iron-fisted rule, did not show it on their faces, but inwardly they cheered. It had to be Yu Xian. In the entire Jinru faction, he was the only one who dared to practice cultivation in the High Council. He was also the only one who dared to infuriate G to this extent. What infuriated G even more was that he was powerless against him. He couldn't beat him, and he wouldn't listen to reason. If G ever grew truly fed up with him, Xian would simply retreat to the Hall of Reflection, ostensibly to contemplate his mistakes, but in reality, to practice his cultivation in a different location. At that moment, Xian still had his eyes closed, breathing deeply and steadily, as if the deafening roar that had just shaken the very souls of ordinary people were nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing past his ears. Xian! G's roar echoed like thunder throughout the entire council chamber. He had risen from his seat, hands braced on the table, his body leaning forward like a tiger about to pounce, radiating a suffocating sense of pressure from head to toe. A martial artist at the peak transformation stage had mana coursing through his body like mercury, his vital energy surging to its absolute limit. Simply standing there, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. You open your eyes. He enunciated each syllable with deliberate force. Every word was imbued with mana, causing the scrolls on the table to rustle violently. Wu whispered, trying to smooth things over, "Senior brother G, please calm down, please calm down." "Calm down my ass." G whipped his head around and glared at Wu. "Look at him. Look at his attitude. The High Council is where we discuss the temple's major affairs, not his broken illusion Zen hall's seclusion chamber. Time and again he has practiced during meetings, treating the temple's rules as nothing, treating the senior monks as nothing, treating the abbot as nothing." His anger grew with every word. He slammed his palm down on the table, producing another thunderous crash. According to the disciplinary hall's regulations, practicing during the High Council meeting warrants a warning for the first offense, a disciplinary record for the second, and expulsion from the meeting hall with a 3-month suspension of stipend for the third. Wu sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "You'd love to expel him, but do you really think you can? Last month, the two of you fought for half an hour on the training grounds, and it still ended in a draw, didn't it?" Of course, anyone with eyes could see that Xian was holding back. He spent the entire time using only the mind-observing skill and the wind-treading skill to outmaneuver you. And Xian hadn't even used the sword technique he is famous for. Otherwise, Yu G might not have lasted even half an incense stick's worth of time. But no one dared say that out loud. Just as G was on the verge of exploding, Xian opened his eyes. unhurried and at ease, as if he'd just woken from an afternoon nap. He glanced at Ji, then softly uttered a single word. "Oh." The council chamber fell silent for a full 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, several senior elders sucked in their breath in unison. Senior brother Ji was about to explode with rage, and all you can say is oh? Ji's face turned from red to purple to green, and finally settled on a shade that was almost black. His lips were trembling not from fear, but from fury. "You!" He raised his hand abruptly, pointing at Xian, his fingertips trembling slightly. "Xian! Do you know the gravity of your offense?" He began reciting the temple rules, one by one, without missing a single word. The cold, unyielding precepts poured from his mouth. Every word was like an iron nail, as if intent on nailing Xian to the pillar of shame. Xian paid no heed. In his mind, he counted silently, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, the moment the one echoed in his mind, a vast and pure energy surged from the heavens and earth into the depths of his dantian, like magma deep underground finally finding a fissure to erupt through. At that moment, within his dantian, the dense mass of mana churned violently, as if something were about to break free from within. This energy was entirely different from the acquired mana he had cultivated for over 20 years. It was more condensed, more pure, carrying a sublimation that bordered on a transcendence of substance. Impurities were stripped away, dross was incinerated, leaving only the most essential essence, which condensed bit by bit and compressed bit by bit. Finally, right at the center of his dantian, a mana core the size of a grain of rice slowly took shape. In that instant, Xian felt as though his body had been reforged. His bones creaked, his meridians expanded inch by inch, his blood surged through his veins like a river, and every cell rejoiced and transformed. His physical body was reborn. All ailments vanished. His lifespan was extended. The mana condensed into a mana core, suspended within his dantian, rotating slowly and emitting a gentle glow. Core stage. He had broken through. The breakthrough was unassuming. No celestial phenomena, no roaring winds or thunder, not even the meditation cushion beneath him stirred. Yet a faint, yet palpable aura of authority radiated from him, like a frozen pond in the depths of winter, calm on the surface, yet bone-chillingly cold beneath. Everyone present sensed it. Xiu flung the prayer beads in his hand onto the table with a clatter, staring intently at Xian. Wu's hand, holding a teacup, froze mid-air, the tea inside rippling slightly. Even Yu, the head of the Zhengxin pavilion who seemed perpetually either yawning or resting his eyes, suddenly snapped his eyes open, his pupils contracting slightly. They could sense the shift in the aura emanating from Xian. Ji, of course, felt it too. The litany of temple rules he'd been about to spew suddenly lodged in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. He stared at Xian with wide eyes, his pupils contracting violently. The anger on his face froze bit by bit, and he instinctively took half a step back before forcing himself to stand still. An eerie silence fell over the entire council chamber. Then, Hong smiled. A flash of understanding gleamed in the eyes of the abbot, who had remained silent until now. His smile was faint yet genuine, a heartfelt expression of relief and joy. "Xian," he said, his voice calm and warm, like a March breeze, "have you reached the core stage?" Xian looked up at Hong. He could choose not to answer Ji, or play deaf and dumb to the other senior masters, but he didn't want to lie to the abbot. This senior brother, who had picked him up from a pile of corpses when he was 6, taught him cultivation, and watched him grow up, had shown him what it meant to have an elder brother as a father, and was the person closest to him in this world. He nodded. A single, simple syllable, yet it felt like a boulder cast into a lake, stirring up a storm of waves. In the council hall, everyone fell silent. Core stage. Reaching the core stage in his 30s. The path of martial arts in this world is arduous for ordinary practitioners. Cultivation begins with the 4 foundational practices: skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. These 4 stages form the foundation. They cannot be rushed or approached with impatience, typically requiring 5 to 10 years. Only after establishing this foundation do the 3 mana realms follow: the outer stage, the inner stage, and the transformation stage. In the outer stage, power radiates outward, and a fist's wind can shatter stone. In the inner stage, power is contained within, capable of inflicting harm invisibly. In the transformation stage, energy flows at will, released and withdrawn with ease. Vital energy moves like mercury, leaving the body impervious to attack. Every gesture aligns with the rhythm of the martial arts, and one has already touched upon the innate stage. At this level, lifespan can reach 120 years, and mana can project a few inches beyond the body. Across the entire Jinru faction, with over 1,000 disciples, there are no more than a handful of masters at the transformation stage. Above this lies the core stage. Mana condenses into a mana core suspended in the Dantian. One's aura is as deep and still as an abyss. The physical body is completely transformed, immune to all illness, and lifespan extends to 160 years. Mana can extend several feet from the body. Punches contain the explosive power of mana, capable of shattering mountains and severing steel with a single strike. One can use mana to shield the body, making it impervious to ordinary weapons. A core stage master can face 100 opponents alone and crush them with ease. This is a qualitative leap, a transformation from mundane martial arts to supernatural. And Xian had achieved this qualitative leap in his 30s. Xiao, the head of the Hall of Contemplation, opened his mouth to speak, only to find his throat so parched he could not utter a sound. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Xian shifted from shock to one of profound complexity. He had watched this young man grow up. He knew Xian possessed exceptional natural talent and was diligent and hardworking, but he never imagined Xian could reach this level. Reaching the core stage in one's 30s. Since the founding of the Jinru faction, there were no more than 3 recorded instances. Wu set down his teacup and watched Xian in silence, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. As for Ji, his face was ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, his hands hanging at his sides, his knuckles white with tension. His gaze was fixed intently on Xian, as if he couldn't believe it, or didn't want to believe it. The mana pressure that had just emanated from Xian, a presence unique to core stage masters, could not be feigned. He was at the peak transformation stage, just a step away from the core stage, so he could sense more clearly than anyone else that Xian had indeed broken through. This was what he had been pursuing his entire life. Ji silently sat back down in his chair, saying nothing. Hong cleared his throat, his voice steady and solemn. We'll discuss today's events later. Xian, you should return first to consolidate your cultivation. Having just reached the core stage, your foundation is still unstable. You must not be careless. Then his expression hardened, and he unleashed his full aura. Xian's breakthrough must remain a secret. Otherwise, don't blame this old monk for disregarding the bonds of our sect. Chapter 3, Taboo Breaking Skill. The Hong, who had been as gentle as jade just a moment ago, seemed to have suddenly transformed into a ferocious tiger ready to devour its prey. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xian stood up and bowed to Hang. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now. He then turned and walked leisurely toward the exit. As he passed G's muscles, which had just relaxed, suddenly tensed, as if he were prepared for anything. But Xian merely glanced at him. There was no smugness, no mockery, and no provocation. He simply looked at him calmly, then withdrew his gaze and continued walking out, disappearing through the entrance of the council hall. Sunlight streamed in from outside, stretching his shadow long and thin across the blue stone floor, like a path leading into the distance. Ji stared at that retreating figure, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but he remained silent. Xian returned to the Puwang Zen monastery, closed the gate, sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, and began to consolidate his cultivation. Time flies in cultivation. When he opened his eyes again, a full day had passed. Only then did the corners of Xian's mouth turn up slightly. During yesterday's High Council meeting, a mysterious sensation had descended from the heavens, settling deep within his mind, followed by a surge in his cultivation. Over the past 20 years, he had grown accustomed to the sensation of the divine blessing being activated, though this time the boost was exceptionally significant. His cultivation had broken through directly from the peak transformation stage to the core stage, as evidenced by the rice grain-sized mana core in his dantian. As for the side effects, Xian closed his eyes to assess them. His fear had indeed intensified slightly. To be precise, his dread of death was even greater than before. This fear stemmed from 30 years ago, or, more accurately, from another world. In that previous life, he wasn't called Xian, he was called Lin. He was a top student who had scored high enough to get into Jindan University from Mayatanchang High School. Then he joined a major tech company, became a programmer, and continued to work himself to the bone. A 996 work schedule was a blessing even 007 wasn't unheard of. He was like a machine that never stopped, writing code, fixing bugs, attending meetings, reviewing progress, and giving performance reports day in and day out. He thought that was just how life was meant to be, grinding until his 40s, getting laid off, then moving to Yunnan to find a little courtyard, grow flowers, walk the dog, and retire early. As it turned out, he had clearly overthought things. The reality was that he didn't even make it to 30. That night, he worked overtime until the early hours of the morning. Dragging his exhausted body across the street, his phone screen still glowed with a message from his boss. "This feature goes live tomorrow. Finish the changes tonight." The light was green, the crosswalk was clear, everything seemed normal. Then he saw a dump truck running a red light, barreling straight toward him. His young yet frail body suddenly felt unresponsive. He didn't even have time to dodge. That blinding white light, the roaring engine, and the scent of death in the air gave him an immersive experience of what it truly meant to want to escape, yet be unable to. Shen shook his head, trying to clear his mind of distractions, and before he knew it, he had pulled out the little notebook where he recorded divine blessings. Its pages were densely covered with notes from different periods. Someone actually triggered a divine blessing by watering plants during a solar eclipse, resulting in a massive boost to their cultivation. It makes sense, solar eclipses are rare, and not everyone waters plants. The combination of the two creates unique and hard-to-find conditions. What the heck? Someone from the Azure Wave faction in neighboring Yuzhou triggered their divine blessing by eating stir-fried rice noodles for dinner on the night of the full moon. That only happens once a month. Shouldn't that be considered medium difficulty? Why not eat mooncakes? Earthlings aren't buying it. What the hell? Eating 5 bowls of rice and immediately starting cultivation can also trigger a divine blessing? That kind of divine blessing must have a small boost. I heard today that everyone has only one divine blessing, and the vast majority of people may never discover their trigger condition in their entire lifetime. Pay attention, pay attention. Divine blessings aren't perfect, especially those with small boosts. The simpler the trigger condition, the more often you activate the divine blessing, and the more side effects accumulate, making it easier to fall into demonic possession. Especially for those with significant personality flaws. Under the amplification of side effects, they can easily develop antisocial personalities. A 5-pointed star was drawn next to this sentence. Damn, no wonder all divine blessing bearers have to hide their identities. Zhang Tonghe was actually killed by a transformation stage user who exploited his greed. Isn't this invincible divine fist ranked 32nd on the Earth leaderboard a bit too useless? But it makes sense. Character flaws are weaknesses, and having weaknesses makes you an easy target. It took Shen a very long time to gradually figure out these rules. What truly allowed him to break through the peak transformation stage and reach the threshold of the core stage was that incident last year. Last winter, a flood dragon boss appeared in Lansong Prefecture. That beast burst forth from the depths of the Lansong River 3 zhang in length, covered in black scales, with vertical pupils larger than lanterns. Wherever it passed, houses collapsed, and dozens of civilians were killed or injured. The prefect of the prefectural city sent men to the Jinru faction for help that very night. Han led several senior elders down the mountain, and Xian was among them. In that battle, Hong single-handedly held off the Flood Dragon boss, while Ji, Wu, and the others assisted from the sidelines. After fighting for a full 2 hours, the Flood Dragon boss was covered in wounds, yet it absurdly managed to break through to a higher realm in the midst of the battle. Like a cornered beast driven to the brink, it unleashed some latent potential within its bloodline. Its scales grew even darker and harder, and its strength increased by several-fold. Just as Han, completely exhausted, was swept away by the Flood Dragon boss's tail, Xian struck. He leaped from the cliff's edge mid-air. He drew his long sword. With that single stroke, he channeled his lifetime of training into a crimson arc of light, cleaving the 3 zhang long Flood Dragon boss in two from the crown of its head to its tailbone. The Flood Dragon boss's blood poured down like a torrential rain, drenching his head and face. He stood between the two halves of the dragoness corpse, long sword in hand, covered in blood, his face expressionless. Everyone present was stunned. After a long while, Hong spoke slowly. Taboo breaking skill, you've actually mastered it to such a high level? No wonder they were surprised. The taboo breaking skill was the Jinru faction as supreme martial art of slaughter, extremely difficult to master. Enlightenment of the mind and seeing one's true nature was its foundation. Breaking taboos to protect goodness was its application. As the saying goes, killing to protect life, severing karma rather than severing people. To say it was extremely difficult to master was merely a euphemism. In reality, no one had successfully mastered this treasured art of the temple since the third generation of abbots. The crux of the matter is that, in theory, this sword technique can only reach its full potential after one has attained at least the Dan realm. In any case, that strike back then was something Xian had been planning for a long time. Xian knew his senior brother Heng's true strength, knew where the Flood Dragon boss's weaknesses lay, and knew the power of his taboo breaking skill once he channeled all his mana into it. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was the Flood Dragon boss breaking through right in the heat of battle, but the arrow was already on the string. He had no choice but to fire. He bided his time for a full 2 hours, waiting for just that split-second opportunity. Because he feared death, he either wouldn't strike at all, or if he did, it had to be a killing blow, leaving the enemy absolutely no chance to counterattack. On that occasion, the response he received from the Tao of Heaven was incredibly intense. It propelled Xian directly from the late transformation stage to the peak transformation stage, leaving him just a step away from the core stage. And yesterday, practicing in front of everyone at the High Council, was yet another carefully orchestrated display of his prowess. The timing of the breakthrough was just a bit precarious, though. He was almost interrupted by that big, burly, black brute's roar. Now, Xian stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The Puwang Zen monastery was built halfway up the mountain from here. The entire Jinru faction lay spread out before him. Dusk was falling, and the evening bell rang out softly, echoing through the valley. In the distance, the Lansang River looked like a silver ribbon, winding its way toward the horizon. The mana core within his dantian rotated slowly, emitting a gentle glow. Core stage. From now on, his lifespan would extend to 160 years. His mana could project several feet from his body. His fists, imbued with mana, possessed explosive power capable of shattering mountains with a single strike. Ordinary weapons could not harm him, and ordinary masters could not stand against him. But that was not enough. Far from enough. This world is too vast. Demon cultivators, demon beasts, and all manner of beings capable of crushing him with ease. Even within the Jinru faction, he was only relatively safe after all. His senior brother ranked 17th on the Earth leaderboard, not first. If he wanted to keep getting stronger, he had no choice but to walk further and further down this path of showing off. So, next time, how should he show off? Should he pull off some flashy moves? Xian sat cross-legged, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee as he fell deep in thought. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. The footsteps were hurried and didn't sound familiar. A few breaths later, a strange, youthful voice called from outside the gate. Uncle Xian, the abbot requests your presence. Chapter 4, An Invitation from the Protectorate Faction. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He had just broken through. Hong had told him to consolidate his cultivation base. It had only been a day. Why had they sent someone to summon him again? Understood, he replied, rising to straighten his monk's robe before pushing open the door. Standing outside the courtyard gate was a young novice monk of 15 or 16, with delicate features and a pair of eyes that sparkled. He wore a set of gray monk's robes, faded from repeated washing. Upon seeing Xian, the young novice hurriedly bowed in greeting, his expression a mix of nervousness and unhidden excitement. Uncle Master, the abbot requests your presence at the Hall of Hidden Hearts. What is the matter? The young novice shook his head. The abbot didn't say. He simply told me to come and fetch you. Xian asked no further questions and set off toward the Hall of Hidden Hearts. The young novice jogged to keep up, occasionally stealing glances at Xian's back, his eyes brimming with admiration. This Uncle Xian was a legend throughout the entire Jinru faction. He had ascended to the position of chief monk in his early 30s, and last year, he had slain the flood dragon boss with a single stroke. At that time, he had demonstrated a taboo-breaking skill of the highest caliber, and word of this had spread throughout the entire monastery. In the hearts of the young disciples, Xian's name was almost on par with that of Abbot Hang. The Hall of Hidden Hearts lay deep within the Jinru faction, a 3-story wooden pavilion with soaring eaves and ornate brackets, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. 2-century-old pine trees stood before the building, their gnarled trunks rustling in the breeze. As Xian stepped onto the steps of the Hall of Hidden Hearts, he could already sense several auras within the building. One was as deep as an abyss it was hung. The others were distinct, all masters at the transformation stage. He pushed open the door and entered. The inner chamber was not large, furnished simply with a long table, a few chairs, and a portrait of Patriarch Bencheng in meditation hanging on the wall. Hong sat behind the long table, a thin booklet spread out before him. 2 other people sat on either side of the table. One was Ji, his expression still sour. Upon seeing Xian enter, he snorted and turned his head away. The other was a middle-aged monk dressed in a blue robe. He had a gaunt face and an air of scholarly refinement about him, none other than Jinming, the chief of the guest hall. Xian sat down in an empty chair and looked at Hong. Hong looked up, gave Xian a calm glance, and then spoke slowly. "Xian, do you know the origins of that flood dragon boss?" Xian was taken aback. He had assumed Hong had summoned him to discuss cultivation matters for the High Council or to assign some temple duties. He hadn't expected the question to be about the flood dragon boss. "I do not know," he replied honestly. Hong nodded and pushed the thin booklet in front of him toward Xian. Xian took it, flipped it open, and immediately furrowed his brow slightly. The booklet contained a detailed account of last year's flood dragon boss incident. He was familiar with the first few pages, the time and place of the flood dragon boss's appearance, the destruction it caused, and how the temple's members had responded. But as he turned to the later pages, he found some content he had never seen before. According to the subsequent investigation by the prefectural governor's office, Hung said in a calm, measured tone, that flood dragon boss did not emerge naturally from the riverbed. Someone discovered the ruins of a damaged magical formation upstream on the Lansong River. The ruins were in shambles, but judging by the remaining traces, it was a formation designed to drive away demon beasts. Xian's finger paused on the page, his gaze sharpening slightly. "To drive away a demon beast?" "Exactly," Hong replied. "Someone set up an array at the bottom of the Lansong River to drive that flood dragon boss out of its lair, forcing it to travel downstream along the river until it finally surged into Lansong Prefecture City." Xian fell silent for a moment before asking, "Have you traced the origin of the person who set up the formation?" Hong shook his head. "The formation has been destroyed, and the remaining traces are insufficient to trace the caster's identity. But one thing is certain, that formation could not have been set up by a single person. It required at least 3 transformation stage experts working together, and the main caster's cultivation level is likely no less than mine." At these words, the atmosphere in the inner chamber grew noticeably more somber. Although Ji's expression darkened, he spoke with gravity. "Senior Brother Abbot, are you suggesting that someone deliberately drove the flood dragon boss to attack Lansong Prefecture City?" "It wasn't an attack on the city," Hong corrected. "The flood dragon boss's target is the Jinru faction." Xian looked up. Hong continued. "After the flood dragon boss was driven out from the riverbed, it passed through several villages and towns along the way, but it didn't stop at any of them. It didn't attack the boats or fishermen along the route either. It wasn't until it neared Lansong Prefectural City that it began wreaking havoc. Don't you find that strange?" Jinming pondered. "Are you suggesting, Senior Brother Abbot, that the flood dragon boss is targeting the mountain gate?" "Lansong Prefecture is the Jinru faction's gateway at the foot of the mountain," Hung said. "If the flood dragon boss causes trouble in the prefecture, the temple will certainly send people down the mountain. And there are dozens of miles of mountain trails between the foot of the mountain and the mountain gate. If someone were to set an ambush along that route..." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood. Xian put down his book and asked, "Senior Brother Abbot, when did you uncover this information?" 2 months ago, Hong replied. People from the prefect's office in the city discovered the remains of that magical formation by chance while surveying the upper reaches of the river and reported it back. I had Jinming investigate discreetly for 2 months, but so far, we haven't found any further leads. Jinming interjected, I've investigated every suspicious individual within a 300-li radius of Lansong Prefecture and found no faction capable of setting up such a formation. It must be either an outsider of great skill, or someone hiding their true identity very deeply. Xin pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Senior Brother Abbot, you didn't summon me here today just to tell me all this, did you? Hong smiled faintly, a hint of approval in his eyes. You've broken through to the core stage, something the Jinru faction hasn't seen in over a decade. I've been thinking about gradually letting you take on more responsibilities. Now that you've reached the core stage, there are certain matters I should share with you. He paused, then pulled a letter from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This arrived 3 days ago from the Protectorate faction in the capital. Xian took the letter and unfolded it. The text was brief, but every word struck his heart like a hammer. The letter stated that the Nether faction in the north had been showing frequent signs of unusual activity, suggesting they were planning a major move. The Protectorate faction had already dispatched 3 groups to investigate, but none had returned. Master Liao, the abbot of the Protectorate faction, had written the letter in his own hand, inviting the Jinru faction to send a skilled practitioner to the northern border to assist with the investigation. At the end of the letter, Master Liao made a point of adding, I have heard that your Temple's junior monk Shen possesses exceptional talent. Last year, he slew a dragon with a single stroke, making a name for himself throughout Lansong. It would be a great honor if he could join us. After reading the letter, Xian remained silent for a long time. Although Ji did not get along with Xian, he could not help but speak up at this moment. Abbot, Xian has just broken through to the core stage, and his cultivation base is not yet stable. Sending him to the north at this time is far too risky. Hong nodded. That is precisely my view. However, we cannot refuse Master Liao's request, nor can we ignore the Protectorate faction's invitation. Therefore, I intend for you to recuperate for another 6 months. Once your cultivation base is firmly established, you may set out for the north. He turned to Xian, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Xian, what are your thoughts? Xian folded the letter and placed it back on the table. He was silent for a moment, then looked up. Senior Brother Abbot, I will go. Ji opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Hong looked at Xian for a long time, then nodded. Very well. Then use these 6 months to prepare thoroughly. The north is not like Lansong, it is far more perilous than here. Xian stood up and bowed to Hong. This disciple understands. He turned to leave the Hall of Hidden Hearts, stopping on the stone steps outside the door to gaze at the distant mountains. Dusk had deepened, and the last traces of twilight were fading from the horizon. A mountain breeze blew up from the valley, carrying the chill of early winter. Xian took a deep breath and gazed toward the north. In 6 months, he would leave this monastery where he had lived for 30 years and head to a place completely unfamiliar to him. The corners of Xian's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a somewhat resigned smile. Looks like I'll have to prepare some big ones. Chapter 5, You owe me this favor. 3 days later, just after the evening drum had sounded. Xian was still in the Pueo Zen monastery, poring over a proposal for an innovative martial arts development path submitted by a certain transformation stage steward, but the more he read, the more exasperated he became. The steward's ideas were nothing short of outlandish, yet they held not a shred of practicality more absurd than any PowerPoint master he'd encountered in his previous life. It made him wonder if the guy was just here to pad his contribution points. Suddenly, a steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from outside the door. The pace was neither hurried nor slow, each step was firm and deliberate, as if treading upon the very heart of a man. Xian's lips curled upward. He knew his senior brother's stride all too well. Sure enough, Heng's voice rang out from beyond the door. Xian, have you had a chance to rest? Please come in, senior brother. Xian set down the scroll and rose to greet him. Hong pushed the door open, still wearing that slightly worn gray monk's robe. His face was gentle and refined, but in his hand was a letter that hadn't been sealed yet. He sat down on the meditation cushion, glancing at Xian with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. How stable is your cultivation base? It's decent, Xian replied honestly. I just reached the core stage, but the flow of my mana is still a bit sluggish. It will likely take another 6 months or so to fully stabilize. Hong nodded, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Ji wishes to see you. Xian was taken slightly aback. He asked me to deliver this message, Hong said calmly, saying he'd like to speak with you in private. About what? Most likely, it's still regarding the temple rules. Hong sighed. You know Ji's character stubborn and inflexible. He has served in the discipline hall for 12 years. In those 12 years, out of the Jinru faction's 1,700 plus disciples, only 37 have broken the precepts, and most of those were unintentional lapses. Such an achievement is among the most notable in the history of the Jinru faction since its founding. Xian didn't respond. He knew Hong had more to say. Sure enough, Hong continued. But he also has his own obsessions. I've seen them over the years. The reason Ji reacted so strongly to those exceptional measures wasn't entirely because of the temple rules. He has something on his mind that he hasn't been able to let go of. Xian looked up and met Hong's gaze. What do you mean, senior brother? What I mean is, Hong's gaze was deep and serene. No matter what you think, you have to go see him. Then he pointed at himself. You have to do this for me. Xian thought to himself, wow, then nodded. All right. When? Tonight. He waiting for you in the Hall of Precepts. Hong stood up, but as he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped and turned back to glance at Xian. Xian, he said softly, talk things through with Ji properly. Don't get into another argument. With that, he pushed open the door and walked out, disappearing into the twilight. The Hall of Precepts lay to the west of the Jinru faction. It was a blue-gray stone hall with a stone stele standing before it, about 10 feet tall. Engraved upon it were the 4 large characters, precepts are like mountains, written in bold, vigorous strokes. It was said to be the handwriting of the second head of the Hall of Precepts, Master Zhu Ran. By the time Xian stepped into the Hall of Precepts, it was already the 3rd hour of the Yu hour. Only a single oil lamp was lit inside the hall, its dim, yellowish glow casting an aged hue over everything. Ji sat behind a long desk, a thick volume of precepts spread out before him. He held a brush in his hand, seemingly reviewing something. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. To Xian's surprise, Ji's expression was calm today. There was none of the fury he displayed at the High Council, nor the aggressive intensity of the training grounds. He simply looked at Xian quietly, then gestured toward the meditation cushion across from him. Junior brother Xian, please sit. Xian sat down, and the two gazed at each other across the long table. After a moment of silence, Ji spoke first. Xian, do you know why I've always taken a dim view of you? Because you're rigid and old-fashioned, and you can't stand someone like me who breaks the rules, Xian said indifferently. Ji shook his head. It's not just that. He paused, as if weighing his words, then said slowly. You've been in the temple for 30 years. I've never denied your exceptional talent or your diligence in cultivation. You entered the outer stage at 11, broke through to the inner stage at 14, became a transformation stage master at 22, slew a dragon with a single stroke last year, and have now entered the core stage in your early 30s. Any of these achievements alone would be enough to ensure your name is etched in the temple's history. He changed the subject, his voice growing low, but do you know how the young disciples in the temple view you? Xian remained silent. They look up to you as a role model. Ji's gaze grew sharp. When you practice in the High Council, they think there's nothing special about practicing there. When you drink and eat meat, they believe that wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart is the true essence of Zen. Don't deny it, I know exactly what happened during those meals you had in the capital last year. When you fight, you strike with ruthless ferocity, taking lives without hesitation, you never hold back. They see this as the true might of the Jinru faction. His voice rose gradually, not out of anger, but from a deep sense of concern. Xian, you are the head monk. Every move you make is observed, remembered, and imitated. If you alone break the rules, you'll corrupt an entire generation. Upon hearing this, Xian suddenly spoke up. Senior brother Ji, I admit to everything you've said. Ji was taken aback. It's true that I cultivated in the High Council, that I drank and ate meat in the capital, and that I showed no mercy when fighting others. Xian's gaze was as calm as water. But I want to ask you one thing, have you ever asked yourself why I do these things? Ji frowned. Why? Because I know exactly what I'm doing. Xian's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. I know why I cultivate, why I break the precepts, and why I show no mercy when I strike. Everything I've done is a choice I made after attaining enlightenment. You may call me willful and reckless, but it was never my intention to lead others astray. He paused, his gaze fixed on Ji. But what about you, senior brother Ji? You cling to the precepts, refusing to cross a single line. Have you ever asked yourself, are you upholding the precepts, or your own stubborn attachments? Ji's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? What I mean is, Xian's voice was soft, yet it cut like a knife, piercing straight into Ji's heart. You uphold the precepts so strictly and harbor such hatred toward those who break them. Is it because the precepts themselves are inviolable, or because there is something in your heart that makes you feel that if someone had upheld the precepts back then, that tragedy would never have happened? The flame of the oil lamp suddenly flickered. The light in the hall wavered, casting Ji's face in half light, half shadow. His pupils contracted sharply, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the brush in his hand. How do you know? His voice trembled slightly, a stark contrast to the usually stern, impartial Ji with his booming voice. Xian did not answer the question, but continued. 20 years ago, you and your 3 senior brothers went down the mountain on a mission. I don't know the specifics of the mission, but I know the outcome. You were the only one who returned. All 3 of your junior brothers died. And ever since then, your obsession with the precepts has grown deeper by the day. He looked Ji in the eyes, enunciating each word clearly. Senior brother Ji, you are not upholding the precepts, you are punishing yourself. Bang! Ji slammed his palm down on the table and sprang to his feet. The oil lamp shook violently, spilling lamp oil and nearly extinguishing the flame. Shut up! His voice was almost a roar. The veins in his neck bulged, yet his eyes glistened with tears. You don't know anything. What right do you have? What right do you have? He couldn't go on, his chest heaving violently. Chapter 6, GS Past. Xian didn't move, merely watching him in silence. It was a long time before GS breathing gradually calmed. He slowly sat back down on the meditation cushion, lowered his head, and let his hands fall to his knees, his entire body seeming to have been drained of all strength. 20 years ago, his voice grew hoarse and low, as if squeezed from the depths of his chest. Master sent me down the mountain with 3 junior disciples to track down a group of demonic cultivators. That group had abducted over a dozen children from several villages on the border between Lansan Prefecture and Qingyuan Prefecture. We were ordered to rescue them. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. I was the leader. As the eldest senior disciple, I held the highest cultivation level. Our master entrusted the mission to me, entrusted the lives of my 3 junior brothers to me, and the lives of those dozen children to me. We chased them through the mountains for 7 days and 7 nights before finally locating the demon cultivator's lair. It was a cave, heavy with energy. The 4 of us gathered at the entrance to discuss our strategy. I said we should wait until dawn to act, because visibility was poor at night and we weren't familiar with the terrain. But my second junior brother, he said we couldn't wait any longer. Every moment those children spent there put them in greater danger. GS voice began to tremble. My second junior brother broke a vow. Not the vow against killing, not the vow against lust, but the vow to obey orders. He didn't listen to me. While the 4 of us were splitting up to scout the surroundings, he snuck into the cave alone. By the time the other 2 junior brothers and I realized it, it was already too late. Inside the cave, there weren't just demon cultivators, there was also a demon beast tainted by demonic energy. Facing them alone, the second junior brother held out for the duration of an incense stick. By the time we rushed in, he had already been torn to pieces. G closed his eyes as 2 streams of tears trickled down his cheeks, falling onto the book of precepts before him and smudging the ink. I engaged the demon beast and was soon wounded as well. My third junior brother charged forward like a madman, fighting desperately, only to be struck in the chest by a demon cultivator's palm, shattering all his internal organs. My fourth junior brother told me to go first. He could only fight his way back, and just as he was about to run out of the cave, he was stabbed in the back and died on the spot. After I escaped, I hid in a river for a day and a night. The demon cultivator and the demon beast searched outside for a long time, but in the end, they didn't find us. Later, I was rescued by a passing fisherman and brought back to the temple, where I spent 3 months recovering from my injuries. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the oil lamp before him. From that day on, I swore that the precepts are as unyielding as mountains, they must never be transgressed. If my second junior brother had kept the precepts, he wouldn't have died. Neither would my third or fourth junior brothers. And those dozen or so children. We arrived too late by the time we found them, not a single one was left alive. G's voice grew fainter and fainter, until it was almost inaudible. For 20 years, I've thought about it every single moment. If only I'd been a little more firm back then, would it have? Enough. Xian's voice rang out suddenly, not loud, yet like the toll of a temple bell at dusk or dawn, pulling G out of the quagmire of his memories. G looked up. Through tear-blurred eyes, he saw Xian's gaze calm and clear, like a still pond in the depths of winter, without a single ripple. Senior brother G, Xian said slowly, you just said that second junior brother died because he broke his vows. Then let me ask you, why did he break his vows? G froze. Because of those children. Yes, because of those children. Xian's voice was soft, yet each word carried the weight of iron. He didn't break his vows for himself, he did it to save others. He made a mistake, but his heart was pure. G opened his mouth, but no words came out. And you, Xian's gaze met G's directly. You've carried this burden for 20 years, taking the deaths of 3 junior brothers upon yourself, treating every precept as an insurmountable wall. You thought this would protect everyone, you thought that as long as everyone followed the rules, no one else would die. He paused, his voice softening slightly. But you've forgotten one thing. What is it? G's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper. You forgot to ask yourself, where is your heart? Those words struck like lightning, splitting open the darkness that had shrouded G's heart for 20 years. He froze. The precepts are tools, not the goal. Xian's voice echoed through the empty hall of precepts. When Bodhidharma came from the west, he brought not a single word. All depends on cultivating the mind. If the mind is unclear, even if you keep the precepts perfectly, you are nothing more than a clay or wooden statue of a bodhisattva, all show and no substance. He stood up, walked over to G, and looked down at him from above. Senior brother G, you've kept the precepts for 20 years. Has there ever been a moment when you stopped to ask yourself what the Buddha within your heart truly is? G's whole body trembled. A flood of images suddenly surged through his mind. The desperation on his second junior brother's face as he lay dying, the back of his third junior brother as he charged forward in a rage, the heavy, labored breathing of his fourth junior brother as he held the line. He had carried these images in his heart for 20 years, and every time he recalled them, the pain felt like a knife cutting through him. But now, in the face of Xian's piercing question, what exactly is the Buddha within your heart, those images suddenly shifted. The anxiety in his second junior brother's eyes as he charged into the cave was not recklessness, but compassion. The anger on his third junior brother's face as he lunged at the demon cultivator was not impulse, but compassion. The expression of gritted determination on his fourth junior brother's face as he held the rear was not blind loyalty, but honor. Their vows had been broken. But their hearts had never been broken. G's tears suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. The exhalation was long and drawn out, as if he were expelling all the stagnant air that had accumulated in his chest over the past 20 years. Then, he felt a clarity he had never experienced before. Within his dantian, the pool of mana that had long remained stagnant suddenly began to churn, as if activated by some force, spinning, compressing, and condensing frantically. Impurities were stripped away, and dross was incinerated. A mana core slowly took shape within his dantian. Ji snapped his eyes open, feeling the mana within him undergoing a qualitative transformation with disbelief. The 20-year bottleneck had, at this very moment, actually begun to shift. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with shock. Xian's voice was as calm as water. You've been stuck at the peak transformation stage for so many years. What you lacked wasn't cultivation, it was a heart free of obsession. Now, you've let go. Ji sat there in a daze, feeling the newly formed mana core within him slowly rotate, its gentle glow illuminating his entire dantian. A 20-year-old emotional knot had finally been untied in that moment. He raised his head and looked at Xian. His gaze was complex, filled with gratitude, shame, relief, and an indescribable emotion. Xian. No need to thank me. Xian waved his hand. It was your own heart that reached this point, I merely gave you a nudge. Focus on solidifying your cultivation now. Ji nodded firmly, closed his eyes, and began guiding the newly born mana within him to circulate through his meridians. Outside the Hall of Precepts, Hong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He hadn't gone inside, but he could hear everything that was happening within with crystal clarity. When Ji's sobbing subsided and a prolonged silence fell over the hall, he already understood the situation to some extent. Before long, a faint, almost imperceptible aura began to radiate from the Hall of Precepts. Like Xian, Ji, having just entered the core stage, could not control his mana fluctuations, and his aura spread outward. A glimmer of light flashed in Hong's eyes. Enlightenment, he murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Xian, my boy, your aptitude for Zen meditation is actually greater than your martial talent. He recalled a remark his master, Jing Yuan, had once made. The Jinru faction has been passed down for hundreds of years, yet those who have attained enlightenment can be counted on one hand. And those capable of guiding others to enlightenment are even rarer. Hong had always assumed that such individuals would be the elderly Zen masters of the 8 Buddhist schools who had been in seclusion for decades. Yet he never expected that this young man, who usually flouted the rules and drove Ji to the brink of fury, would actually achieve it. The younger generation truly surpasses the older one, Hong said with a sigh, shaking his head with a look of profound satisfaction in his eyes. He did not go in to disturb them, but stood quietly outside the door, keeping watch over the two inside. Chapter 7, Sudden Enlightenment, Breakthrough. Inside the Hall of Precepts, Xian watched as Ji sat cross-legged, beginning to consolidate the realm he had just broken through, and felt a wave of emotion well up within him. He had originally intended only to have a chat with Ji, but never expected that their conversation would turn into a spiritual guidance session. Even less did he expect that Ji would truly achieve sudden enlightenment and break through directly to the core stage. Just then, a familiar sensation suddenly descended from the heavens and earth, settling deep within his mind. Xian paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. The Tao of Heaven had given him feedback once again. That vast and pure energy surged into his dantian, fusing seamlessly with the rice grain-sized mana core. The mana core trembled slightly, becoming denser and more rounded. The flow of mana, which had previously been somewhat sluggish, suddenly became incredibly smooth. The core stage was now completely solidified. Xian sensed the changes in the mana within his body and silently calculated in his mind. Originally, he would have needed at least half a year to stabilize his cultivation level, but now, thanks to this feedback from the Tao, he had saved himself half a year. Does this count as an unintended windfall? He wondered to himself. I'd only come to have a chat with Ji, to tell him to stop fixating on me, but I never expected to accidentally level up in the process. That said, as he watched Ji meditating with his eyes closed before him, he felt a pang of emotion. This person, who usually disliked him the most, was actually carrying such a heavy burden. For 20 years, he de-shouldered the lives of 3 junior disciples and a dozen children all by himself, adhering strictly to every precept, terrified of making even the slightest mistake. He looked tough and unyielding on the outside, but his heart was so tender. Senior brother G wasn't rigid, he was truly afraid. Xian sighed softly and turned to walk toward the door. As he pushed open the door, the night breeze swept over him, carrying the fresh scent of the mountain-s flora. Hong was standing right outside. Seeing him emerge, he gave a faint smile. Well done. Xian shook his head. It was his own destiny. Hong smiled non-committally, his gaze lingering on Xian for a moment, but he said nothing more. He simply gave Xian a light pat on the shoulder. Let us go. Let him consolidate his cultivation. The two walked side by side down the mountain, the moonlight stretching their shadows long behind them. After a few steps, Hong suddenly spoke, his voice soft. Xian, do you remember when I brought you back to the temple all those years ago? Xian nodded. I remember. Even though I was only 5 or 6 at the time, some things are still very clear in my mind. Hong fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. You were covered in blood back then, curled up in your mother's arms. When I picked you up, you opened your eyes, looked at me, said a few words, and then passed out again. What did I say? Xian asked. Hong thought for a moment, then held up 4 fingers. You said. Are you an NPC? None of you have health bars? What the hell is this place? Did I get transported here? Xian. He remained silent for a long time, a fleeting trace of embarrassment crossing his face. I'd just woken up, then my mind wasn't quite clear, he explained dryly. Hong smiled faintly and didn't press the matter. He never asked Xian what those strange words meant, nor did he ever ask why Xian knew so many things he shouldn't have known. He simply watched over his junior brother in silence, just as he had done over 20 years ago in that blood-soaked village, when he had lifted the child from among the dead. Those first few years after you arrived at the temple, Hong's voice drifted on the night breeze, I was very worried about you. You didn't speak, you didn't cry or make a fuss, you just sat there staring into space. I thought you'd been traumatized, but later I realized you seemed to be deep in thought. Is that so? I'm not sure, Hong shook his head. But back then, aside from eating, sleeping, and meditating, you'd suddenly blurt out things like that's not scientific or that defies the laws of physics. I didn't understand it, but seeing how serious you looked, it didn't seem like you were just spouting nonsense. Xian lowered his head, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. During those years, he had indeed been desperately trying to understand the rules of this world. It took him a full 3 years to reconstruct his worldview, moving from that's not scientific to this world isn't scientific to begin with. Then you started training, Hong said, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. I've never seen anyone work that hard. Others train gradually, but you train with everything you've got. While others practice for 3 hours a day, you practice for 6. They collapse into sleep after training, but you'd still review, analyze, and refine your training plan. When toughening your body, you'd pound the wooden dummy punch after punch until your fingers bled, bandage them up, and keep going. I remember wondering back then, what on earth is this kid afraid of? Xian remained silent. Afraid of what? Afraid of dying, I guess? Hong continued. I remember advising you back then, haste makes waste, the path of cultivation lies in gradual progress. You'd say, yes, senior brother, but the moment you turned around, you'd ramp up your training volume even more. Since you wouldn't listen, I could only keep a close eye on your physical condition behind the scenes, afraid you'd ruin yourself. But it was from that moment on that I knew. Hong turned his head and looked into Xian's eyes. You will go far in the future. Not because of your natural talent, nor because of your hard work, but because your heart has always been clear. Xian looked up at Hong. In the moonlight, the senior brother in his 60s had a gentle, refined countenance, his gaze filled with kindness. Hong paused for a moment, then smiled. He reached out and, just as he had done over 20 years ago, gave Xian a light pat on the shoulder. You are my junior brother, this is only natural. His hand was broad and warm, the palm bearing thick calluses from decades of cultivation. The touch on Xian's shoulder was neither too light nor too heavy, yet it stirred an indescribable warmth within him. The two walked side by side, neither speaking another word. The night breeze swept past, and the distant rustling of the pines rose and fell like the tide. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the direction of the mountain gate, shattering the stillness. Hong and Xian turned their heads simultaneously, looking back the way they had come. They saw Wu striding toward them, his expression grave, his monk's robe fluttering in the night breeze. "Abbot!" He came to a halt before Hong, clasped his fists in a bow, his voice tinged with urgency. "What is it?" Hong furrowed his brow slightly. Wu took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, "The abbot of Qinwu Temple has sent word that he will lead several senior monks to pay a visit to our mountain gate tomorrow." Hong's expression changed abruptly. Xian's pupils also contracted slightly. Qinwu Temple. That temple had been established 200 years ago by the Xingqian lineage, which had broken away from the Jinru faction after they descended the mountain to establish their own sect on Qingming Mountain, 300 li south of Lancang Prefecture. Over the years, the relationship between the two temples had remained delicate. It wasn't exactly like oil and water, but it certainly couldn't be called harmonious either. With the abbot of Qinwu Temple personally leading a delegation to pay a courtesy call tomorrow, it was clear that the visitors meant no good. Heng's brow furrowed deeply, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "Let us go. We need to prepare." With that, he strode toward the mountain gate, with Wu close behind. Xian remained where he stood, glancing back toward the Hall of Precepts. The lights there were dim. Ji was still in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation realm. "Senior brother Ji, continue your cultivation," he said silently to himself, then set off to catch up. The night wind grew stronger, causing the trees in the mountains to rustle loudly, as if heralding the approach of a storm. Chapter 8, True Nature, Neither Born Nor Perished. The next day, before dawn, lights had already been lit in the Powangzhen Hall. Xian sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his eyes slightly closed, breathing deeply and steadily. The mana core within his dantian rotated slowly. The flow of mana was seamless and unimpeded. After a night of arduous cultivation, his strength had advanced yet another notch. Having spent 3 years striving for admission to a top high school in Mayatanchang in his previous life, the word diligence had long been ingrained in his very bones. He slowly concluded his practice, opened his eyes, and a flash of sharp intensity flickered in his gaze before fading into calm. The sound of the morning bell drifted in from outside the window, its distant, lingering tones echoing through the valley. Xian rose to wash his face, donned his favorite gray monk's robe, and glanced at himself in the bronze mirror. The man in the mirror had a fair complexion and delicate features. His aura was so subdued it was nearly imperceptible. No one would guess he was a core stage master. "I must perform well in today's act," he thought to himself. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, the morning breeze swept over him, carrying the fresh scent of the mountain's flora. The horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn, and a few lingering stars still twinkled on the horizon. Xian strode briskly up the stone steps toward the mountain gate. Along the way, he encountered many early rising disciples who, upon seeing him, bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with respect. When he reached the pavilion halfway up the mountain, a familiar figure stood there. It was Hong. The abbot of the Jinru faction stood amidst the mountains, the hem of his robe fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. With his hands clasped behind his back and his face turned toward the east, the morning light outlined the elegant, gentle contours of his profile. Hearing footsteps, Hong turned around. His gaze lingered on Xian for a moment, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "You're always this early. No pain, no gain." Xian walked over to stand beside him. Hong nodded, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "The people from Qinwu Temple arrived in Lancang Prefecture last night." "That fast?" Xian frowned slightly. "They set out before dawn. I estimate they'll reach the mountain gate around the hour of Chen." Hang's tone was calm, betraying no emotion. "I've dealt with Ziyuan a few times. He has deep thinking and never does anything without a sure hand. Since he is leading the team personally this time, and has brought Mingxin along, I fear they mean us no good." Xian didn't respond, merely listening quietly. Hong turned to face Xian, meeting his gaze. "It would be best to avoid conflict if possible. But if it's unavoidable, remember to leave some room for compromise. Though they've established their own school, they share the same roots and belong to the same Chan lineage." "Understood." Xian nodded. Hong glanced at him, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes, and patted his shoulder lightly. Let us go to the Jinru Hall. The two walked side by side down the mountain. After a few steps, Hong suddenly lowered his voice. As for Ji, he broke through to the core stage last night and is currently in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. It will take at least 3 to 5 days before he emerges. He won't be able to intervene today. Xian nodded slightly. He had already anticipated this when he guided Ji last night. Breaking through from the peak transformation stage to the core stage is a qualitative leap. It takes at least 3 to 5 days of seclusion to fully stabilize the mana core. If one were to force a fight, the consequences could range from a regression in cultivation level to the shattering of the mana core, causing all one's cultivation to be lost. So if we're to fight today, Hong's tone grew grave. The only transformation stage experts we can field are you, Wu from the Jinyue Hall, and Jinwu from the Wuji Hall. Hong left the rest unsaid, but Xian understood it wouldn't be right to have the Jing generation of senior disciples fight, or else victory would be dishonorable. He fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, "That's enough." Hong glanced at him, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes, and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "Let us go to the Jinru Hall." Meanwhile, on the mountain path leading from Lansong City to the Jinru faction, a group of over 10 people was climbing the stone steps. Leading the way was a tall, elderly monk in his 70s. He had a gaunt face with high cheekbones, and though his eyes were sunken, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He wore a purple monk's robe and carried a 9-ring staff. With every step he took, the copper rings on the staff emitted a crisp clang that echoed through the mountains. This was Master Ziyuan, the abbot of Qinwu Temple. Behind him followed 3 elderly monks clad in blue robes, each with a solemn demeanor and an inward gaze, clearly masters of the transformation stage. Further back were 7 or 8 young disciples. Some carried packs on their shoulders, others held sutra boxes, all with agile strides and even breathing. Walking alongside Master Ziyuan was a monk who appeared to be in his mid-30s. This monk was tall and slender, with chiseled features, thick, sword-like eyebrows, a high, straight nose, and eyes with distinct black and white irises that exuded a sharp, piercing aura whenever he looked around. He wore a moon-white monk's robe, with a 3-foot-long sword hanging at his waist. The scabbard was entirely jet black, inlaid with 7 gemstones the size of soybeans, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. This man's Dharma name was Mingxin. He was the youngest elder at Qinwu Temple and also Master Ziyuan's last disciple. At 35 years old and having reached the peak transformation stage, he was considered one of the most gifted disciples in the entire Buddhist community of Yunzhou. Mingxin also had a renowned nickname in the martial arts world, Sword Zen. This nickname originated from his creation of a martial art that fused sword techniques with Zen philosophy, known as the 7 forms of Sword Zen. Each of these 7 sword forms embodies a layer of Zen philosophy, progressing from no reliance on written words to pointing directly to the human heart. The sword intent is fierce yet never loses its Zen-like grace. Last year, on the Taihang Road in northern Yunzhou, armed with only his sword, he single-handedly defeated the 17 bandits of Taihang, 3 of whom were peak transformation stage masters. Even the legendary first bandit had already set 1 foot into the core stage. After that battle, the name Sword Zen spread throughout all of Yunzhou. He ranked 7th on the human rankings. As for Xian's ranking on the human rankings, it was 41st. A difference of 34 places in the eyes of the martial arts world. That was a world of difference. Not to mention that Mingxin's combat record was well documented, and his practical experience was far richer. At least in Ziyuan's view, if Mingxin were to face Xian, his chances of victory were at least 80%. "Master," Mingxin suddenly spoke, his voice low and resonant, "there is something I do not understand." "Speak." Ziyuan did not pause in his stride, the clang of his staff's copper rings echoing through the mountains. "The Jinru faction and our Qinwu Temple both belong to the Chan lineage and trace our lineage to the same founding master. Why, then, have we been at loggerheads for 200 years? Is it merely because of differences in our paths of cultivation?" Ziyuan paused slightly, then continued on his way. He fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice aged and deep. "Mingxin, do you know why the Jinru faction is called Jinru?" "True suchness is the true nature, neither arising nor ceasing," Mingxin replied. "Correct," Ziyuan nodded. The founding patriarch of the Zhenru faction, Master Bencheng, once meditated facing the wall for 9 years on Mount Qingsong. Upon achieving sudden enlightenment, he established the true suchness Chan method. The core of this method is pointing directly to the original mind, seeing one's true nature to become a Buddha. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, after Master Bencheng passed away, his disciples began to disagree on the question of how to realize one's true nature. Chapter 9: Silent Zen and Active Zen. One school believed that the true nature of Zhenru is inherently perfect, neither born nor perishing, and that all worldly affairs are illusory and tainted. Only by shutting oneself away, sitting in solitude, maintaining constant Zen stillness, and cutting off all external disturbances can one sever delusional thoughts and directly perceive the true nature of the original mind in stillness. This school is the silent Zen lineage that remained within the Zhenru faction. The other school believed that true suchness is never found in barren trees or cold cliffs, but rather in all things and beings, and in the suffering of sentient beings. Without entering the world of dust and experiencing the trials of life, how can one attain enlightenment regarding true suchness? Sitting in empty stillness is dead Zen only by entering the world to practice Zen. Polishing one's nature amidst love, hatred, anger, and delusion can one practice living Zen. This school is the lineage of our founding master, the Xingqian school. Mingxin listened intently, her brow slightly furrowed. So, the Zhenru faction calls us chaotic Zen, saying we forsake stillness for noise and let worldly affairs disturb our practice, claiming we fundamentally misunderstand the true meaning of Zhenru? Exactly, Ziyuan replied with a faint, cold smile. And we, in turn, call them dry Zen, accusing them of hiding in remote mountains to deceive themselves, clinging to emptiness and silence while deluding themselves into thinking they have attained enlightenment when in reality, they have never touched the essence of true suchness. 200 years, Ziyuan's voice grew low, and the conflict between these two schools has never ceased. Mingxin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Master, this disciple believes this is not merely a dispute over ideology." Ziyuan turned his head and glanced at Mingxin, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "You are right," he nodded. "The ideological dispute is merely a surface phenomenon. The true core lies in a struggle over interests." He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and faced Mingxin behind him. There are 8 major schools and 400 sects within the Buddhist tradition, yet there are only 3 major monasteries. Which of these 3 lacks neither the way, talent, dharma, nor companions? It's a pity our Qinwu temple was founded too late, otherwise, we would surely have a place among these 36 major temples. Ziyuan's voice was very low, as if he feared the mountain wind would carry it away. At the 3rd hour of the morning, at the mountain gate of the Zhenru faction, Han led the temple's chief abbots and elders in forming a line outside the gate to welcome the visitors. The abbots stood at the very front, with the 13 chief monks lined up in a row, their robes fluttering in the wind, exuding an imposing aura. Ji stood beside Han with an unreadable expression, his aura so tightly contained that not a single trace of it escaped. To outsiders, nothing seemed amiss, but Xin knew that the mana core within this senior monk's dantian was slowly rotating, and the flow of mana carried a hint of sluggishness, a clear sign that his cultivation base was not yet solidified. It would take at least another 3 to 5 days to fully stabilize. Jin Wu stood beside Wu. A middle-aged monk in his early 40s, he had a swarthy complexion and a stocky build, with thick knuckles on his hands, evidently a practitioner of external martial arts. He was the chief of the Protection Hall, a late transformation stage cultivator. He was usually responsible for training the temple's basic combat forces and rarely participated in high-level affairs. But today, since Ji could not intervene, he had to step in. The crisp clinking of a copper-ringed staff echoed from the distance, growing louder as it approached. Hanya's gaze sharpened slightly. A moment later, a group of over 10 people emerged from the end of the mountain path. Leading the way, holding a 9-ringed staff in one hand, was none other than Ziyuan, the abbot of Qinwu Temple. Ziyuan stopped 3 zhang away from Hong, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly. "Amat Ba Buddha." "Abbot Hong, it has been many years since we last met. I hope you have been well." Hong likewise pressed his palms together in return. "Abbot Ziyuan, thank you for making the long journey here. I apologize for not greeting you at the entrance." Their eyes met. Their expressions were polite, but secretly, both were sizing up the other's strength. Ziyuan appeared to be in his 70s, with a gaunt face, high cheekbones, and eyes sunken deep into their sockets, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. His aura was deep and profound, clearly indicating he had reached the core stage. Though still in the core stage, he had already touched the threshold of the mid-stage, needing only a breakthrough opportunity to advance. Hang's aura, on the other hand, was as deep as an abyss, seamless and unified, his cultivation honed to perfection. The venerable Dewey, ranked 17th on the Earth leaderboard, was by no means a title earned in vain. Ji Yuan's gaze swept past Hong, taking in the chief monk standing behind him. It lingered briefly on Ji, then paused on Xian. When Xian's face came into view, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. So young. A peak transformation stage cultivator in his 30s, such a talent would be considered top tier anywhere in Yunzhou. Ranked 41st on the human rankings, he truly possessed extraordinary qualities. But Ziyuan wasn't worried, for he had Ningxin. Abbot Hung. Ziyuan withdrew his gaze and got straight to the point. This monk has come here first to pay my respects to the mountain, and second to discuss a matter of great importance with your temple. Hang's expression remained unchanged. He shifted slightly to the side and gestured, "Please, Abbot, come into the hall to discuss this in detail." The Zhenru Hall. This was the symbol of the Zhenru faction as supreme authority, as well as the official venue for the Chan tradition's realization of Buddha nature. The hall was 5 bays wide and 3 bays deep, featuring a single-eave hipped and gabled roof covered in black glazed tiles. 2 massive stone pillars stood before the hall, carved with the 8 auspicious symbols of Buddhism in exquisite detail, vivid and lifelike. In the center of the hall stands a bronze statue of Master Bensheng, approximately 12 feet tall. His face radiates compassion, his eyes gently lowered, as if gazing down upon all sentient beings. Before the statue lies a long altar table, upon which rest an incense burner, sutra scrolls, and several offerings. On either side of the table are arranged a dozen or so chairs. Hung took the seat of honor, while Xian and the others seated themselves in order to his right. Ziyuan sat in the guest seat, flanked by 2 elderly monks in addition to Mingxin. One was short and stout, with a round face and large ears. Though he appeared kind-hearted, his eyes held a subtle, intense gleam. He was Jiaming, the chief monk of the Arhat Hall at Qinwu Temple, a late transformation stage cultivator who was a master of the Vajra subduing fiend's fist. The other was tall and thin, with a gaunt face like that of a long ill man, yet his steps were light and silent. He was Jikong, the head of discipline at Qinwu Temple, a late transformation stage cultivator skilled in the flower-plucking finger. The hall doors were closed, and the light dimmed. Incense from the bronze burner rose in wispy plumes, mingling with the dust in the air to form hazy beams of light in the rays filtering through the window lattice. Ziyuan lifted his teacup and took a light sip, praising, "Fine tea." Hong smiled faintly, "This is Qingxin tea grown on the back mountain. If the abbot likes it, I'll have some sent to you later." Ziyuan set down his teacup, and the smile on his face gradually faded. "Abbot Hong, to be frank, I have come here today to discuss a matter of great importance with your temple." "Please speak, Abbot." Ziyuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Over 300 years ago, legend has it that your temple's second abbot, Zen Master Zhu Zhao, entered parinirvana in the 10,000 mountains, leaving behind the site of his passing and his lifetime collection. Your temple must be aware of this, correct?" The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. Hong's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment of silence, he nodded, "I am aware." "Then the abbot should also be aware," Ziyuan's voice grew low, "that before Zen Master Zhu Zhao passed away, he left a will detailing the location of his passing. That will was divided into 2 parts, one half is kept at your temple, and the other." He paused, his gaze fixed on Hong, "is at my Qinwu temple." Silence fell over the hall, broken only by the faint crackling of burning incense. Hong's expression remained calm. Ziyuan continued, "Since we each hold half of the will, neither of us can unlock the complete text. Rather than letting Zen Master Zhu Zhao's legacy remain buried forever, why not cooperate and jointly uncover the site of his passing?" Hang remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "How would we cooperate?" Chapter 10, The Proposal for a Contest. A gleam flashed in Ziyuan's eyes. "It's simple. Both sides will send 3 transformation stage masters to compete in martial arts, with the winner determined by a best-of-3 match. If your temple wins, Jinwu Temple will hand over the lower half of the will with both hands and relinquish its claim to first choice of Master Zhu Zhao's relics. If Jinwu Temple wins. He paused, then raised his voice sharply. The reverse applies, your temple will hand over the upper half of the will and grant us first choice of relics at Master Zhu Zhao's place of parinirvana. As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur of discussion filled the hall. Wu's brows furrowed deeply, and Jinwu's expression grew grave. Ji's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers twitched slightly. Xian sat at the far end, his face calm, betraying no emotion. Hong remained silent for a long time. His gaze lingered on Ziyuan's face for a moment, then swept over Mingxin, Jiming, and Jikong. In his heart, he had already roughly grasped their scheme. 3 transformation stage experts, best of 3. The 3 sent by Jinwu Temple were likely Mingxin, Jiming, and Jikong. Mingxin was at the peak transformation stage, ranked 7th on the human list. His strength was not to be underestimated. Jiming and Jikong were both late transformation stage, seasoned veterans of countless battles. Jiming, in particular, was considered one of the older generation of human rank experts. Hong knew that since Ziyuan dared to propose this wager, he must be betting that the Jinru faction would not field any experts of the Jing generation. In the opponent's estimation, Mingxin had at least a 70% chance of defeating Xian. As for Jiming, he has a 70% or higher chance of winning against anyone. The remaining Jikong has a 50-50 chance against any opponent. With a best-of-3 format, Dunwo Temple holds the upper hand. But what Ziyuan doesn't know is that Xian's true strength, even before his breakthrough, was far beyond what the 41st ranked expert on the human rankings could measure. Never mind just Mingxin. Even if Ziyuan and Mingxin were to join forces, they might not be a match for Xian. The problem was that Xian could not reveal his core stage strength. In just over 2 years, there would be the Zen sect's internal gathering of the lineages, held once every 5 years, and in 4 years, the Buddhist 8 sects Ulambana Dharma Assembly, held once every 15 years. Revealing his power now would be completely counterproductive. Therefore, Xian had to win, but he couldn't win too easily. At the very least, on the surface, the victory had to appear reasonable. Hong weighed his options in his mind before speaking slowly. I can accept Abbot Ziyuan's proposal. But on one condition. Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. Please speak, Abbot. The match shall end as soon as a decisive point is scored. No one's life may be taken. Hong's tone was calm. Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. That goes without saying. As fellow members of the Chan school, I too wish to avoid bloodshed. Very well. Hong stood up. It is already late. The contest will take place tomorrow at the hour of Chen in the training grounds. What do you think, Abbot? Ziyuan also stood up, pressing his palms together. Excellent, excellent. Let it be as you say, Abbot. That night, in the Jinru faction's vegetarian kitchen, Hong gathered the senior monks to discuss tomorrow's matches. On the long table lay several plates of vegetarian dishes, a bowl of clear soup, and a few bowls of rice. But no one had any appetite. All eyes were fixed on Hong. Tomorrow's matches, Hong's voice was steady and firm. First match, Jinwu vs Jiming. Second match, Wu vs Jikong. The third match, Xian vs Mingxin. Jinwu looked up, his expression grave. Abbot, I've heard of Jiming. He is the head of the Arhat Hall at Jinwu Temple, at the late transformation stage, and a master of the Vajra subduing fiend Fista style that is fierce and overbearing. Though I'm also at the late transformation stage, but... He paused, unable to continue. Hong glanced at him, his gaze calm. But what? Jinwu took a deep breath. But I have no guarantee of victory. Hong shook his head. You just need to do your best. It's best if you win, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Jinwu was silent for a moment, then nodded firmly. Understood. Hong turned to Wu. Wu, how confident are you in facing Jikong? Wu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Jikong's flower-plucking finger excels in its subtle, elusive nature. My mind-observing skill focuses on defense, using stillness to counter movement. I'm confident I can defeat him, though it might take a toll on me. Good. Hong nodded, then turned to Xian. Xian, he said slowly, tomorrow you'll face Mingxin. He is a formidable opponent, you must not underestimate him. Rest assured, senior brother Abbot, Xian replied calmly. I know what I'm doing. Those few words were crisp and to the point, devoid of any emotion. Hong stared at him for a moment, then suddenly sighed. I know you know what you're doing. But remember what I told you, hold back. Don't be too ruthless. A victory is enough, don't injure him. Xian nodded. His senior brother was great in every way, except for being a bit long-winded. What he was thinking more about was whether suppressing his cultivation level below the core stage tomorrow would count as cheating. Meanwhile, in the Jinru faction's guest quarters, Ji Yuan sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, with Mingxin, Jiaming, and Ji Kong standing before him. Earlier today in the main hall, Zi Yuan's voice was deep and steady. You all saw the lineup from the Jinru faction. Although Ji was present, I sensed something off about his aura. He seems either injured or in the midst of a breakthrough. He may not be able to fight tomorrow. If he doesn't participate, the transformation stage experts the Jinru faction is likely to field will be Xian, Wu, and Jinwu. Mingxin furrowed his brow slightly. Master, that's Xian. What is it? Zi Yuan glanced at him. Mingxin mused, earlier in the main hall, I studied his aura closely. Although he appears to be at the peak transformation stage, his aura is so deeply concealed it's nearly non-existent. I have never seen such a degree of concealment in any transformation stage cultivator. Ji Yuan waved his hand. That's because the cultivation technique he practices is unique. The mind-observing skill inherently emphasizes concealing one's spirit and not revealing one's sharpness. The fact that he can suppress his aura to such an extreme degree simply indicates that he has achieved great mastery in this technique. But that doesn't mean his combat prowess is strong. He paused, his gaze turning sharp. Mingxin, your 7 forms of sword Zen has reached the realm of seeing one's true nature and attaining Buddhahood. Once your sword is drawn, even a core stage powerhouse might not be able to block it. How could Xian possibly block it? Mingxin was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Although he found Xian somewhat peculiar, his master's words made sense. The human rankings were earned through hard-fought battles. He was ranked 7th, while Xian was ranked 41st. The gap was obvious. Ji Yuan turned to Ji Ming. Senior Uncle Ji Ming, how confident are you in your chances tomorrow? Ji Ming grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. That Jinwu is merely at the late transformation stage, and he practices external hard martial arts. My Vajra-subduing fiend's fist specializes in breaking through external hard martial arts. Within 10 moves, I will have him bowing his head. Ji Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Ji Kong. Uncle Ji Kong, what about Wu? Ji Kong remained expressionless as he replied calmly, Wu's mind-observing skill focuses on defense, while my flower-plucking finger relies on speed. Within 30 moves, he will surely show a weakness. Ji Yuan stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through the window lattice toward the night sky. Best of 3, his voice was soft, yet tinged with uncontrollable excitement. After tomorrow, our Qinwu Temple will have first claim to Master Zhu Zhao's legacy. The following day at dawn, at the Jinru faction's training ground. The training ground was built on a flat expanse west of the mountain gate, spanning 100 zhang in diameter. The ground was paved with 3-foot-thick blue stone slabs, and 12 stone pillars stood around the perimeter, each engraved with array patterns designed to suppress the surrounding energy field. This was where Jinru faction disciples usually sparred and honed their skills, and it was occasionally used to host martial artists from other temples. Today, the area surrounding the training ground was packed with people. Chapter 11, Losing the First Round. On the Jinru faction side, Abbot Han led several senior monks and nearly 100 core disciples, forming a formation on the eastern side of the training ground. Although Ji could not intervene, he sat upright beside Han, his expression unchanged, betraying no signs of anything amiss. On the Qinwu Temple side, Abbot Zi Yuan, accompanied by the 3 elders Mingxin, Jiming, and Ji Kong, along with a dozen or so disciples, formed a formation on the western side. Between the 2 formations lay the martial arts arena, spanning 100 zhang in diameter. The morning breeze swept through, causing the robes of both sides to flutter in the wind. Zi Yuan looked at the Jinru faction members across from him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Jinru faction valued their reputation and had not excluded the high monks of the Jing generation. Their lineup was exactly as he had anticipated. His gaze swept over Xian, Wu, and Jinwu, and in his mind, he was already envisioning the scene after victory. Best of 3 matches. Jiming vs Jinwu, an 80% chance of winning. Jikong vs Wu, a 70% chance of winning. Mingxin vs Xian, a 90% chance of winning. No matter how he calculated it, Jinwu Temple was certain to win. Hong stood up and walked to the center of the training ground. Ji Yuan also rose and walked to stand opposite him. The two stood facing each other, their eyes meeting. Abbot Ji Yuan, Hong's voice was steady and resonant. Before the contest begins, this monk has a word to share. Please speak, Abbot. As fellow members of the Buddhist order, let us engage in friendly competition and stop at the first sign of contact. Let us not damage our harmony. Ji Yuan nodded. Well said, well said. That is precisely my intention as well. Both men took 3 steps back, returning to their respective positions. Hong sat down and glanced at Jinwu. Jinwu took a deep breath, stood up, and strode toward the center of the training ground. His steps were steady, each one firm and deliberate, his dark face etched with solemnity. Reaching the center of the training ground, he stopped, turned to face the direction of Jinwu Temple, and pressed his palms together in prayer. Jinwu, chief of the protection hall of the Jinru faction, humbly requests guidance from the venerable monks of Jinwu Temple. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a short, stout monk rose from within Jinwu Temple as formation. It was Jiming. He strode into the training ground with long, powerful steps. With each stride, the ground trembled slightly, as if a giant elephant were walking. When he reached a spot 3 zhang away from Jinwu, Jiming stopped and pressed his palms together. Jiming, chief monk of the Arhat Hall at Jinwu Temple. Please. Their gazes met in the air, as if sparks were flying. Jinwu sized up his opponent. Jiming was short, stocky, and sturdy, with a perpetual smile on his round face, making him look like the Buddha of compassion. But those eyes, with their intense, restrained gleam, gave him away. This was a master, a true master. Jinwu took a deep breath and assumed the opening stance of the Vajra Mountain subduing fist. This was his signature technique, honed over 20 years of practice. The style was fierce and domineering, with wide, sweeping movements sharing the same lineage as Jiming's Vajra Demon subduing fist. Hard against hard, ferocity against ferocity. Jiming watched Jinwu's opening stance, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Vajra Mountain subduing fist? A fine style. However, he paused, and the aura surrounding him shifted abruptly. His previously benevolent features suddenly turned ferocious. His eyes blazed with intensity, and every muscle in his body bulged, stretching his monk's robe taut. This monk's Vajra subduing demon's fist, that is the true power of the Vajra. Before his words had even finished, Jiming had already charged forward. His speed was completely at odds with his massive frame and was astonishingly fast. A distance of 10 zhang was covered in just 3 strides. As he unleashed a punch, the air was compressed to its limit, emitting a piercing explosion. The wind from his fist cut like a blade, sweeping toward his opponent. Jinwu's pupils contracted slightly. Without flinching or dodging, he countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a deep, thunderous roar that made the eardrums of the surrounding disciples ache. Jinwu felt a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave surge through his knuckles. His entire arm went numb, and his body involuntarily stumbled back 5 paces before he could barely steady himself. Jiming, however, retreated only 2 steps. The difference in their prowess was immediately apparent. Jinwu took a deep breath, suppressing the churning in his chest, yet a glint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. His Vajra Mountain crushing fist was renowned for its ferocity. He rarely faced a worthy opponent within the temple. Today, encountering a master of the same style as Jiming had, in fact, ignited his fighting spirit. Come again. He took the initiative, unleashing a barrage of punches at Jiming like a raging storm. Each blow carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. The wind from his fists howled, whipping dust high into the air. Jiming neither dodged nor retreated, meeting the onslaught with his own fists. Boom! 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 A series of clanging blows echoed across the training ground, like summer thunder, unceasing and relentless. Both men practiced the fierce and aggressive style, neither was willing to retreat a single step, and so they exchanged over 20 blows, clashing head-on. After 20 punches, Jinwoo's arms had begun to go numb. The skin between his thumb and index finger had split open, and blood dripped through the gaps between his fingers. His breathing had also grown ragged, and his chest felt as if a boulder were pressing down on it. Jiming, though not unscathed himself, possessed an added element of finesse within his Vajra subduing fiend's fist, a technique that allowed him to deflect 30% of his opponent's force. After 20 exchanges, his condition was clearly far better than Jinwoo's. Admit defeat, Jiming said, standing his ground. Though his breathing was slightly ragged, he was nowhere near as battered as Jinwoo. You're no match for me. Jinwoo wiped the blood that had been forced from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. We're not done yet. He charged forward once more. This time, he avoided direct confrontation with Jiming, instead moving around him, trying to find an opening. But his strength lay in brute force. Maneuvering was not his forte. Jiming quickly saw through his intent. Giving him no chance to catch his breath, he pressed forward relentlessly, each punch heavier than the last. Another 10 exchanges passed. The wind from a punch swept across Jinwoo's left shoulder, and his entire left arm went limp, clearly unable to muster any strength. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Jiming sighed. Why bother? He unleashed a punch, channeling 100% of his power into it. Before the fist even reached its target, the force of the strike had already blown Jinwoo's monk's robe tight against his body. Jinwoo clenched his teeth and met the blow with his right fist, striking with all his might. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Jinwoo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily 10 jang away. He struggled to get up, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. A metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples of the Jinru faction looked on with grave expressions. One of them couldn't help but cry out, "Senior Uncle Jinwoo!" Jinwoo lay face down on the ground, gasping for breath. His right hand had swollen to the size of a steamed bun. His fingers were completely spread apart. His left arm hung limply at his side, completely without strength. He could not get up. Hong stood up, his voice steady and calm. First match, Jinwoo Temple wins. Jinwoo, come back. Jinwoo lay on the ground, pounding the ground with his fists, his face full of resentment. But he had indeed lost his ability to fight. Continuing would only result in more severe injuries. 2 disciples stepped forward to help him back into the formation. Jinwoo sat on a chair, channeling his energy to heal his wounds. He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the training ground. Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Master. Jiming walked back into the formation. Though he was slightly out of breath, he didn't appear overly exhausted. Ziyuan's gaze fell upon Wu. The second match, Wu vs. Jikong. One more victory, and Jinwoo Temple would win. Even if Jikong lost, Mingxin was there to back them up. Ziyuan was brimming with confidence. It was just like him. If you want the rewards, you have to be shameless. Uncle Jikong, please step forward. Jikong stood up and walked into the training ground with a blank expression. His steps were light, landing without a sound, like a falling leaf. Reaching the center of the training ground, he stopped and pressed his palms together. Jikong, head of discipline at Jinwoo Temple, humbly requests guidance from the venerable monk of the Jinru faction. Wu stood up and walked slowly into the training ground. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. Each step was firm and deliberate, his expression as calm as still water. Stopping 3 jang away from Jikong, Wu pressed his palms together. Wu, head of the Jinyue Hall of the Jinru faction, please. Chapter 12, 1 win, 1 loss. Their gazes met in the air. One was expressionless, the other, calm as water. Jikong struck first. His form flickered, appearing before Wu like a ghostly apparition. His right index and middle fingers came together, forming an invisible sword that stabbed toward Wu's throat. Flower-plucking finger. This strike appeared gentle, yet concealed a deadly intent. Before his finger even reached its target, a sharp gust of wind tore through the air, striking directly at Wu's vital points. Wu's expression remained unchanged. He shifted his body slightly to the side, evading the strike. Simultaneously, he thrust both palms forward, striking toward Jikong's wrists. The mind-observing skill emphasizes defense, using stillness to counter movement. Jikong's fingers were deflected by the palm's force, veering off course to strike Liu instead. His pupils contracted slightly. His posture shifted once more, and both hands struck out simultaneously. His 10 fingers, like 10 sharp swords, stabbed toward Wu's vital points from every angle. Wu remained unflustered, his palms darting about to block every single attack. His palm techniques were fluid and powerful, though they appeared slow. Each strike appeared precisely where Jikong's fingers were bound to pass. Crack, 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 crack. As palms and fingers clashed, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Jikong's brow furrowed slightly. His flower-plucking fingers technique was renowned for its speed, capable of unleashing dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. But Wu's mind-observing skill seemed specifically designed to counter rapid attacks. Every palm strike precisely sealed off his offensive routes, leaving him unable to break through. Moreover, Wu's palm technique contained a soft, yielding force that dissipated most of Jikong's finger power with each collision, preventing him from fully unleashing his strength. Jikong took a deep breath and changed his strategy. He stopped relentlessly pressing the attack and began to move around, trying to find a weakness in Wu's palm techniques. But Wu's defense was airtight. No matter how he maneuvered, he could not find a way through. Time ticked by second by second. The two had exchanged over 30 moves, yet the outcome remained undecided. Jikong's breathing gradually grew ragged, his mana was depleting rapidly, and Wu's stamina was also waning, though Wu's exertion was clearly less than Jikong's. After all, his palm technique focused on defense, using the opponent's force against them, which consumed far less energy than Jikong's rapid attacks. Another 20 moves passed. Jikong's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat, and his breathing was as heavy as a bull's. The strength in his fingers had greatly diminished, and the speed of his thrusts had slowed. Wu's eyes lit up slightly. The opportunity had arrived. He suddenly shifted from defense to offense, thrusting both palms forward to strike at Jikong's chest. Jikong's pupils contracted sharply as he met the attack with his fingers. Boom! As palm and fingers collided, Jikong was sent reeling back 5 or 6 steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. By now, his fingers were numb, the skin at his knuckles split open, and blood dripped through the cracks. Wu wasn't faring much better either. His chest had been struck by the wind from the fingers, leaving 2 small holes in his monk's robe through which blood seeped. But his injuries were far less severe than Jikong's. Jikong gritted his teeth and lunged forward once more. He knew he couldn't lose. If he lost this match, Shinwu Temple would be left with only Ningxin for the final round, placing all the pressure on her. But Wu wouldn't give him the chance. Wu's palm strikes grew faster and more ferocious, a stark contrast to the defensive Wu of before. This was the true essence of the mind-observing skill: observe the mind, not the hand. Respond to the object, but do not follow it. When an opponent revealed an opening, a defensive palm strike could instantly transform into a lethal offensive weapon. Jikong was forced to retreat repeatedly. His finger techniques had completely lost their rhythm, and he could barely parry the attacks. Another 10 moves passed. Jikong stumbled, losing his footing and exposing a gap in his chest. Wu struck out with a palm strike, hitting Jikong squarely in the chest. Thud! Jikong was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but the excruciating pain in his chest left him utterly powerless. Wu stood where he was, gasping for breath. His monk's robe was soaked through with blood, some from the wounds inflicted by Jikong's finger wind, others from internal injuries caused by his own excessive mana expenditure. His face was pale, and his body swayed slightly, but he held his ground. He had won. It had been an extremely difficult victory, one that had taken a tremendous toll, but he had won. Hong stood up, his voice steady and resonant. Round 2, Jinru faction wins. The disciples of the Jinru faction erupted in a deafening cheer. Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu is mighty. Wu turned and limped back to the center of the formation. Hong glanced at him, his eyes filled with relief, and whispered, "Junior brother, sit down and meditate." Wu nodded, sat in a chair, closed his eyes, and began channeling his energy to heal his wounds. He had depleted 90% of his mana, and his chest and arms bore multiple wounds, yet a faint smile lingered on his face. Ji Yuan's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "It doesn't matter. We still have Ming Xin. As long as Ming Xin wins, Jinwu Temple will have 2 wins and 1 loss. The advantage is still mine." However, Ji Yuan's original plan had been to win the match outright with 2 victories in the first 3 rounds. Now that the score is tied at 1 apiece, the 3rd round has become a do-or-die match. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and turned to look at Ming Xin. "Go. We must win this round." Mingxin's expression grew solemn as he nodded. He stood up and walked step by step into the training ground, his stride steady, each step falling in the same rhythm, as precise as if he had measured the ground beforehand. When he reached the center of the training ground, he stopped, turned, and faced the direction of the Jinru faction. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed directly on Xian. "Mingxin, elder of Jinwu Temple, requests a duel with senior brother Xian, head of the Power Zen Hall of the Jinru faction." His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. All eyes turned simultaneously toward Xian. Xian sat at the far end, his expression calm, as if he hadn't heard Mingxin's challenge. Hong glanced at him and whispered, "Go ahead. Remember what I said, don't go too hard on him." Though his voice was low, Ziyuan still heard it. Though slightly annoyed, he thought to himself, "I'll give you credit for being sensible. I'll make sure Mingxin is careful not to cripple the other guy." Xian nodded and stood up. He smoothed out his monk's robe and walked unhurriedly into the training ground. When he reached a spot 3 zhang across from Mingxin, he stopped and pressed his palms together. "Xian, chief monk of the Jinru faction's Pueo Zen monastery. I beg your leave." Mingxin sized up his opponent. Xian looked more like a scholar than a martial artist. His aura was so subdued it was nearly non-existent. Standing there, he resembled a tree or a rock, blending seamlessly into his surroundings. Mingxin's brow furrowed slightly. He had encountered many masters, some with a presence as majestic as a rainbow, others as deep as an abyss, but this was the first time he had met someone whose aura was so subdued as to be nearly non-existent. This man was no ordinary opponent. But Mingxin had confidence in his swordsmanship. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist. The blade was entirely silver white, glinting with a cold, sharp light in the sunlight. 7 gemstones were engraved on the blade, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. "This sword is called 7 Stars. It is 3 feet and 3 inches long and weighs 7 catties and 2 tails," Mingxin said. "Please draw your weapon, Uncle Xian." Xian glanced at him and shook his head. "No need." Mingxin's pupils contracted slightly. "No weapon? What did he mean by that? Was he looking down on him?" Mingxin's expression darkened. "Senior Uncle Xian, my 7 forms of sword Zen is no trivial matter." "Are you certain you want to use a weapon?" Xian's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, Mingxin took a deep breath, suppressing the anger welling up inside him. Why did Xian look like he was just asking for a beating? Chapter 13, What is Xian? In that case, this monk will not hold back. Before his words had even finished, he moved. A flash of sword light, like a streak of silver lightning, sliced through the sky, piercing straight toward Xian's throat. The first form of the 7 forms of sword Zen, beyond words. This strike was the epitome of speed. Even before the sword reached its target, its intent had already locked onto every vital point around Xian. Xian's expression remained unchanged. His feet shifted slightly, and his body shifted half an inch to the left. It was that half inch that caused Mingxin's strike, which he had intended to be a sure kill, to miss. The tip of the sword grazed Xian's throat, stirring a faint breeze. Mingxin's pupils contracted sharply. What incredible footwork! He had no time to think, the second strike was already launched. The second form, transmission beyond the teachings. This strike was faster, fiercer, and more precise than the first. The blade's gleam was like a silver snake, tracing an eerie arc through the air as it lunged from Xian's left side toward his right ribs. Xian shifted his stance again, his body shifting half an inch to the right. The tip of the sword once more brushed past his monk's robe, still missing by the narrowest of margins. Mingxin's expression darkened. If the first strike was a fluke, what about the second? He clenched his teeth and thrust out the third, fourth, and fifth strikes in rapid succession. Each strike was faster than the last, each more ruthless than the one before. The glint of the sword wove through the air into a silver net, enveloping Xian within it. But Xian was like a slippery loach, weaving through the blades, each time missing by a mere half-inch, each time evading by the skin of his teeth. Beads of sweat formed on Mingxin's forehead. He had already unleashed all 5 forms of the 7 forms of Sword Zen, yet he hadn't even grazed the hem of Xian's robe. What kind of footwork was this man using? What Mingxin didn't know was that Xian was employing the crossing calamity, treading the wind. Xian had cultivated this footwork to a masterful level, where every movement harmonized with the rhythms of heaven and earth. If Xian were solely focused on evasion, not only would Mingxin's sword fail to land, but even the gale blade technique, renowned for its speed, might not even graze the hem of his robe. Moreover, as a core stage master, Xian's control over his body had reached a level of absolute precision. Whether the gap was half an inch or the width of a single hair, he could evade it with ease. Mingxin took a deep breath and changed her technique. The 6th form, piercing the heart. This strike was entirely different from the previous 5. There was no blinding sword light, no piercing whistle through the air, only a faint, elusive sword intent, like an invisible needle, piercing toward Xian's heart. This was the most elusive of the 7 forms of Sword Zen, designed not to inflict physical harm, but to attack the opponent's mind and spirit with the intent of the sword. Those struck would lose their mental composure at best, they would momentarily lose their focus at worst, their mind would collapse. Mingxin had used this move to defeat many peak transformation stage masters in the past. But what he didn't know was that Xian's mind-observing skill was precisely the counter to this kind of mind-attacking technique. Xian's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and flicked them lightly. Clink! With a crisp sound, Mingxin's sword was deflected. The 7-star gem on the blade vibrated violently, emitting a buzzing hum. Mingxin's palm went numb, and he could barely hold on to the hilt. His expression changed completely. He had poured all his strength into that strike, yet Xian had deflected it with the slightest of gestures. Is this really the 41st ranked fighter on the human rankings? Mingxin clenched his teeth and unleashed the 7th form, seeing the nature, attaining Buddhahood. This was the final and most powerful form of the 7 forms of Sword Zen. The sword's glow surged, blinding like a blazing sun. Sword intent surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming Xian. In this strike, Mingxin had condensed his entire lifetime of training into a single point. Its power was sufficient to slay a peak transformation stage expert. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Ziyuan's eyes. It's settled. But in the next instant, his smile froze on his face. Xian raised his right hand, extended his index and middle fingers, and gently pinched the air. Snap! The blade halted mid-air, not budging an inch. Mingxin's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His sword had been caught between 2 fingers. No matter how hard he strained, the blade remained immovable, as if clamped in an iron vise. Mingxin's voice trembled slightly. How on earth did you do that? Xian didn't answer. He released his grip, took a step back, and pressed his palms together. You've been kind enough to let me win. Mingxin stood frozen in place, his sword hanging limply at his side. He knew he had lost. A complete and utter defeat, with no doubt about it. Xian hadn't even struck a single blow. He merely dodged and parried, yet he effortlessly withstood his most powerful 7 swords. If Xian had counterattacked, he wouldn't have lasted a single move. Mingxin took a deep breath, suppressing his resentment, and clasped his hands together. Senior brother Xian, your martial arts are formidable. This monk is fully convinced. He turned and walked back to the dust enlightenment temple formation. Silence fell over the training ground. Moments later, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the Jinru faction's ranks. Senior Uncle Xian. Senior Uncle Xian is mighty. 2 wins, 1 loss. The Jinru faction had won. Hong stood up, walked to the center of the training ground, faced Ziyuan, and pressed his palms together. Abbot Ziyuan, you've been too kind. Ziyuan's face was as grim as if he'd swallowed a pound of bitter lotus root. His lips were trembling, his hands were trembling, his entire body was trembling. It wasn't fear, it was rage. He'd prepared so meticulously for so long, placing such high hopes on Mingxin. And what was the result? Xian had defeated Mingxin without even raising a hand. Won the first round, lost the second, and lost the third as well. 2-1. Dust Enlightenment Temple had lost. Impossible, Ziyuan muttered to himself, how could you possibly hold Mingxin's sword between 2 fingers? He snapped his head up and glared at Xian. And you're ranked 41st on the human rankings? Xian glanced at him, his expression calm. Yes, 41st on the human rankings. Ziyuan's mouth twitched. He just wanted to kill those useless fools at the Xin Dynasty Martial Bureau who compiled the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man. 41st on the human rankings? He'd rather believe in ghosts than believe them. Did he really not dare to try pinning Mingxin's full power strike with just 2 fingers? Was Xian really at the transformation stage? He had his doubts, but no proof. Xian's aura was indeed that of the peak transformation stage, with no flaws whatsoever. Ziyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and slowly sat back down in his chair. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Abbot Hon, this monk keeps his word. The second half of the will be delivered by messenger in 3 days. He paused, his gaze growing complex. But this monk has a request. Speak. Regarding the site where Zen Master Zhu Zhao entered Paranirvana, Qinwu Temple hopes to explore it jointly with your temple. You shall have priority in the distribution of the relics. Hong was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Agreed. But the specific details will require further discussion. Ziyuan took a deep breath and pressed his palms together in prayer. Well said, well said. Then this monk shall take his leave. He turned and, accompanied by the disciples of Qinwu Temple, walked toward the mountain gate. As he reached the gate, he suddenly stopped and glanced back at the training ground. Xian stood in the center of the training ground, the morning light bathing him and turning his monk's robe a golden hue. A complex expression flashed across Ziyuan's eyes. Xian, what a remarkable Xian! He murmured to himself, then turned and disappeared beyond the mountain gate. Chapter 14, Contribution Points and Sect Missions. Even as the group from Qinwu Temple departed, the entire training ground remained silent. It was as if the minds of the hundreds of disciples had suddenly frozen in unison. They stared at the gray figure walking back from the center of the training ground, watching him return to his seat with a calm expression, accept the teacup handed to him by a disciple beside him, and take a gentle sip as if he had merely gone for a stroll in the back mountains. Then, the silence was shattered. Holy shit! No one knew who had blurted it out. The voice wasn't loud, but in that moment when hundreds held their breath, it rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. Immediately afterward, the eastern side of the training ground erupted into chaos. 2 fingers. He caught it with 2 fingers. That was a full power strike from the 7th ranked fighter on the human rankings. Senior Uncle Xian didn't even throw a punch, he just dodged, flicked, and pinched and then he won? You call that flicking? That's the finger snap thunder from the mind-observing skill. Master-level stuff. Whispers, gasps, and exclamations of astonishment mingled together, surging like a tidal wave. Hong stood in the center of the training ground, raising his hand slightly to signal for silence. Out of respect for the abbot, the murmurs gradually subsided, but the gazes fixed on Xian remained so intense they seemed capable of setting him ablaze. Xian sat in his chair, his expression unchanged, as if completely oblivious. Hong walked back to his seat, turned his head to glance at Xian, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly as he murmured, "You can't hide it anymore." Xian lifted his teacup and replied calmly, "I haven't revealed all that much, have I?" Hong paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. That was certainly true. By the time they saw off the group from Qinwu Temple, the sun was nearing the hour of you. Hong stood outside the mountain gate, watching as Ziyuan and his party disappeared around the bend of the mountain path. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and exhale a faint sigh. He turned around, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the senior monks before finally settling on Xian. "Xian, come with me." Xian nodded and followed Hong along the bluestone path toward the temple grounds. Walking one behind the other, they crossed the plaza in front of the Jinru Hall, skirted the Tsangxin Pavilion, and walked along a quiet path for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before arriving at a courtyard with blue brick walls and gray tiled roofs. A plaque hung above the courtyard gate, bearing the three characters Quest Hall in bold, vigorous calligraphy, the personal handwriting of the second-generation abbot, Zen Master Zhu Zhao. Quest Hall was where the Jinru faction distributed contribution points and exchanged cultivation resources on ordinary days. It was bustling with people coming and going. But today, at the hour of you, only a few disciples on duty were inside, organizing the ledgers. Upon seeing the abbot arrive in person, they hurriedly rose to their feet and bowed. Hong waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal, and led Xian straight into the inner hall. The inner hall was not large, and its furnishings were simple: a long ebony table, a few chairs, and a scroll bearing the inscription "No effort is in vain" hanging on the wall. The head of Quest Hall was an elderly monk in his 80s, known by the Dharma name Kong. Though gaunt in build, his eyes were exceptionally bright. Originally an elder of the Jing generation, he had retired from the Jinyue Hall due to his advanced age and now oversaw the affairs of Quest Hall. Upon seeing Hong enter, Kong quickly stood up, clasping his hands together. "Greetings, Abbot. What are your instructions?" Hong sat down in a chair and gestured toward Xian. "Senior Monk Kong, please record this for Xian. Today, he defeated Mingxin of Qinwu Temple in a duel, bringing honor to our monastery. According to the new regulations, he is entitled to contribution points." Kong nodded, picked up a thick ledger from the desk, flipped to a page, lifted his brush, and asked, "At what level?" "Grade A," Hong replied. Kong's pen paused slightly. He looked up at Hong, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He then made a neat entry in the ledger before looking up again and saying, "Junior brother Xian, a total of 3,000 grade A contribution points have been credited to your account. You may come to redeem them for resources at any time." Xian had been standing silently to the side. Now he furrowed his brow slightly, looked at Hong, and said, "Senior brother Abbot, I cannot accept these contribution points." Hong glanced at him and asked, "Why?" Xian replied, "The rules of the Quest Hall are that the mission comes first, and the merit follows. A disciple must accept a mission and complete it before coming to claim a reward. In repelling the enemy today, the abbot did not issue a quest beforehand, nor did he set a reward. These merit points are being granted without justification. I cannot accept them." He paused, then added, "Moreover, as the chief monk of the Jinru faction's Pueo Zen monastery, repelling the enemy is simply part of my duty." Upon hearing this, Hong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He turned to Kong and said, "Uncle Master, listen to this. Isn't his line of reasoning exactly the same as what you said back in the day?" Kong laughed as well and replied, "Abbot, this old monk said the very same thing back then. But didn't we establish a new rule later on? For any major military campaign or repelling the enemy in the heat of battle, the abbot has the authority to retroactively award merit afterward. There is no need to issue a mission in advance." Xian opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Hong patted him on the shoulder and said, "I know what you're thinking. You feel this is too sudden without a pre-established reward. You're uneasy about accepting it. But you must understand that not everything in this world can be governed by rules set in advance. Unexpected events and unexpected feats deserve rewards after the fact. If you refuse this, who will be willing to risk their lives when unexpected situations arise in the future? Hong looked at Xian, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This junior brother of his might seem carefree and rule-breaking in his daily life, but when it really mattered, he understood the situation better than anyone else. He truly treated the Jinru faction as if it were his own home. Just as Hong was about to speak, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, followed by a gruff voice, "Junior brother Xian, if you don't want these contribution points, how can the rest of us possibly bring ourselves to claim them?" Before the words had even finished, Wu strode in with long, confident strides. His face was still somewhat pale, and his left arm was wrapped in a bandage, but his spirits had improved considerably, and his eyes were bright and alert. He walked up to Xian, patted him on the shoulder, and grinned, "Here's the deal, junior brother Xian, just take the contribution points first. If you feel bad about it, just treat me and Jinwu to a vegetarian meal later, and that'll be that." Xian glanced at Wu, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This senior brother was usually taciturn. Why had he become so smooth-talking today? Little did he know that Wu was genuinely afraid Xian wouldn't accept them. It wasn't that Wu coveted those few contribution points, rather, he knew full well that Xian held a special status within the temple. If even Xian refused to accept them, the other disciples would feel even more awkward about doing so. If this continued, the contribution point system would become a mere formality. Hong had clearly considered this as well. He suppressed his smile and said solemnly, "Xian, please sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Xian sat down in a chair and looked at Hong. Hong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Xian, do you still remember the proposal you made to me 8 years ago regarding reforming the contribution point system?" Xian paused slightly, then nodded. "I do." "Exactly." Hong's gaze grew deep. 8 years ago, you came to me with a thick stack of papers, densely covered in writing, proposing to reform the Quest Hall's outdated system. I studied them for quite some time. To be honest, there were parts one didn't quite understand. But there was one thing you said that I've never forgotten. He paused, enunciating each word clearly. You said that the sect's resources are limited. We can't operate like a communal pot. We must allocate resources to those with good aptitude, who are willing to work hard, and who contribute to the sect. Even a genius, if he only cares about his own cultivation and makes no contribution to the sect, should receive only slightly more resources than an ordinary disciple. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to monopolize the lion's share. Xian remained silent. Those were indeed his words, and he hadn't just spoken them. He also drafted a detailed proposal. The core of that proposal was to adapt the contribution point system he encountered in cultivation novels in his previous life, tailoring it to the specific circumstances of the Jinru faction. It laid out clearly and explicitly how many points were awarded for each type of task, how many points were granted for different levels of contribution, and how many points were required to exchange for specific resources. Chapter 15: The Mystery of Heaven and Earth as Spiritual Energy. Hong continued. At the time, some within the temple supported it, while others opposed it, claiming it violated the ancestral rules. But I trusted you, so we first piloted it in the Hall of Protection and the Hall of Mountain Subduing. After 6 months of testing, the results were surprisingly good. Those disciples who had previously been lazy began taking on tasks, practicing martial arts, and studying Zen techniques on their own initiative to earn contribution points. Those whose cultivation progress had been slow began to train relentlessly to save up enough points to exchange for elixirs. He stood up, walked to the window, and stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky outside. His voice carried a touch of emotion. 2 years later, the average cultivation level of the outer stage disciples in the Hall of Protection had risen by 2 minor realms. 5 years later, among the 17th generation Ru cohort, some began breaking through to the late inner stage, and even the perfected inner stage. By this year, 3 transformation stage masters had already emerged from the Ru cohort. Wu interjected from the side. Senior Brother Abbot is absolutely right. In my Jinyue Hall, there is a disciple named Rui. He originally had average talent and limited resources. After cultivating for over a decade, he was still stuck in the mid-inner stage. Once the contribution point system was introduced, he was like a different person, taking on tasks every day, training relentlessly. In just 2 years, he forced his way up to the inner stage perfection. He has actually become the first transformation stage disciple in Arjunru faction's Ru generation. Upon hearing this, Xian's heart stirred. He recognized the name Rui, a taciturn young man who rarely spoke but was extremely diligent in his work. That he had managed to surge from the mid-inner stage to the transformation stage in just 2 years was certainly due in part to the incentive of the contribution point system, but more importantly, it was the result of his own hard work. Hong walked back to Xian, looking down at him from above, his voice turning serious. So, Xian, you must claim these contribution points today. As one of the founders of this system, if you don't claim them yourself, what will the other disciples think? Xian remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I'll take them. Only then did Hong smile. He patted Xian on the shoulder and said, "That's the spirit." Kong, who had been keeping track of the accounts nearby, looked up and said, "It's recorded. 3,000 contribution points have been credited to junior brother Xian's account." Xian shook his head and said, "Thank you, Uncle Kong." Kong nodded, asking no further questions. Wu, seeing that the matter was settled, clasped his hands and said, "Senior brother Abbot, I'll be heading back now. My injuries haven't fully healed yet. I need to practice my cultivation and recuperate for a few more days." Hong nodded. "Go ahead. Take good care of your injuries, don't rush back into training." Wu acknowledged this, turned, and strode away with long, confident strides. Hong watched Wu's figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate before turning to Xian and gesturing with his eyes for him to follow. He led Xian out of the quest hall and along a secluded path toward the back mountain. Walking one in front of the other, they walked for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before arriving at a bamboo grove. The grove wasn't large, only a few hundred bamboo trees, but each was as thick as a bowl, their stalks a vibrant green, and their leaves rustling in the breeze. Deep within the grove stood a small thatched hut, where Hong usually retreated for seclusion and meditation. He pushed open the door, stepped inside, sat down on a meditation cushion, and gestured to the cushion opposite him, signaling Xian to sit as well. Xian crossed his legs and sat down, looking at Hong. Hong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Xian, you have now reached the core stage. Is there anything you don't understand?" Xian thought for a moment and said, "There are a few things. Although the circulation of my mana is now smooth and unimpeded, I still feel like something is missing. I just can't put my finger on it." Hong nodded and said, "The core stage is different from the transformation stage. In the transformation stage, energy flows freely with the will, expanding and contracting at will, but ultimately, the focus is on application. The core stage is different. After reaching the core stage, the focus shifts to nurturing. Nurturing the Dan, warming the Dan, and solidifying the Dan. This is a long process that cannot be rushed or approached with impatience." He paused for a moment before continuing. In the core stage, when the mana core is first formed, it's like a seed that has just sprouted. It needs to be nourished with your heart's blood and nurtured with mana. There are no shortcuts in this process. You can only cultivate diligently, day after day, year after year. But one thing is crucial: the exchange and mutual reflection among practitioners at the same level. Xian looked up at Hong. Hong explained. In the transformation stage, one can practice in isolation. As long as you put in the hard work, you'll always make progress. But that doesn't work in the core stage. Cultivation at this stage requires a point of reference. You need to see how others nurture their cores, how they warm them, and how they circulate their mana. Only then can you identify your own shortcomings and find your own path. He smiled slightly and said, "This is also why the major sects and noble clans always have more core stage experts than solitary cultivators. It's not just because their cultivation methods are more advanced, but because they have enough peers at the same level to exchange ideas and learn from one another. If you just bury your head in solitary practice, it's easy to go off track. But if 3 or 5 people regularly gather to spar, discuss, and verify each other's methods, progress will be much faster." Xian nodded thoughtfully. Hong looked at him and said, "So, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to ask me anytime. Although I'm only in the late core stage, I've at least taken a few more steps than you have, so I can offer you some guidance." Xian felt a warm glow in his heart and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Hong waved his hand and said, there is no need for such formalities between us. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject and asked, Xian, have you noticed that your cultivation has felt a bit easier lately? Xian was taken aback. He hadn't actually considered that possibility before. Hearing Hang's question, he closed his eyes and carefully recalled his cultivation experiences over the past few months. A moment later, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly, and said, Now that you mention it, senior brother, I do recall. Over the past few months, my cultivation has indeed felt smoother than before. Especially in the last few days, there has been much less resistance as I circulate my mana, and the mana core in my dantian has been spinning faster. I previously thought it was a normal phenomenon after breaking through the core stage, so I didn't pay it much mind. A flash of brightness flickered in Hang's eyes, but it quickly faded. He pondered for a moment, then said slowly, Do you know why this is happening? Xian shook his head. Hang stood up, walked to the window, pushed open the shutters, and gazed out at the lush bamboo grove beyond. His voice grew deep and resonant. It is because the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth is growing denser. Xian's pupils contracted slightly. Hang continued. I've been observing this change for over 2 years now. At first, it was just a subtle sensation. My cultivation felt slightly smoother than before, but I wasn't sure and thought it might be my imagination. Later, I asked a few old friends, and they all said their cultivation had become a bit easier recently. That's when I realized it wasn't an illusion. Something had indeed changed in the world. He turned to face Xian, a look of gravity in his eyes. Do you know that our Jinru faction has a great-great-uncle of the FA generation who is over 100 years old? Chapter 16, The Mystery of the World's Spiritual Energy 2. Xian nodded. He was, of course, familiar with great-great-uncle Fa Yuan. He was the Jinru faction's sole surviving ancestor at the Dan Condensation Realm, and it was said he had just celebrated his 150th birthday before entering seclusion. He had been in seclusion for over a decade now, never having set foot outside his meditation chamber. Within the temple, only Abbot Han was qualified to pay him a visit. No one else had the privilege of seeing him. Hong said, Before entering seclusion, great-great-uncle Fian once spoke to me. He said that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is not constant. Ever since he could remember, the spiritual energy had been gradually growing thinner. By 40 years ago, it had nearly reached its lowest point. Cultivation back then was 10 times harder than when he was a child. Xian's brows furrowed deeply as he recalled certain events. The founding patriarch of the Jinru faction, Master Bencheng, had broken through to the core formation stage when he was only in his 30s, reached the Dan condensation realm by the age of 50. His cultivation was unfathomably deep and attained the Dan fusion stage by the age of 70. The second-generation abbot, Master Zhu Zhao, was even more extraordinarily talented. He too reached the core formation stage in his 30s, the Dan condensation realm in his 40s, and had already touched upon the Dan fusion stage by his 60s. But by the third and fourth generations, the Temple's masters had begun to decline with each passing generation. By Heng's generation, a late core stage cultivator in his 60s would not even have ranked in the top 10 during the Temple's early days. He had always assumed this was because later generations lacked the innate talent of their predecessors, or perhaps because some secret technique had been lost. But now, hearing Heng speak, he realized the problem might not lie with the people, but with the heavens and earth. Heng's voice echoed through the thatched hut. Great-great-uncle Fian said that spiritual energy is like the tides, it ebbs and flows. When it rises, cultivation is easy, and masters emerge in droves. When it falls, cultivation is arduous, and even geniuses struggle to achieve anything. This is also why the Dan condensation stage patriarchs of various sects and schools never make themselves known. It's not that they don't want to appear, it's that they must seize every moment to cultivate. Spiritual energy is already scarce. If they don't seize this moment, the possibility of a breakthrough will vanish entirely. He sighed and said, Grand Uncle Fa Yuan has been in seclusion for over a decade, striving to reach a higher realm. But as he himself said, the chances are slim. Xian fell silent for a moment, then asked, Senior brother, now that the spiritual energy has grown denser, does that mean? What it means, I don't know either. Hong shook his head. I've discussed this with a few old friends, and we've come up with several possibilities. He held up 2 fingers and said, the first is that spiritual energy is like the tides, it ebbs and flows. When it rises, it's a golden age for cultivation. When it falls, it's an age of decline. Now that spiritual energy is beginning to thicken, perhaps it marks the dawn of a new golden age. He held up a 3rd finger and continued. The second theory is that spiritual energy was overused in the past, causing it to gradually diminish. Later, as the number of martial artists dwindled and their cultivation levels dropped, the amount of spiritual energy consumed decreased, so the spiritual energy slowly began to increase again. In other words, the fewer martial artists there are and the lower their cultivation levels, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. It is a process of one thing diminishing as another increases. He withdrew his finger, looked at Xian, and said, but these are all just speculations. None of the major sects know the secrets of this world. No one can say for certain why the spiritual energy is becoming denser, much less how long this change will last. Xian pondered for a long time before speaking slowly. Senior brother, is there a third possibility? Hong looked at him and said, you tell me. Xian said, perhaps the spiritual energy is becoming denser not because of the tides, nor because of reduced consumption, but because something is infusing spiritual energy into this world. Hong's pupils contracted slightly. He stared at Xian for a long time before saying slowly, that idea of yours actually coincides with the thoughts of an old friend of mine. But this is still just speculation, there is no evidence. He stood up, brushed the dust off his monk's robe, and said, all right, there is no rush with these matters. Take your time. Go back and practice first. In 6 months, you'll be heading north again, and there will be more things waiting for you then. Xian stood up, bowed to Hong, and turned to walk out of the thatched hut. Xian left the bamboo grove and followed the path down the mountain. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, then turned and headed toward the quest hall. Inside the quest hall, Kong was organizing the ledgers. Seeing Xian return, he paused slightly, then smiled and said, Junior disciple Xian, have you come to exchange for something? Xian nodded, walked to the long desk, and said, Uncle Kong, I'd like to exchange for some elixirs that aid in core stage cultivation. Kong's eyebrows twitched slightly. He set down his brush, pulled a sandalwood box from under the desk, and opened it. Inside, more than a dozen small porcelain vials were neatly arranged. He picked up one of them, handed it to Xian, and said, this is the mana elixir. It's made primarily from century-old Ganoderma lucidum and Snow Mountain Poria cocos, supplemented by 18 other ingredients, and takes 3 months to refine. It nourishes the mana core and enhances mana, making it ideal for core stage cultivation. Each bottle contains 10 pills and costs 600 contribution points. Xian took the porcelain bottle, pulled out the stopper, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted toward him. He poured out a single pill from the bottle and examined it closely in the palm of his hand. The pill was pale yellow, round and smooth, with faint patterns swirling across its surface. It was clearly no ordinary item. He nodded and said, I'll take them all. Kong paused, surprised. All of them? There are 12 bottles in total, 120 pills for 7,200 contribution points. As if anticipating Xian's response, he added, don't think it's too expensive. This mana elixir might be gone in a few days. My senior brothers have all gone out to earn contribution points. Xian replied, I'll take 10 bottles first, 6,000 points. I'll leave 2 bottles for my senior disciples. Kong opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon seeing Xian's eyes, calm as still water, he swallowed the words before they could escape. He sighed and said, all right, as you wish. He took out the 10 bottles of mana elixir one by one, wrapped them in a piece of blue cloth, handed them to Xian, and made an entry in the ledger. Xian, chief monk of the Pao Zen Monastery, exchanged 10 bottles of mana elixir, totaling 6,000 contribution points. Xian took the cloth bundle, bowed to Kong, and turned to leave the quest hall. Kong watched his retreating figure, shook his head, and muttered under his breath, this Xian, he seems quiet and unassuming in daily life, but when it comes to getting things done, he is decisive and efficient. 6,000 contribution points, he spends them without a second thought, not a hint of regret. A young disciple nearby leaned in and whispered, Great Uncle Kong, why did Uncle Xian exchange so many mana elixirs? Kong glared at him and snapped, how do you think he'll use them? Eat them like candy? Of course they're for cultivation. You talk too much, get back to work. The disciple shrank his neck and scurried away. That night, in the eastern wing of the Jinru faction. This was the living quarters for the disciples of the Ru generation. Row upon row of monks' quarters were built against the mountainside, with blue bricks and gray tiles, simple yet tidy. Ming sat cross-legged in his meditation room, a manual on the mind-observing skill spread out before him, but he couldn't take in a single word. That battle from earlier in the day still plays over and over in his mind like a movie. He was one of the most powerful disciples among the 7th generation of the Jinru faction, having reached the inner stage at the age of 28, and was considered a prominent figure among the Ru generation. His usual impression of Senior Uncle Xian was limited to a few labels: young, powerful, and chief. He knew Senior Uncle Xian was strong, peak transformation stage, ranked 41st on the human rankings, and last year he had slain the Flood Dragon boss with a single stroke. But he never imagined Uncle Xian was this powerful. Chapter 17: The Power of Example. Mingxin, ranked 7th on the human rankings, was a 35-year-old peak transformation stage cultivator. His reputation as the Sword Zen resounded throughout Yuzhou on the Taihang Road. He had single-handedly defeated 17 bandits, even killing the first bandit who had barely set foot into the core stage with his sword. Such a master, in the presence of Senior Uncle Xian, didn't he even have the right to make him lift a finger? Ming recalled the scene from earlier that day, Senior Uncle Xian pinching the 7-star sword between two fingers, Mingxin's face frozen in disbelief, the blade not budging an inch, as if cast in iron. He shivered, his excitement growing. Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door, followed by a hushed voice. "Senior brother Ming, are you asleep?" Ming recognized the voice as that of his junior brother, Rujing, and got up to open the door. 3 young monks stood outside. The one in front was indeed Rujing, followed by Rufa and Yuan. All 3 wore an unmistakable look of excitement, their eyes shining like mice that had stolen lamp oil. "I knew you weren't asleep," Rujing said without hesitation, plopping down onto the meditation cushion. "We couldn't sleep in the next room either, so we decided to come over and chat with you." Ming closed the door and sat down as well. The 4 young disciples sat in a circle, glancing at one another, but for a moment, none of them spoke. Finally, it was the youngest, Rujing, who spoke first, his voice hushed as if he were sharing some unspeakable secret. "Senior brother Ming, do you think what level of cultivation does Uncle Xian actually have?" Ming was silent for a moment before replying slowly, "Peak transformation stage." "I know it's peak transformation stage." Rujing snapped. "I mean, his peak transformation stage is way different from everyone else's, isn't it? Mingxin is also at peak transformation stage. He's ranked 7th on the human list, yet he couldn't even land a single move against Uncle Xian? Does that make any sense?" Rufa, a tall, slender man who usually spoke little, couldn't help but interject at this point. "I counted them. Mingxin executed a total of 7 moves and 13 sword strikes. Uncle Xian dodged the first 5 moves, was knocked back by the 6th, and had his final strike blocked. From start to finish, Uncle Xian didn't retreat a single step." Yuan picked up the thread. "And did you notice that Uncle Xian used the wind treading skill and the mind-observing skill techniques everyone in our temple learns? Yet with the same skills, how is it that when he uses them, it's as if he is a completely different person?" Ming thought for a moment and said, "The key to the wind treading skill's footwork is moving with the wind, using its force to advance. I've practiced it for 10 years and have only achieved a modest level of proficiency. Uncle Xian's footwork. I'd say he has at least reached the Master Hall level." Rujing gasped, "The wind treading skill at the Master Hall level? Isn't that a level of mastery reserved for the abbot?" Ming nodded and continued. "And then there's the mind-observing skill. As you all know, this palm technique is easy to learn but hard to master. Observe the mind, not the hand, respond to things without being led by them. I've known those 10 words by heart since my first day in the monastery, but there are no more than 10 people in the entire monastery who can truly practice responding to things without being led by them. Did you all get a clear look at Senior Brother Xian's thunderous fingertip?" The 3 junior disciples shook their heads in unison. Ming sighed, extended his right index and middle fingers, and demonstrated. In that split second, his fingers vibrated at least 7 times. Each vibration struck precisely at the resonance points along the blade of the 7-star sword, which is why he was able to deflect such a heavy sword with just 2 fingers. This isn't something that can be achieved by sheer strength alone. It requires mastery of force that has reached a level of exquisite subtlety. Rujing, Rufa, and Yuan exchanged glances, speechless for a long moment. After a while, Rufa murmured, "So Senior Uncle Xian has been hiding it all along?" "Not hiding," Ming shook his head, his gaze growing deep. "It's just that there was no need to show it." He paused, then explained, "Think about it, what is Uncle Xian usually like at the temple? He never loses his temper with anyone, nor does he like to fight." Rujing's eyes widened. "Wait a minute, Senior Brother Ming, are you saying Uncle Xian doesn't like to fight? Then why do people in the martial arts world call him the black-hearted monk?" Ming tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Rujing, you're still young. They're just trying to smear Uncle Xian's reputation." Seeing that Rujing still had questions, he quickly changed the subject. "Who do you think is stronger, Uncle Xian or Mingxin?" "No contest, Uncle Xian is obviously stronger," Rujing replied without a moment's hesitation. "Then do you think it's reasonable that Uncle Xian is ranked 41st on the human rankings, while Mingxin is 7th? The 3 junior disciples shook their heads in unison. Ming smiled. "So the issue isn't that Uncle Xian is holding back, it's that the human rankings are inaccurate to begin with. The Martial Bureau compiles its rankings based on battle records, reputation, and rumors circulating in the martial world. Apart from slaying that Flood Dragon boss, Senior Uncle Xian has hardly ever fought in public these past years. He has no combat record. Why would the Martial Bureau rank him so high?" Rufa wasn't as easily fooled as Rujing. He curled his lip, but inwardly thought, "Master said Senior Uncle Xian loves to ambush his enemies at night, and his enemies never get a chance to speak. No wonder he has no combat record." Rujing, however, had a sudden epiphany, "So that's how it is." He scratched his head and continued, "So if word of today's battle gets out, will Uncle Xian's ranking on the human list jump straight to 7th? Ming thought for a moment and said, "Since he beat Mingxin, he'll naturally be 7th. If those guys at the Martial Bureau know what's good for them, he might even move up a spot or 2. Yuan suddenly chimed in, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement. "Senior Brother Ming, do you think could Uncle Xian make it into the top 5? Or even the top 3? Ming was silent for a long time before slowly shaking his head. "I don't know. All I know is that Uncle Xian's victory over Mingxin today was far too easy. So easy that it's impossible to tell just how much strength he actually used." The 4 young disciples fell silent once more. Outside the window, moonlight flowed like water, spilling onto the blue stone floor and casting a cool, faint glow. Rujing suddenly stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "Senior Brother Ming, I've made up my mind. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to double my training." Ming glanced at him. "Why bring this up all of a sudden? Senior Uncle Xian is so strong and yet works so hard. What right do I have to slack off?" Rujing's eyes shone brightly. "If I had even half of Senior Uncle Xian's skill, I wouldn't have been stuck in the late outer stage for so long." Rufa and Yuan also stood up. "We'll join you." Ming looked at his 3 junior brothers, fell silent for a moment, then slowly rose to his feet, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night breeze swept in, carrying the fresh scent of the mountain's flora. In the distance, the lights of the Tsangxin Pavilion were still on, and faintly visible were several figures inside, poring over ancient texts. Senior Brother Xian often used to say, Ming's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. "Without enduring the biting cold that penetrates the bone, how can one appreciate the fragrance of the plum blossoms? I used to think this was just a cliché, but today I truly understand what it means." He turned around and looked at his 3 junior brothers. "Starting tomorrow, I will rise at the hour of the tiger and practice for an extra hour each day." Rujing, Rufa, and Yuan clasped their fists in unison. "We'll do the same." Moonlight streamed into the meditation hall, stretching the shadows of the 4 young monks long and slender. Chapter 18, 2 months later. Meanwhile, Xian returned to the Pueo Zen monastery, closed the gate, placed the cloth bundle beside his meditation cushion, and sat cross-legged. He did not rush to take the elixir. Instead, he closed his eyes and regulated his breath for a moment. Only after his mind had completely settled did he take a bottle of mana elixir from the cloth bundle, pour out a single pill, and place it in his mouth. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue. A warm, medicinal energy flowed down his throat into his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Xian wasted no time. He immediately began circulating his mana, guiding the medicinal energy to converge upon the mana core within his dantian. The mana core trembled slightly and began to rotate slowly, absorbing the medicinal energy bit by bit. With every bit absorbed, the mana core grew more solid, and its rotation sped up. Xian felt a surge of quiet joy. This mana elixir truly lived up to its reputation. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in his cultivation, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Spring gave way to autumn. Flowers bloomed and withered. The gates of the Pawa Zen monastery remained firmly shut, with only the occasional sound of deep, drawn-out breathing echoing from within, proof that someone was still inside. 2 months later, the gates finally opened. Xian stepped out of the courtyard, stood on the stone steps, and took a deep breath of the crisp mountain air. His complexion was even more rosy than it had been half a month ago, and his gaze was deeper. He looked as if he had been completely transformed. Over the past 2 months, he had consumed a full 5 bottles of mana elixir. The mana core in his dantian had solidified by nearly 30%, and his mana had become richer and more harmonious. He felt that his cultivation was now infinitely close to the mid-core stage. He was just 1 step away. Xian felt both joy and regret. The joy came from the fact that, at this rate, he would break through to the mid-core stage in no more than another month. The regret stemmed from the fact that, when he had been showing off during the duel, the heavenly Tao had directed its reward toward his taboo-breaking skill rather than his cultivation. Had that reward been applied to his cultivation, he would likely already be at the mid-core stage by now. He shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind. There was no need to dwell too much on such gains and losses. The taboo-breaking skill was, after all, the Jinru faction's most formidable martial art for combat. Receiving a little extra blessing from the Tao was a good thing. Xian rested for 2 days, carefully reviewing everything he had gained during his 2-month seclusion. The mana core within his dantian had become much more solid than before, and the circulation of his mana was now far smoother. He was separated from the mid-core stage by only a thin barrier. Once he broke through it, he would reach that stage. He planned to retreat once more and push through to the next level in one go. Early on the 3rd morning, just as he sat down on his meditation cushion, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the courtyard gate. The visitor was Jinhui, an elder of the Puwang Zen monastery. Jinhui was over 50 years old and possessed mid-transformation stage cultivation. He usually assisted him in managing the monastery's affairs, large and small. A steady and composed man, he never disturbed him without good reason. Knock, knock, knock. The gate was pounded upon, the sound more urgent than usual. Xian furrowed his brow slightly, rose, walked to the gate, and pulled back the wooden bolt. Jinhui stood outside, clad in a gray monk's robe, his forehead beaded with fine sweat, his expression somewhat grave. Seeing Xian emerge, he quickly pressed his palms together and bowed. "Chief monk, I apologize for the disturbance." "What is the matter?" Xian asked. Jinhui looked up and said, "Senior monk Xiao, the head of the contemplation hall, and Senior brother Wu, the head of the Jinyue hall, just sent word that there is an urgent matter to discuss. They request that you proceed to the council hall immediately." Xian's brow furrowed even deeper. "Did they say what it was about?" Xian asked. Jinhui shook his head and said, "The disciple who delivered the message wasn't clear. He only said that both heads looked rather grave and seemed somewhat anxious. Senior brother Wu's exact words were, 'Please have junior brother Xian come at once. Do not delay for even a moment.'" Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand. I'll go right away." Jinhui bowed once more and turned to leave. Xian stood at the courtyard gate and glanced at the sky. The first light of dawn was breaking. The mist in the mountains had not yet fully dissipated, and the bell tower in the distance had just struck the hour of Mao. He smoothed his monk's robe and set off toward the council hall. The council hall was situated to the west of the Zhenru Hall, a square structure built of blue stone. It had no windows on any side, only a few skylights in the roof. Sunlight slanted down from above, turning the dust in the hall a golden hue. In the center of the hall stood a long ebony table, completely bare, not even a single teacup was in sight. When Xian pushed open the door and entered, Xiao and Wu were already seated at the table, waiting. Xiao sat on the left, his eyes half open, fingering a string of sandalwood prayer beads. He moved them so quickly they emitted a rapid, soft clicking sound. The head monk of the meditation hall was now 76 years old, one of the most senior elders of the Jing generation. He usually devoted himself solely to meditation and contemplation, rarely concerning himself with the temple's mundane affairs. That he was sitting here in person today, his expression grave, clearly indicated that the matter was no small one. Wu sat on the right, though his injuries had healed completely. A hint of anxiety lingered between his brows. When he saw Xian enter, he stood up and said, "Junior brother Xian, you finally arrived." Xian sat down across from the two men, his gaze sweeping over Xiao and Wu's faces. "Uncle Monk, senior brother, what has happened?" Xiao opened his eyes, glanced at Xian, and stopped fingering his prayer beads. His voice carried a heavy gravity. "Nephew Xian, are you familiar with the Sun, Li, and Lu families of Lancang City?" Xian nodded. Lancang City was the seat of Lancang Prefecture, home to numerous prominent clans, among which the Sun, Li, and Lu families were the most illustrious. The Sun family dealt in textiles. 7 out of every 10 silk shops within a 2,000 li radius of Lancang Prefecture were their holdings. Every year, the textile trade alone brought in hundreds of thousands of taels of silver for the Sun family. The Li family's grain and oil business spanned the prefectures and counties of southern Yunzhou, with caravans traveling year-round along the banks of the Lancang River, ensuring their substantial wealth. The Lu family, meanwhile, dealt in elixirs. Though their products could not rival the miraculous elixirs produced by the Zhenru faction, their pharmacies sold the nurturing essence pills and qi-nourishing pills required by ordinary martial artists, and their business was extremely widespread. These three families not only wielded immense influence in the business world but also held significant sway among the officials of Lancang Prefecture. More crucially, the three families have been making offerings to the Zhenru faction for generations, each contributing 10,000 taels of silver, 10,000 shur of grain, and 1,000 bolts of cloth annually to cover the temple's daily expenses. Although the Zhenru faction possesses its own farmland and medicinal gardens, its self-produced resources are far from sufficient to cover the food, clothing, and living expenses of over 1,000 monks, as well as temple repairs and the purchase of ritual implements. These offerings constitute one of the temple's most important sources of income. In return, the Zhenru faction provides protection to the three families. In the city of Lancang Prefecture, whenever disputes large or small involve the three families, the local authorities may not always be able to intervene, but no one dares to disregard the Zhenru faction's authority. When the caravans of the three families set out on long journeys, the Zhenru faction would dispatch disciples to accompany and guard them. Younger generations of the three families with natural aptitude would also be sent to the Zhenru faction for training, partly to learn martial arts for self-defense, and partly to foster good relations with the temple. Over the years, at least 20 or 30 disciples have been sent from the three families to the temple, and among them were no shortage of outstanding individuals. Xian said, "I know. These three families are the temple's patron clans. Our ties run deep. What has happened to them?" Xiao sighed and said, 2 months ago, the young mistress of the Sun family's second branch went out to burn incense and vanished along the way. The maids and servants who accompanied her were knocked unconscious by the roadside. When they awoke, the young mistress was nowhere to be found. The Sun family searched the city and its outskirts for 7 days, but found neither a living trace of her nor a body. He paused, then continued. Half a month later, the third young lady of the Li family was admiring the moon in her family's back garden, with her maid standing guard right beside her. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. The garden walls were 20 feet high, the main gate tightly shut, and the maid heard no sound whatsoever. She simply vanished into thin air. Wu interjected. Another fortnight later, the eldest granddaughter of the Lu family's main branch went to a farmstead outside the city to collect rent and vanished on her way back. The escort consisted of 12 men, all skilled inner stage practitioners, led by an elderly guard who had reached the peak of the inner stage. According to him, it was already dark when the convoy passed through a small grove, and suddenly a strange wind arose. When the wind died down, Miss Lu had vanished from the carriage. The curtains were open, and the interior was neat and tidy, with no signs of a struggle. Xian furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Did none of the three families make a fuss about it at first?" Chapter 19, Investigating in Person. Xiao nodded. The disappearance of a lady of the household would reflect poorly on their reputation. Each of the three families has their own business interests. If word got out that they couldn't even protect their own womenfolk, how could they maintain their standing in the capital? So at first, they all assumed it was a coincidence and conducted their own discreet inquiries. It wasn't until last month, when the three families happened to gather for tea and discuss the matter, that they realized something was amiss. Combined, the three families have had more than 10 female relatives go missing, and all of them are important members of the main line, not collateral branches or secondary wives. He took a folded note from his sleeve and unfolded it on the table. The note contains several lines of neat handwriting, undoubtedly Xiao's. Sun family, second wife Chen of the second branch Sun Wan, the illegitimate daughter of the third branch and concubine Zhou of the fifth branch. Li family, third Miss Li Xian Wang, the daughter-in-law of the first branch Li Yun, the legitimate daughter of the second branch, and Miss Li Chan of the fourth branch. The Lu family, Lu Yuzhen, eldest granddaughter of the first branch Lu Yushuang, daughter of the second branch Zhao, concubine of the third branch and a cousin who has returned to her maternal home to visit. Xiao read them out one by one in a low voice, 11 people in total. The time of their disappearances ranges from 2 months ago to half a month ago. The intervals are growing shorter, and the method is becoming increasingly sophisticated. Xian's gaze swept over the note. He looked up and asked, "Did the temple send people to investigate?" "We did," Wu interjected, his expression somber. "Half a month ago, the three families jointly petitioned the temple for assistance. Since the abbot and you were both in seclusion, we senior monks decided to go directly to the quest hall and issue the assignment. Later, 6 stewards accepted the assignment and split into 2 groups to investigate the provincial capital." Xian asked, "Which 6? Wu pointed at Xiao and said, "From the Hall of Contemplation, Ming and Rujing took the assignment. Ming has reached the peak of the inner stage and stands out among the younger generation in the Hall of Contemplation. He is also meticulous, making him well suited for investigations. Rujing is at the peak transformation stage. He is going to broaden his horizons. The team leader is Jinlong from your Pueo Zen monastery, who is in the early transformation stage." Then he pointed at himself. "The other team is led by Jinza from our side, with the other 2 members being Ruli from our side and Ruzheng from the Pueo Zen monastery. Jinza is in the early transformation stage. His fist techniques are fierce, and he is senior brother Kong's direct disciple. Ruli is at the peak of the inner stage. He has excellent lightness skills and excels at stealth. Ruxin is in the early inner stage, but he is quick-witted and reliable." Xian nodded. No wonder they come to him. He recognized all 6 of them. Though they weren't top-tier geniuses, they were all diligent, hard-working, and dependable disciples. "How is the investigation going?" Xian asked. Wu's expression darkened further. He fell silent for a moment before saying, "It's been half a month, and we're at a complete loss." He stood up and walked over to the map of Lansong Prefecture City hanging on the wall. Pointing to several red dots marked on the city, he said, "The 2 groups of disciples split up to investigate, combing through every location where the women from the 3 families went missing. The city god temple where the Chen family's woman vanished, the rear garden where Li Xian disappeared, the woods outside the city where Lu Yuzhen vanished, along with several other locations. We've turned them all upside down." "Did you find anything?" Xian asked. "Nothing at all." There was a hint of frustration in Wu's voice. "No footprints, no signs of a struggle, no lingering traces of their presence. It's as if those people vanished into thin air." Xiao added from the side, "Ming is a meticulous lad. He combed through every inch of ground within 100 zhang of each disappearance site, even taking samples of the dust from the cracks in the walls for analysis, yet still found nothing." Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "Did they question the guards and maidservants of the 3 households?" "We did," Wu replied. "We questioned everyone multiple times. But everyone's account was the same, the people vanished in an instant, without any warning. Xian's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he remained silent. Wu continued, "What's worse is that 3 days ago, one of the teams of disciples had a direct encounter with the suspect." Xian's tapping stopped. Wu walked back to the table, sat down, picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and his voice grew low. It was Jinlong's team. Based on a tip from an informant, they reported seeing a figure resembling the missing woman in an abandoned mansion in the northern part of the city. Jinlong, accompanied by Ming and Ruzheng, sneaked into the compound in the middle of the night. "Was there someone inside the compound?" Xian asked. "Yes." Wu set down his teacup. Jinlong said they were spotted the moment they scaled the wall. The person was dressed in black and masked, so their face was unrecognizable. But Jinlong exchanged blows with them and said that person's mana fluctuations were very strange. Xian nodded, gesturing for him to continue. "Jinlong is in the early transformation stage. After 3 exchanges with that black-clad figure, he was already at a disadvantage. The opponent's cultivation was at least late transformation stage, and their movements were erratic." Ming, seeing things were going south, rushed in to help. Ruzheng's cultivation was too low to be of much use, so she went to call for backup. "Were there any casualties?" Xian asked. "Yes." Jinlong sustained some injuries, but Ming was hurt more severely and has already been sent back to the temple for treatment. Fortunately, the opponent didn't dare to prolong the fight, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "What's most infuriating is that we searched that mansion all night and found nothing. No women, no clues, we don't even know how the opponent got there or how they left." Xiu twirled his prayer beads and spoke slowly. "This monk and my junior brother Wu discussed this all night and concluded that this matter is no trivial affair. If it were merely a common flower thief or kidnapper, there is no way they'd have a master at the mid-transformation stage. Moreover, their methods were eerie, they came and went without a trace. I fear there is more to this than meets the eye." Wu added. "Junior brother Xian, I know you're in seclusion for cultivation, and I shouldn't have disturbed you. But this matter cannot wait, the 3 families are already at their wits' end. The patriarch of the Sun family personally wrote a letter saying that if we don't find the person soon, they'll file a complaint with the prefectural magistrate's office and ask the authorities to intervene. You know how it is, once the authorities get involved, things get complicated. Those officials might not be able to solve the case, but they'll certainly make a huge fuss about it, and that won't reflect well on the temple. Since this involves disciples from all 3 of our branches, I've come to consult with you." Xian was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up. He walked over to the map, studying the red dots marked on it. His gaze lingered briefly on the location of the abandoned mansion in the northern part of the city, then he turned to face Xiu and Wu. "I'll go take a look." Xiu stopped fingering his prayer beads and looked up at Xian. "Junior brother Xian, it would be most welcome if you were willing to step in." Wu also let out a sigh of relief, but immediately furrowed his brow and said, "Junior brother Xian, isn't it a bit of overkill for you to go personally?" Xian replied calmly, "It doesn't matter. I've been in seclusion for quite some time now, it's the perfect opportunity to break out of my stillness. If we find a lead, we'll make the arrest, if not, we'll gather intelligence and decide what to do upon our return." Wu thought for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. With your skills, there are few in all of Lansong Prefecture who could hold you back." Xiu stood up, pressed his palms together in a bow toward Xian, and said, "Junior disciple Xian, on behalf of the womenfolk of the 3 families, I thank you in advance." Xian returned the bow and replied, "You flatter me, senior disciple. The temple receives offerings from the 3 families. Alleviating their concerns is simply our duty." Xiu nodded, said no more, and turned to walk out of the hall. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, "Nephew Xian, this matter is rather strange. I suspect it may be related to the demon son. You must be very careful." Xian replied, "Thank you for your advice, uncle." Only then did Xiu turn and leave, his slender figure vanishing into the morning light. Wu also stood up, patted Xian on the shoulder, and said, "Junior brother Xian, I want to stand on ceremony with you. Take care of yourself, and send word back at any time if anything happens." Xian nodded. Wu strode out of the council hall, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Xian was left alone in the hall. Standing before the map, he pieced together every piece of information Xiao and Wu had shared. 2 months, 11 people missing. The method was clean and precise, leaving no trace. Chapter 20, The Taoist and the Demon. As Xian made his way down the mountain alone, the first light frost of early winter had settled. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated. A fine layer of white frost clung to the withered grass lining the mountain path, rustling softly beneath his feet. He walked slowly, his gray monk's robe appearing and disappearing in the mist, like a drifting shadow. The journey from the Jinru faction to the city of Lansong takes no more than half a day on horseback. But Xian did not ride a horse, nor did he use his likeness skills to hasten his progress. He simply walked step by step, lost in thought. Having lived in the Jinru faction for over 20 years, his understanding of this world was far deeper than he let on. Demon cultivators, demon beasts, and heretical sects. Though he rarely encountered these forces directly, he had gained some understanding of them through the monastery's scriptures and rumors circulating in the martial world. Demon cultivators fall into 2 categories: those who have become enslaved by their desires after their cultivation techniques led them astray, and those who have been driven mad by the side effects of the divine blessing. Generally, the latter tend to possess higher cultivation levels, which is why they are called demon sons. Those who, under the influence of the divine blessing, did not succumb to demonic corruption or whose character flaws were minor were generally called Tao sons or Buddha sons. So, theoretically, Xian was also a Buddha son. If they were committing crimes in Lansong Prefecture, their purpose was certainly not as simple as just abducting a few women. Xian shook his head, temporarily pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind. The most urgent priority now was to find the missing women alive or dead. They must be accounted for. After walking for about an hour, the mountain path gradually widened, and the surface changed from loose gravel to blue stone slabs. The trees on either side grew sparser, replaced by expanses of farmland and scattered dwellings. A few early rising farmers were working in the fields. Upon seeing Xian, they clasped their hands together in a bow from a distance. Xian gave a slight nod in return. After walking another half hour, a towering archway came into view ahead, inscribed with the 3 characters Lansong Prefecture in bold, vigorous calligraphy said to be the handiwork of a former imperial examination champion. Passing through the archway led directly to the south gate of Lansong Prefecture. Xian stopped beneath the archway, looked up, and let his gaze sweep past the city gate to take in the scene within the city. Lansong Prefecture was, without a doubt, the largest city in southern Yunzhou. The city wall stood about 15 zhang high, built entirely of massive bluish-gray stones. Though the walls bore the marks of time, they remained as sturdy as ever. Every 50 paces along the wall stood a watchtower, from which soldiers on patrol could be faintly seen, their armor gleaming, their swords and spears gleaming in the light. The city gate stood wide open, easily wide enough for 3 carriages to pass through side by side. 8 guards stood on either side of the entrance, inspecting the pedestrians and merchants entering and exiting the city. As Xian stepped through the gate, a wave of clamor washed over him. It was just past the first hour of the day, the liveliest time in the city. The wide streets were bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, while shops lined both sides in neat rows, their wine banners fluttering and tea signs fluttering in the breeze. Cloth merchants, grain sellers, herbalists, and weapons dealers, the variety of shop signs was dazzling. Along the street, numerous street vendors set up stalls, their cries rising and falling in waves, mingling with the neighing of horses, the braying of donkeys, the wailing of children, and the laughter of women, all blending into a vibrant symphony of urban life. Xian walked through the crowd, his gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings. He had lived in the Jinru faction for over 20 years and rarely had the chance to go down the mountain, but every time he did, he was awed by the city's prosperity. It always gave him the feeling that along the river during the Qingming festival from a past life had come to life before his eyes. The permanent population of Luotsong Prefecture exceeded 400,000. With the addition of passing merchants and travelers, the total easily reached 600,000. These 600,000 people were crammed into this city spanning 100 li in circumference, eating, drinking, living, and dying, each playing out their own life story. Some were wealthy and noble, some poor and lowly, some were triumphant, some down on their luck. Xian walked through the bustling South Street, turned into a relatively quiet alley, and stopped in front of a tea house. The tea house was small, and its facade was old, but the three characters Ting Yu Xian on the signboard were written with great character. This was one of the Lu family's properties in the city, and also the meeting point agreed upon by the three families and the Jinru faction. Xian pushed open the door and stepped inside. A young man who appeared to be a waiter came forward to greet him. Upon seeing a monk, he paused in surprise, but as soon as he recognized Xian's face, his expression changed drastically. "Is that Master Xian?" The young man's voice trembled slightly. He was clearly a scion of the Lu family and recognized the chief monk of the Pueo Zen monastery. Xian nodded. "Who is in charge of the Lu family's affairs in the city?" I mean, Master, it is Lord Lu Bowen of the Lu family's eldest branch," the young man replied, bowing hurriedly. "I'll go announce your arrival right away." "Please have a seat, Master, please have a seat." With that, he ran toward the back, took a couple of steps, then turned back, frantically pouring Xian a cup of tea before dashing out again. Xian sat down by the window, picked up the teacup, and took a light sip. It was ordinary green tea, nothing special, but it quenched his thirst. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in his 40s strode in, followed by 3 or 4 others. The man was of medium build with a square face. He wore a navy blue silk robe tied at the waist with a white jade sash, a clear sign of wealth and status. As soon as he entered, his gaze fell upon Xian. He strode forward, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. "Lu Bowen of the Lu family's eldest branch, at your service, Master Xian." His voice was loud but trembled slightly. He was clearly quite moved. The 3 or 4 people behind him also bowed in turn, their expressions filled with reverence. Xian stood up, pressed his palms together in return, and said, "Layman Lu, there is no need for such formalities." Lu Bowen straightened up and looked Xian up and down, a hint of unmistakable surprise flashing in his eyes. Having managed the Lu family's affairs for many years, he had met his fair share of prominent figures, but someone like Xian was a first for him. The chief monk of the Pueo Zen monastery appeared to be in his early 30s at most, with fair, clear features and a delicate, refined face, his appearance resembling that of a scholar journeying to the capital for the imperial examinations more than that of a martial artist. Had he not known beforehand, he would never have believed that this refined, scholarly-looking young man before him was the 4th-ranked martial artist on the human rankings, the very man who, 3 months ago, had parried Mingxin's full-force sword strike with just 2 fingers. That's right, 4th on the human rankings. When news of that duel 3 months ago spread, the entire martial arts world of Yunzhou was shaken. Sword Zen Mingxin, ranked 7th on the human rankings, unleashed 7 swords and 13 forms on the Jinru faction's training grounds, only to have Xian effortlessly parry them all. His final strike was even caught between 2 fingers, held completely still. Such a feat would put any top-ranked martial artist to shame. The folks at the Martial Bureau weren't blind either. After the latest human rankings were released, Xian's ranking shot straight up from 41st to 4th. Ranked 3rd was His Highness the Crown Prince of the Bailiang Royal House, who was said to have 1 foot already in the core stage. Chapter 21, The Black-Hearted Monk. Second was a once-in-a-century genius among the lay disciples of the Yamei Golden Summit sect. First place was held by a reclusive cultivator of unknown origin, who was said to have once gone head-to-head with a core-stage-old monster and held his own. But everyone in the martial world knew that the top 3 on the human rankings were in a completely different league from those below them. Even so, Xian's rapid rise was enough to leave people speechless. What impressed Lu Bowen even more was that whenever his own nephews and younger cousins, who were cultivating in the Jinru faction, came home to visit, they spoke of Uncle Xian with faces full of admiration and awe. "That boy Rusu," said, Lu Bowen thought to himself, "Senior Uncle Xian's taboo-breaking skill has reached the pinnacle of mastery with a single strike, even a core-stage expert might not be able to block it." At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Xian again, a sense of awe welling up within him. This Master Xian was truly formidable but also truly terrifying. In the martial arts world, he had been given a nickname, the Black-Hearted Monk. The origin of this nickname is simple: any martial artist who has crossed swords with Xian either died on the spot or vanished without a trace afterward. Of course, friendly sparring doesn't count. Whether they were enemies of the Jinru faction or powerful figures encountered while traveling the martial world, no one who had ever fought Xian was ever heard from again. Some say this is due to the lethal nature of the Jinru faction's taboo-breaking skill, while others claim Xian is simply a ruthless and merciless individual. Lu Bowen didn't know which explanation was true, but he did find the smile on the face of this seemingly gentle and refined young monk rather unsettling. His deference stemmed not only from his duty as a patron of the Jinru faction, but also from an instinctive reverence for those of great power. "Master," Lu Bowen composed himself and stepped aside, gesturing for him to follow. "This is not the place for such a conversation. Please come to the Lu residence, where I can give you a detailed account." Xian nodded and followed Lu Bowen out of the tea house. 2 carriages were waiting outside. The coachman had clearly been tipped off in advance. Upon seeing them emerge, they hurriedly lifted the curtains. Lu Bowen personally held the carriage pole, waiting until Xian had climbed in before taking his seat in the front carriage himself. He instructed the coachman, "Back to the mansion, hurry." The carriages passed through several streets and alleys. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they came to a stop in front of an imposing mansion. Xian lifted the curtain and saw a grand, 3-bay, 5-bay red lacquered gate. A plaque hung above the lintel, bearing the words Lu Mansion in gleaming gold. 2 stone lions crouched at the entrance, exquisitely carved and lifelike. 7 or 8 servants were sweeping the area in front of the gate. Upon seeing the carriage stop, they hurried forward to greet them. Lu Bowen walked briskly to Xian's side and said, "Master, please." Xian stepped down from the carriage, cast a glance at the mansion's entrance, and followed Lu Bowen inside. The Lu Mansion covered a vast area. Beyond the main gate lay a pathway paved with blue stone, flanked by 2 rows of ginkgo trees. It was early winter, and the ground was strewn with golden leaves that rustled underfoot. At the end of the path stood a towering screen wall. Once past it, the scene opened up to reveal a courtyard several zhang in diameter. In the center sat a large copper basin, where several koi swam leisurely back and forth. Beyond the courtyard lay the main hall. The main hall was 5 bays wide and 3 bays deep, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding extraordinary grandeur. Inside stood rosewood tables and chairs. The walls were hung with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, and fresh seasonal flowers adorned the altar, all radiating an air of opulence. But at that moment, the main hall was already filled to capacity. The moment Xian stepped into the main hall, all eyes turned to him at once. Seated in the seat of honor was an elderly man in his 70s, with snow-white hair and beard, a gaunt face, dressed in a stone-blue Taoist robe, and leaning on a rosewood walking stick. He was the patriarch of the Lu family, the father of Lu Bowen, Lu Yuanshan. In his youth, Lu Yuanshan had been a martial artist himself. Though his talent was average, he had only reached the peak of the inner stage in his lifetime. He was still considered a prominent figure in Lanzhong Prefecture. Now that he was elderly, his cultivation had not advanced a single step, but his eyes had grown increasingly sharp. When he saw Xian enter, his gaze lingered on him for a moment, and his pupils contracted slightly. So young, so subdued. He had encountered many transformation stage experts, and even core stage old monsters, but this was the first time he had seen someone whose aura was so subdued as to be nearly non-existent. Standing there, this person resembled a tree or a rock, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. If not for his eyes, he might not even have sensed the other's presence. "Master," Lu Yuanshan rose to his feet, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture. "This old man, Lu Yuanshan, greets Master Xian." Though he was an elder and a prominent figure in Lanzhong Prefecture, he dared not act presumptuously in Xian's presence. The title of chief monk of the Jinru faction's Pueo Zen monastery, coupled with his 4th-ranked strength on the human rankings, was enough to make anyone set aside any arrogance. Besides, the Jinru faction was also the backing of their Lu family. Xian pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. "Old Master Lu, you are too kind." Lu Yuanshan hurriedly said, "Master, please take a seat." Xian accepted the invitation without hesitation and took his seat at the head of the guest area. Lu Bowen attended to him from the side, personally pouring Xian a cup of tea before stepping back to stand behind his father. There were 7 or 8 other people in the hall, all key figures of the Lu family. Lu Bowen from the first branch, Lu Bolong from the second, Lu Bagong from the third, Lu Bojian from the fourth, and several nephews and grandsons who managed businesses in the provincial capital. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xian. Their expressions varied. Some were curious, some in awe, and some nervous. Although the Lu family had served the Zhenru sect for generations, not every monk in the Zhenru sect was a compassionate bodhisattva. This was especially true of Master Xian. The rumors circulating about him in the martial arts world were mostly far from flattering. It was said that he openly proclaimed in the monastery's precept hall that he possessed the heart of a bodhisattva and the methods of a vajra, and that he kills to protect life, severing karma rather than people. TSK. Is that even human speech? Packaging his own ruthlessness as a bodhisattva's heart. What kind of bodhisattva acts like that? Surely not even the various Zen monasteries under the Vajra school within the 8 schools of Buddhism are as ruthless as you, are they? Of course, the Lu family dared only to think these thoughts. They didn't dare utter a single word. After all, some say that out in the wilds beyond Lancang Prefecture, he wiped out 17 bandit hideouts in a single night. His methods so brutal that even the coroners, who were used to seeing life and death, broke out in a cold sweat. Others say a gang in nearby Kongan City came looking for trouble, only to have him sneak in under cover of darkness the next day. The city's constables spent the entire day scrubbing the streets clean. The Lu family had heard bits and pieces of these rumors. So when Xian sat before them, sipping his tea with a calm expression, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. They were terrified of provoking this master. All of them combined wouldn't be enough for him to cut down. Chapter 22: The 5 Beauties of Lancang. Lu Yuanshan clearly sensed the subtle tension in the room as well. He cleared his throat softly and said, "Master, you have traveled a long way, and I, an old man, really shouldn't be bringing up such troubling matters the moment we meet. But the missing women from the 3 families simply cannot wait any longer. I dare to ask that you first hear the details of the situation." Xian set down his teacup and said, "Please speak, old Master Lu." Lu Yuanshan sighed, took a piece of paper from his sleeve, and handed it over. Xian took it, unfolded it, and saw that it was densely covered with writing, even more detailed than the one from Senior Sister Xiao. The name, age, physical description, time of disappearance, location of disappearance, and accompanying persons for every missing female relative were all clearly listed. His gaze swept over the note, then suddenly paused on a particular line. Lu Yuzhen, eldest granddaughter of the first branch of the family, 18 years of age, with a fresh and ethereal beauty, innocent and lively, suddenly disappeared in the city on the 21st of September. Miss Lu Yushuang of the second branch, aged 18, of stunning beauty and skilled in playing the zither, went missing on September 23 while returning from a country estate outside the city. Xian looked up and asked, "Old Master Lu, do these missing women share any common traits?" Lu Yuanshan pondered for a moment before replying slowly. "This old man has consulted with the heads of the Sun and Li families on numerous occasions, and we have also invited experienced coroners and police chiefs from the city to investigate. They all say that the most significant commonality among these missing women is that they are all exceptionally beautiful." He paused, then continued. "Madame Chen, the young wife of the second branch of the Sun family, was once a renowned beauty in Lancang Prefecture. Miss Li Xian, the third daughter of the Li family, is even described as a Li family daughter just coming of age, raised in seclusion where none have seen her. Those who have seen her say that in a few years, she will surely be the prefecture's most beautiful woman. As for my own niece, Yu Shuang, and my granddaughter, Yuzhen." He sighed and did not continue. Lu Bowen interjected from the side, "Those 2 children are indeed strikingly beautiful. But if we're talking about the most beautiful of all, it's still her." Xian glanced at him. Lu Bowen continued. "My Lu family has another daughter, named Lu Yuzhen. She is the daughter of Bo Liang from the second branch of the family. This child's beauty is truly breathtaking. Some well-meaning locals in the provincial capital have compiled a list of the 5 beauties of Lancang, and Yuzhen ranks first, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the city." He paused for a moment, then continued. "However, Yuzhen has shown a natural talent for martial arts since childhood. She has already reached the mid-inner stage. Plus, she was betrothed last year to Zhao Zihang, the eldest son of Zhao Taijun, the military commander of the prefectural city. With both the Lu and Zhao families protecting her, that's the only reason she hasn't come to any harm. Xian nodded, already forming a plan in his mind. The perpetrator specifically targeted beautiful women, and particularly those from distinguished families. It seemed somewhat like the sort of thing a flower thief might do. But something didn't quite add up. A flower thief would usually be content to abduct one or two victims. They wouldn't typically take such great risks to commit a series of crimes. Old Master Lu, Xian said, I'd like to visit a few of the locations where the women went missing. Lu Yuanshan hurriedly replied, this old man will personally accompany you, master. Xian shook his head. No need. Have Layman Bowen accompany me instead. Too many people would only get in the way. Lu Yuanshan thought for a moment, then nodded. Then we shall do as you say, master. Bowen, you must attend to the master well, do not neglect him. Lu Bowen bowed and said, yes, father. Over the next 2 days, Xian visited every location where the three families had gone missing. The city god temple, the rear garden, the woods outside the city, and the abandoned mansion. He examined every single one thoroughly. He even had Lu Bowen summon the maids, matrons, and guards who had been present at the time of the disappearances, questioning them one by one and scrutinizing every detail. But just as Ming and the others had discovered, there was nothing. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, no lingering scent, no witnesses. It was as if those people had vanished into thin air. Xian crouched in the corner behind the city god temple, his fingers gently tracing the carvings on the blue-glazed bricks. This was the spot where Lady Chen had vanished. According to the maidservant who had accompanied her, the young mistress had offered incense, exited through the side gate, and had just reached this corner when she disappeared. His brow furrowed slightly as he said to Lu Bowen behind him, let us go. On to the next location. Lu Bowen dared not ask any questions and hurried to follow. Upon reaching the small grove outside the city walls, Xian stood for a long time at the spot where Lu Yuzhen had vanished. The grove wasn't large, only a few dozen trees, but the foliage was dense, casting a shadow that blocked out the sky even in early winter. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy around him. When a master at the transformation stage acts, they inevitably leave traces of mana fluctuations even after half a month. These couldn't have completely dissipated. But in this grove, he sensed no unusual energy. Unless, the opponent wasn't using mana. Xian opened his eyes, his gaze growing intense. He recalled what the true dragon had said, that person's mana fluctuations are very strange. If not mana, then what? Xian didn't know, but he knew he needed more clues. On the evening of the third day, Xian went alone to East Street, the busiest thoroughfare in Luotsang Prefecture. Over the past 2 days, he had pretended to be on an investigation, but in reality, he had been lying in wait at night only to come up empty-handed. There was nothing he could do about it. He was a monk, not a constable, and he believed in the saying that each has his own field of expertise. I suppose the bandits have become more cautious since our last encounter. If this doesn't work, I'll just have to assign a few transformation stage disciples to keep watch for a while, Xian mused as he walked. Unlike South Street, East Street was home to the prefecture's finest restaurants, teahouses, brothels, and gambling dens, a place where high-ranking officials and martial arts heroes alike came to unwind. As dusk began to fall, lanterns had already been lit along the street, red, yellow, and white, illuminating the entire thoroughfare as if it were broad daylight. Xian stopped in front of a 3-story pavilion. The building featured soaring eaves and ornate brackets, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars. Hanging above the door was a golden plaque inscribed with the 3 characters "Drunken Immortal Pavilion" in a flowing, elegant script. This was the finest restaurant in Luotsang Prefecture without a doubt. Xian stepped inside. The first floor was the main hall, set with over 20 tables, all already filled with diners. The aroma of wine and food mingled with the buzz of conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. A waiter approached. Upon seeing a monk, he paused slightly, then broke into a broad smile. "Master, would you like to dine on the first floor, or in a private room on the second?" "The second floor," Xian replied. The waiter hurriedly led the way, guiding Xian up to the second floor. The second floor was much quieter than the first, divided by screens into a dozen or so private rooms. Each room was scented with burning sandalwood, and a faint, refreshing fragrance filled the air. The waiter led Xian to a private room by the window, pulled out a chair, and asked attentively, "What would you like to eat, master?" Xian took the menu, glanced it over, and said, "Just a pot of clear tea and a few plates of vegetarian dishes will do." The waiter acknowledged the order and was about to leave when Xian called him back, "And please slice 5 pounds of your signature demoness sauce beef." The waiter paused for a moment, but quickly caught on, nodding eagerly, "Right away, master." "Please wait a moment, I'll be right out." Chapter 23, Lu Changfeng. Xian sat by the window, his gaze passing through the latticework to the street scene below. Amidst the dimly lit streets, people came and went, creating a bustling atmosphere. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, yet his mind was preoccupied with a recent mystery that had left him at a loss. Just then, a steady, measured footsteps echoed from the stairwell as if a master with profound mana was deliberately concealing his presence. Xian's gaze shifted slightly as he turned toward the staircase. A tall man walked up the stairs. The man appeared to be in his early 40s, with arched eyebrows and starry eyes. His features were sharply defined, and his black hair was casually tied at the nape of his neck, with a few strands falling across his forehead, adding a touch of carefree charm. He wore a moon-white robe, with a long sword hanging at his waist. The scabbard was entirely jet black, devoid of any ornamentation, yet exuding an air of ancient simplicity and weight. His gaze was bright and sharp. As it swept across the private room on the second floor, it paused briefly on Xian before settling on the dining table in front of him. The table held several plates of vegetarian dishes, along with a platter of thinly sliced beef marinated in demon sauce. The monk ate meat and drank wine with evident ease, showing not a trace of the reserve typically associated with those who have taken vows. A faint smile touched Lu Changfeng's lips. Since arriving in Yunzhou, he had heard many rumors about this master Xian. Some said he was ruthless and merciless, others claimed he flouted monastic rules, still others claimed he had once enraged the head of the Zhenru factionist discipline hall so much that the man had considered resigning. Lu Changfeng had heard these rumors but paid them no mind. In the martial arts world, truth and falsehood are intertwined, who could say for certain? But today, upon their chance encounter at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, as he watched the man from afar, a thought suddenly struck him: this man truly lives life to the fullest. He drinks when he wants to drink, eats meat when he wants to eat meat, and kills when he wants to kill. Even with the weight of sect rules and precepts bearing down on him, even with fellow disciples watching his every move, he still does as he pleases. He would rather face punishment than compromise his true nature. Lu Changfeng envied such a person. He himself had a free-spirited nature and disliked being constrained, which was why he had become an independent cultivator, refusing to join any sect. But Xian was different. Xian belonged to a renowned Chan sect, with the abbot, the chief monk, and the discipline hall looming over him, and the gaze of over 1,000 monks fixed upon him. To live so freely and unfettered in such an environment, that was true skill. Lu Changfeng found this man quite intriguing, so he smoothed his robe and strode toward him with a smile. His smile was sincere, without a trace of pretense, as if he were an old friend suddenly reunited on the street after a long separation. "Master," the man said as he strode forward, clasping his fists in a bow. "I beg your pardon for the intrusion, but may I ask if you are Master Xian, the chief monk of the Paoingchan monastery of the Zhenru faction?" Xian rose to his feet, pressing his palms together. "This monk is indeed Xian. And you are?" The man laughed heartily and said, "I am Lu Changfeng, a nobody in the martial arts world, merely a wandering cultivator traveling far and wide. I was dining at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion today when I noticed your extraordinary bearing, so I took the liberty of coming over to ask. If I have mistaken you for someone else, please forgive me." Xian studied the man before him. Lu Changfeng. He had never heard that name before, but this man was certainly no nobody. Xian was a core stage expert, though he had deliberately concealed his aura. His perception of those around him was far keener than that of ordinary people. He could clearly sense the profound and refined cultivation within Lu Changfeng like an undercurrent in a deep pool, calm on the surface yet harboring astonishing power beneath. At the very least, he was at the peak transformation stage. He might even be a core stage veteran. Moreover, this man carried a sharp sword intent, like a sharp blade hidden in its sheath, ready to be drawn at any moment. Xian's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained impassive as he said, "Layman Lu, you're too kind. Please, have a seat." Lu Changfeng didn't hesitate, plopping down across from Xian and unsheathing his long sword to rest it against the table. He glanced at Xian and smiled. "Master, I have an awkward request. I'm not sure if I should bring it up." The waiter quickly replied and trotted off. Lu Changfeng took a silver ingot from his robe, handed it to the waiter, and said, "This is a deposit. Pay me back if there's any change." The waiter took the silver, weighed it in his hand. It was a full 20 taels and immediately beamed. "Rest assured, sir. I'll make sure everything is taken care of." Xian glanced at Lu Changfeng, and his opinion of the man rose a few notches. This man wasn't just a smooth talker, he was also thorough in his actions. Paying in advance and offering to settle any difference showed generosity without coming across as a show of wealth. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Squirrel-style mandarin fish, dompa pork hock, steamed sea bass, braised pork knuckle, garlic scallops, salt and pepper spare ribs. The table was heaped high with dishes, each a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, making one's mouth water. The last item to be brought out was a jar of monkey wine. The jar wasn't large, no bigger than the palm of a hand, but its mouth was sealed with red cloth. As he spoke, he poured Xian another cup, then picked up a piece of squirrel-style mandarin fish with his chopsticks, popped it into his mouth, and savored it with relish. Xian didn't hesitate either. He picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of dompa pork hock. It melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, truly a first-rate culinary masterpiece. The two ate and chatted, and before they knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Lu Changfeng was a master of conversation, witty and humorous, yet always tactful. He spoke of his travels and experiences in the martial arts world over the years, of the customs and traditions of the North, of the scenic beauty of the South, and of the strange tales and legends of various schools and sections. He recounted each story vividly and captivatingly. Xian listened intently, occasionally interjecting a word or two. The two hit it off immediately, and their conversation was nothing short of delightful. Overall, Lu Changfeng gave the impression of being as refreshing as a spring breeze, sincere and unpretentious. "Layman Lu," Xian said, setting down his chopsticks, "this monk observes that your cultivation is no mean feat. Why do you not practice within a sect, but instead travel far and wide?" Lu Changfeng smiled and replied, "Master, you may not know this, but I am an independent cultivator without a sect or a school. Every bit of my cultivation comes from my own exploration. I travel far and wide, partly to broaden my horizons, and partly to seek out opportunities. The martial world is so vast, there are always unexpected adventures waiting for you." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Besides, I'm a free spirit by nature and don't like being bound by sect rules and regulations. I drink when I want to drink, eat meat when I want to eat meat, and make friends when I want to make friends. That's the only way to live life to the fullest." Chapter 24, The Lu Family Braces for Battle. Xian nodded, but inwardly thought, he makes it sound so easy, but for a wandering cultivator to reach such a realm by the age of 40, it would be impossible without great fortune and immense perseverance. This Lu Changfeng certainly had some skills. Xian considered him a worthy friend. However, in that very instant, Xian sensed a faint fluctuation in the other man's cultivation. "Where are you headed next, Layman Lu?" Xian asked, keeping his composure. Lu Changfeng replied, "I shall be leaving Lansang Prefecture City the day after tomorrow to continue northward. I've heard the north has been rather turbulent lately, and I'd like to go take a look. Who knows, I might stumble upon something interesting." Xian's heart stirred. This monk must also leave the city tomorrow to return to the temple. A hint of reluctance flashed across Lu Changfeng's face. "So soon? I had hoped to linger with you a few more days, master, and share a few more cups." Xian replied, "Monastery affairs are pressing. I cannot stay long. Should fate bring us together again, we shall meet once more." Lu Changfeng sighed, raised his cup, and said, "Then I wish you a safe journey, master. Come, let us have one last drink." The two drank a few more cups, and by then, darkness had completely fallen. Lu Changfeng stood up, slung his long sword at his waist, and clasped his fists, saying, "Master, it has been a great..." Xian shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. He walked back to the table, picked up the unfinished jar of monkey wine, poured himself a cup, and sipped it slowly. Outside the window, the night breeze blew, and the lights flickered. In the distance, the sound of the night watchman's gong echoed, each beat striking deep into the heart. Xian set down his cup, his gaze fixed on the night beyond the window, lost in thought. Lu Changfeng, this man was no ordinary person. He was the one who had made Xian, who was usually so cautious, feel a rare sense of sincerity. In this treacherous world of the martial arts, sincerity was the most precious commodity. Xian stood up, took a silver ingot from his sleeve and placed it on the table, then picked up the jar of monkey wine and walked downstairs. The waiter saw him and hurried over. "Master, have you finished your meal?" Xian nodded. "I left the silver on the table." The waiter quickly replied, "Master, that guest, Lu, has already paid. You don't need to. Consider the extra a tip for you." With that, Xian hoisted the wine jar and walked out into the night. By the time he returned to the Lu residence, Zhuge Liang stood at the side gate, watching the carriage disappear into the morning mist before turning to return to the manor. His steps were quick, his expression grave. As he walked, he ordered the servant at his side, "Go summon the second master, the third master, the fourth master, and the young masters, have them all come to the main hall. Hurry!" The servant, noticing his unusual demeanor, dared not ask questions and hurried off to deliver the message. Lu Bowen then said to another servant, "Saddle a horse. I'm going to the Zhao residence." Immediately. As the carriage rolled out of the south gate of Lansong Prefecture, the first light of dawn was breaking. Xian lifted the curtain and glanced back at the imposing city. Lansong Prefecture loomed faintly in the morning mist, only the corner of a high city gate's eaves peeked through the fog, resembling an inkwash painting. He lowered the curtain, closed his eyes, and leaned against the side of the carriage. The carriage traveled south along the official road, heading toward the Jinru faction. The coachman was an experienced veteran, driving both swiftly and steadily. The wheels rolled over the blue stone pavement, emitting a rhythmic, rumbling sound. Xian did not practice his cultivation, he simply closed his eyes to rest. Night fell. In the city of Lansong, it was a small 3-story wooden building with upturned eaves and carved window frames. A grove of green bamboo grew in front of the tower. As the night breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled, casting mottled shadows in the moonlight. At that moment, the area around the embroidery tower was crowded with people. Lu Bowen stood on the stone steps in front of the tower, his expression grave, occasionally glancing up at the sky. His right hand clenched a sweat-soaked handkerchief tightly. Behind him stood Lu Yujin's Lu Bolong of the second branch of the family. This middle-aged man, who usually ruled the business world with an iron fist, was now pale-faced, his lips pressed tightly together. His daughter was upstairs, and behind him stood more than a dozen of the Lu family's elite bodyguards, the weakest of whom was at least in the early inner stage. But Lu Bowen knew that if that villain truly arrived, these men would be nothing more than window dressing. His true reliance lay with the 3 men standing on the east side of the embroidery pavilion. Leading them was a man. "Lord Zhao," Lu Bowen stepped forward and said in a hushed voice, "Are you fully aware of what Master Xian said before he left?" Chapter 25, The 7 Forms of the Shattering Army. Zhao Taijun glanced at him and nodded. "I am." His voice was deep and resonant, like a rumbling thunderclap across the sky. He said the bandits would definitely come tonight, and their target would surely be Eugene. Lu Bowen's voice trembled slightly. "Lord Zhao, what do you think?" "What do I think?" Zhao Taijun cut him off, his gaze piercing. "Master Xian has spoken. How could I not come?" Though he spoke without a hint of hesitation, there was still a trace of resentment in his tone. But Lu Bowen failed to notice that Zhao Taijun's right hand remained pressed against the hilt of his sword. This veteran general, who had fought on the battlefield for 20 years, was not worried about his own safety, but rather about the daughter-in-law to be upstairs. Lu Yujin and his son, Zhao Ziheng, were already engaged. If anything went wrong tonight, Wen Ti, his only son whom he usually treated with such tender care, he feared he might hold a grudge against him for years to come. Zhao Taijun took a deep breath, pushed aside his distracting thoughts, and turned to the 2 deputy generals behind him. "Form the formation." "Yes, sir," they replied in unison. With a swift movement, they positioned themselves in a triangular formation with Zhao Taijun, standing no more than 3 feet apart, their breaths intertwined, forming a single, seamless unit. This was the military's 3 talents formation. With their combined strength, the trio could boost their combat effectiveness by more than 50%. Zhao Taijun had drilled this formation with these 2 deputy generals no fewer than 1,000 times. Their coordination had reached the point of telepathic understanding. The night grew deeper, and the moon climbed to its zenith. Midnight. The sound of the night watchman's gong drifted from afar, each beat striking deep into the hearts of those present. Lu Bo and Zhao Taijun snorted coldly. Bullshit. Before the words had even finished, he swung his long sword, its blade gleaming like snow, striking toward the man in black once more. At the same moment, the 2 deputy generals behind him struck simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right. Their crisscrossing blades enveloped the man in black. The 3 talents formation activated. 3 long swords, 3 streaks of light, like 3 ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey from 3 directions. Zhao Taijun's swordplay was fierce and domineering, each strike carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The 2 deputy generals' techniques, however, were subtle and cunning, targeting the black-clad man's lower body and flanks. The 3 worked together seamlessly, their blades weaving a dense, impenetrable net that trapped the man in black within. A hint of gravity flashed in the man's eyes. His footwork was elusive, darting left and right. He weaved through the blades, narrowly evading every lethal strike. But the coordination between Zhao Taijun and his 2 subordinates was too perfect for the moment. He found himself unable to break free. Impressive swordplay, the man in black remarked, his tone light and unconcerned. Clearly, he hadn't yet exerted his full strength. Zhao Taijun clenched his teeth, shifting his sword technique from brute force to razor-sharp precision. Each strike grew faster and more ruthless than the last. His technique was known as the 7 forms of shattering the army, the military's most formidable killing art. When all 7 forms were unleashed in succession, not even 1,000 troops could stand against them. First form, break the formation. The blade flashed like a silken ribbon, slashing toward the black-clad man's throat. The black-clad man sidestepped to avoid it. Second form, seize the banner. The blade's path shifted, sweeping horizontally toward the black-clad man's waist. The black-clad man leaped into the air, somersaulting over the blade's path. Third form, slay the general. This was the deadliest strike in the 7 forms of shattering the army. The blade descended from above like a mountain, crushing down, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun. The man in black's expression finally changed. His body suddenly sank, his feet planting firmly on the blue stone floor as he swung his sword to block the strike head on. Thud. With a dull thud, the man in black's feet sank into the blue stone slab, sending shards flying. His arm trembled slightly. Clearly, this strike had taken a heavy toll on him. Zhao Taijun's heart leapt with joy. He shifted his stance and unleashed the 4th, 5th, and 6th forms in rapid succession. The blade's glow raged like a storm, forcing the man in black to retreat step by step. But Zhao Taijun knew this was only temporary. Though the man in black's aura was somewhat disordered, he was far from exhausted. Meanwhile, his and the 2 deputy generals' mana was rapidly depleting. Sure enough, after 10 moves, the man in black suddenly let out a low growl, and his aura surged violently. A thick, concentrated aura burst forth from within him, like a flood breaking through a dam, surging out in all directions. The blade light of Zhao Taijun and his 2 subordinates was swept aside by this force, instantly revealing a gap in their defense. Core stage? Zhao Taijun's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting violently. He was at the peak transformation stage, just a hair's breadth away from the core stage, so he understood better than anyone what this aura signified. It was mana, yet it wasn't T-mana. A qualitative leap, a transformation from the mundane to the extraordinary. This man was a core stage veteran. Zhao Taijun's heart sank. A core stage practitioner against a transformation stage practitioner, it was a crushing defeat. Never mind that he had only 3 transformation stage cultivators. Even with 10, they might not stand a chance against him. Trapped in this situation, he could only hope that the High Monk of the Jinru faction would keep his word. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed another flash of blade light. Form the death formation, he roared. The two deputy generals turned pale, but without a moment's hesitation, they stepped forward simultaneously, standing back to back with Zhao Taijun. The three of them formed a tighter circle. This was the final formation of the three talents array, a life or death gamble, a fight to the death. A flash of irritation crossed the black-clad man's eyes. He hadn't intended to reveal his core stage cultivation during this operation. In all his previous crimes, he had relied solely on his transformation stage strength, succeeding effortlessly and never failing. Moreover, he had been exceptionally cautious, targeting only those with lower cultivation levels. He never expected that here at the Lu residence, he would be forced to reveal his true hand by three brutes from the military. Chapter 26, G Strikes. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me. The man in black's voice turned icy. His figure flickered, appearing before Zhao Taijun like a ghostly apparition as he struck out with a palm strike. The strike appeared light and airy, devoid of any visible force, yet wherever the palm wind passed, the air was compressed into a visible white shockwave. Zhao Taijun's pupils contracted sharply as he held his long sword horizontally before him, blocking with all his might. Clang! A thunderous crash echoed as Zhao Taijun was sent flying backward, slamming heavily into the wall of the embroidery pavilion and spitting a mouthful of blood. His long sword flew from his grasp, spinning several times in the air before plunging into the ground 3 zhang away. The two deputy generals were horrified and charged forward simultaneously. Without even glancing at them, the man in black struck with both palms. Two streams of mana, like venomous snakes, struck the chests of the two men with pinpoint accuracy. Put! Put! Both men spat blood and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The man in black withdrew his hands, raised his head, and looked up at the third-floor window of the embroidered tower. In the moonlight, a young girl dressed in pale blue stood at the window. Her face was pale, yet she bit her lip tightly, not uttering a single sound. The girl was no more than 16 or 17 years old, with features as delicate as a painting, skin as smooth as cream, and eyes as clear as autumn water. Even in her panic, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. The most beautiful woman in the city, Lu Yujin. A flash of greed crossed the man in black's eyes. He moved to leap toward the upper floor. Just then, Amit Ba. The chant, like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, echoed through the night sky. The man in black's body froze abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. A figure emerged from behind the embroidered pavilion. The man was tall and imposing, with a rugged face, thick eyebrows like spears, high cheekbones, and cheeks carved as if by a knife. Standing there, he resembled an iron tower. He wore a gray monk's robe, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as sharp as lightning, fixed directly on the man in black. G. The chief of the discipline hall and executive deputy abbot of the Zhenru faction. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of the core stage. The man in black's expression changed completely. A member of the Zhenru faction? His voice carried a hint of disbelief. What are you doing here? G did not answer his question. Instead, he flexed his wrists, the joints cracking audibly. Layman, his voice boomed like a great bell, echoing through the night sky. In the dead of night, you trespass into a private residence with ill intent. Will you surrender peacefully, or shall this monk take action? The man in black's eyes flickered uncertainly. He was weighing his options. He wasn't afraid of a core stage opponent. Since they were both at the core stage, if it came to a fight, the outcome was far from certain. But the question was whether there were others. He swept his gaze around, carefully scanning the surroundings, but detected no other auras. Just you? The man in black sneered. Then you're staying here. Before his words had even finished, he lunged forward, swinging his long sword with full force, striking at G with all his might. G neither dodged nor retreated, instead unleashing a double punch of his own. Emptiness fist. This was his most proficient fist technique, using emptiness as its essence and the art of boxing as its application. The movements were ethereal and elusive. Though seemingly powerless, they concealed a deadly intent. Their energy collided mid-air. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out, like a bolt of lightning, causing the windows of the embroidered pavilion to rattle. Both men staggered back 3 steps simultaneously. The outcome was a stalemate. A flicker of surprise crossed the man in black's eyes. "Your emptiness fist." Ji didn't give him a chance to speak, launching another attack. His fists moved with sweeping, explosive power. Each strike carried the roar of wind and thunder, and wherever the fist's wind passed, deep gouges were carved into the blue stone floor. The man in black's swordplay, however, was subtle and elusive, using softness to overcome hardness, and cunning to break through brute force. The two traded blows back and forth, fighting until the sky grew dark and the earth seemed to shake. Zhao Taijun struggled to his feet, watching the duel between these core stage masters before him, his heart filled with awe. Is this the power of the core stage? It's terrifying. He had lived for over 40 years and seen many skilled fighters, but this was the first time he had ever witnessed a life and death battle between core stage practitioners with his own eyes. Every punch from Ji was powerful enough to shatter mountains and split rocks, while every sword strike from the man in black was as treacherous as a venomous snake, striking incredibly cunning and unpredictable. If the man in black had used that kind of power and sword technique against him just now, he likely wouldn't have been able to block a single blow. After more than 30 exchanges, the two remained deadlocked. Ji grew bolder with each passing moment, his punches growing fiercer, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of strength. Although his emptiness fist was fierce and powerful, it was imbued with the principle of emptiness. With every punch he threw, 3 parts of his mana remained within his body, circulating endlessly, sustaining his vitality. The man in black's breathing, however, was gradually becoming more labored. He didn't want to fight anymore. It wasn't because he couldn't defeat Ji, but because he knew that if he continued, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, this was the Jinru's territory. Who knew if other masters were lurking nearby? He had to leave. With that thought, the man in black feinted with a palm strike, then leaped into the air and darted toward the estate's outer perimeter. His lightness skills were extraordinary. His body traced an arc through the air at astonishing speed, reaching the top of the Lu estate's wall in the blink of an eye. Ji did not pursue him. He simply stood where he was, the corners of his mouth curving slightly into a meaningful smile. The moment the man in black cleared the wall, his vision blurred. A gray figure appeared before him, blocking his path. In the moonlight, a young monk stood atop a willow branch outside the wall, his gray robes fluttering in the night breeze. His face was fair and delicate, his features refined, yet he held a long sword in his hand. The blade was entirely silver white, casting a cold, sharp glow in the moonlight. Faint blood-red patterns flowed along the edge, like a slumbering dragon. Shen! He smiled at the man in black, his gaze as calm as water, as if he had known all along that the other would pass this way. "Brother Changfeng," he said. His voice was soft, yet it reached the man in black's ears with clarity. "We meet again." The man in black froze suddenly. Standing atop the wall, the moonlight fell upon him, casting a long shadow. He remained silent for a long moment, then slowly raised his hand and pulled the black cloth from his face. Beneath the black cloth lay a chiseled face, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a strikingly handsome countenance. Lu Changfeng. He looked at Xian with a complex expression, a mix of resignation, relief, and a hint of an indescribable emotion. "It is you, after all," he sighed. "I, Lu Changfeng, have always had a keen eye for friends." He paused, then asked, "How was I exposed?" Xian said nothing, merely gazing at him in silence. Lu Changfeng gave a wry smile. "Master Xian, when did you first begin to suspect me?" "From the very first meeting," Xian replied calmly. "Your cultivation was too high, far too high for a lone cultivator. And mana fluctuations were off. So you deliberately said you were returning to the temple today, but in reality, you set a trap?" "Yes." Chapter 27, A Precarious and Dangerous Situation. Lu Changfeng was silent for a long time, then shook his head and smiled. That smile held none of last night's sincerity or openness, only bitterness and self-mockery remained. "Master Xian," he said, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist, "I was serious about wanting to be your friend. Do you believe me?" Xian looked at him, remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Lu Changfeng started with his ultimate secret move. "Very well. Then let me witness Master Xian's prowess." Across from him, Xian slowly raised his broadsword, holding the blade horizontally before him, the tip pointing at Lu Changfeng. In the moonlight, the blood-red patterns on the blade began to shift, growing brighter and redder, like a dragon about to awaken. Xian's aura had changed. His aura, which had previously been so restrained it was nearly non-existent, now surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Core stage mana surged wildly within him, pouring into the long sword. The blood-red patterns on the blade became blindingly bright, as if they were about to drip with blood. Taboo breaking skill. The Jinru faction's most formidable martial art of slaughter. Mastery. Lu Changfeng's eyes lit up. He sensed the terrifying power contained within that long sword, a killing blow capable of slaying any core stage expert. But he did not flinch. Instead, he smiled. In that smile lay excitement, anticipation, and a long-lost sense of exhilaration. "Fine blade," he roared, drawing his long sword. The sword's glow shone like a silken ribbon, tracing a silver arc through the air as it lunged straight for Xian's throat. In this strike, he poured his entire life's training into the blade, channeling all his mana into the tip. The sword intent was razor-sharp, as if it would pierce the heavens. Xian did not dodge. He swung his long sword. First strike, breaking the vow. The blade's glow, crimson as blood, slashed toward the long sword. Clang! Sword and blade clashed, sending sparks flying. Lu Changfeng's long sword was knocked aside by the force of the blow. The skin on his knuckles split open, and blood dripped down the hilt. His body was sent reeling 3 steps backward, his chest heaving as blood and chi surged within him. But Xian gave him no chance to catch his breath. Second strike, severing karma. This strike was faster, fiercer, and more precise than the first. The blade's glow was like a crimson bolt of lightning, cleaving down from the sky with a momentum capable of obliterating all in its path. Lu Changfeng gritted his teeth and met the attack with his sword. Clang! Another deafening clang echoed. Lu Changfeng's sword was severed by the blade's glow. The broken half spun through the air and plunged into the ground 10 jang away. His body was sent flying backward by the impact, slamming heavily into the wall as he spat a mouthful of blood. Xian's figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition. The third strike, protection of life. This was the third form of the taboo breaking skill. The blade's glow resembled a sea of blood, a battlefield of demons, carrying boundless killing intent and compassion as it slashed toward Lu Changfeng's neck. Lu Changfeng watched the blade's glow. There was no fear in his eyes, only resignation. What a pity he'd only seen 3 strikes. He closed, and his core stage was far superior to that of the man in black. Ji stepped out of the mansion and walked over to Xian's side. He glanced down at Lu Changfeng's corpse, then raised his head to look at the Lu family members. As for today's events, his voice was deep and authoritative. You have all witnessed them. But this monk hopes that you will all keep this strictly confidential. His gaze swept over every person present, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. The cultivation levels of my junior brother Xian and myself, please ensure this remains a secret. If even a single word leaks out. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood exactly what he meant. Lu Yuanshan was the first to react. He hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Master, rest assured. I pledge the Lu family's century-old legacy. What happened today will never be revealed." Lu Bowen, Lu Bolon, and the others nodded in turn, their expressions solemn. Zhao Taijun remained silent for a moment before also clasping his fists. "Master Ji, rest assured. I understand." Ji nodded and said no more. Zhao Taijun stood where he was, watching the backs of Xin and Ji as they walked away, his mind in turmoil. He recalled the scene from that afternoon when Lu Bowen had come to the Zhao residence to find him. Master Xian said that the bandits will definitely come tonight, and their target must be Eugene, Lu Bowen had said, sweating profusely with anxiety. "Please, Magistrate Zhao, you must come to her aid." At the time, he had been half convinced, half skeptical. Although Master Xian ranked 4th on the human list, on what grounds could he be so certain the bandits would come tonight? And on what grounds could he be so certain the target would be Lu Yujin? Yet he had come anyway. Not because he believed Xian's judgment, but because Lu Yujin was his future daughter-in-law. He simply had to be there. Only now did he realize that Xian's judgment had been completely correct. Yet he also knew that, from start to finish, he had been nothing more than a pawn in the Jinru faction's scheme. Xian had summoned him not because he could stop the man in black, but because he needed to use him and his men to gauge the man's true strength. Only after the man in black revealed his core stage cultivation did Ji make his move. Only when the man in black tried to flee did Xian strike. Each move was meticulously linked, every step a calculated advance. The Jinru faction was too treacherous. No, it was Xian who was too treacherous, cunning and underhanded to the core. This monk, who looked like a scholar, had a mind so calculating it sent a chill down one's spine. Zhao Taijun recalled the very moment Xian had drawn his blade. That aura, that depth of mana, it was absolutely not something someone who had just broken through to the core stage could possess. Xian had been in the core stage for at least a year? 2 years? Or even longer? Yet everyone in the martial world, including the Martial Bureau, believed Xian was merely at the peak transformation stage. The Jinru faction publicly claimed that only Abbot Hong was a core stage expert. And what was the result? Chapter 28, Mid-Core Stage. Ji was at the core stage, and so was Xian, and Xian's strength was likely on par with Hang's. These 3 core stage experts were a force capable of shaking the status quo, not just in Lansong Prefecture, but across the entire Yunzhou region. And they had been hiding in the shadows all along. Zhao Taijun shuddered. He dared not think any further. This was a force he couldn't afford to provoke. On the mountain path back to the Jinru faction, the moonlight flowed like water. Xian and Ji walked side by side, neither of them speaking. The night wind blew in from the valley, carrying the chill of early winter, causing their monk robes to flutter in the breeze. After walking for quite a while, Ji suddenly spoke, a hint of resentment in his voice. "Junior brother, I've done all the dirty, grueling work, yet in the end, it's you who gets all the glory." Xian turned his head, glanced at him, and gave a good-natured smile, saying nothing. But in his heart, he thought that his own big, burly, clumsy senior brother, whether in appearance, build, or martial arts, was, by any measure, a tank. First drag him along to tank some damage, then I'll deal the damage myself. Makes perfect sense, right? Ji was so infuriated by that smile that his teeth itched, and he added, "Xian, you're being way too cautious. You could have handled this on your own, but you had to drag me along." Xian dropped his smile and said seriously, "You just entered the core stage, didn't you? I'm just giving you a chance to practice." Ji froze, almost laughing at his shamelessness, then snapped, "You make it sound like you've been in the core stage way longer than me." After that, he fell silent again. The two continued walking forward. The moonlight stretched their shadows long and thin across the mountain path, like 2 roads leading into the distance. Ji thought to himself, that doesn't make sense. Why is Xian's mana so much richer than mine, even though he entered the core stage less than a month before me? He glanced at Xian's back, opened his mouth as if to ask, but ultimately said nothing. Never mind. Better not to ask. This junior brother of mine has never been easy to figure out, ever since the day he entered the temple. At the end of the mountain path, the lights of the Jinru faction were faintly visible. The evening bell rang out softly, echoing through the valley. Xian quickened his pace, heading toward the lights. In his hand, he still held that long sword. There was not a single trace of blood on the blade. By the time they returned to the Jinru faction, it was late at night. The stone steps before the mountain gate were washed white by the moonlight, while the sound of the pine trees on either side rose and fell like the tide. The disciples guarding the gate bowed deeply upon seeing Xian and Ji return. Their eyes lingered for a moment on the long sword in Xian's hand before quickly looking away. Xian nodded slightly, walked straight through the gate, and followed the blue stone path toward the Puang Zen Hall. Ji stood behind him for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he merely sighed and turned toward the Hall of Precepts. At the Puang Zen Hall, the door to the senior monk's private quarters stood ajar. Xian pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moonlight followed him in, spreading a silvery sheen across the blue stone floor. He sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, resting his long sword across his knees, and closed his eyes. The blade still carried traces of Lu Changfeng's vital energy, faint yet lingering, like a wisp of stubborn obsession that refused to dissipate. Xian sat in silence for a moment, then rose to light an oil lamp. He took the small notebook inscribed with "Divine Blessing" from the cabinet, opened it to a blank page, and picked up his brush. The flame of the oil lamp flickered slightly, casting his shadow on the wall, growing larger and smaller in turn. He wrote on the paper, "Lu Changfeng, independent cultivator? Core stage. The trigger condition for divine blessing is suspected to be befriending a master and gaining their genuine recognition. Character flaw, lecherous, extremely lecherous." After finishing that line, he paused. He wanted to write another, but then set down his pen and stared at the page for a long time, his gaze deep and inscrutable. He decided not to dwell on it any further. His complexion was rosier, his gaze deeper, and he looked full of vitality. Mid-core stage. During these past 2 weeks of seclusion, he had fully assimilated the 3 instances of cultivation advancement granted by the Tao, breaking through the threshold of the mid-core stage in one fell swoop and thoroughly solidifying his realm. Of the 3 advancements, the first was the most significant, propelling him directly from the core stage to the mid-core stage. Although the subsequent 2 were smaller, they were sufficient to solidify his newly attained realm, making it as firm as a rock. The mana core in his dantian had nearly doubled in size as it spun, mana flowed through it like a surging river, so thick and powerful that even he was somewhat surprised. Xian closed his eyes, feeling the immense power within his body, yet his mind was on another matter. The 3 responses he received from the Tao corresponded to 3 instances of him showing off. The first, beheading Lu Changfeng with 3 strokes of his blade. In that strike, he channeled the true essence of a taboo-breaking skill, killing him cleanly and decisively, leaving no room for mercy. In the eyes of the Lu family and Zhao Taijun, the brilliance of that single stroke was enough to leave a lasting impression for a lifetime. The second, reciting the reincarnation mantra after killing someone. He hadn't done it on purpose, he simply felt that although Lu Changfeng was his enemy, he had once genuinely wanted to befriend him. Sending him on his final journey was the duty of a Buddhist disciple. But to onlookers, the sight of a monk who had just killed someone reciting the reincarnation mantra without batting an eye was truly awe-inspiring. The third time, he pulled off a major show of bravado in front of Zhao Taijun. Zhao Taijun was a peak transformation stage warrior and a fierce general in the army who had seen his fair share of major battles. By using him as a pawn and giving him a taste of the Zhenru faction's true strength, it proved that this unintentional display of power had indeed achieved its intended effect. 3 displays of power, 3 responses. It saved him at least 3 years of arduous cultivation. Xian's lips curled slightly upward. Just as he was about to turn and go back inside, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard gate. "Junior brother Xian! Junior brother Xian!" It was Wu's voice, tinged with urgency and a hint of an indescribable emotion. Xian furrowed his brow slightly and walked over to open the courtyard gate. Standing outside was Wu, clad in a gray monk's robe, his forehead beaded with fine sweat he had clearly rushed over in a hurry. His expression was complex, as if he were weighing his words. "Senior brother, what is it?" Xian asked. Wu took a deep breath and said, "The missing women from the 3 families have been found." Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Where were they found?" "In a secluded cave along the lower reaches of the Longsong River," Wu said in a hushed voice. "Zhao Taijun sent men to search along the river. The cave is nestled in the middle of a cliff, suspended high above the ground and far from the river below. Without a thorough, grid-style search, it would have been impossible to discover." "How are they?" Wu fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "They're not dead, but..." He didn't finish, but Xian already understood. "They're just a bit badly damaged," Wu said slowly, then looked away, as if he couldn't bear to recall the scene. Xian fell silent. "A bit badly damaged, my ass. Who the hell taught Wu to talk like that?" Suddenly, he recalled Lu Changfeng's bright eyes, the sincere and open-hearted smile he'd worn at the drunken immortal pavilion, and the tone in his voice when he'd said, "You, my friend, I, Lu Changfeng, am determined to befriend you." That man truly loved making friends, and he genuinely wanted to be friends with him. But his divine blessing had turned him into a slave to desire. Chapter 29, Divine Blessing equals Danger? Xian closed his eyes, and every detail of that battle from half a month ago flashed through his mind. That night, when Lu Changfeng tore off the black cloth to reveal his true face, his gaze held not only resignation and relief, but also a complex emotion that Xian Henti understood at the time. Later, he figured it out: it was reluctance. It was the refusal to accept being captured or killed, and the refusal to accept that a friend he'd worked so hard to make had, in the blink of an eye, become a mortal enemy. "I was serious about wanting to be your friend. Do you believe me?" Xian Henti answered Lu Changfeng's final question at the time, but deep down, he did believe it. Because back at the drunken immortal pavilion, the very moment he had genuinely accepted Lu Changfeng as a friend, a faint fluctuation of mana had rippled through the other man's body. The fluctuation was subtle, so subtle that he would never have noticed it had he not been secretly monitoring it all along. But Xian was a core stage expert with terrifyingly keen senses. He had firmly captured that fleeting fluctuation. He concluded on the spot that Lu Changfeng had activated Divine Blessing. And the trigger condition was most likely related to making friends. Xian himself was a Divine Blessing user, and his sensitivity to such phenomena far exceeded that of ordinary people. He knew that the trigger conditions for Divine Blessings were as varied as they were bizarre, some as simple as immediately begin cultivation after eating 5 bowls of rice, others as absurd as must tame a fly. Lu Changfeng's Divine Blessing likely required befriending a martial arts master and earning their genuine recognition. This condition wasn't too difficult, but it wasn't easy either. Which master in the martial arts world isn't a shrewd operator? How easy could it be to earn their genuine recognition? Therefore, the feedback from the Tao of Heaven must have been significant. So significant that Lu Changfeng couldn't control his mana fluctuations, allowing Xian to detect the anomaly. Lu Changfeng's character flaw was his lust, extreme lust. This was evident from the fact that he specifically targeted beautiful women. The young mistress of the Sun family, the third young lady of the Li family, and the Lu sisters, Yuzhen and Yushuang. Which of them wasn't strikingly beautiful? The side effect of the Divine Blessing would amplify this flaw. So every time Lu Changfeng made a true friend and received feedback from the Tao, his lustful nature would intensify a little more. He couldn't control himself. He had to seek out beautiful women to satisfy his urges. That was the reason he had abducted those women. Xian thought of this and sighed softly. When Lu Changfeng said he would leave the day after tomorrow, he must have been telling the truth. His Divine Blessing had just been activated once, amplifying his lecherous nature yet again. He had to leave Lansong City as soon as possible to seek out prey elsewhere. But Xian had deliberately told him, "I'll return to the temple tomorrow," leading Lu Changfeng to believe he had already left and lowering his guard. Lu Changfeng had indeed fallen for the trap. He was unwilling to let Lu Yuzhen slip away. The most beautiful woman in the prefectural city, with mid-inner stage cultivation, such a fiery temptress held a fatal allure for Lu Changfeng, whose lustful nature had been amplified to the extreme. He thought Xian had left, leaving only the Lu family's easily defeated guards behind. He believed that with his core stage cultivation, he could easily succeed. What he didn't know was that Xian Henti left it all instead. He had summoned Zhao Taijun's 3 transformation stage disciples and Ji. From the very beginning, Xian had no intention of facing Lu Changfeng alone. He was at the core stage, and Lu Changfeng was at the core stage. In a one-on-one fight, he was 90% certain of victory and 80% certain of killing his opponent. But he was afraid of dying. So he had to ensure there were absolutely no risks. Ji had just broken through to the core stage and needed real combat to consolidate his cultivation. By sending him in first, Ji could get some practice while also draining Lu Changfeng's mana. When Lu Changfeng tried to flee, he would strike, delivering a fatal blow with a single stroke. A win-win situation. No, a 3-way win. Ji gained combat experience, while Xian secured his own safety and saved face. Xian opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the oil lamp on the table. The flame flickered, casting a shifting light on his face. He suddenly thought of a question he'd been reluctant to confront. After killing Lu Changfeng, he had a vague realization: the feedback amplification from his Divine Blessing seemed to have grown stronger. He could even faintly sense that the next time he triggered his Divine Blessing, the feedback granted by the Tao might be greater than ever before. The sensation was hazy, like looking through a thin veil of mist, unclear and indistinct, yet he could feel it was a truly wondrous experience. Xian's fingers tapped lightly on the table as his mind raced. Recalled a line written in his little notebook: divine blessings are not perfect, especially those with small amplifications. The simpler the trigger conditions, the more often one activates the divine blessing, and the more the side effects accumulate, making it easier to fall into madness. This was a conclusion he'd drawn from the words of his seniors and his own observations in the martial arts world. But now, he was becoming increasingly certain that a kind of parasitic relationship might exist among divine blessing bearers. Killing another divine blessing bearer would strengthen one's own divine blessing. The way of heaven had never explicitly stated this rule, but it lay hidden in the shadows, waiting for those who discovered the secret to exploit it. Xian suddenly understood even more clearly why all divine blessing bearers had to hide their identities. It wasn't just because character flaws were weaknesses that made them easy targets. It was also because, once you revealed yourself as a divine blessing bearer, you would become prey for other divine blessing bearers. They would stop at nothing to kill you, devour your divine blessing, and make themselves stronger. It was a game of survival of the fittest. Xian leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He recalled what senior brother Hong had said: the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth is growing denser. If the spiritual energy is growing denser, does that mean the number of divine blessing bearers is also increasing? If divine blessing bearers can truly devour one another, then in this era of denser spiritual energy, will it also be an era of divine blessing bearers slaughtering each other? Xian didn't know. But he knew he had to be even more careful. His divine blessing was showing off a secret that absolutely must not be revealed. Fortunately, the people of this world didn't know what showing off meant. Xian opened his eyes, picked up the teacup from the table, and took a gentle sip. The tea had gone cold, and a bitter taste spread across his tongue. He set the cup down, picked up a pen, and added another line to his notebook. After slaying the initiator of a divine blessing, the feedback amplification of one's own divine blessing appears to have increased. Further verification is needed. If true, then the rules of the Tao imply a mechanism of mutual devouring. Dangerous. After writing this line, he tore the page out and burned it in the oil lamp. As a wisp of blue smoke rose, he closed the notebook and hid it back in the secret compartment of the cabinet. Outside the window, the sun was setting, and twilight was deepening. The sound of the evening bell rang out from the distant bell tower, its lingering tones echoing through the valley. Xian stood up, smoothed his monk's robe, pushed open the courtyard gate, and walked toward the Jinru Hall. Tonight was the monthly scripture recitation day. As the chief monk of the Pao Zen monastery, he could not be absent. Walking along the blue stone path, Xian's steps were steady, his expression as calm as still water. The evening bells tolled, and twilight closed in. Xian's figure vanished through the doors of the Jinru Hall. The lights inside engulfed him, leaving only a faint silhouette cast upon the paper window, resembling a serene Buddha statue. Chapter 30: The Lu Family's Scheme. More than half a month ago, in Yunqiu, Lancang Prefecture, the candle flame in the main hall of the Lu residence flickered 3 times. Lu Yuanshan sat in a rosewood armchair. The tea in his hand had grown completely cold, yet he remained oblivious, simply rubbing the rim of the cup over and over, as if trying to uncover some secret within the delicate porcelain glaze. Seated in the hall were his 4 sons. Lu Bowen, the eldest son, sat to father's left, with Lu Bolong, the second son, beside him. Lu Bagong, the third son, and Lu Bojian, the 4th son, followed in order. None of the 4 brothers spoke. Only the floor-standing self-striking clock in the corner ticked away, tick-tock, each beat striking a chord in their hearts. The traces of the fierce battle 2 days prior had yet to be fully cleaned away. The bloodstain at the base of the back wall, though the servants had rinsed it with clean water 7 or 8 times, still revealed a faint crimson seeping through the cracks in the blue bricks, like an unfinished ink painting of plum blossoms. When Lu Bowen returned and caught a glimpse of it, he knew immediately that the color would not fade for at least 10 days or half a month. Just as the shock the Jinru faction had brought him would not subside for the time being. "Father," Lu Bowen finally spoke, his voice not loud but every word clear, "regarding the Jinru faction, we should increase our contributions." Lu Yuanshan lifted his eyelids to glance at his eldest son, said nothing, and then lowered his gaze back to the teacup in his hand. Lu Bowen knew his father was waiting for him to finish, so he continued, in past years, our three families each contributed 10,000 taels of silver, 10,000 shur of grain, and 1,000 bolts of cloth. We called it support, but in reality, it was just paying off the local strongmen for peace. But last night's battle. He paused, lowering his voice even further. Master Ji is at the core stage, and Master Xian is also at the core stage. Add Abbot Hong to that, and there are 3 core stage cultivators in a single temple. With that kind of strength, if we still stick to the old rules, we'd be showing a lack of judgment. Lu Bolong nodded from the side and chimed in. Eldest brother is right. And those 3 strikes from Master Xian, I've lived for over 40 years and have never seen swordplay like that. That Lu Changfeng, a core stage powerhouse, didn't even last 3 strikes against him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter who told me. And Master Xian isn't even 40 yet. As he spoke, his voice still carried the lingering tremor from last night. The clash between those core stage powerhouses was still vivid in his mind. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, sending ripples spreading out in concentric circles across the surface of the tea. Lu Bojian, who was usually taciturn, suddenly interjected. It's not just his sword technique. Big brother, think about Master Xian's strategy. It's all interconnected, every move calculated. He looked at Lu Bowen, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. This Master Xian, not only is his martial arts skill beyond belief, but his mind is terrifyingly sharp. He treated both Zhao Taijun and us as pawns. Even Zhao Taijun himself didn't realize it until after the fact. The crucial point is that even if he had realized it, he wouldn't dare voice any dissatisfaction. Lu Bowen sighed, that's precisely why I say we must increase the tribute. If we don't, it means our Lu family doesn't know when to show gratitude. Lu Yuanshan finally spoke up, we must increase the tribute, but have you considered the nuances, how to do it, by how much, and under what pretext? The 3 sons exchanged glances. Lu Yuanshan set his teacup down on the table with a soft clink. If we increase the tribute for no apparent reason, we're telling the Jinru faction that we've uncovered their secrets. But is their true strength something they just let anyone know? Lu Bowen paused, then realized, Father, are you saying that the Jinru faction is hiding its... He paused, then continued. And don't forget, the Jinru faction has its own legacy as well. That FA generation Dan condensing stage great-uncle, I hear, has been in seclusion for many years. In all of Yunzhou, how many Dan condensing stage elders are there? You can count them on one hand. Lu Bowen pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke up, I'd like to send you Zhang and the other children to next month as plucking the flower gathering. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more solemn. The plucking the flower assembly is the Jinru faction's grand ceremony for accepting disciples, and it ranks among the major events in all of Yunzhou. This year's assembly marks the Jinru faction's recruitment of its first batch of 18th generation disciples, so the faction will undoubtedly place great importance on it. According to the Lu family's original plan, they had intended to send those disciples with the most outstanding aptitude to the Protectorate faction to vie for the position of direct disciple. Lu Bagong was a scholar-like man in his early 40s, fair-skinned and clean-shaven, with a scholarly air about his speech. He typically managed the Lu family's external herbal medicine business, traveling far and wide and possessing a wealth of knowledge. He set down his teacup, furrowed his brow, and spoke, Father, elder brother, what you've said makes sense, but these promising young talents of the Lu family possess innate physical and spiritual aptitudes that are a once-in-a-decade kind of genius. He glanced at his father, choosing his words carefully. After all, the Protectorate faction is one of the upper 3 temples, a top-tier presence among the 8 Buddhist sects. The Jinru faction may be strong, but at the end of the day, it's still a middle temple. Sending our most outstanding disciples there might that hinder their future prospects? Lu Bagong's words were not harsh, yet they struck a nerve with everyone present. The Protectorate faction's reputation was too formidable. The status of the upper 3 temples was too exalted. Sending a child to the Protectorate faction with its formidable strength and abundant resources would sound impressive and grant them a sense of superiority wherever they went. Moreover, the unspoken connection between the Protectorate faction and the Great Xian dynasty was plain for all to see. The Jinru faction, on the other hand, had fallen on hard times since the split between the Xingqian and Jiqian branches. Although it consistently ranked among the top 5 in the Middle Temple was, after all, just the Middle Temple. Lu Bowen pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Third brother, let me ask you this. Do you think a child with exceptional innate talent would receive much attention if sent to the Protectorate faction? Lu Bagong paused, taken aback. The Protectorate faction is one of the upper temples, with countless disciples, but our Lu family as children have proven talent they should. Chapter 31, A Generous Reward. Should? Lu Bowen cut him off. Third brother, that word should shows you're not entirely sure yourself. He stood up and walked to the center of the hall. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. The Protectorate faction is one of the 3 great temples, teeming with prodigious disciples. How many prominent families across the 9 provinces of the Xian dynasty wish to send their children there? The offspring of provincial governors, the nephews and grandsons of wealthy merchants, and even the geniuses recommended by other sects, which of them wasn't hand-picked from thousands? Our Lu family as children may be considered top tier in Lanzhang Prefecture or Yunzhou, but if placed within the Protectorate faction, where would they rank? His barrage of questions left Lu Bagong speechless. Lu Bowen continued. If they don't make the top 10, they won't be accepted as disciples of those eminent monks. Without being accepted as disciples, they won't receive preferential treatment regarding the temple's resources. Without preferential access to resources, even the finest talent will be buried. Third brother, think about it, doesn't that make sense? He paused, then continued. But the Jinru faction is different. Although the Jinru faction is only a mid-tier temple, our Lu family has operated in Lanzhang Prefecture for generations, and our relationship with the Jinru faction is well established. If we send our children there, at the very least, they won't be bullied. Not to mention. He changed the subject, his voice dropping to a whisper. Who else knows the true strength of the Jinru faction besides our family and the Zhao family, the military commander of the prefecture? That's the information gap, it's our advantage. By the time others catch on, our child will already be a core member of the Jinru faction. Lu Bagong remained silent for a long time, before finally nodding slowly. Eldest brother speaks with reason. I've been too narrow-minded. Hearing this, Lu Yuanshan's lips curled slightly upward. This eldest son truly had a much deeper perspective on matters than the third son. Bagong, he said, his voice aged and steady. What your eldest brother said is exactly what I've been thinking. No matter how prestigious the Protectorate faction may be, our child would enter as nothing more than an ordinary disciple. At best, they be nurtured as a promising prospect, but which branch they're assigned to and under whose tutelage they study would all come down to luck. But the Jinru faction? Given the relationship between our Lu family and the Jinru faction, our child will at the very least not be neglected upon entering. Not to mention. He shifted his tone, his gaze growing sharp. Have any of you considered whether we might use this opportunity to express our gratitude to leverage our connections with Master Xian or Master Ji, and have our children directly become their disciples? As soon as he spoke, a wave of low gasps rippled through the hall. Lu Bowen was the first to catch on, his eyes lighting up. Father, are you suggesting? What I mean is, Lu Yuanshan's voice boomed. Only our Lu family and the Zhao family know the true strength of Master Xian and Master Ji. That is a colossal advantage. If we can have Yu Zhang or Yu Qi become disciples of these two masters, they'll be direct disciples. Their future prospects, how could they possibly compare to those of an ordinary disciple in the Protectorate faction? He paused, then continued. Just think about it, Master Xian reached the core stage in his early 30s, and Master Ji has just broken through to the core stage as well. Masters like that are impossible to find anywhere in Yunzhou, even if you searched high and low. Moreover, since outsiders don't know their true strength, they won't compete with us for them. Once the Jinru faction soars to new heights in the future, others won't even be able to get in if they want to. Lu Bagong was thoroughly convinced. He clasped his hands and said, Father's foresight is beyond my comprehension. Lu Yuanshan waved his hand. It's not foresight, it's that our Lu family has meager resources and can't afford to take risks. Every step must be steady and precise. As he spoke, his gaze swept over his 4 sons. Since it's decided, let us split up and handle it. Bowen, you handle the Thanksgiving ceremony. Prepare 2 sets of gifts, one for the temple, and one for the 2 masters. The gift for the temple should be generous, it represents our goodwill. The gifts for the 2 masters should be exquisite, they represent our sincerity. Lu Bowen nodded. I understand, Father. For the temple, in addition to doubling the regular silver allowance, we'll add 3,000 sure of premium rice, 50 bolts of cloud brocade, and 10 sets of imperial porcelain. For Master Xian, 30 bottles of mana elixir, that is our entire stock. For Master Ji, prepare 2 bottles of Vajra body tempering elixir. Lu Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. Also, have Ru Hui handle the negotiations. He is one of the temple's own and knows how to handle things with tact. Also, have Eugene go with Zihang? Eugene is directly involved, and Zihang is Zhao Taijun's son. Having them both present will convey solemnity without seeming forced. I hear Master Xian is in seclusion. Make sure all the gifts of gratitude are ready before he emerges. Lu Balian asked, Father, regarding the matter of testing the waters, who should broach the subject? Lu Yuanshan pondered for a moment. Let Yujin speak. She is a young girl. If she says something wrong, it won't matter much. Besides, Master Xian saved her life, so he'll surely be more lenient with her. He stood up, leaned on his cane, and walked to the doorway. Gazing at the eaves and bracket sets of the Lu residence in the night, he murmured, if this move is played well, the Lu family can secure 3 generations of wealth and prestige. If it's played poorly. He didn't finish, but his 4 sons understood. A little over half a month later, at dawn, at the south gate of Lansan Prefecture. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated. The city gate archway was pitch black, with only the torches held by the garrison soldiers casting a faint, yellowish glow through the mist. A carriage draped in blue curtains had arrived early and was parked just inside the gate. Standing beside it were a dozen or so burly bodyguards, each with a sword or dagger at their waist and a sharp gaze. A triangular apricot yellow flag was planted on the carriage, embroidered with a giant character Lu. Lu Yujin lifted the curtain, peered out to check the sky, then withdrew her head. Today she wore a moon-white gown, draped over a silver fox fur cloak, with a lake blue silk sash tied at her waist, accentuating her slender figure to perfection. Her jet-black hair was gathered into a low bun, adorned at the temple with a white magnolia hairpin. 2 ruby pendants, each the size of a grain of rice, dangled from her earlobes, swaying gently with the carriage's motion. She was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in Lansan Prefecture, and this reputation was well deserved. Her brows were like Mount Yuan, her eyes as clear as autumn water, her nose high and straight, her lips as red as cinnabar, and her skin as white as congealed cream. Standing there, she resembled a white peony covered in morning dew, delicate yet not garish, alluring yet not vulgar. Sister Yujin, Zhao Zihang rode his horse up to the carriage window and whispered, "It's time to go." Zhao Zihang was also dressed in brand new attire today. He wore a black, form-fitting outfit, topped with a dark green cloak, and a 4-foot-long sword hung at his waist. The copper fittings on the scabbard glinted in the morning light. With his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and his chiseled features, he looked every inch the dashing hero as he sat atop his tall, sturdy steed. Lu Yujin glanced at him and nodded. The convoy slowly rolled out of the city gates, following the main road southward toward the Jinru faction. The carriage moved at a steady pace. The coachman was an old hand, driving both swiftly and smoothly. The bodyguards rode on either side, maintaining a tight formation, clearly well trained. After about half an hour, the mist began to lift. Winter sunlight spilled over the eastern ridges, bathing the land in a pale golden glow. In the farmlands lining the road, wheat seedlings had just sprouted a tender green, dusted with a thin layer of frost. Lu Yujin sat inside the carriage, holding a hand warmer, yet her mind was preoccupied with the words her father had entrusted to her the night before. Chapter 32, Tucking one's tail between one's legs. Jin, this trip to the Jinru faction is ostensibly to express our gratitude, but in secret, we have another matter to attend to. Lu Bowen summoned her to his study, closed the door, and spoke in a voice so low it was barely audible. Find an opportunity to sound out Master Xian's intentions and see if he has any plans to take on new disciples. We have several promising young talents in the Lu family who wish to study under him. Lu Yujin's heart skipped a beat. Her father was effectively staking the Lu family's future on Master Xian. But father, she hesitated, Master Xian is such a master, would he take on disciples so easily? Lu Bowen sighed. That's why I'm asking you to sound him out, not to beg him. Just bring it up, casually mention that our Lu family's young people wish to participate in the flower plucking gathering and see how Master Xian reacts. If he is interested, he'll naturally pick up on it. If he isn't, don't push the matter. Lu Yujin nodded, though her heart felt as if a rabbit were pounding inside her chest. She recalled the scene she had glimpsed from afar through the window that night on the embroidery tower. Under the moonlight, Master Xian stood atop the willow tree, his grey monk's robe fluttering in the night breeze. The moment his long sword left its sheath, a crimson blade of light dyed half the sky red. The grandeur of that single stroke still stirred her heart whenever she thought of it. A figure like that, if only she could become his disciple. Lu Yujin shook her head. It was a pity she was a woman, and besides, she was already past the age for the Jinru faction to accept disciples. At the third hour of the snake, the caravan arrived at the mountain gate of the Jinru faction. A monk from the reception hall had been waiting outside the mountain gate for some time. The monk was in his 30s, with the Dharma name Jinming. As the head of the reception hall, he possessed cultivation at the early transformation stage and conducted himself with great propriety. Upon seeing the Lu family's convoy, he hurried forward, his hands pressed together in a gesture of respect. Layperson Lu, you have traveled a long distance. This monk failed to greet you properly. Ruhui stepped forward from the group and bowed to Jinming. Uncle Monk, this is a token of gratitude from the Lu and Zhao families. At the behest of our elders, we have come to make an offering to the temple and to express our deepest gratitude to Uncle Monk Shin and Uncle Monk Ji for saving our lives. Jinming nodded, his gaze sweeping over the large carts laden with goods, and he silently approved in his heart. The Lu family's gift was no small matter. He stepped aside and gestured for them to follow. Please, come with me. The convoy slowly drove through the mountain gate and proceeded along the blue stone path. Upon seeing the procession, the disciples of the Jinru faction stopped in their tracks to watch. It wasn't the goods that caught their attention, but rather the woman peering out from one of the carriages. Lu Yujin lifted the curtain and curiously surveyed this ancient temple she had never set foot in before. In the morning light, the golden roof of the Jinru Hall shone brilliantly under the sun, while the upturned eaves of the Tsangshin Pavilion resembled a bird spreading its wings. From the distant bell tower, a melodious chime echoed through the valley. Her sudden appearance left the young disciples passing by utterly speechless. Who is that? A young disciple of 17 or 18 stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide. Looks like someone from the Lu family, another disciple said, swallowing hard. I heard the Lu family has a daughter who is the most beautiful woman in the city. Could it be her? My goodness, she is absolutely stunning. The disciples jostled one another, all wanting to catch another glimpse, yet afraid of being laughed at. They pretended to carry on as if nothing were amiss, but their eyes kept darting toward the carriage. Ruhui, leading the procession, saw this scene and inwardly groaned. He knew it would be like this. Wherever Sister Yujin went, she was the center of attention, yet she herself remained completely oblivious. Zhao Zihang rode his horse alongside the carriage and naturally noticed the disciple's stares. His brow furrowed slightly, and his right hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword, but he quickly let go. This was the Jinru faction, not the training grounds at his own home. He couldn't afford to act recklessly here. The procession crossed the square in front of the Jinru Hall, rounded the Tsangshin Pavilion, and came to a halt before a courtyard with blue brick walls and grey-tiled roofs. Ruhui stepped forward and spoke respectfully from outside the gate. Disciple Ruhui, accompanied by Lu Yujin of the Lu family and Zhao Zihang of the Zhao family, requests an audience with Senior Uncle Shen. The courtyard gate creaked open. Jinhui emerged from within, glanced at Ruhui, then surveyed the procession, and nodded. The head monk invites you inside. However, he cast a look at Lu Yujin and Zhao Zihang. Only the three of you may enter. The others must remain outside. Ruhui nodded. Of course. Lu Yujin stepped down from the carriage, smoothed her robes, and followed Ruehui into the courtyard. Zhao Ziheng brought up the rear, his stride steady and his expression unreadable, though his right hand remained pressed against the hilt of his sword. As the three entered the meditation hall, Xian was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, a book spread out before him and a brush in his hand. He looked up, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three of them before settling on Lu Yujin. Lu Yujin felt as though those eyes could see right through her very core, discerning every single one of her thoughts with crystal clarity. She quickly lowered her head and bowed deeply. This junior, Lu Yujin, greets Master Xian. Zhao Ziheng also clasped his fists in a bow. This junior, Zhao Ziheng, greets Master Xian. Xian waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Please, sit. The three took their seats on the meditation cushions. Ruehui sat on the outermost cushion, her back straight as a rod, eyes fixed on her nose and her mind on her heart, not daring to look away. Lu Yujin took a sandalwood box from his sleeve, cradled it in both hands, and placed it respectfully before Xian. Master, I will never forget the debt of gratitude I owe you for saving my life. This is a modest gift prepared for you by my elders, 30 bottles of mana elixir. It is but a token of my respect, please accept it with a smile. Xian glanced at the box but did not reach out to take it. He merely said calmly, Old Master Lu, you are too kind. What happened that night was simply this monk's duty, there is no need for such a heavy reward. Lu Yujin hurriedly replied, Master, you flatter me. Had you not intervened, I fear I would have met a terrible end long ago. This token of my gratitude is truly insignificant. Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded, gesturing with his eyes for the other to set the box aside, a sign that he had accepted it. Zhao Ziheng also took a small celadone bottle from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Master, this is the Vajra tempering elixir that my father instructed me to deliver to Master Ji. I humbly ask you to pass it on my behalf. Xian took the bottle, turned it over in his hand, and nodded, Please convey my gratitude to Lord Zhao on my behalf. Ruehui watched from the side, silently breathing a sigh of relief. Zhao Ziheng was his greatest concern. This young Master Zhao was a renowned prodigy in Lansong Prefecture. At the age of 18, he had defeated 7 peers in succession on the prefectural arena, earning the title Young Hero of Lansong. Having achieved fame at such a young age, and being the scion of a military family, he inevitably carried a certain air of arrogance. He had feared that Zhao Ziheng might put on that typical aristocratic airs in front of Uncle Shen that would have been disastrous. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ziheng was as docile as a kitten today, not even daring to speak loudly. What Ruehui didn't know was that the reason Zhao Ziheng was being so respectful was because his father, Zhao Taijun, had summoned him to the study last night and said the following. Ziheng, remember this, you must serve Master Xian well. If he decides to kill me, I won't even have a chance to draw my sword. That night, in his presence, I was nothing more than a pawn. You can be as arrogant as you like out in the world, but in his presence, keep your tail between your legs. As Zhao Taijun spoke these words, his face was pale, and his eyes betrayed deep apprehension. Zhao Ziheng had never seen such an expression on his father's face before. His father was a veteran general who had fought on the battlefield for over 20 years, a man who had tasted blood and killed without batting an eye. What storms hadn't he weathered? Just how terrifying must the person be who could elicit such a look from him? So, when Xian's gaze fell upon him, he even softened his breathing. Chapter 33, Lu Yujin's Probe. Xian asked a few questions about the Lu family's recent affairs. Lu Yujin answered each one in turn, her voice gentle and her demeanor impeccable. There was not a single flaw to be found. After chatting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Yujin suddenly changed the subject and said softly, Master, I've heard that the temple is about to hold the plucking the flower gathering to recruit the 18th generation of disciples? Xian glanced at her, his gaze as calm as water. That is correct. Lu Yujin's heart leapt with joy, though her expression remained impassive. She simply said softly, I have several young relatives at home with decent aptitude, and I'd like to send them to participate in the flower plucking ceremony. However, she paused, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. I'm just unsure of the temple's rules. I'm afraid they might be too impetuous and offend the senior monks. Xian replied calmly, the flower plucking gathering has its own rules, and there will be guides on the day. As long as they have the necessary aptitude and are of good character, the temple will naturally accept them. Lu Yujin bit her lip and continued, may I dare to ask, Master, do you intend to take on any disciples this year? The question was direct, but since she was a young girl, it didn't seem out of place. Ruhui, listening nearby, felt a chill run through him. Only then did he realize that the Lu family's visit this time was about more than simply expressing gratitude. Xian fell silent for a moment, lifted his teacup, took a light sip, and replied noncommittally. Matters concerning the flower plucking assembly are arranged by the abbot. This monk is solely concerned with the affairs of the Puang Zen monastery. The matter of taking disciples can be discussed at a later time. Lu Yujin's heart sank slightly. The words were polite, but it was clearly a polite refusal. She dared not ask further and hurriedly said, it was presumptuous of this junior to ask. Xian set down the teacup and glanced at her, his gaze betraying no emotion. After exchanging a few more words, Xian picked up the teacup and took another light sip. Ruhui quickly stood up, and Lu Yujin and Zhao Ziheng followed suit. Uncle Master, we shall take our leave now, Ruhui said, bowing. Xian nodded, saying nothing more. The three left the meditation hall, crossed the courtyard, and exited through the gate. It wasn't until they had walked more than 10 zhang away that Ruhui exhaled a long, heavy breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Brother Ruhui, why are you sweating so much? Lu Yujin asked. Ruhui gave a wry smile. I was scared. Lu Yujin looked puzzled. Uncle Xian seemed so kind. He didn't even speak loudly. How could he have scared you? Ruhui glanced at her, shook his head, and offered no explanation. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't very well say, because I know this uncle's true nature. I know he has never been one to follow the rules or show mercy. Come on, I'll take you to the dining hall for a meal. Ruhui changed the subject. Lu Yujin glanced back toward the direction of the Pawa Zen monastery. In the morning light, the courtyard with its blue bricks and gray tiles lay quietly halfway up the mountainside, the moss on the walls shimmering with an ink-green luster in the sunlight. She recalled Senior Uncle Xian's earlier remark, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, and couldn't quite tell if she felt disappointed or relieved. Disappointed because she hadn't been able to probe for a clear answer. Relieved because, at least, he hadn't shut the door completely. Perhaps there was still a chance. Meanwhile, after Lu Yujin and Zhao Ziheng had left, Xian's gaze fell on the sandalwood box, and he grinned. He reached out and opened it. 30 small celadone vials were neatly arranged inside, their mouths sealed with red wax. Labels affixed to the vials bore the 3 characters Mana Elixir in neat handwriting, the trademark of the Lu family apothecary. He casually picked up a bottle, peeled off the wax seal, and pulled out the stopper. A rich, medicinal fragrance wafted him, even more robust than the ones exchanged at Quest Hall. He brought the bottle's south opening close to his nose and took a deep breath. The scent traveled through his nasal passages into his lungs, causing the mana core in his dantian to tremble slightly. Fine stuff. Xian poured a single pill into the palm of his hand. The pill was pale yellow, round and smooth, with clear, intricate patterns that glowed with a warm luster in the light, resembling a fine piece of amber. He placed the pill in his mouth. As soon as his tongue touched it, it dissolved. A warm, rich medicinal energy flowed down his throat into his abdomen, quickly. Yet this batch of mana elixir sent by the Lu family was so pure that it required almost no refinement. The mana core actively began absorbing it on its own. It felt like a starving person faced with a table of steaming hot food. No one had to urge them on, they simply began devouring it voraciously. Xian thought to himself, even though they're both mana elixirs, the Lu family S is far superior to the Temple S. He quickly figured out the key difference. The mana elixir from the Quest Hall was crafted by the Temple S alchemist monks. Though those monks were highly skilled, they weren't in the business of making elixirs for a living. The herbs, heat control, and techniques they used were all by the book, aiming not for excellence but merely to avoid mistakes. The elixirs they produced were effective, but their purity was nothing to write home about, just good enough to get the job done. But the Lu family was different. The Lu family was in the elixir business, and their mana elixir, in particular, was their flagship product, sold at auctions. Sellers naturally had to make their products look good, with potent effects and excellent quality, otherwise, how could they compete? Moreover, the batch the Liu family had given him was likely not the kind meant for ordinary auctions. These were probably specially selected, top-grade elixirs. They really know their stuff, Xian praised inwardly. The Liu family certainly does things with care. He closed his eyes and channeled his energy, fully assimilating the medicinal power. The mana core in his dantian felt even more solid than before. Although he was still quite a distance from reaching the peak of the mid-core stage, the sensation of feeling his cultivation improve with every passing moment was simply exhilarating. He poured out another pill and swallowed it, continuing the refinement process. 2 hours later, feeling a slight swelling in his dantian, he finally stopped. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, opened his eyes, and felt refreshed and invigorated, as if every pore in his body were rejoicing. He mused to himself, if I could train like this every day, my chances for next month's journey north would be that much better. Xian suddenly recalled the words Liu Yujin had spoken before leaving. Several young disciples from the Liu family intended to participate in the Nianhua gathering and wished to become his disciples. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee as he fell into deep thought. His earlier polite refusal of Liu Yujin hadn't been because he truly didn't want to take on disciples. First, he was about to head north. How would he have time to teach a disciple? Second, taking on a disciple was a major decision he couldn't simply agree based on a single word from the Liu family. He needed to assess the child's aptitude and character first. But now, he glanced at the sandalwood box on the table, and his resolve wavered slightly. The Liu family had offered 30 bottles of top-grade mana elixir. Such sincerity could not be called insignificant. If he were to truly accept the Liu family's son as a disciple, the tuition fees would likely be substantial. I'll assess the boy's aptitude when the time comes, Xian thought to himself. If his innate talent is truly exceptional and he is a reliable person, there is no harm in taking him on. As for heading north, bringing a disciple along wouldn't be out of the question. He shook his head, temporarily pushing the thought aside. He closed his eyes once more and continued to circulate his mana, consolidating the results of his recent cultivation. Outside the window, the sun was gradually sinking toward the west. Twilight crept up from the foot of the mountain, enveloping the entire Jinru faction in a hazy, dusky glow. Chapter 34, Open Bribery at the High Council. The next day, at the hour of Chen. The council chamber in the side hall of the Jinru Hall. The 9-foot-long diamond-encrusted table still gleamed jet black, with teacups, sutras, and writing implements arranged neatly upon its surface. Abbot Hung sat in the seat of honor, his countenance refined and gentle, his aura deep and serene as an abyss. Seated on either side were the 13 senior monks, all present. Xian, the shadow administrator, sat at the far end of the hall on a worn mat. His eyes were slightly closed, his hands formed in a mudra resting on his knees, his breath long and even. But this time, he wasn't putting on a show, he was genuinely meditating. The potency of the 2 mana elixirs from last night hadn't been fully assimilated yet. Not wanting to waste them, he was seizing the time before the High Council officially began to absorb as much as he could. Hanya's gaze swept across the assembled faces. Clearing his throat, he spoke, I have gathered you all here today to discuss the flower plucking ceremony, which will take place in 2 weeks. He paused, then raised his voice slightly. The flower plucking ceremony is held once every 30 years and is the most important event for the Jinru faction when it comes to recruiting disciples. This year's Nianhua assembly will admit the 18th generation of disciples bearing the Pa character, who will form the foundation of our Jinru faction for decades to come. This matter concerns the very fate of the temple. There can be no room for carelessness. The founding patriarch of the Jinru faction established the lineage names when the temple was first founded. Original enlightenment, clear mind, tranquil. Form and appearance, realizing the mystical root. Mind empty, your realm of 10,000 dharmas. True suchness, shattering the dust of delusion. Bodhi embraces profound truths, wisdom permeates past and present. The lamp as flame burns eternally, one nature illuminates 1,000 springs. Thus, the Jin generation comprises the 16th generation of disciples, the Ru generation the 17th, and the flower plucking assembly is now recruiting the 18th generation, the Pa generation. Xiao, the chief monk of the contemplation hall, twirled his prayer beads and nodded slowly. The abbot speaks wisely. Of the Ru generation disciples accepted at the last flower plucking assembly, 3 have now broken through to the transformation stage, and there are as many as several dozen in the inner stage. If we can accept another batch of promising young talents this time, the future of the Jinru faction looks bright. Wu, the chief monk of the Jinyue Hall, interjected. You are right, senior uncle. But the flower plucking gathering is not merely about recruiting disciples, it is also an opportunity for our Jinru faction to demonstrate our strength to the martial arts world. Noble families and independent cultivators within a 1,000-li radius will send their promising young talents here if they have any. If the gathering is lively, more promising candidates will naturally come. If it is lackluster, they simply won't bother. Hong nodded. Wu speaks wisely. Therefore, I intend to make this year's Nianhua gathering a grander affair. He glanced at Xian, seated at the far end of the table. Seeing that Xian had his eyes closed and appeared oblivious, Hong withdrew his gaze and continued. I have already drafted the schedule. Please listen and let me know if there are any issues. He took a thin booklet from his sleeve, opened it, and read aloud. The flower plucking festival will last 3 days. On the first day, registration and physical aptitude assessments will take place. All young disciples participating in the festival must report to the guest hall that morning to register, providing their full name, age, place of origin, and family background. In the afternoon, the senior monks from the Hall of Hidden Hearts will assess their physical aptitude, ranking them into 9 grades from top tier to bottom tier. Those with innate aptitude rated at the lower middle grade or below will be immediately eliminated and need not participate in subsequent assessments. Jinming, the head of the reception hall, nodded. The reception hall is fully prepared. We will assign 20 disciples to handle registration to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Hong continued. On the second day, martial arts aptitude will be assessed. Disciples participating in the flower plucking gathering must demonstrate their martial arts skills on the training grounds. Whether it be fist techniques, palm techniques, swordplay, or saber techniques, the goal is simply to assess their natural talent and aptitude. The evaluation will be conducted by fellow disciples from the Jinyue Hall and Huchi Hall. Each participant will perform a martial arts routine, and the examiners will score them on the spot. Wu and Jinwu nodded in unison, understood. On the third day, we will assess character. Hang's voice grew serious as he spoke. Martial arts can be taught, and physical constitution can be strengthened, but if one's character is flawed, even the greatest talent is wasted. The assessment on the third day will be personally overseen by myself and several senior masters. He paused, then continued. In addition, during the Nianhua gathering, the temple must be decorated with lanterns and banners, the mountain gate must be swept clean, the dining hall must be stocked with ample vegetarian fare, and the guest quarters must be tidied up. The young masters from prominent families and the descendants of wandering cultivators attending the Nianhua gathering are all guests. We must not let them feel that our Jinru faction is shabby. Jinming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Rest assured, Abbot. The guest reception hall will handle everything perfectly. Hong nodded, closed the ledger, and set it on the table. His gaze swept over the assembly once more, finally settling on Xian. Xian, he said, are you practicing again? Xian opened his eyes, his expression unchanged. No, I'm listening. The other senior masters were nearly speechless at Xian's ability to lie with his eyes wide open. But Hang's lips curled slightly into a smile. He didn't call him out on it, merely saying, very well. As long as you've taken the flower plucking assembly matters to heart, that's enough. I have one more thing to say to everyone. His expression turned serious. At the plucking the flower assembly, every head monk of the Jin generation must take on at least 2 direct disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, a murmur of low conversation filled the hall. Xiao stopped fingering his prayer beads and frowned. Abbot, at least 2 for every head monk of the Jin generation? Isn't that a bit too many? Some halls are so busy with affairs that the chief monks might not have the energy to teach that many disciples. Hong shook his head. Uncle Monk, I understand your concerns. But this year's Nianhua assembly is recruiting the first batch of disciples from the Pa generation. If the chief monks don't take on disciples, how will we attract those with better innate talent and insight to apply? Although the Ru generation is the main focus of this recruitment drive, we still need to give outsiders something to look forward to, don't we? He paused, then continued, besides, I plan to spread the word. Let everyone in the martial arts world know that the senior masters of the Jinru faction are personally taking on disciples. That way, even more promising young talents will come to participate in the Nianhua gathering. Xiu thought it over and found the abbot's reasoning sound, so he no longer objected. Hanya's gaze fell on Xian once more. Xian, this applies to you in particular. The Paua Zen Hall is the temple's core division for researching and developing Zen martial arts. As its head monk, you cannot slack off. Take at least 2 disciples, not a single one less. Xian glanced at his senior brother and replied indifferently, understood. With that, he closed his eyes once more, continuing to circulate his mana and refine the residual potency of the elixir within his body. Ji sat in the first seat to Hang's left, his back straight as a rod, his features rugged, and his thick eyebrows like halberds. For some reason, every time he saw Xian's carefree demeanor, his temper would flare up again. Xian, he said in a deep voice. Just as he was about to speak further, his vision suddenly blurred. A streak of green light shot toward him from Xian's direction at an astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Ji's heart sank. Instinctively, he thrust both palms forward, channeling the soft, yielding force of his mind-observing skill from his palms to catch the object securely. The force of his palms retreated the moment they made contact. The object spun twice in the air before landing gently in his palm. It was a bottle of elixir. A label was affixed to the bottle, bearing the 3 small characters, Mana Elixir. Ji looked up at Xian, who still had his eyes closed, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had just happened. Then Ji instantly understood, just shut up, huh? His expression instantly returned to calm, and he fell silent, as if he hadn't been the one who'd just been angry. The hall remained silent for a full 3 seconds. The few chief elders exchanged glances, their expressions utterly priceless. Chapter 35, Open Bribery at the High Council, Part 2. The scene caused Xiu to freeze mid-strain of his prayer beads, his aged eyes widening in shock, his mouth slightly agape, as if someone had struck an acupoint. Wu kept muttering under his breath, this doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. Jin Wu, sitting next to Wu, nearly dropped his jaw. His gaze darted back and forth between Ji and Xian, his expression as if he were watching an unbelievable magic trick. Yu, the head monk of the Hall of Hidden Hearts, was usually composed, but even he couldn't help but glance sideways, the corner of his mouth twitching. Was this still the Ji they knew? That incorruptible, upright executive deputy abbot who would turn on anyone for the sake of the precepts? That Ji who, just last month, had been pounding the table at the High Council, berating Xian for treating the temple rules as nothing? And now he'd actually been bought off with a single bottle of elixir? Even more outrageous was that Xian had openly bribed him right there in the High Council, and crucially, Ji had accepted it. This show opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his voice had gone dry. Everyone was stunned by Ji's sudden about-face. Hung sat in the seat of honor, watching the scene unfold, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. He said nothing, merely lifting his teacup to take a light sip, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the events of last night. It was just past midnight when Xian knocked on the door of his meditation chamber, holding 10 bottles of mana elixir in his hands. He set them on the table. Senior brother, the Lu family sent these. Take them for yourself. Hong glanced at the 10 bottles of elixirs and shook his head. You keep them for yourself. I don't need any right now. Shan Wun Ti take no for an answer and pushed the bottles forward again. Senior brother, how long have you been stuck at the late core stage? While this mana elixir might not necessarily help you break through, it can at least speed up your cultivation. Don't be polite with me, I've got plenty more. Hong still shook his head. Xian grew impatient, shoved the bottles into his arms, turned, and walked away. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and said, "If you don't want them, I'll just throw them away." Han was at a loss for words, so he had no choice but to accept them. As he looked at G's expressionless face, a wave of indescribable relief suddenly welled up in his heart. He understood G well. Today, G had made a decision that caught everyone by surprise. He had accepted Xian's elixir. What did this mean? It meant that the knot in G's heart had truly been untied. He no longer viewed every precept as an insurmountable wall, no longer confined himself within those rigid boundaries, and no longer punished himself to atone for the regrets of the past. It showed that his heart was at ease right now, and that was a good thing. As the one with the finest innate talent among the Jin generation of the Jinru faction, Ji had been stuck at the peak transformation stage for over a decade. Han had been anxious all these years, but he hadn't had any good solutions. Thankfully, there was Xian. Now that Ji's emotional block has been lifted, his future cultivation will surely progress like a knife cutting through bamboo. This is exactly what is meant by accumulating strength for a sudden burst of power. He lifted his teacup and took another sip, thinking to himself, "Ji, my friend, you've finally come into your own." He glanced at Xian, who was still meditating with his eyes closed, and added silently, "This junior brother of mine, though he seems carefree and easygoing, always has a deeper purpose behind his actions. Sometimes, even I can't quite fathom him." The atmosphere in the hall remained tense. The gazes of several senior elders continued to shift back and forth between Ji and Xian, their expressions shifting from shock to confusion, and then from confusion to a complex mix of emotions that defied description. Ji sensed those stares. His smile faded slightly as he lifted his teacup and took another sip, pretending nothing had happened. But the tips of his ears had turned a faint shade of red. He thought to himself, "It really is Xian for you. Such a considerate person. That bottle of body-tempering elixir from yesterday had him buzzing for half the night, and today he has given me a whole bottle of spirit-nurturing pills." He seemed to be already considering whether he should go out and explore more often with his junior brother in the future. As for the other party practicing again at the High Council, who saw that? Well, this old monk didn't see it, and anyone who claims otherwise can go to hell. Meanwhile, Xian remained with his eyes closed, his expression unchanged, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Ji really is a useful tank. Last time we dealt with Lu Changfeng, I had him take the brunt of the damage first, then I struck at the end clean and efficient, with absolutely no risk. If we run into any tough opponents in the future, I can bring him along again. I'll give him a bottle of elixir as a token of my gratitude. The Lu family sent 30 bottles anyway, and I won't be able to use them all anytime soon. Besides, if I ask for his help again next time, he'll probably feel too embarrassed to refuse, right? At this thought, the corners of Xian's mouth turned up slightly, but he quickly composed himself. He continued to circulate his mana, refining the residual potency of the elixir within his body, oblivious to everything around him. Han observed the satisfied expressions on both their faces, set down his teacup, cleared his throat, and drew everyone's attention back. "All right, the matter of the flower plucking gathering is settled. Everyone, return to your quarters to prepare. The meeting is adjourned." The crowd rose one after another and headed toward the exit. Ji brought up the rear. As he passed by Xian, his footsteps faltered slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he merely shook his head and strode out briskly. Xian opened his eyes and watched Ji's figure disappear through the doorway. A faint smile touched his lips, and then he stood up, walking leisurely toward the exit. The city of Lanzhou had never been so bustling. With 3 days remaining until the Plucking the Flower Festival, all 47 inns in the city, large and small, were already fully booked. The price for a bunk bed on South Street had risen from 500 cash to 1 tael of silver, yet people were still scrambling to secure a spot. The large inns in the East City, which usually catered exclusively to traveling merchants, were now packed with martial artists carrying knives and swords. The innkeeper's abacus beads clattered from morning till night, like firecrackers going off. The storytellers in the teahouses were doing absurdly brisk business these past few days. Usually, a segment of Master Bencheng's 9 years of meditating against the wall to master the mind-observing skill would earn a 30 cash tip, but now the audience was packed with martial artists from out of town, who tossed silver coins at the slightest provocation. The storyteller knew his audience and recounted the Jinru faction's glorious history over and over, from its founding patriarch all the way to Hang's epic battle against the leader of the Kongdong Mountain sect. At the most thrilling moments, the entire hall erupted in cheers, shaking the dust from the rafters several times over. People speaking dialects from all corners of the land could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. Some had come from Ileo Prefecture, speaking with a thick Shannon accent and voices as loud as thunder. Others from Xinjiang Prefecture spoke slowly and deliberately, rolling each word around in their mouths 3 times before uttering it. And still others had traveled from even farther afield, from Kangwu Prefecture in northern Yunzhou, from Yuaner Prefecture to the west, and even from the borderlands of neighboring Yuzhou. Among them were scions of distinguished families clad in silk and brocade, descendants of wandering cultivators dressed in coarse cloth, and the sons of officials riding fine horses and wearing fine clothes. Some were visiting Lansang Prefecture for the first time, while others were returning to familiar grounds, but they all shared a single purpose: to attend the Jinru faction's flower plucking assembly, held once every 30 years. It was the evening 2 days before the flower plucking festival when Han Tie entered the south gate with his son, Han Pajun. Han Tie was in his early 40s, a burly man with a swarthy complexion. His large hands had thick knuckles, and the palms were covered in calluses. He wore a gray tunic and a leather belt around his waist, from which hung a pair of steel-forged gauntlets. In his youth, he had served as a drill instructor in the Lansang Prefecture military for several years. After sustaining an injury, he retired from service and raised his son on his meager military pay and income from guarding estates. His cultivation had been stuck at the mid-inner stage for 10 years, and he could no longer advance. His son, Han Pajun, was 13 this year. He had already shot up to his father's shoulder height, with a sturdy, boyish build and a pair of dark, bright eyes that looked like 2 pieces of black agate soaked in water. Chapter 36: The Han Family Father and Son, Independent Cultivators. The youngster wore a slightly worn blue cotton tunic and thick-soled cloth shoes. On his back hung a broad-bladed cleaver disproportionately large for his size. He walked with his head held high and chest puffed out, exuding the air of a young hero. The boy had just completed the 4 foundational exercises training the skin, the flesh, the tendons, and the bones. He had barely reached the threshold of the outer stage. While he was the most outstanding among his peers in Lansang Prefecture, his strength lay in his willingness to endure hardship. "Father, there are so many people here." Han Pajun stood on tiptoe to look down the street. The crowd was a sea of heads, bustling with more energy than a temple fair during the new year. Han Tie patted his son on the head. "The more people, the better. The larger the crowd, the greater the significance of the Nianhua gathering. And the greater its significance, the more worthwhile this trip will be for the 2 of us." Han Pajun chuckled, rubbed his head, and asked, "Dad, do you think I'll pass the test?" Han Tie glanced down at his son, paused for a moment, then said, "Whether you pass or not depends on fate. But remember this, do your best and leave the rest to heaven. Just do the best you can." Han Pajun went, "Oh," and nodded, not quite sure he understood. Father and son walked north along South Street, the banners of the taverns and restaurants fluttering in the evening breeze. As they passed the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a burst of hearty laughter drifted from a second-floor window. Han Pajun looked up and saw several young men in fine robes sitting by the window. The table was laden with food and drink, and a few servants stood by to attend to them. One of the youths was about 13 or 14 years old, with a face as fair as jade. He wore a moon-white brocade robe, a jade-inlaid sash around his waist, and held a folding fan in his hand, truly the air of a young master from a distinguished family. He was chatting and laughing with a peer across from him, though his voice was soft, his words carried down clearly. "My father said the Jinru faction has really gone all out this time. Each of the 16th generation Jin lineage chief masters will take on at least 2 personal disciples. This is the first time in 30 years. If we miss this round, we'll have to wait another 5 years for the next small intake, and by then, we won't have the chance for a chief master to personally take us on as disciples." The youth across from him nodded and said, "Brother Mingyuan speaks the truth. My father feels the same way. He told me I must secure a spot as a chief's direct disciple. If I only make it into the ordinary disciples class, I won't be able to face him when I return." Shui Mingyuan, the youth with the folding fan, smiled. He snapped the fan shut with a click and tapped it lightly against his palm. That's exactly why I say there are far too many people vying for the chief's direct discipleships at this Nianhua gathering. Just look around this city, there are 7 or 8 collateral branches of the Chui clan from Taiyuan alone, not to mention the Lu and Zhang clans. And then there are the people from Ileo Prefecture and Qingqing Prefecture, who arrived 2 days before us. They're likely determined to win at all costs. Hearing this, Han Pejun couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at Chui Mingyuan. The Chui family of Taiyuan was one of the prominent clans in Yunzhou. Though they couldn't compare to the lineages of high-ranking provincial officials, they were still quite well respected within the circle of aristocratic families. The fact that even a family like this placed such importance on the flower-plucking gathering showed just how significant the Jinru faction's recruitment of disciples was this time. Stop staring, Han Tie tugged at his son's sleeve. That's a member of the Chui family, they're not on our side. Come on, let us find a place to stay. We have to head up the mountain first thing tomorrow morning. Han Pejun averted his gaze and followed his father into a narrow alley. There were a few small inns in the alley, though their facades were worn, at least they still had vacancies. Han Tie booked a side room for 2 taels of silver a night. Even as an inner stage expert, he winced at the cost, but he gritted his teeth and paid up. After settling in, the two of them ate a bowl of Yangchen noodles at a street stall. Han Pejun was picking at the noodles in his bowl when he suddenly asked, "Father, is what Chui Mingyuan said about being personally trained by the chief abbot true?" Han Tie put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, "The Jinru faction has 13 chief abbots, each overseeing a separate hall. The abbot, Master Hong, is a core stage powerhouse ranked 17th on the Earth leaderboard. The executive deputy abbot, Master Ji, is at the peak transformation stage. He is the chief of the precepts hall and is as impartial as iron. Master Xian, chief of the Break Illusion Zen monastery, ranks 4th on the human list and is currently at the height of his influence. Of these 13 heads, 8 belong to the Jin generation. Each must take at least 2 direct disciples. Only those who can become their disciples are considered true direct descendants of the Jinru faction." As he spoke, he sighed. However, when these heads take on disciples, they look for either family background or natural talent. For independent cultivators like us, just getting into the ordinary disciple class is a stroke of luck. Han Pejun tightened his grip on his chopsticks but said nothing. Early on the 3rd day, before dawn had broken, Han Tie dragged his son out the door. It took over an hour to travel the official road from Lansang Prefecture to the Jinru faction. They had to reach the mountain gate before the hour of sea. Once they exited the south gate, the scene on the official road startled Han Tie. The road was teeming with travelers, some on horseback, some in carriages, and others, like them, on foot. In small groups and larger crowds, they all moved in the same direction. The air was thick with dust kicked up by hooves and the clamor of people's voices. After walking for about half an hour, the crowd grew even denser. The line ahead stretched like a long dragon, winding along the mountain path, with no end in sight. Han Pejun stood on tiptoe to look ahead and saw banners fluttering at the mountain gate. Dozens of reception monks in gray robes were maintaining order, checking name tags, and guiding the crowd in batches. After waiting nearly an hour, it was finally their turn. Inside the mountain gate stood several long tables, each manned by a reception monk with a thick registration ledger spread out before him. Han Tie handed over the name slip. The monk took it, glanced at it, jotted down a few lines in the ledger, then handed him a bamboo token engraved with a number. Han Pejun, 13 years old, newly entered the outer stage, physical aptitude pending review. This is your token. Keep it safe. Assemble in front of the Zhangxin Pavilion at the hour of the goat this afternoon for the physical aptitude assessment, the reception monk said without looking up. Han Tie took the token and led his son to the side. He looked down at the bamboo token, which bore the characters Dingmao 3412. The strokes were neat, and it was coated with a layer of clear lacquer, feeling smooth and warm to the touch. 3412? Han Tie frowned. There are already over 3,000 registered? Han Pejun, however, wasn't thinking that deeply. His attention was drawn to the scene inside the mountain gate. The Jinru faction was far larger and more imposing than he had imagined, and the place was bustling with worshippers. The broad, even path of bluestone was flanked by ancient pines so tall they blocked out the sun. In the distance, layers upon layers of halls and pavilions stretched out, their upturned eaves glistening in the morning light. A faint scent of sandalwood hung in the air, bringing a sense of peace to the mind. "Father, this place is truly beautiful," Han Pajun said sincerely. Han Tie nodded, just as he was about to speak, when the sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed from behind them. He turned to look and saw a group of horsemen galloping down the mountain path. At the head of the group, a youth in brocade robes sat atop a chestnut-colored horse, followed by 7 or 8 attendants and 2 horse-drawn carriages. A pale yellow banner flew at the center of the procession, embroidered with a massive character for Lu. "People from the Lu family of Fan Yang," Han Tie murmured, pulling his son aside to make way. The procession did not slow down as it approached the mountain gate. The clatter of hooves clip-clop echoed on the blue stone pavers, sending sparks flying. Several reception monks frowned, but upon seeing the banner, they made no attempt to stop them, merely stepping aside to clear the path. The youth in brocade robes pulled on the reins and dismounted with crisp, decisive movements. He was about 13 or 14 years old, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his face radiating a heroic spirit. He wore a dark brocade robe, and a short sword hung at his waist. The scabbard was inlaid with gemstones, clearly no ordinary weapon. Chapter 37, The Assessment. Lu Junki, of the Lu clan of Fan Yang, here to participate in the Nianhua gathering. The youth handed his name card to the reception monk, his voice loud and resonant. The reception monk took the card, glanced at it, made a note in the register, and handed him a bamboo token. Lu Junki took the bamboo token and casually tucked it into his robe. His gaze swept across the crowd, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he strode purposefully in one direction. Han Pajun followed his gaze and saw Chui Mingyuan standing beneath an ancient pine tree, still fanning himself with that folding fan, a faint smile on his face. "Brother Mingyuan, you're here early," Lu Junki said, clasping his fists in a traditional salute. Chui Mingyuan closed his fan and returned the gesture. "Brother Junyi isn't late either. So, is the Lu family sending only you this time?" Lu Junki chuckled and lowered his voice. "To be honest, there are about 10 eligible young men in our Lu family this generation. The ones with the best innate talent except for me have all been sent to the Protectorate faction. As for me, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, and my family agreed to let me come to the Jinru faction to try my luck. However, my father said that if I could become a disciple of Master Ji, it would be better than being an ordinary disciple in the Protectorate faction. I've heard that Master Ji has been at the peak transformation stage for over 10 years and could break through at any moment." Chui Mingyuan smiled. "Same here. It's the same with our Chui family. Many of our young disciples went to the Protectorate faction. I had my own plans, so I sent the ones from the other branches over here. But I've my eye on Master Xian." He was holding back a bit, but his reasoning was actually quite simple. Just because Master Xian ranked 4th on the human rankings didn't mean he possessed only 4th tier strength. If anyone was to blame, it was Master Mingxin, ranked 8th on the human rankings, whose strength fell slightly short. She simply couldn't gauge just how much of his power Xian was holding back. Chui Mingyuan estimated that this young Master Xian possessed at least the strength to break into the top 3 of the human rankings. If he could become a disciple of such a powerhouse, he'd be hitting the jackpot. After all, the top 3 on the human rankings were all capable of fighting core stage experts despite being a tier below. Lu Junki nodded, then shook his head. "That may be true, but there are only a handful of spots for the Chief's direct disciples, and there are far too many people vying for them. Look over there." He gestured toward the crowd. "The Chen family from Ileo Prefecture has arrived, and the Zhao family from Qingqing Prefecture is here as well. And those few in gray robes, they're from the Lu family of Kangwu Prefecture. Which of them is easy to deal with?" Chui Mingyuan followed his gaze. The smile on his face faded slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Why the rush? The Plucking the Flower Assembly isn't a brawl. It tests physical constitution, martial aptitude, insight, character, and perseverance. These qualities aren't won simply by having more people." Lu Junki laughed heartily. "Brother Mingyuan, you're certainly confident." By the hour of Wei in the afternoon, a massive crowd had gathered before the Hall of Hidden Hearts. Over 3,000 children, divided into 40 groups by their numbered tags, entered the Hall of Hidden Hearts one after another to undergo physical aptitude verification. Han Pejun was near the back of Group Dingma with over 1,000 people ahead of him. It would be a while before his turn came. He decided to find a shady spot to sit and observe the crowd around him. Before entering, Chui Mingyuan's expression was neutral, but when he emerged, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly clearly. The results matched his family's expectations. Lu Junqi also emerged beaming, even exchanging a gesture with Chui Mingyuan. In truth, before arriving, the elders of these aristocratic families had already had experts assess the young men's physical constitution and evaluate their aptitude, so they all knew exactly where they stood. Today's review was merely a formality, a check to see if there were any pretenders among them. What would truly decide their fate were the assessments over the next 2 days. Han Pejun, however, lacked such composure. Although Han Tie knew a few rudimentary bone reading techniques, he was by no means a professional and could only offer a rough estimate. Han Pejun's heart was in his throat, and his palms were sweating. After waiting nearly 2 hours, it was finally his turn. Han Pejun took a deep breath and stepped into the Hall of Hidden Hearts. The hall was sparsely furnished, with a long ebony table placed in the center. Seated behind it were 3 elderly monks, all elders of the Jing generation. The gaunt monk in the center had eyes that flashed like lightning. He scanned Han Pejun from head to toe and said coolly, "Extend your hands." Han Pejun obeyed and held out both hands. The old monk grasped his wrists, closed his eyes, and a gentle stream of mana flowed from his palms into Han Pejun's, slowly coursing through his meridians. Han Pejun felt a wave of warmth at his wrists, as if he were soaking in warm water, so comfortable it made him want to yawn. A moment later, the old monk opened his eyes, released his grip, wrote a few lines in the book before him, then waved his hand. "That's enough. You may go." Han Pejun opened his mouth to ask what grade his innate talent was, but seeing the old monk's stern, unsmiling expression, he swallowed his words and turned to leave the Hall of Hidden Hearts. Han Tie was waiting outside the door. Seeing his son emerge, he hurried forward. "How did it go?" Han Pejun shook his head. "I don't know. They didn't say." Han Tie frowned, but there was nothing he could do. The final results would only be determined after all the assessments were completed tomorrow. There was no point in rushing. The second day of the Nianhua gathering, at the martial arts arena. On the blue stone ground spanning 100 zhang in diameter, over 400 youths were divided into 20 groups, taking the stage one after another to demonstrate their martial arts. The area was packed with onlookers, monks and attendants from various families, creating a bustling, boisterous atmosphere. But today's assessment was far from as simple as performing a set of forms. Jinning, the chief of the reception hall, stood in the center of the martial arts arena, holding a roster in his hand. In a booming voice, he announced the rules. First item, Martial Arts Foundation. Each candidate will demonstrate a martial arts form of their choice, whether hand-to-hand combat, footwork, or weaponry, and the examiners will score them on the spot. Scores will be divided into 9 grades. Those in the upper grades advance to the next round, those in the middle grades are on hold, those in the lower grades are immediately eliminated. After a brief pause, he continued. Second item, Comprehension. The examiners will teach a basic fist form, the 8 foundational forms of true reality, on the spot, with a time limit of 1 stick of incense. After the incense stick has burned out, you will perform it one by one, and the examiners will score you based on your mastery. As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. The young men from prominent clans remained composed. They had practiced this kind of assessment countless times at home. Many of the children from families of independent cultivators, however, looked troubled. Learning martial arts on the spot tested their observation, memory, and comprehension. There was no room for shortcuts. Han Pejun's heart was pounding like a drum. He ran his hand over the thick broadsword strapped to his back, glanced at the youths around him dressed in fine brocades, took a deep breath, and pushed away all distracting thoughts. By the time it was the turn of the 11th group, to which Han Pejun belonged, it was already past noon. This group consisted of 100 people, including Chui Mingyuan and Lu Junqi, as well as several scions of prominent families from Ilao Prefecture and Qingqing Prefecture. Chui Mingyuan was the first to take the stage. The young master of the Chui family strode unhurriedly into the center of the arena, clasped his fists in a bow, and then assumed a starting stance. The falling petal's palm, someone in the crowd recognized the palm technique. Chui Mingyuan moved with fluid grace, his palms whirling through the air. The overlapping palm shadows resembled a breeze sweeping through a peach grove, scattering a shower of blossoms. His movements were light and graceful, yet his palm strikes carried a hidden, relentless force with each strike. The air itself seemed to warp slightly. Upon finishing the sequence, he remained composed and unflustered, not even out of breath. He clasped his fists and withdrew from the arena with clean, decisive precision. The examiners exchanged a few whispered words and jotted down a few notes in their notebooks. Judging by their expressions, Han Pejun concluded that Chui Mingyuan had likely earned a superior rating. When Lu Junqi took the stage, his demeanor was entirely different. He performed the Fuhu Luohan fist, a style characterized by fierce, powerful moves that struck with brutal force. Each punch cut through the air with a whistling sound, and his footsteps echoed loudly on the blue stone floor. After finishing his routine, he bowed his fists toward the examiners and strode off with long, confident strides, exuding the bearing of a fierce military commander. When it was Han Pejun's turn, he took the thick-bladed machete from his back, gripped it with both hands, and took a deep breath. The Chuangjin sword technique my father taught me has 9 forms in total. Today, I'll demonstrate them all. He silently repeated the words to himself, then moved. Chapter 38, Character and Perseverance. A flash of steel, the first move, split the mountain, struck out. He had practiced this move for 3 years, striking 500 times a day. Where the blade passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing whistle. The second move, sever the current. The third, break the formation. One form followed another, the blade glow like a silken ribbon, enveloping his figure in a cold, gleaming light. Having completed all 9 forms, Han Pejun sheathed his sword and stood, his chest rising and falling, beads of sweat beading on his forehead. The examiners exchanged glances. One of them, a middle-aged monk, nodded and jotted down a few notes in his notebook. Another, an elderly monk, furrowed his brow slightly, as if weighing his decision. Han Pejun didn't know how he had performed, but he felt he had given it his all. As he stepped off the stage, Han Tie gave him a thumbs up, and the father and son exchanged a smile. After the first test of martial arts foundation concluded, nearly 100 candidates had been eliminated. Han Pejun barely scraped into the average category. Entering the pending zone, he still had a chance. The second test of comprehension began immediately. A middle-aged monk walked into the center of the arena. Without a word, he began performing a set of martial arts forms on his own. There were 8 forms in total. His movements were neither fast nor slow, and the power generation, body positioning, and footwork in each form were crystal clear. He performed the sequence twice, then stepped aside and lit a stick of incense. You have the duration of 1 stick of incense to practice on your own. Once the incense has burned out, you will demonstrate your forms one by one. The youths immediately scattered. Some closed their eyes to recall the moves, some gestured them out, and some traced the footwork on the ground. Most of the sons from prominent families looked composed, some had even memorized the sequence almost entirely after just the first demonstration. The children from independent cultivation families, however, were flustered, some hadn't even figured out the first move yet. Han Pejun closed his eyes and replayed the 8-move sequence in his mind. His memory wasn't the best, but he made up for it with hard work. His father had told him from a young age that if one's natural talent fell short, one had to put in more time than others. He dissected every starting position, transition, and point of power generation in each form, mulling them over again and again. The time of 1 incense stick passed quickly. First group, step forward. 100 youths entered the arena and began their demonstrations simultaneously. Some moved with the fluidity of flowing clouds and water, others stumbled and fumbled, still others forgot the sequence after the third form, standing frozen in place, scratching their heads in frustration. Chui Mingyuan once again caught everyone's eye. Not only did he perform the 8 forms flawlessly, but his power generation and footwork in each form were identical to those of the middle-aged monk. He even mimicked the rhythm of his breathing to perfection. The examiners exchanged whispers, clearly giving him the highest praise. Lu Junki wasn't far behind. After completing the 8 forms, though a few details were slightly off, his performance was overall fluid, his power fierce, and he displayed a distinct personal style. When Han Pajun stepped onto the mat, his palms were drenched in sweat. He stood in the center, took a deep breath, and began his routine. First form, the opening stance. Second form, a turn. Third form, a punch. When he reached the 5th form, he suddenly stumbled. The footwork for that move was supposed to be a half step forward with the left foot, followed by the right foot, but he had mistakenly moved both feet at the same time. He didn't panic, however. He paused for just a moment, corrected himself immediately, and continued with the sequence. The 6th, 7th, and 8th moves flowed seamlessly. After finishing the routine, Han Pajun was gasping for breath, his back soaked through with sweat. He didn't know if his performance was good or bad, but he knew he had given it his all. When the aptitude assessment ended, nearly 100 more were eliminated. Han Pajun narrowly made the cut once again, ranking average once more. Han Tie looked at his son, hesitating to speak. He knew that, given Han Pajun's aptitude, simply making it to the 3rd day was a stroke of luck. But he didn't say anything discouraging, he just patted his son on the shoulder. There's still one more day tomorrow. Hang in there. The 3rd day of the Nianhua gathering tested character and perseverance. It was also the final day of the event. The day's trials were held in the pine forest on the back mountain of the Jinru faction. The youths were led to the foot of a steep slope, covered in pine trees and a thick carpet of pine needles, slippery and soft underfoot. Abbot Hong stood at the base of the slope, his expression serene, yet his voice rang out clearly to everyone. Today's trials consist of 2 parts. The first is character, the second is perseverance. He pointed toward the top of the slope. From here to the summit is about 400 zhang. There is a small pavilion on the mountain, and inside it hangs a bronze bell. Your task is to climb to the summit within the time limit without using any mana and ring that bell. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Climbing a mountain? Is this really an assessment? Hong seemed to sense their confusion and continued. There will be people along the way to obstruct you. They won't physically attack you, but they will provoke you with words, curse at you, and humiliate you. You may choose to retort, you may choose to fight back, or you may choose to ignore them and keep climbing. He paused, his voice turning serious. But I must warn you, whatever you do, the examiners are watching. Every single one of your reactions will be recorded. Those who reach the summit and strike the bronze bell will be deemed to have passed. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of murmuring rose from the crowd. Chui Mingyuan closed his folding fan, furrowed his brow slightly, and said in a low voice, "This tests your character. It sees if you can stay true to yourself when humiliated, without letting anger cloud your judgment." Lu Junki snorted. So what if they're cursing at us? When I was training at home, my father called me a pig-brained fool every single day. I'm used to it. Han Pajun said nothing, but silently unfastened the machete from his back and handed it to his father. Han Tie took the blade and whispered into his son's ear, "Remember, no matter what you hear, don't look back. Just keep climbing." Han Pajun nodded. Thousands of youths set off at once, climbing up the mountainside. The slope wasn't particularly steep, but the pine needles were slippery. The slightest lapse in concentration could cause a fall. They hadn't climbed even 50 zhang before 7 or 8 youths had already taken a tumble, rolling a long way down. The real challenge lay ahead. As they reached the halfway point, several middle-aged monks suddenly appeared on either side of the path, their faces stern and their gazes piercing. As soon as Han Pejun reached them, one of the monks spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced Han's ears like a needle. "With your talent, you dare to come to the Jinru faction? Average physical constitution, average martial arts skills, average comprehension. Which of these is worth mentioning? If I were you, I would have turned back long ago to spare myself the humiliation." Han Pejun's footsteps faltered. The monk continued. "Look at the one ahead of you, the young master of the Chui family of Taiyuan. His physical constitution is top tier, his martial arts are top tier, and his comprehension is exceptional. What do you have to compare with him? Your father is a retired soldier, what could he possibly teach you? Do you even deserve to compete for the headmaster's direct discipleship? Han Pajun clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He thought of his father's rough, calloused hands, of his father rising before dawn every day to practice, of how his father scrimped and saved to buy him potent medicines and help him toughen his body. He took a deep breath and continued climbing upward. The monk's cold laughter echoed behind him, but he did not look back. After climbing another 50 zhang, he reached the second checkpoint. This time, 2 monks took turns taunting him. Oh, still climbing? Didn't you hear what my senior brother just said? He is just thick-skinned, he doesn't mind being scolded. What good is having a thick skin? If your aptitude is lacking, it's lacking. Even if you make it to the summit, you won't be chosen as the head disciple. When the time comes, you'll be assigned to the ordinary disciples class, mingling with those of inferior aptitude. What's the point of that? Exactly. You'd be better off going back now and saving the temple some food. Han Pajun's footsteps grew heavier and heavier, but he gritted his teeth and inched upward step by step. He recalled his father's words. Pajun, this is as far as I'll go in this life mid-inner stage. It's hard to take even one more step beyond that. But you're different. You're still young, you still have a chance. I can't afford to hire a master teacher for you, but I can send you to the Jinru faction. Once you're inside the Jinru faction, whether you make it or not is entirely up to you. He quickened his pace. Chapter 39, An Unexpected Surprise. The third checkpoint, the fourth checkpoint, the fifth checkpoint. At every checkpoint, monks were waiting, using every trick in the book to berate him, humiliate him, and crush his spirit. Some said he lacked talent, others said his background was lowly, some called his sword technique crude and unsightly, still others claimed he'd be nothing but a good-for-nothing even if he made it into the Jinru faction. At first, Han Pajun would get angry, clench his fists, and bite his lip. But as he climbed on, his anger faded. He suddenly realized something: these monks weren't berating him because they truly looked down on him, but because they wanted to see how he would react to the humiliation. If he stopped to argue or lashed out, he'd fall into their trap. If he stopped to cry, that would be even more pathetic. What they wanted to see was whether he could keep walking his own path even after being struck down. Once he grasped this, Han Pajun's steps actually became much lighter. The insults went in one ear and out the other. He no longer dwelled on their meaning, but simply stared at the path ahead, climbing step by step. The slope grew steeper, and the pine needles became increasingly slippery. Han Pajun fell twice, his knees hitting the rocks, the pain making him wince. He got back up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and continued climbing. He had already gradually overtaken quite a few people. Up ahead, Cui Mingyuan walked with unhurried composure. The taunts seemed to have no effect on him at all, and he even occasionally turned back to smile at the monks who were shouting at him. Lu Junqi, on the other hand, simply covered his ears and charged upward with his head down, ignoring whoever was cursing him. Behind him, some had fallen behind. A few very young boys had been cursed into tears and were crouched by the side of the path, refusing to move. A few others had gotten into arguments with the monks, and one had even lost his temper and struck out. Han Pajun did not look back, nor did he stop. He finally reached the mountaintop. There was a small pavilion at the summit, with a bronze bell hanging inside. An old monk stood beside the bell. The old monk glanced at him and said indifferently, "Ring it." Han Pajun stepped forward, picked up the clapper, and struck the bell with all his might. Dong! The bronze bell emitted a long, resonant boom that echoed through the valley. The sound was deep and lingering, like an invisible giant hand smoothing away all the fatigue and grievances he had endured along the way. Standing on the mountaintop, he looked back down. Over 1,000 youths were scattered sparsely across the hillside. Some were still climbing, while others had already given up. The mountain breeze blew, rustling the pine trees, and in the distance, the halls and pavilions of the Jinru faction glistened in the sunlight. Han Pajun suddenly felt that this journey had been worth it. An hour later, every youth who had managed to reach the summit had struck the bell. There were a total of 123 of them, a 90% decrease from the previous day. Abbot Hong stood atop the mountain, a roster in hand, and spoke slowly. The 5 assessments: physical constitution, martial aptitude, insight, character, and perseverance have all concluded. The temple has compiled a comprehensive ranking based on your performances. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those ranked in the top 20 will have priority in choosing the senior monk they wish to apprentice under. For those ranked 20 and below, the temple will assign you. At these words, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Cui Mingyuan's expression remained calm, but his grip on his folding fan tightened slightly. Lu Junqi took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Han Pejun stood in the back of the crowd, yet felt surprisingly calm. He didn't know his exact ranking, but he considered it a stroke of luck just to have passed the assessment. Hong began reading the list. First place, Cui Mingyuan. Physical aptitude, top-tier martial arts, top-tier comprehension, average character, top-tier perseverance, average. Cui Mingyuan's lips curled slightly upward as he bowed his fist in a gesture of respect to those around him. Second place, Lu Junqi. Physical aptitude, upper middle martial arts, top-tier comprehension, middle character, middle perseverance, middle. Lu Junqi grinned and slapped his thigh. Third place, Chen Jiangtao. Physical aptitude, upper middle martial arts, middle comprehension, upper middle character, middle perseverance, middle. Fourth place, Lu Yuzhang. Physical aptitude, upper middle martial arts, upper lower comprehension, upper middle character, upper lower perseverance, upper middle. Cui Mingyuan turned his head slightly to look at this youth, who appeared to be about his own age. He recalled that this youth was supposedly the most outstanding disciple of the Lu family, one of the 3 major clans in Lancang Prefecture. They didn't send him to the Protectorate faction? He was somewhat surprised. Hong's voice continued. Fifth place, Zhao Hongyi. Physical aptitude, upper middle martial arts, upper lower comprehension, upper lower character, upper lower perseverance, upper lower. Sixth place, Cui Mingyi. Physical aptitude, upper middle martial arts, upper middle comprehension, upper lower character, upper lower perseverance, upper lower. Just as his cousin's name was read aloud, Cui Mingyuan saw the other man grinning at him. Seventh place, Lu Yuqi. Physical constitution, upper middle martial arts, upper middle comprehension, upper middle character, upper middle perseverance, upper middle. At this point, Cui Mingyuan grew even more curious. Had both of the twin prides of the Lu family from Lancang been sent here? 8th place, 9th place, 10th place, all the way to 19th place, all were names of scions from various noble families and official households. Han Pejun didn't recognize a single one, but he noticed that the other scion from the Chen family of Ileo Prefecture was ranked 8th, and the youngster from the Zhao family of Qingqing Prefecture was ranked 10th. 20th place, Han Pejun. Physical aptitude, upper middle martial arts, upper middle comprehension, middle character, upper perseverance, upper. Han Pejun had been lost in thought just moments ago, but when his name was suddenly called, his eyes widened as if to check whether the announcer had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Han Taijun clenched his fists tightly amidst the crowd. Names 21 through 123 will be posted on the bulletin board in front of the Tsengxin Pavilion shortly. Hong closed the register, his voice rising slightly. The Nianhua Society's grand ceremony for accepting disciples will officially begin tomorrow. The hall doors swung open, and the 13 chief elders filed out one after another, taking their seats in order on the stone steps before the hall. 123 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the figures on the steps. Han Pejun stood in the middle of the line, his heart pounding. He didn't know if the chief monks would choose him, but he knew that starting today, his life would take a completely different path. Morning light spilled over the eastern ridge, bathing the entire Zhenru Hall in a golden glow. On the 2 stone pillars in front of the hall, the patterns of the 8 Buddhist treasures shimmered in the sunlight. Hong stood up, pressed his palms together, and bowed to the assembly. Whether or not you are ultimately chosen by the head monk, once you enter the gates of our Zhenru faction, you are a disciple of the Zhenru faction, and the temple will spare no effort in your instruction. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and his voice suddenly rose a few notches. The top 20 disciples, please step forward. Go back and discuss this with your families tomorrow. You will be able to choose the head monk you wish to serve. If a particular head monk has too many candidates, they may choose to accept all or select a few at their discretion, but they must select at least 2. Disciples not chosen by a head monk will be assigned to a head monk by the temple, along with those ranked 21st through 123rd. No sooner had Hong finished speaking than the entire hall erupted in commotion. Before anyone could react, Hong spoke again. "Oh, and I am also on this list of prospective mentors." Everyone's expressions shifted. Cui Mingyuan and Lu Junqi exchanged glances, as if they could see the excitement and astonishment in each other's eyes. What followed was a blazing determination. The Venerable Dui, ranked 17th on the Earth leaderboard, was actually taking on a direct disciple. It seemed they had truly come to the right place this time. Chapter 40, The Disciple Taking Ceremony. The next day, the disciple taking ceremony officially began at the 3rd hour of the morning. The square in front of the True Reality Hall was packed with a sea of people. The 123 youths who had passed all the assessments stood in 3 rows according to their rankings, with the top 20 at the very front, each standing tall and proud, their expressions a mix of emotions. On the stone steps, the 13 senior abbots sat in a straight line. Their ebony armchairs were polished to a high shine, and their robes fluttered gently in the mountain breeze. Abbot Hong rose to his feet, pressed his palms together, and spoke in a voice that was not loud but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. The rules were explained yesterday, so I shall not repeat them. The top 20 disciples will choose their masters in reverse order of their rankings. The 20th ranked disciple chooses first, and the first rank chooses last. The lower your rank, the earlier you choose, but the fewer choices you'll see. The higher your rank, the later you choose, but you'll be able to observe everyone's choices before you. There are pros and cons to each, you must weigh them for yourselves. Having said this, he sat back down, picked up his teacup, and took a light sip. The square fell silent for a moment, then a low murmur of discussion arose. Cui Mingyuan stood in the first position, his folding fan tucked into his sleeve, his expression composed. He knew full well that the Jinru faction's rules were fair, though they favored those ranked higher. Those who chose later could see everyone's selections before them, allowing them to avoid the fiercely contested favorites and make wiser decisions. Of course, that required sufficient patience and discernment. Han Pejun stood in the 20th position, his heart pounding like a drum. His gaze swept past the crowd to the figures on the stone steps before the Jinru Hall. Abbot Hong sat in the center, his features refined and gentle, his eyes slightly closed, his aura deep and serene as an abyss. The executive deputy abbot, Ji, sat to his left, his back straight as a rod, his thick eyebrows like halberds, his rugged face betraying no emotion. At the very edge sat Master Xian. The chief monk of the Powing Zen monastery sat in his chair like a scholar dozing off, not a trace of a martial master's aura emanating from him. But Han Pejun dared not underestimate him. The words his father, Han Tie, had spoken to him last night at the inn still echoed in his ears. "Pejun, I spent some money today to find out about Master Xian," Han Tie had said, sitting on the edge of the bed with a grave expression. "I didn't learn much, and most of it was useless. Some say he drinks and eats meat, breaking the monastic rules. Others say he has a bad temper, and still others say he once made the head of the discipline hall so furious that he nearly quit." Han Pejun listened, his eyes widening in surprise. "But there's one piece of information I think is useful," Han Tie said, lowering his voice. "Ever since Master Xian entered the temple, he has been the hardest working practitioner in the entire Jinru faction. While others practiced for 3 hours, he practiced for 6. While others fell asleep immediately after practice, he would review and reflect on his training afterward. He was once scolded by the head monk during a high council meeting at the temple over his training habits, but he continued to do things his own way." Han Pejun's eyes lit up. "Father, are you saying?" "What I mean is," Han Tie said, looking at his son with a deep gaze, "we're a family of independent cultivators. We can't compare to those great clans. Your father here can't teach you any profound martial arts, but you have one strength that puts you on par with them." He reached out and tapped his son's chest. "You're willing to endure hardship." Han Pejun said nothing, merely nodding. "Master Xian went through the same thing back in the day," Han Tie said in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. He was an orphan with no background or connections, yet he rose to the position of chief disciple in his early 30s. It wasn't his family lineage that got him there, it was sheer determination. A man like that would surely appreciate someone who was just as determined. He paused, then continued, of course, choosing Master Xian is very risky. There are too many people eyeing the head monk as direct disciples. Master Xian is currently ranked 4th on the human rankings and is at the height of his fame. There are surely more than just 2 who want to become his disciples. We might not be able to compete with those scions of prominent families. But father still wants me to try? Han Pejun asked. Han Tie was silent for a moment, then nodded. Give it a try, losing isn't shameful, it's being afraid to try that is. At that moment, Han Pejun stood in the square, took a deep breath, and exhaled all the stale air from his chest. He told himself silently, give it a try. Losing isn't shameful. Just as Han Pejun was lost in thought, Abbot Hang's utterance of Umatba snapped him back to reality. The abbot rose to his feet, pressed his palms together in prayer, bowed to the crowd, and said, Number 20, Han Pejun, you may begin. Chui Mingyuan's gaze fell upon the youth stepping out of the ranks. Han Pejun, son of an independent cultivator, possessed above-average physical aptitude, above-average martial arts skill, average comprehension, and exceptional mental fortitude and perseverance. Achieving the highest rating in 2 out of 5 assessments was rare among all the selected candidates. However, his performance in the first 2 tests dragged down his overall ranking, leaving him in 20th place, barely scraping into the very tail end of the top 20. Chui Mingyuan noticed that Han Pejun's steps were steady, but his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides repeatedly. This was a sign of nervousness, but also a sign of resolve. Han Pejun walked to the foot of the stone steps, raised his head, and his gaze swept past Hang and Ji, settling on a single person. Chui Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not look at Abbot Hong, nor at Deputy Abbot Ji, but instead looked directly at the young monk sitting at the very edge. A somewhat stubborn voice rang out. I, Han Pejun, wish to become a disciple of Master Xian. The square fell silent for a moment, then a low murmur of conversation arose. Chui Mingyuan paid no heed to the murmurs. His full attention was fixed on the gray figure on the stone steps. Master Xian had kept his eyes closed, his expression serene, as if completely oblivious to everything unfolding before him. Only upon hearing Han Pejun's words did he slowly open his eyes. The moment those eyes opened, Chui Mingyuan felt a slight stir in his heart. He had seen many people open their eyes. Some opened their eyes like drawing a sword, their sharpness fully exposed. Some opened their eyes like opening a door, revealing everything within. But when Master Xian opened his eyes, it was like the surface of a deep pool stirred by a breeze. Something flashed beneath the water, too fast to be caught, before the surface returned to stillness. Are your character and perseverance both of the highest caliber? Xian asked. Yes. Why did you choose me? Because I heard, Master, that in your early years, you trained harder than anyone else. While others trained for 3 hours, you trained for 6. I may not be as gifted as others, but I'm willing to endure hardship. That's why I want to take a chance and become your disciple. Chui Mingyuan listened to this reply and nodded to himself. Han Pejun looked dull-witted, yet his words struck right to the heart of the matter. He didn't speak of admiring the master's martial prowess or respecting his character. He simply mentioned being willing to endure hardship. This was a way of telling Master Xian, I am your kind of person. This move was a gamble on whether Master Xian would appreciate someone like himself. Xian glanced at Han Pejun, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Stand over to the right. Han Pejun froze for a moment. Only after the attendant monk beside him whispered a reminder did he realize what was expected. He quickly bowed and walked to the right side of the stone steps, coming to a halt. Chapter 41, Chui Mingyuan, Master of both arts and martial arts. Chui Mingyuan took the scene in, and his regard for Master Xian grew even higher. This man spoke plainly and directly, without any pretense, and he didn't put on airs when accepting disciples. The son of a 20-ranked independent cultivator, he didn't even hesitate before considering him. Either he didn't care about a disciple's background, or he possessed enough confidence to know that he could mold any disciple into a capable practitioner. Or perhaps both. Next, the students ranked 19th through 11th stepped forward one by one, all choosing conventional, unremarkable masters. Chui Mingyuan paid little attention to their choices. His gaze kept darting back and forth between the right and left sides of the stone steps, silently assessing the competitive landscape across the different lines. The 10th ranked Wei Ziyu chose Ji. The 9th ranked Li Yanxiao and the 8th ranked Wang Bodong both chose Hong. Chui Mingyuan thought to himself, just as I expected. Starting from the 9th rank, someone had dared to challenge Abbot Hong. It wasn't hard to guess the reasoning of those ranked lower down. Since their rankings weren't particularly advantageous but weren't low either, they might as well take a gamble on whether the abbot would accept a few extra disciples. If they were right, they'd rise to the top in one fell swoop. If they were wrong, they wouldn't lose anything. After all, there were other senior monks to fall back on. The 7th ranked candidate stepped forward. Lu Yuqi. Chui Mingyuan's gaze instantly sharpened. Lu Yuqi, a scion of the Lu family of Lancang Prefecture, ranked 7th. The Lu family is a hereditary patron family of the Jinru faction. Having operated in Lancang Prefecture for generations, they have at least 7 or 8 disciples currently training at the temple, and their understanding of the Jinru faction far surpasses that of outsiders. Lu Yuqi stepped out of the ranks, his stride light and his expression composed. He walked to the stone steps, clasped his fists, and bowed. This youth, Lu Yuqi, wishes to seek Master Xian as his teacher. Gasps rang out across the square once more. Chui Mingyuan watched Lu Yuqi's expression from afar. As the youth spoke these words, there was not a trace of hesitation in his tone. His eyes even held a barely contained excitement. Chui Mingyuan's fingers tapped lightly against his sleeve. He set this information aside in his mind, making a mental note of it. Xian opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Yuqi. Are you from the Lu family? Yes. My father, Lu Bagong, often speaks to me of the master's kindness toward the Lu family. Xian nodded, thinking to himself that the boy knew how to speak, but he said aloud, step over to the right. Lu Yuqi bowed and walked over to stand beside Han Pejun. 6th place went to Chui Mingyuan's cousin, who chose Abbot Hong. 5th place went to Zhao Hongyi, a scion of the Zhao family of Qingqing Prefecture, who also chose Abbot Hang. 4th place was taken by Lu Yuzhong. The elder of the Lu family's twin prides, ranked 4th. Lu Yuzhang had thick eyebrows and large eyes, with a square, dignified face. Though only 12 years old, he walked with the stride of a dragon or a tiger. He walked to the stone steps, fixed his gaze directly on Xian, and spoke without hesitation. This youth, Lu Yuzhang, wishes to apprentice under Master Xian. At this, the murmurs in the square grew even louder than before. Both of the Lu family's twin prodigies have chosen Master Xian. Lu Yuzhang is ranked 4th. He is fully qualified to compete for the abbot's direct discipleship. Why didn't he choose the abbot? You ask me, and I ask who? Chui Mingyuan's gaze grew even sharper. He noticed that Lu Yuzhang's eyes, just like Lu Yuqi's, held a palpable, uncontrollable excitement. In fact, his was even more intense than Lu Yuqi's, as if he were anticipating something extraordinary to happen. This was somewhat unusual. The 2 most outstanding disciples from a local aristocratic family in Lancang Prefecture, one ranked 7th and the other 4th, could easily have vied for the abbot's personal tutelage given their connections, yet they had unhesitatingly chosen Xian, the chief monk of the Puang Zen monastery. What did this mean? It meant the Lu family knew something outsiders did not. Since the Lu family's 2 most outstanding scions had both made this choice, it was likely not a matter of personal preference, but rather a family strategy. Chui Mingyuan's mind was racing. Why would the Lu family do this? There was only one answer: Master Xian's true strength must be far greater than what was apparent on the surface. Clearly, the Lu family knew this, which was why they had sent their most outstanding scions to study under Master Xian. But this conclusion raised new questions. Just how powerful is Master Xian's true strength? How did the Lu family find out? And how many others know this information? Chui Mingyuan stored these questions in his mind and continued reading. Xian opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Yuzhang. Are you sure? I'm sure. Why? Because my father said that following Master Xian is the right choice. Xian's lips curled slightly upward, and he nodded. Step over to the right. Lu Yuzhang bowed and walked over to stand beside Lu Yuqi. The two brothers exchanged a glance, both seeing excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. The third to step forward was Chen Jiangtao of the Chen family from Ilao Prefecture, who chose Abbot Hang. The second to last to make his choice was Lu Junqi of the Lu family from Fanyan, who also chose Abbot Hang. At this point, among the top 10, the 10th-ranked Wei Ziyu had chosen Ji, the 7th-ranked Lu Yuqi and the 4th-ranked Lu Yuzhang had chosen Xian, and the remaining 6 had all chosen Abbot Hang. The situation had become crystal clear. First place, Cui Mingyuan, step forward. All eyes turned to Cui Mingyuan. Cui Mingyuan stepped out of the ranks and walked step by step toward the stone steps. But at that moment, his mind was like a chessboard with pieces being moved. Every choice, every piece of information, and every possibility was racing through his thoughts. Last night, he had thought long and hard at the inn. The Cui family of Taiyuan was one of the most prominent clans in Yunzhou. Although he was only 13, he had been raised from childhood as a core heir of the family, studying, practicing martial arts, discerning character, and making judgments. Nothing could be neglected. In the Cui family, for a direct descendant like him, every major life decision had to be discussed with the family elders. He rarely had the freedom to make his own choices. But this trip to the Jinru faction to participate in the flower plucking gathering was an exception. Before he left, his father, Cui Wenze, had said one thing to him. Mingyuan, this time you're going alone, and you'll make your own decisions. Who you choose as your master is entirely up to you. If you choose correctly, it's a testament to your ability. If you choose wrongly, it's a lesson you'll learn. A scion of the Cui family cannot spend his entire life hiding under the wings of his elders. So he came alone, carrying a folding fan, a long sword, and a spirit that refused to accept defeat. He intended to compete for the position of top contender among the younger disciples of the Jinru faction. Originally, last night he had already decided to become a disciple of Abbot Hang. This venerable Dui, ranked 17th on the Earth leaderboard and a powerhouse at the core stage, was a top-tier figure throughout Yunzhou. Becoming his disciple would be the best choice in terms of resources, connections, and future prospects. But now, standing before the stone steps and watching the choices of those ahead of him, his resolve wavered. His gaze drifted to the right side of the steps. If Han Pejun's face showed excitement, then Lu Yuqi and Lu Yuzhang's eyes were practically overflowing with joy. Cui Mingyuan recalled another detail. He heard that for the past few decades, whenever the Jinru faction recruited disciples, the Lu family would send their younger generations to join the Jinru faction, but the most outstanding ones were always sent to the Protectorate faction. Why, this time, did the Lu family insist on sending their two most outstanding disciples to the Jinru faction? And why did they specifically request to become Master Xian's disciples? Unless Master Xian harbors some unknown secret. For now, only the Lu family knows this secret. What about him? What should he do? Chapter 42, Does having others help you show off count? Choosing Abbot Hong is the safest bet. Ranked 17th on the Earth leaderboard, he is likely in the late core stage. He has abundant resources, extensive connections, and a bright future. But the competition is also the fiercest. 6 people have already chosen Abbot Hong, and he'll likely only take 2 or 3. The rest will be cut. Even though he is ranked first, he can't guarantee the abbot will choose him. Choosing Master Xian is a risk, it's a gamble. What if his true strength really is only 4th on the human rankings? Then he'd be in big trouble. Choosing someone else is safer, but also more ordinary. He didn't come to the Jinru faction to settle for mediocrity. Cui Mingyuan took a deep breath and raised his head. His gaze swept over Hong, over Ji, over the other senior monks, and finally settled on Xian. The senior monk of the Pao Zen monastery remained serene, his gray robes fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. As Cui Mingyuan looked at him, he recalled another thing his father, Cui Wenze, had once said. Mingyuan, you must remember that whether in the halls of power or the martial world, information is always the most valuable asset. Whoever possesses the most information is the one who can make the right decisions. He didn't yet possess enough information, but one thing was certain, the Lu family would not gamble away their 2 most outstanding disciples of the past 20 years on an unknown quantity. Cui Mingyuan closed his eyes, then opened them again. His gaze hardened. He smiled at the 13 senior masters seated on the stone steps. The smile was composed and confident, carrying a maturity that belied his age. This young man, Cui Mingyuan, wishes to become a disciple of Master Xian. The moment he spoke, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. What? The first place finisher chose Master Xian? Shouldn't he have chosen Abbot Hong? Why did he choose Master Xian? Something's off. Something's definitely wrong with the Jinru faction. Both of the Lu family's prodigies chose Master Xian, and now the first place finisher has chosen Master Xian too. Do they know something we don't? The murmurs erupted like a boiling pot, each wave louder than the last. Even the senior masters couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. G's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such a dramatic spectacle today. Wu was completely dumbfounded, instinctively glancing at Hong, then back at Xian. Lu Yuzhang and Lu Yuqi stood on the right side of the stone steps, their expressions shifting from shock to bewilderment, and then from bewilderment to a wry smile. Damn it, Lu Yuzhang muttered under his breath, this first-place finisher is coming to steal our master from us. Lu Yuqi gave a wry smile. Who could have predicted this? He is a direct descendant of the Cui family of Taiyuan, yet he passed over the abbot to choose Master Xian. Han Pejun stood to the side, his mind in turmoil. He had initially felt fortunate that no one had chosen Master Xian among the top 10 candidates, but the situation had taken a sudden turn after the top 10 were selected. Not only had 2 geniuses from the Lu family appeared, but so had the top-ranked prodigy from the Cui family of Taiyuan. This was a total disaster. Would Master Xian even notice him now? Doubt began to gnaw at him. Chen Jiangtao, ranked 3rd, and Lu Junqi, ranked 2nd, stood on the left side of the stone steps, their expressions a mix of surprise and astonishment. The delight stemmed from the fact that Cui Mingyuan had chosen Xian, meaning there was one less competitor for the abbot's direct discipleship, and their chances of being selected had increased. The astonishment came from the fact that Cui Mingyuan had actually passed over the abbot to choose a senior monk instead. Abbot Hong glanced at Cui Mingyuan. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to look at Xian and said, Junior brother Xian, what do you think? The corners of Xian's mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly opened wide. A flash of sharp intensity flickered and vanished. Cui Mingyuan felt a chill run down his spine at that glint. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. In that instant, he felt as though he were being stared at by a sleeping beast, every inch of his skin sending out a warning. But he didn't lower his head or look away. He stood there straight as an arrow, his back ramrod straight, his expression composed. A moment later, Xian spoke. His voice was soft but clear, You're ranked 1st. Why choose me? Cui Mingyuan answered honestly, Because I believe your strength far exceeds that of the 4th-ranked person on the human rankings. The words were blunt, without a hint of pretense. Xian looked at him, the curve of his lips widening slightly. You chose me because you think my strength exceeds the 4th rank on the human list? What if your judgment is wrong? Cui Mingyuan smiled faintly. Even if I'm wrong, I won lose out. Master is at least 4th on the human list, more than enough to teach a young man like me. And if I'm right, I'll have hit the jackpot. His words were both candid and clever. They offended no one while making his intentions perfectly clear. Xian nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. You certainly know how to do the math. Cui Mingyuan quickly replied, I wouldn't dare say that. I simply believe that the Lu family must have their reasons for sending their most outstanding disciple to study under you. My judgment might be wrong, but the Lu family's judgment never is. This was an even more elegant response. It elevated both the Lu family and Xian without coming across as flattery. Xian glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, then nodded. Step over to the right. Cui Mingyuan felt a surge of joy inside, though his expression remained impassive. He bowed, walked to the right side of the stone steps, and came to a stop beside Lu Yuzhang. Lu Yuzhang glanced at him and gave a wry smile. Brother Cui, are you, the top-ranked student, here to compete with us for our livelihood as well? Cui Mingyuan smiled faintly. Brother Lu, you jest. We'll be fellow disciples from now on. We should look out for one another. At that moment, Xian appeared as calm as still water on the surface, yet his inner world was in turmoil. Could it be that even when someone else helped him show off, it still counted as a successful display? The very instant Cui Mingyuan uttered the words, "This young man wishes to become Master Xian's disciple," a vast and pure energy descended from the heavens, surging deep into his dantian. That energy had already fused with his mana core. The mana core trembled violently, its rotation suddenly accelerating. It then surged directly into his martial arts cultivation. In what felt like an instant, Xian could sense that his mind-observing skill had reached the pinnacle of mastery. The pinnacle of mastery. That was the realm where techniques had reached perfection, where every movement embodied the ultimate principles of martial arts, a state where no technique is superior to having a technique. In the entire Jinru faction, the number of practitioners who had mastered the mind-observing skill to perfection was 0. Many monks of the Jinru faction had never witnessed in their entire lives just how powerful a mind-observing skill at the pinnacle of mastery truly was. And that was not all. The feedback from the Tao continued. Another surge of energy flooded into his limbs and bones, merging with his mana. Then, he knew with absolute clarity that the true reality evil shattering seal had also reached mastery. Thus, when Xian opened his eyes just now, it wasn't an intentional scare, it was the overflow of residual rule energy left behind after breaking through a martial arts realm. Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement surging within him. The true reality demon slaying seal was also one of the Jinru faction's most treasured techniques, specifically designed to counter demonic and heretical forces. If the 7-kill skill and mind-observing skill leaned more toward martial arts techniques, then the true reality demon slaying seal was more akin to Taoist or Buddhist magic. He had been practicing it all along, but his progress had been slow, and he had remained stuck at the level of mere proficiency. Now, thanks to this feedback from the Tao, it had been propelled directly into the realm of mastery. He glanced at the 4 youths standing to his right and suddenly felt that taking on apprentices might not be such a hassle after all. Especially now that he unlocked a new ability today. Even when others helped him show off, he could trigger divine blessing. That was truly an unexpected bonus. That said, the young man from the Cui family of Taiyuan had a keen eye and great courage. He was bound to achieve great things in the future. Xian's lips curled slightly as he silently calculated. It's a pity that this time, the Taoist feedback was in martial arts cultivation, not internal energy cultivation. Still, with this masterful mind-observing skill, he should be able to hold his own against senior brother Hung without resorting to the taboo-breaking skill. Of course, this must remain a secret from outsiders. Chapter 43, Disciples. In the square, Abbot Hong rose to his feet, pressed his palms together, and bowed to the crowd. Amit Ba. The selection of the top 20 disciples is complete. Now, I shall announce the decisions of the chief masters regarding their disciples. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, then continued, the chief masters of the Jinyue Hall, Huji Hall, Jinglu Hall, and Sangxing Pavilion have each taken on disciples. The specific list will be posted shortly on the bulletin board in front of the Sangxing Pavilion. His words were concise, he did not read out every name individually. Cui Mingyuan understood that it was indeed unnecessary to name each of the lower-ranked disciples who had been accepted during this grand ceremony. What truly mattered were the decisions made by the core senior masters regarding their disciples. I have accepted 3 disciples of the 17th generation, Lu Junqi, who ranked 2nd, Xinjiang Tao, who ranked 3rd, and Zhao Hani, who ranked 5th. I bestow upon them the Dharma names Rujuan, Ruteo, and Rui. Lu Junqi, Xinjiang Tao, and Zhao Hongyi knelt simultaneously and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Disciples pay their respects to the abbot. Hong nodded, his gaze calm and warm. Rise. Ji, the head of the Hall of Precepts, accepts 2 disciples of the 17th generation, Wei Ziyu, who ranked 10th, and Shui Mingyi, who ranked 6th. I bestow upon them the Dharma names Ruyu and Rui. Ji stood up and nodded at the 2 youths. Wei Ziyu and Shui Mingyi hurried forward, knelt down, and kowtowed. Ji glanced at them and said calmly, rise. From now on, follow me, practice diligently, and don't slack off. The 2 quickly agreed and stood up. Now, only Master Xian's decision on whom to accept as a disciple remained. Everyone's gaze fell upon Xian. The chief monk of the Powang Zen monastery remained seated in his chair, his eyes slightly closed, his expression serene, as if completely oblivious to everything unfolding before him. Abbot Hung glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly, and said, "Junior brother Xian, it's your turn." Xian opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the four people on the right side of the stone steps: Han Pejun, Liu Qi, Liu Zhang, and Cui Mingyuan. The four youths stood ramrod straight, their expressions varied, but their eyes all held a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Xian looked at them and remained silent for a moment. Then he flashed a rare smile. "I'll take them all, then. I'm in a good mood today, taking 2 more 1 tea hurt." At these words, the crowd erupted in commotion once more. 4. Master Xian took 4? Didn't they say each chief master had to take at least 2? How come he took 4? If your ears are deaf, go see a doctor. What do you mean at least 2? Do I need to explain it to you? Cui Mingyuan, Liu Zhang, Liu Qi, and Han Pejun all knelt simultaneously and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Xian looked at them and nodded. From this day forward, the 4 of you are promoted to the 17th generation of the Ru lineage. Han Pejun is granted the Dharma name Jun, Liu Qi is granted the Dharma name Qi, Liu Zhang is granted the Dharma name Zhang, and Cui Mingyuan is granted the Dharma name Yuan. The 4 replied in unison and stood up. Han Pejun stood at the back, his heart was still racing, but he couldn't help but smile. He stole a glance at Cui Mingyuan beside him and noticed that the young master of the Cui family looked composed. He had already taken out his folding fan and was gently fanning himself, as if all of this had been exactly as he expected. He glanced again at Liu Zhang and Liu Qi, noticing that while the 2 Lu family duo appeared calm on the surface, the excitement in their eyes was nearly overflowing. Cui Mingyuan stood on the right, gently fanning himself with a composed expression. But in his mind, he was already plotting his next move. Becoming a disciple was merely the first step, the real journey was just beginning. He intended to establish a firm foothold among these 4 fellow disciples, to secure the position of top contender among the younger generation of the Jinru faction, and to make it clear to everyone that his choice, Cui Mingyuan's choice, had never been a mere whim. He glanced once more at Xian, who was walking ahead. The chief monk of the Powang Zen monastery moved with light, graceful steps. "Master, what exactly are you hiding?" Yuan asked himself silently. The next morning, 3 sticks of sandalwood incense were lit in a side hall of the Powang Zen monastery. Wispy wisps of smoke rose, forming hazy columns of light in the morning sunlight streaming through the cracks in the window lattice. The hall's furnishings were simple. In the center stood a bronze statue of Master Bensheng, before which lay a long table set with sutras, a wooden fish, and a single oil lamp. 4 young men knelt on meditation cushions. The tonsure knife had already passed over their heads. Strands of black hair lay scattered on the floor, swept up by the morning breeze outside and carried toward the distant mountains. Xian sat on the mat at the head of the room, watching the 4 shaven-headed youths before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jun knelt on the far right with his sturdy, boyish features. His head appeared especially round after the tonsure, like a fresh potato just dug from the ground. She knelt beside him, with clear, delicate features. Even with his head shaved, he could not hide the refined elegance of a young man from a distinguished family. Zhang knelt on the left, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His back was held straight, and though only 12 years old, he already possessed a certain air of a military commander. Yuan knelt at the very front, his expression composed, yet his eyes constantly surveyed everything in the hall, from the patterns on the bronze statues to the smoke of the sandalwood incense, leaving nothing unnoticed. "Rise, all of you," Xian spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the side hall. The 4 youths stood up, their hands hanging at their sides. Xian looked at them, fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "The fact that you have been admitted to my Jinru faction means that your physical aptitude, comprehension, and character have all passed muster. But this is only the beginning. From this day forward, the first skill you will learn is the Jinru faction's foundational practice, the mana forging skill." He rose to his feet, walked to the center of the hall, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the morning light streaming in from behind him. You have all completed the 4 foundational exercises at home, training the skin, the flesh, the tendons, and the bones, and have thus laid the foundation for your physical bodies. But foundation building merely strengthens the body. The true path of martial arts begins with chi cultivation. Xian's voice was calm and measured. The mana forging skill is the foundational practice for all disciples of the Jinru faction, nourishing chi through meditation and forging meridians through martial arts. The chi technique follows a path of purity and steadiness, rejecting violent and restless energy. The mana cultivated through it carries a subtle Zen-like quality, which not only strengthens the foundation of your internal organs but also prevents spiritual backlash during cultivation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 4 disciples. You are all currently at the early outer stage. The mana within your bodies is still very weak, like a newly lit wick that would be extinguished by the slightest breeze. Therefore, for the next 3 months, your primary task is to cultivate the mana forging skill, nurturing the mana within your bodies to be robust, pure, and stable. In 3 months' time, I want to see each of you capable of circulating mana through a minor microcosmic orbit without it dissipating. June listened intently, nodding repeatedly. She and Zhang wore their usual expressions clearly. They had heard of this foundational technique before. Yuan, however, furrowed his brow slightly. His lips moved, but he did not speak. Xian glanced at him and said, "Yuan, what do you wish to say?" Chapter 44, Max Level Mind Observing Skill. Yuan quickly replied. "This disciple dares not. I merely feel that Master speaks the truth. Forging and nurturing chi is indeed the foundation. But I dare to ask, aside from forging chi, might we also practice some martial arts techniques? I fear that if I only practice chi cultivation without training in combat, my hands and feet will grow rusty." The corners of Xian's mouth turned up slightly. This kid acts like a little adult. Though his question was subtle, his meaning was clear. Practicing chi alone is too tedious. He wants to learn something practical for combat. "Well asked," Xian said. In addition to refining chi, one must naturally practice martial arts. The core martial arts of the Jinru faction can be summarized into 4 disciplines: fists, palms, swords, and seals. He held up 4 fingers. The first discipline, fists. The 7-kill skill is supremely young and supremely fierce. It comprises 7 forms, each unmatched in its ferocity. Although this fist technique is only suitable for the mana stage and becomes largely useless once you reach the core stage, it serves as the introductory form for all the Jinru faction's fist techniques and is a mandatory foundation. Every one of you must learn it, no exceptions. Upon hearing the word 7-kill, Jun's eyes lit up instantly. It seemed quite fitting for his secular name, Pijun. The second art, the palm. The mind-observing skill centers on observing one's own heart to illuminate oneself and observing the enemy's heart to defeat them. It is the pinnacle of the Jinru faction's integration of Zen and martial arts. The palm techniques have no fixed form. They are unleashed at will and move with the mind, combining both offense and defense. The third discipline, the sword. The meditation blade skill takes the Zen concepts of samadhi and wisdom as its soul. Samadhi like meditation, wisdom like a sword's strike. The sword's momentum is steady and weighty. A slow sword shatters agility, a heavy sword shatters cunning. The fourth discipline, the seal of the true reality. Shattering evil seal is based on Buddhist Zen seals, using condensed mana to form the seal. It is the Jinru faction's signature seal technique for subduing evil. When cast, it radiates Zen light, possessing a natural counterforce against demonic arts, ghostly entities, and malevolent spirits. Xian finished speaking in one breath and looked at the 4 disciples. Fist techniques are mandatory. Everyone must practice them. As for the palm, sword, and seal disciplines, you may choose one to specialize in based on your interests and aptitude. Those with sufficient energy may choose 2, but I do not recommend mastering all 3. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Qi and Zhang exchanged glances, each silently weighing which discipline to choose. Yuan, however, did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he bowed respectfully and asked, "Master, may I dare to ask which discipline you specialize in?" It was a cleverly phrased question. He didn't ask, "What do you practice, Master?" but rather, "Which discipline do you specialize in?" The word specialize acknowledged that the master practiced multiple disciplines, yet it didn't come across as prying into his background. Xian glanced at him and nodded approvingly to himself. He would have to encourage Yuan, a child with such a way with words, to speak up more often. My primary discipline is the palm technique, Xian said calmly. Mind-observing skill. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yuan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. After saying this, Xian fell silent for a moment. He had broken through the mind-observing skill yesterday, but had not yet truly put it into practice. To be honest, he was quite curious himself to see what this palm technique would look like once it reached the pinnacle of mastery. With that thought, he lifted his head, glanced at the four disciples, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Perfect. I'll demonstrate it for you. The four youths froze simultaneously. Jun's eyes widened. She instinctively leaned forward. Zhang straightened his back, and Yuan, without a trace of emotion, took a half step back. He took that half step back to get a better, unobstructed view. Xian walked to the open space in the center of the side hall, turned around, and faced the four disciples. His hands hung naturally at his sides, and his gray monk's robe moved without a breeze, as if being gently tugged by an invisible hand. The mind-observing skill centers on observing the mind. Xian's voice grew deep and resonant, as if he were speaking to himself, yet also addressing his disciples. Only by observing the mind and reflecting on oneself can one observe the mind to defeat the enemy. Palm techniques have no fixed form, they are unleashed by the heart and move with the mind. Therefore, he raised his right hand. In that instant, the air in the side hall seemed to freeze. Xian's palm pushed forward slowly, so slowly it was as if moving through water. But wherever his palm passed, the air began to warp, as if being compressed, torn apart, and reassembling by an invisible force. This was the intent arriving before the palm wind. The four youths' breaths caught simultaneously. They felt their heartbeats suddenly synchronize with the rhythm of Xian's palm pushing and pulling, rising and falling as if an invisible hand had grasped their hearts and was gently guiding them. The sensation was subtle, neither painful nor itchy, yet it made them feel thoroughly uneasy, as if someone had seen right through their very innards, leaving even their deepest thoughts with nowhere to hide. Then, Xian's palm came to a halt mid-air. Palm facing outward, fingers slightly curled, as if clutching something. The light in the side hall seemed to dim suddenly. A vortex, visible to the naked eye and formed from a blend of air and light, appeared where Xian's palm rested. The vortex spun slowly, drawing in all the surrounding sandalwood smoke, forming a thin column of smoke that rose straight from his palm to the ceiling. Jun's pupils dilated sharply. He felt that the vortex was not sucking in air, but rather his gaze, his attention, and his very spirit. He tried to look away, but found his neck stiff as if rusted, unable to turn no matter how he tried. Beads of sweat formed on Chi's forehead. His mental fortitude was weaker than Jun's at that moment. He sensed only an extremely subtle force within the vortex, like invisible threads extending from his six senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought, being guided and tugged by the vortex, pulled outward inch by inch. He wanted to resist, but found that the mana within him simply wouldn't obey. It was like a stagnant pool, unable to even create a ripple. Zhang clenched his teeth, fists tight, muscles taut, as if struggling against something. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging. He was desperately clinging to his composure, refusing to let that force invade him. Only Yuan remained motionless. It wasn't that he wasn't affected, but rather that he wasn't resisting at all. He had given up resistance, opening his mind completely, allowing that force to sweep right through him. Before he came, his family had told him of the rumors surrounding the Jinru faction's mind-observing skill. At its highest level, it not only inflicts harm but also illuminates the heart. Wherever the palm intent reached, it was like a mirror reflecting objects, revealing every minute detail. It could illuminate an opponent's deepest obsessions, most painful scars, greatest fears, and most cherished dreams. It could strike not only your body, but also your heart. He wanted to know what it felt like to be illuminated by such a palm intent. And then, he knew. It was as if a light had suddenly flared up at the center of the vortex. It was not the yellow of a candle flame, nor the white of the sun, nor the blue of lightning, but a clarity as translucent as lapis lazuli and as serene as mercury. That light radiated outward from the vortex's center, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, spreading slowly and irreversibly, enveloping the entire side hall in a bluish-gray glow. Wherever the glow touched, everything changed. The walls of the side hall vanished. The bronze statue of Master Bencheng vanished. The incense burner, the sutras, the wooden fish, and the meditation cushion all vanished. In their place was a boundless expanse of emptiness, as if standing before a giant mirror, with one's own reflection stretching in every direction. Chapter 45: The True Meaning of Martial Arts. The scene Yuan saw was the most serene. He saw the study of the Chui family in Taiyuan. Late at night, a single oil lamp illuminated shelves filled with books. He sat beneath the lamp, holding a yellowed ancient text in his hands, reading it word by word. When drowsiness overcame him, he would splash cold water on his face, then resume reading. He sought his father, Cui Wenze, standing at the doorway of the study, watching him quietly, a bowl of hot soup in his hands. His father did not come in, afraid of disturbing him. He simply stood there until the soup grew cold, then let out a soft sigh and turned to leave. That sigh was so faint it was almost inaudible. But in the glow of the Pullman tent, that sigh exploded like a thunderclap within Yuan's heart. He suddenly understood the words his father had left unsaid. Ming Yuan, father knows you are smart, knows you are strong-willed, knows you don't want to lose to anyone. But I worry for you. I worry that you've grown up too fast, that you've shouldered all these burdens far too early. Yuan's eyes didn't well up. Instead, his gaze grew bright, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. In that smile lay both relief and gratitude. On the other side, Jun also saw himself, or rather, the version of himself from his memories. He saw himself at 5 years old, crouched by the stove, watching his mother stoke the fire. The flames cast a warm glow on her face. He saw the expression on his and his father's faces as they returned home together at 7, only to find his mother's cold, lifeless body, and the two of them weeping, clinging to each other. He saw himself at 8, holding a knife for the first time, with his father standing behind him, guiding his hand as they chopped at a wooden post stroke by stroke. They chopped for an entire afternoon, not stopping even when blisters of blood formed on the palms of his hands. Those images were so vivid that he could almost smell the smoke from the stove, feel the thick calluses on his father's palms, and taste the rusty, metallic tang of blood from the cut at the corner of his mouth. His nose stung, and tears streamed down his face without warning. The images Qi saw were different. He saw the embroidery tower in the rear courtyard of the Lu residence, and his older sister, Lu Yujin, standing at the window, her face bathed in moonlight, as beautiful as a painting. He saw his father, Lu Bolong, standing in the ancestral hall, burning incense before the tablets of their forebears, his back hunched like an old man's. He saw himself at the age of 8, summoned to his grandfather's study for the first time. His grandfather asked him, "Yuchi, what do you want to be when you grow up?" He replied, "I want to be a great hero." His grandfather laughed a hearty laugh, but after the laughter subsided, he sighed and said, "What good is being a great hero? If you're going to do something, become someone who can ensure the Lu family's second branch prospers for 3 more generations." He hadn't understood it then, but now he suddenly did. It was an old man's anxiety for the family's future, the helplessness of placing a 1,000-pound burden on the shoulders of an 8-year-old child. Chi's eyes stung, but he bit his lip, refusing to let the tears fall. Zhang saw the most intense scene. He saw 2 youths sparring on the training ground. One was him, and the other was Lu Yuchi. The brothers exchanged blows, fighting until they were drenched in sweat, neither willing to admit defeat. He saw his father, Lu Bowen, standing at the edge of the arena, watching expressionlessly, without uttering a single word. He knew his father wasn't indifferent, he cared too deeply. Zhang was the eldest grandson of the main branch, the most outstanding young man of his generation in the Lu family, and the family's hope for the future. His father had poured his heart and soul into him, yet dared not let anyone see it, not even himself. And he himself bore the weight of the clan's expectations and aspirations, the heavy burden of lifting the family beyond second-rate status. Zhang's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his knuckles turning white. His lips trembled with a sense of injustice. He was only 12 years old. He had never imagined that these things buried deep within his heart, things he himself refused to touch, would be laid bare by a single palm strike, as if he'd been stripped naked in broad daylight. The bluish-gray glow in the side hall grew ever brighter, casting the shadows of the 4 youths onto the floor. Those shadows moved, as if possessed of a life of their own, flowing slowly across the blue stone floor in sync with the rhythm at the center of the vortex. Xian's palm finally withdrew completely. There was no sound of wind or thunder, no surging waves of energy, not even a whisper. Yet the four boys were drawn even deeper into their reverie. After a long while, the bluish-gray glow receded like a tide, and the walls, bronze statues, sutra scrolls, wooden fish, and meditation cushions reappeared before their eyes. The smoke from the incense burners still rose in wispy plumes, as if everything that had just happened were merely a dream. The tear streaks on the youth's faces, their bitten lips, and trembling hands all proved that it was no dream. Xian slowly withdrew his palm and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was calm, his breathing steady, as if he had merely waved his hand casually moments ago, yet a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. To have one's heart pierced by the palm intent of a master's mind-observing skill for an ordinary outer-stage martial artist, the consequences would range from a loss of composure to an immediate mental collapse. These four youths, the oldest no more than 13 and the youngest just 11, had managed to maintain their composure under such an assault. Their mental fortitude far surpassed that of their peers. Especially Yuan. Xian glanced at him. From the very beginning, this boy had offered no resistance, allowing the palm's intent to penetrate him unimpeded. He knew resistance was futile. It was better to open himself up and feel it fully. Such judgment and courage were exceedingly rare in a 13-year-old. The side hall remained silent for a long time. June was the first to snap out of it. He wiped the tears from his face with his hand, blushed, and lowered his head, unable to look at anyone. She wiped his eyes with his sleeve, took a deep breath, and regained his composure, though his eyes remained red. Zhang released his bitten lip, licked the wound with his tongue, tasted the metallic tang of blood, and yet grinned. Yuan gathered his composure, raised his head, and met Xian's gaze directly. "Master," his voice trembled, "is this the true essence of martial arts?" Xian simply looked at him calmly, offering no answer, but merely nodding slightly. Yuan took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly. "So that's it. It seems I made the right bet." He had once seen a relevant description in a fragment of an ancient text in the family's library. The true essence of martial arts is the union of a martial artist's spirit and will with the ultimate principles of martial arts, transforming the intangible into the tangible, and using intent to control force. When the true essence manifests, the primordial energy of heaven and earth is stirred, creating a myriad of phenomena. Crucially, the ancient text also stated that the true essence of martial arts requires two conditions. First, one must cultivate a high-level martial art to the point of perfection. Second, the martial artist's own cultivation must reach the three stages of mana core stage, Dan nurturing, and Dan fusion. Both are indispensable. A martial artist in the mana stage, even if they have mastered a single martial art to perfection, cannot manifest true intent, because their mana is insufficient to harness the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Only those at the core stage or higher can serve as vessels for true intent. Therefore, his master must be at the core stage. No wonder the Liu family's twin prodigies seem to have no hesitation at all when choosing a master. The Liu family must have already known their master's true cultivation level and the depth of the Jinru faction's heritage. He quickly glanced at Zhang and Qi, keeping his composure, and changed the subject. "Master, I've heard that martial artists who grasp the true essence of a martial art can easily defeat enemies of higher ranks?" Xian neither confirmed nor denied it, merely remarking indifferently, "You've read quite a few books." Chapter 46, The True Intent Illuminating the Heart. Yuan hurriedly replied, "Your disciple dares not claim such a thing. I've simply loved reading since childhood. I read a little of everything and remember bits and pieces." Xian nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he changed the subject. "Then what do you think of the palm strike I just performed?" Yuan fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze fixed directly on Xian. His eyes were clear, showing neither fear nor flattery, only the earnestness unique to a young man. "This disciple has never seen such a palm technique," Yuan said, enunciating each word clearly. "This disciple has seen core stage elders spar with others. But no matter how exquisite their techniques or how powerful their strength, none of them evoke the same sensation as your palm strike." He paused, his voice dropping slightly. "That strike illuminated my heart. All the things, thoughts, and secrets I've hidden deep within my heart since childhood, things I've never dared to share with anyone, were all brought to the surface, laid bare in broad daylight. That feeling was painful, yet also exhilarating. It was like a breath I'd been holding for a long time, finally let out. Xian looked at the 13-year-old boy and nodded to himself. This kid isn't just smart, he has keen insight. To be able to say those 6 words, painful yet exhilarating, shows that he has truly grasped the true meaning of the mind-observing skill. It can wound others, but it can also illuminate the heart. Only by illuminating one's true heart can one realize one's true nature. Only by realizing one's true nature can one shatter illusions and attain the truth. The true purpose of martial arts goes beyond this, Xian said. His voice was soft, yet crystal clear. The true essence of the mind-observing skill is called illuminating the heart. Through this illumination, an opponent's obsessions, fears, desires, and vulnerabilities are laid bare. You can use this to strike at their heart, disrupt their resolve, and break through their defenses. Against an opponent of comparable skill, once the intent of the mind-observing palm penetrates their heart meridians, the consequences range from a loss of mental focus and a drastic reduction in combat effectiveness to the backlash of inner demons, causing them to collapse on the spot. He paused, then continued. When facing demonic forces or heretical sects, the true essence of mind-observing skill can strike directly at the root of their inner demons. The root of all evil lies within the heart. Once the inner demons are shattered, the evil vanishes of its own accord. This is the principle behind the mind-observing skill's ability to subdue evil forces. It never uses force to overcome force, but rather uses the mind to overcome the mind. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say: the most sinister aspect of this palm technique's true intent is that while it illuminates the heart, it simultaneously destroys you physically, sending your body to the grave at the same time. The 4 youths listened, completely engrossed. Yuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Before he could think further, his reverie was interrupted by Xian's question: which discipline do you intend to choose? Yuan paused, then realized his master's meaning. He was asking which of the 4 disciplines, fist, palm, sword, or seal, he intended to specialize in. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "Disciple wishes to study the palm with master." Xian looked at him, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. Studying the palm is no easy task. The mind-observing skill has no set form, it relies entirely on one's own understanding of Zen philosophy and martial arts. Are you certain? Yuan nodded, his voice firm. I am certain. Though I am slow-witted, I am willing to put in the hard work. Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Once you've achieved a basic mastery of the mana forging skill, I'll begin teaching you the introductory techniques of the mind-observing skill. Yuan felt a surge of joy, but his expression remained impassive as he respectfully bowed his head. Thank you, master. Just as the other 3 disciples were about to speak, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the side hall. The steady footsteps came to a halt outside the door, and a gentle voice followed. Junior brother Xian, are you busy? Xian recognized the voice as that of Jinming, the head of the reception hall. Please come in, senior brother Jinming, Xian said. The door swung open, and Jinming stepped inside. He wore a blue monk's robe, his face gaunt, with an air of scholarly refinement about his features. He first clasped his hands together in a bow toward Xian, then his gaze swept over the 4 youths in the hall, and he gave a slight nod in greeting. Junior brother Xian, I have a favor to ask of you. Jinming's tone was polite, but Xian noticed a hint of gravity between his brows. What is it? Xian asked. Jinming took a letter from his sleeve, handed it to Xian, and said, a ghostly entity has been discovered in Longling County, within the jurisdiction of Lantsong Prefecture, and has been attacking people. The second exorcism squad of the Prefectural Martial Bureau was dispatched to handle the situation, but suffered heavy casualties. The squad leader was killed on the spot, and 3 members died while 2 were injured. Prefect Zhang has sent a messenger to request assistance from our temple. Xian took the letter, unfolded it, and glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly. Yuan listened from the side, a thought crossing his mind. Longling County was a county under the jurisdiction of Lantsong Prefecture, located over 600 li from the Jinru faction. A ghostly creature had attacked people, and the fact that the Martial Bureau's exorcism squad had suffered such heavy casualties suggested the creature was likely of the ghost general rank. A creature of such ferocity certainly required the temple's most skilled masters to intervene. Xian finished reading the letter, folded it, and handed it back to Jinming. Then he spoke 2 words. "We won T go." It was a crisp, decisive statement, without a hint of hesitation. Yuan froze for a moment. Qi and Zhang also froze. Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Jinming seemed to have anticipated this response all along. His face betrayed no surprise as he simply smiled and tucked the letter back into his sleeve. The 4 youths stood to the side, exchanging glances, their expressions a study in themselves. Jun thought to himself, Master refused without even a moment's hesitation? Didn't he, the abbot, specifically tell him to go? Qi and Zhang thought to themselves, just as the legends say, our master truly acts on a whim and doesn't care what others think. Jinming, however, remained unhurried as he spoke again. Junior brother Xian, don't be so quick to refuse. Minister Zhang said that if the temple can lend a hand this time, he is willing to grant the Jinru faction 10 additional spots in the Lan River dungeon. Xian's eyes flickered slightly. Jinming continued, the abbot said that 4 of those extra spots could be allocated to you. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the side hall shifted abruptly. Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The Lan River dungeon. He knew exactly what that place was. The Lan River dungeon was, without a doubt, the most coveted destination for martial artists in the outer stage of Yunzhou. Legend had it that it was the handiwork of an ancient sage, who had carved out a self-contained microcosm deep within the Lan River. The Lan River dungeon contained layer upon layer of trials, specifically designed to temper the character, willpower, and combat prowess of low-level martial artists. Most crucially, upon clearing all the trials, one could train in the mind-refining, marrow-cleansing pool for up to 3 days. That pool was said to have been condensed from the primordial energies of heaven and earth by ancient sages. Its waters could wash away impurities from the meridians, purify the turbidity within one's mana, and solidify the foundations of one's martial path. Countless independent cultivators in the outer stage dream of entering it just once, but spots are limited. Each time it opens, quotas are allocated to each prefecture. Even a mid-tier sect like the Jinru faction receives no more than a dozen spots per opening. Now, the prefect has granted an additional 10 spots at once, and the abbot has set aside 4 of them for master. In other words, master has full discretion over these 4 spots. Yuan's gaze involuntarily turned toward his own master. Then he noticed that Qi and Zhang were also looking at Xian. The eyes of these 2 Lu family disciples likewise held a palpable sense of anticipation. Only Jun looked completely bewildered, clearly having no idea what the words Lan River dungeon meant. Yuan sighed inwardly. This junior brother Jun, having come from a background of independent cultivation, was indeed somewhat lacking in worldly experience. But judging by his reaction just now when the palm intent illuminated his heart, his nature was exceptionally pure. People like this might start slowly in martial arts training, but once they've mastered the basics, they often go very far. Because their minds are free of distractions and won't be disturbed by external influences. Chapter 47, The Master with a Deep Mind. Xian fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 4 disciples from Jun to Qi, from Zhang to Yuan. Each of the 4 youths wore a different expression. He sighed inwardly. Senior brother, you really know how to handle people. He, of course, understood Heng's intention, to send him out to work, with the money earned split 60-40 between him and the temple. 4 disciples, 4 spots, 1 for each of them. His senior brother had already mapped it all out for him. He really didn't want to go. The ghostly entity in Longling County, one capable of inflicting heavy casualties on the Martial Bureau's exorcism squad, was at least a transformation stage level ghost general. There might even be some other filthy entity lurking behind the scenes. Wasn't it better to just cultivate in the temple? Not to mention, he just performed a set of the mind-observing skill and reaped another wave of show-off points from his disciples. Although the heavenly rewards weren't much, it was still equivalent to a month of his own arduous cultivation. Besides, his current position was chief monk of the Pao Zen monastery. He wasn't a muscle. Why did it feel like the monastery always turned to him whenever trouble arose? Jinming seemed to sense Xian's impatience and hesitation, and spoke again. The abbot said that you're the only one in the monastery who has mastered the true reality evil-shattering seal to the point of effortless proficiency. The subtext was crystal clear: if you don't go, who will? The 4 disciples stood by, too afraid to speak, simply pricking up their ears to eavesdrop on the gossip. At that moment, Xian even began to regret having cultivated the true reality demon-slaying seal as a secondary practice. There were hardly any practitioners of this seal technique in the entire temple. It wasn't that the technique was bad, but the true reality demon-slaying seal was a Buddhist practice, not a martial art. Its power was aimed at ghosts and demons. After all, people in this world were far more terrifying than ghosts. If Xian hadn't been so scared of dying when he first arrived that he practiced this, his taboo-breaking skill would likely already be perfected by now. What a total loss. Xian sighed. With the abbot's senior brother making it so clear, and those 4 spots now on the table, he had no choice but to reconsider. The Lan River dungeon was of no use to him. But his 4 disciples needed it. That mind-refining and marrow-cleansing pool was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Oh well, he'd be counting on those 4 disciples to help him show off in the future anyway. When do we go? He asked. Jinming's expression brightened. Lord Zhang said the sooner the better. Ideally, we should set out today. The situation in Longling County is spiraling out of control. If we delay any further, it's bound to end in chaos. Xian nodded. Understood. I'll get ready. We'll depart in half an hour. Jinming clasped his hands together and bowed. Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother Xian. With that, he turned and walked out of the side hall, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. The side hall fell silent for a moment. Yuan was the first to speak, his voice respectful yet restrained. Master, may I dare to ask about that Lan River dungeon? Xian glanced at him and said calmly. These 4 spots are reserved for you. But whether you can enter the Lan River dungeon depends on your performance over the next 3 months. The Lan River dungeon 1T open for another year. During these 3 months, you must master the mana forging skill to a basic level. Those who fail will forfeit their spots to others. Jun, Qi, and Zhang felt a chill run through them. They clasped their fists simultaneously and declared in unison, "We will do our best." Yuan said nothing, merely bowing deeply. Xian looked at the 4 youths, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, then turned and walked toward the exit. As he reached the doorway, he paused and said without looking back, Yuan, come with me. The rest of you, go to the back courtyard and practice the first form of the mana forging skill until I return. Yes, the 4 replied in unison. Yuan followed Xian out of the side hall, crossed the small courtyard of the Puwan Zen monastery, and arrived at the meditation room where Xian usually secluded himself. Xian pushed open the door and entered, sitting down on the meditation cushion. He pointed to the cushion opposite him, gesturing for Yuan to sit as well. Yuan sat cross-legged, his back straight as a rod, hands resting on his knees, his expression calm and composed. Xian looked at him, remained silent for a moment, then spoke, "How did you come to understand the true essence of martial arts?" Yuan answered truthfully, "It was a fragment of an ancient text from the scripture hall at my home. It had no title, and only a dozen or so pages remained. I stumbled upon it by chance when I was 8. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but I found it intriguing, so I memorized it." You memorized it? Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Yuan nodded, then closed his eyes and recited silently. True intent is the union of a martial artist's spirit and will with the ultimate principles of martial arts, transforming the intangible into the tangible, and using intent to control force. When true intent manifests, the primordial energy of heaven and earth is stirred by it, causing the winds and clouds to change color and the atmosphere to take on myriad forms. However, for true intent to be achieved, 2 conditions must be met. First, high-level martial arts must be mastered to perfection. Second, the martial artist's cultivation must reach the 3rd realm of mana. If either is lacking, true intent cannot manifest. A martial artist in the mana stage, even if their martial arts have reached the pinnacle of perfection, lacks the power to stir the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Thus, true intent cannot emerge. Only those at the core stage or above, with mana as their foundation, can bear the weight of true intent. He recited it word for word, even preserving the unique blend of classical and vernacular prose found in ancient texts. Xian looked at him, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. To be able to recite something memorized years ago word for word was indeed a testament to an astonishing memory. Then do you know what lies beyond the true intent of martial arts? Xian asked. Yuan paused, then shook his head. The ancient scrolls only mention the true intent, the pages beyond that are missing. Xian nodded, saying no more. After all, the realm of true intent was already the pinnacle of martial arts in this age. Beyond that lay the legendary supreme realm of the union of intent and the Tao, a realm that, over the centuries, only a handful had ever touched. It was a distant prospect even for him, let alone for Yuan. Go now. Practice in the back courtyard. Xian waved his hand, dismissing the other. Yuan stood up, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave the meditation hall. He walked along the path of the Puan Zen monastery, his steps steady and his expression composed. He glanced up at the sky. The morning light was spilling over the eastern ridges, bathing the entire Jinru faction in a pale golden glow. In the back courtyard, Jun, Qi, and Zhang were already seated cross-legged on their meditation cushions, beginning to regulate their breath and circulate their qi according to the requirements of the first form of the mana forging skill. Jun's breathing was the heaviest, puffing and panting like a bellows. Qi's breathing was the most even, with a steady interval between each inhale and exhale. Clearly, he had practiced similar techniques at home. Zhang's breathing was the deepest. His chest rose high as he inhaled and sank slowly as he exhaled, each breath carrying a distinct rhythm. Yuan walked to his mat, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He did not rush to channel his energy but first recalled the sensation he had felt moments ago when the palmist intent had illuminated his heart. That feeling of being laid bare, with nowhere to hide, left him with no secrets before his master. He suddenly realized something. His master's palm strike had not merely been a demonstration, but also a test of their character, a gauge of their endurance, and above all, a probe to see if they harbored any ulterior motives. He thought. No wonder rumors in the martial arts world say the master is deeply calculating. I've already experienced it on my very first day as a formal disciple. Yuan opened his eyes, glanced toward the side hall, then withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to channel his energy. Mana rose slowly from his dantian, pushing forward inch by inch along his meridians. It was slow and laborious, like drawing water from a parched riverbed. But he won tea in a hurry. If one round didn't tea work, he do 2. If 2 didn't tea work, he do 10. He had known since childhood that clever people often lack patience, and those without patience do not go far. But he possessed not only cleverness but also great wisdom. He would never be that kind of person. In the back courtyard, the breathing of the four youths rose and fell in unison, intertwining with the distant tolling of bells, the rustling of the wind, and the whispering of bamboo leaves, weaving together into a quiet melody. Chapter 48, Bring this monk a rabbit leg. As twilight crept up from the foot of the mountain, Xian had already walked over 60 li. The forests flanking the official road gradually blurred into a mass of inky silhouettes. Raindrops fell from the gray, overcast sky, at first just a few scattered drops, striking the road and sending up fine specks of dust. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the rain intensified, weaving a dense, gray-white curtain that enveloped the entire world. Xian had no umbrella, so he could only use his lightness skills to speed up his journey. His gray monk's robe was soaked through, clinging to his body and outlining his well-proportioned figure. The rain fell harder and harder. Around the bend in the official road ahead, the outline of a building was faintly visible. Xian squinted to get a better look. It was a temple, not large, standing alone by the roadside. There were no houses nearby, only a few gnarled locust trees swaying in the wind and rain. A dilapidated temple. The corners of Xian's mouth turned up slightly. A rainy night, a dilapidated temple, a monk on the road. This scene doesn't it sound like a classic passage from a storytelling performance? He quickened his pace. The temple door hung askew, half open. The vermilion lacquer had long since flaked away, revealing the grayish-white wood beneath. A corner of the threshold stone was chipped, and rainwater streamed down from the eaves, pooling into a puddle at the entrance. Xian stepped into the puddle, his shoe soles making a squelching sound. The dilapidated temple wasn't large, consisting of 2 courtyards, a small inner courtyard in front and the main hall at the back. Half the roof over the inner courtyard had collapsed, and rain poured in through the gaping holes, splashing onto the ground. The roof of the main hall, however, was intact, though the doors and windows were worn out. The drafty cracks were stuffed with rags and straw, barely keeping out the cold. There were already people inside the hall, and the scene inside the temple was much like that in a novel. 2 groups of people stood on the east and west sides, facing each other across the headless clay Buddha statue in the center of the main hall. The group on the east side was the larger of the two, numbering about 16 or 17. They were all dressed in tight-fitting, sturdy clothing, with knives hanging at their waists, each one muscular and fierce. They formed a semicircle, shielding a young woman in their midst. Her face was hard to make out, but her pale blue gown stood out strikingly against the rough, sturdy garments of the men. The group on the west side was much smaller, consisting of only 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. All wore moon-white robes with swords at their waists. The scabbards were inlaid with silver cloud patterns, making it immediately clear they were disciples of a prestigious sect. All 3 were in their early 20s. The man had arched eyebrows and starry eyes, his features handsome. The 2 women, one with an oval face, the other round, were both above average in beauty, their brows carrying a sharp, fresh-faced intensity. The moment Xian stepped through the hall's doors, all eyes turned to him at once. The leader of the guards on the east side reacted first. A man in his 50s, he had a square jaw, thick eyebrows, high cheekbones, tightly pursed lips, and eyes that gleamed with a restrained intensity. He had been crouching beside the young woman, but the moment Xian entered, he sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his body leaning slightly forward, like a leopard poised to pounce. The dozen or so other guards moved almost simultaneously, adjusting their positions with remarkable coordination. 3 stood directly in front of the young woman, 4 flanked her left and right, and 2 retreated to the rear, blocking the side door leading to the courtyard. Forming a defensive formation. Xian's heart gave a slight jolt. These men were well trained, quick to react, and maintained a tight formation. They did not resemble ordinary estate bodyguards, but rather elite troops specially trained by the military or a major aristocratic family. Especially the leader of the guards, a man in his 50s at the peak of the inner stage, was already considered a major figure in the martial arts world. The fact that he served as the head bodyguard for a young woman indicated that she was no ordinary person. The 3 young people on the west side were a split second slower to react, but they quickly became alert. The male disciple placed his right hand on his sword hilt, while the 2 female disciples unobtrusively moved closer to their companion. 6 pairs of eyes scanned Xian up and down, filled with scrutiny and wariness. Xian paid no heed to these stares. As if he hadn't noticed them at all, he walked straight to an empty spot in the northwest corner of the main hall, took the bundle off his back and set it on the ground, then crouched down. He pulled a fire starter from the bundle, gathered a few scattered planks and a broken altar leg from the corner, piled them together, and set them alight. As the flames flared up, the tension in the hall eased slightly. But the dozen or so guards never took their hands off their sword hilts, and the leader's gaze never left Xian's back. He was observing, assessing, had this monk merely passed by chance, or had he come for them? Xian sat cross-legged beside the fire, placed his hands in a mudra on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to channel his energy. He didn't care what those people thought of him. He just wanted to get through this rainy night as quickly as possible, continue his journey first thing tomorrow morning, deal with that ghostly creature in Longling County, and return to the temple to resume his cultivation. He'd have to head north again in a while. He felt like a damn nuclear-powered donkey. Outside, the rain grew heavier, pelting the broken tiles with a crackling sound, as if someone were scattering beans across the roof. The hall remained silent for a long while. The 3 young men on the west side exchanged a few whispered words. Their voices were so low that Xian didn't strain to listen, but he faintly caught the words monk and doesn't seem like a bad guy. Then the male disciple took a prepared pheasant and a wild rabbit from his bundle, skewered them on branches, and placed them over the fire to roast. Fat dripped onto the flames, sizzling loudly, and the aroma quickly filled the air. Xian didn't open his eyes, but his nostrils twitched slightly. It had to be said, the pheasant smelled truly delicious. The male disciple was clearly no stranger to roasting meat. The cooking was perfectly timed. The skin was golden and crispy, with tiny bubbles of fat rising to the surface. With each bubble that burst, a rich, meaty aroma spread through the air. After about half an hour, both the pheasant and the hare were ready. The male disciple took the pheasant off the fire, blew on it to cool it, tore off a drumstick, and was just about to put it in his mouth when he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to glance at Xian. He hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked over holding the drumstick. "Master," he crouched down in front of Xian, his voice carrying a young man's cheerful tone, "would you like some?" Xian opened his eyes. The young man before him looked to be about 25 or 26. He had handsome features and bright eyes when he smiled, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, exuding a natural warmth. Xian could see through his cultivation level at a glance, early inner stage. For someone his age, that was already quite impressive. "My name is Zhao Xingyuan, an inner door disciple of the Snow Mountain faction," the young man introduced himself, his tone sincere and devoid of the slickness of a seasoned martial artist. "Out here in the middle of nowhere, it can't be easy for a master to travel alone. Have something to eat and warm yourself up." Only after he finished speaking did he seem to remember something, and he glanced back at his companion. His slender-faced senior sister was staring at him with a look that seemed to say, "Are you stupid?" Her lips moved slightly though she didn't speak, her mouth clearly formed the words, "He is a monk." Zhao Xingyuan froze for a moment, then gave an awkward laugh, scratched his head, and said sheepishly, Master, I forgot you're a monk, my apologies, my apologies." He stood up, preparing to back away. "It's all right." Zhao Xingyuan paused in his tracks and looked down at Xian. Xian looked at the chicken drumstick in his hand, sniffed the lingering aroma in the air, then looked into Zhao Xingyuan's sincere eyes before saying something that caught everyone present off guard. "Give this monk a rabbit leg." Chapter 49, Night Rain at the Ruined Temple. Zhao Xingyuan froze, and so did his senior nun. The round-faced junior nun's eyes widened even more, her mouth forming an O. The dozen or so guards on the east side couldn't help but look over. A few of the younger ones twitched the corners of their mouths, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Zhao Xingyuan quickly caught on and grinned. "Sure thing." He hurried back to his campfire, tore off a rabbit leg, skewered it on a clean stick, and handed it to Xian. Xian took the rabbit leg and took a bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, the meat was succulent. It was cooked to perfection. He nodded and praised, "Thanks, that is some cooking." Zhao Xingyuan was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. He chuckled a couple of times, sat down across from Xian, and didn't seem in any hurry to leave. He glanced back at the two senior sisters. The one with the oval face sighed and shook her head, then walked over with the round-faced junior sister and sat down by the fire. The four of them sat around the fire. The sound of the rain mingled with the aroma of roasting meat, and the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed than before. Zhao Xingyuan was naturally outgoing. The moment he sat down, he started chatting away. "Master, which monastery are you from? Why are you traveling alone in this downpour?" Xian, munching on a rabbit leg, replied casually, "The Zhenru faction." Zhao Xingyuan's eyes lit up. "The Zhenru faction? The one in Lanshan Prefecture?" Then, Master, do you know Master Xian?" Zhao Xingyuan leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "You know, Master Xian, the one ranked 4th on the human list, the one the martial arts world calls the black-hearted monk. I heard he sliced the Flood Dragon boss in two with a single stroke last year, and just a few months ago, he caught Sword Zen Mingxin's full power strike between his two fingers. He is incredibly formidable." Xian paused mid-chew on his rabbit leg and glanced at Zhao Xingyuan. "I know him," he said. Zhao Xingyuan perked up even more. "So, are you on good terms with Master Xian? What kind of person is he? Is he really like the rumors say, that?" He stopped mid-sentence, realizing he didn't know what word to use to describe him. To call him a martial arts master felt too ordinary. To call him ruthless seemed a bit rude. Xian finished his sentence for him, black-hearted? Zhao Xingyuan laughed awkwardly. "Master, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it that way." "It's fine." Xian took another bite of the rabbit leg. "He really is black-hearted." Zhao Xingyuan froze, and so did his two senior sisters. The one with the oval face was named Shinru-watching, the third disciple under the Snow Mountain faction S leader. A mid-inner stage cultivator, she was far more perceptive than Zhao Xingyuan. She had been observing Xian from the very beginning. This monk gave her a very strange feeling. Even though he was sitting right in front of her, it was as if a thin veil of mist separated them. She couldn't see him clearly or fathom his true nature. "May I ask, Master, which hall do you belong to within the Jinru faction?" Shinru-watching asked tentatively. "The Hall of Dispelling Delusion," Xian replied indifferently, neither giving his name nor indicating any intention to say more. Shinru-watching sensed his reluctance to elaborate, so she didn't press the matter, though her curiosity only deepened. She took another look at Xian, but no matter how she examined him, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary monk in his early 30s with a subdued aura, hardly the image of a master at the transformation stage. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere gradually eased. From their conversation, Xian learned that the three were indeed inner door disciples of the Snow Mountain faction, sent out by their master to gain experience. They had originally planned to visit Lansang Prefecture to see the sights, but unexpectedly encountered a heavy rain along the way and had taken shelter in this dilapidated temple. The Snow Mountain faction was based in Ileo Prefecture, over 700 li away from the Jinru faction. The two factions had neither close ties nor any deep-seated animosity. They generally kept to their own business. That said, in his youth, he had crossed paths with the other faction's leader on a few occasions. As Xian gnawed on a rabbit leg and listened to the rain outside, a sudden thought crossed his mind. In a scene like this, a dilapidated temple on a rainy night, it would be unthinkable for nothing to happen. No sooner had he thought this than the sound of the rain was suddenly interspersed with other noises. Footsteps. Two people. Their steps were light, but the splash of their feet hitting the puddles rang out distinctly in the silent night. The footsteps grew closer rapidly, moving swiftly toward the dilapidated temple. Xian smirked to himself. It was typical of him. Having read countless wuxia novels in his past life, he anticipated this outcome. He continued to gnaw on the rabbit leg, keeping his composure. The dozen or so guards on the east side reacted much faster than he did. The captain's ears twitched slightly. His expression changed abruptly as he barked, "Someone's here! On guard!" Before his words had even finished, the dozen or so guards had drawn their swords in unison. The glint of steel flashed in the firelight, and a chilling aura of murderous intent spread through the air. With his sword in hand, the captain crouched beside the young woman, his gaze fixed intently on the temple entrance. Zhao Xingyuan and his two companions on the west side were also startled by the sudden commotion. They instinctively stood up, hands on their sword hilts, and retreated behind the fire, forming a triangular defensive position with the group on the east side. Only Xian remained seated by the fire, holding a rabbit leg and chewing on it leisurely, as if he hadn't heard a thing. The temple door was pushed open from the outside. Two figures darted inside. Two men, both in their early 40s, of medium build, dressed in black, form-fitting garments, with short daggers hanging at their waists. Their features were unremarkable, the sort that would disappear into a crowd, but their eyes were exceptionally cold, like two unsheathed blades. Rainwater dripped from the hems of their robes, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Xian glanced at them briefly before looking away. Early transformation stage. Both of them. In the martial arts world, masters at the transformation stage were considered elite fighters. Among the Jinru faction's thousands of disciples, there were only about 30 at the transformation stage. The fact that these two men in black had appeared silently in this dilapidated temple deep in the wilderness was clearly no coincidence. The leader of the guard's expression darkened further. He was at the peak of the inner stage, just a step away from the transformation stage, so he understood the terror of the transformation stage better than anyone else. Two experts at the early transformation stage, and now there were two of them. Yet on his side, he was the only one at the peak of the inner stage. The rest were at the mid-inner stage, early inner stage, and even a few at the outer stage. Even if they formed a formation, they wouldn't stand a chance. But he did not back down. He held his broadsword horizontally in front of the young woman and said in a deep voice, "Who goes there?" The two men in black did not answer. Their gazes swept past the guard captain and landed on the young woman sheltered in the center, a cold smile simultaneously curling at the corners of their lips. Then, they moved. No small talk, no introduction, no long-winded martial arts clichés. If you come to kill, you must have the resolve of an assassin. Two black shadows darted toward the east like ghosts, moving with astonishing speed. The head guard roared, swinging his long sword, its blade gleaming like a silk ribbon at the lead figure in black. Clang! A clang of metal echoed as the captain's blade was sent flying high into the air. The skin on his palm split open, and blood trickled down the hilt. His body involuntarily stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, colliding with the guards behind him before he managed to steady himself. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure merely waved his hand casually, not even pausing in his stride. One move and the outcome was decided. Chapter 50, Snow Mountain Faction. The remaining guards roared in unison, their blades flashing as they charged at the two men in black from all directions. Their coordination was flawless. Clearly, they had practiced this outnumbered formation extensively. For in the front line held the front, 3 on each flank flanked from the sides, and 2 in the rear protected the young woman, ready to step in at a moment's notice. But the gap was too great. The gap between the inner stage and the transformation stage cannot be bridged by sheer numbers or coordination alone. The 2 men in black charged into the crowd like tigers among sheep. With every strike, a guard fell. Whether killed or knocked flying, the guard's sheer numbers were no match for them. One guard was struck in the chest by a palm strike. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, sliding to the floor, and never getting back up. Another guard was kicked in the abdomen and curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Yet another guard was slashed across the shoulder, his body split in 2. In less than 10 breaths, nearly half of the dozen or so guards had fallen. The captain's eyes turned red. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward once more, swinging his long sword so fast it was a blur, the glint of steel enveloping the man in black. But the man in black merely parried his attacks with casual ease, as if toying with a naughty child, paying his assaults no mind at all. Uncle Joe. The young woman who had remained silent finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. She stood behind the guards, her face pale, her hands clenched tightly around the hem of her robe, her knuckles white. Yet her gaze remained steady. She neither wept nor screamed, but simply stared intently at the battlefield. Xian was gnawing on a rabbit leg. Zhao Xingyuan and his 2 companions stood by the fire, hands on their sword hilts, their expressions grave. They were hesitating. Should they intervene or not? If they intervened, their opponents were 2 experts in the early transformation stage. For the 3 of them, who were in the inner stage, it would be no different from courting death. If they didn't help, watching the guards fall one by one would weigh heavily on their consciences. Shen Ruoqing bit her lip and whispered to Zhao Xingyuan and Su Wanqing, "Don't rush. Let us wait and see." Zhao Xingyuan nodded, though his hand gripping the sword hilt was already beaded with sweat. On the battlefield, the head guard, Uncle Joe, had been driven into a corner. His body bore several fresh wounds. A gash ran down his left arm, blood trickling down to soak half his sleeve red. His breathing was ragged, his chest heaving erratically. His mana reserves were nearly depleted. Yet he still stood shielding the young woman. The 2 men in black exchanged a glance. One of them spoke, his voice hoarse and icy, "Zhou Taizhan, we've been ordered to go easy on you. Step aside, and we won't kill you." Zhou Taizhan clenched his teeth, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Unless I die." The man in black sneered, "Then we'll grant you your wish." He shifted his stance and struck out with a palm strike aimed at Zhou Taizhan's chest. This strike was faster and more brutal than any before, the wind whistling with the force of a tidal wave. Zhou Taizhan could neither dodge nor block it. He closed his eyes, preparing to take the blow head on. "Hold on." Shen Ruoqing could no longer stand by. She strode forward, drew her long sword, and pointed the tip at the 2 men in black, her voice clear and firm, "Shen Ruoqing, disciple of the Snow Mountain faction. May I ask which faction you belong to? Why are you attacking these guards so viciously?" The 2 men in black glanced at her, their gaze lingering briefly on the sect token at her waist. A flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes, but it quickly gave way to coldness. "Snow Mountain faction," the man in black said coldly. "Little girl, this is none of your business. If you know what's good for you, step aside and mind your own affairs." Seeing that mentioning her sect hadn't deterred them, Shen Ruoqing suddenly hesitated, as if weighing her options. In truth, Shinru watching regretted not intervening sooner. With the three of them from the Snow Mountain faction coordinating the three talents sword formation, they should have been able to hold their own against one of them, and the other guard could have been dealt with once the formation was set. Zhao Xingyuan and Su Wanqing also stepped forward. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, their long swords drawn, their blades glinting in the firelight. Zhou Taizhan seemed to have grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Three young heroes, I am Zhou Taizhan, the fourth commander of the guards at the Tianbao Pavilion in Kangwu Prefecture, Yunzhou. This is my young mistress, Lu Wan'er, daughter of the pavilion master of the Tianbao Pavilion. If the three of you are willing to lend a hand, the Tianbao Pavilion will surely reward you handsomely." Tianbao Pavilion. At the mention of this name, Shinru Watching's eyebrows twitched slightly. Tianbao Pavilion was considered one of the largest auction houses in Yunzhou, with branches spread across all 9 prefectures of Yunzhou, and even in other provinces and the capital. The treasures, elixirs, and divine weapons traded within the pavilion were countless. Although Tianbao Pavilion's influence did not match that of the major sects, in terms of financial power, few forces in all of Yunzhou could rival it. More importantly, Tianbao Pavilion held 3 major auctions each year, each featuring rare treasures. Many martial arts techniques, elixirs, and weapons that martial artists dreamed of could only be purchased at Tianbao Pavilion's auctions. If the Snow Mountain faction could establish a connection with Tianbao Pavilion, it would undoubtedly be a great advantage. Shinru Watching took a deep breath, flickered her long sword, and a blade of light flashed like snow. "Shinru Watching of the Snow Mountain faction, I'll have the honor of testing your skills." Zhao Xingyuan and Su Wanqing drew their swords simultaneously. 3 streaks of light, like 3 silver serpents, darted toward the 2 men in black. The 2 men in black snorted coldly, drawing no weapons of their own, and charged forward bare-handed. The Snow Mountain faction's swordplay was renowned for its lightness and grace, with ever-changing techniques that balanced offense and defense. Though Shinru Watching and her companions were outmatched in cultivation, their coordination was flawless and their swordplay masterful. Meanwhile, Zhou Taizhan seized the opportunity to direct the remaining guards to reform their formation and provide support from the flanks. For a moment, they managed to tie up the 2 men in black. The battle reached a strange stalemate. Although the 2 men in black held an absolute advantage, the Snow Mountain faction's swordplay was exquisite, and with the guards tying them down from the flanks, they were unable to secure a quick victory. Every time they attempted a killing blow, they were forced back by Shinru Watching and her companion's sword formation. Every time they tried to break through the defenses to capture Lu Wan'er, they were blocked by Zhou Taizhan, who fought with all his might. But everyone knew this was only temporary. The gap between the transformation stage and the inner stage could not be bridged by teamwork and courage alone. Shinru Watching and her companion's mana was rapidly depleting, and the guards were already more than half wounded. If the fight continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Shen sat by the fire, having finished the rabbit leg, and picked up the wild chicken, tearing off a wing to eat slowly. He was watching the show. No, he was eating chicken. Zhao Xingyuan glanced back at him. Seeing the master still eating at a leisurely pace, he felt both anxious and frustrated, but dared not say a word. The man was a high-ranking monk of the Jinru faction, a sect whose power surpassed even that of the Snow Mountain faction. Even if he refused to intervene, there was nothing Zhao could do about it. Just then, footsteps sounded again outside the temple gates. This time, there was only one person. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow. The sound they made as they stepped through the puddles was deep and powerful, like the beating of a drum. Everyone's movements paused. Chapter 51, The 7-Nail Soul-Shattering Incantation. The 2 men in black simultaneously stopped their attack, took a few steps back, and turned their gaze toward the temple entrance. The tension on their faces instantly gave way to reverence. The temple doors swung open. A tall, middle-aged man walked in. He wore a black robe, his features stern, with thick, sword-like eyebrows and eyes as deep and bottomless as a dark pool. His aura was deep and powerful. Standing there, he resembled a mountain, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. The 2 men in black bowed in unison and called out, "Big brother." The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd in the hall before settling on Shinru Watching and her 2 companions. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Snow Mountain faction," he said, his voice low and carrying an air of unquestionable authority. 3 upstarts and you dare meddle in the affairs of the Black Wind Trio? The Black Wind Trio. At the mention of that name, Shinruoching's face went pale. The Black Wind Trio, 3 notorious assassins from southern Yunzhou who specialized in assassination contracts. For a price, they would kill anyone. The leader, Black Fiend He Tianqing, was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The second, Wind Fiend He Tianfeng, was at the early stage of the transformation realm, and the third, Ghost Fiend He Tiangue, was also at the early stage of the transformation realm. The 3 had been operating in southern Yunzhou for years, their hands stained with blood. Yet because of their elusive movements and formidable strength, the major sects had failed to capture them despite several joint assaults. Shinruoching never imagined that on her very first journey to gain experience, she would run into these 3 demons. He Tianqing looked at Shinruoching's pale face, gave a cold laugh, then turned to look at Zhou Taizhan and Lu Wan'er. "Miss Lu," he said, his voice measured and unhurried, "someone has offered 10,000 taels of gold for your life. Will you come with us willingly, or shall we take you by force?" Lu Wan'er's face was as white as paper, but she bit her lip and said nothing. Zhou Taizhan stepped forward, his sword held high to shield her, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "If you lay a finger on the young lady, you'll have to kill me first." He Tianqing glanced at him as if looking down on an ant. You're not even worthy." He paused, then suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to the 2 men behind him. "What were you 2 dawdling about just now? 2 early-stage transformation stage cultivators fighting a group of inner-stage cultivators, and you still haven't taken them down after all this time?" He Tianfeng hurriedly replied, "Big brother, those Snow Mountain faction brats have some decent swordplay and work well together. We can't take them down in a short while." "Useless," He Tianqing cut him off, his voice icy. "I've already taken care of my side. That old guy in the mid-transformation stage fought me for 10 li before finally meeting his end." At those words, everyone's heart sank to the depths of despair. Zhou Taizhan felt a mix of emotions. The person sharing responsibility for the escort mission with him was Qin Wak, the second commander of Tianbao Auction House. Qin's aura was currently unstable, and he bore multiple injuries. Clearly, he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet Qin, a mid-transformation stage cultivator, had still not appeared. It seemed his situation was indeed dire. Shinruoching's fingers trembled. She knew her experience in the martial world was still too shallow and that today's decision had been a bit rash. Zhao Xingyuan's hand gripped the sword hilt so tightly that the veins stood out, and his teeth chattered. Su Wanqing's eyes were red-rimmed, her lips trembling, but she still clung to her sword with all her might, refusing to let go. Zhou Taizhan closed his eyes, then opened them again. He glanced at Lu Wan'er. His gaze held reluctance, guilt, and, above all, a resolute determination to face death. "Miss," he said in a low voice, "I am too weak to protect you any longer. I will fight to the death to hold them off. You must find a way to break through." Lu Wan'er's tears finally fell, but she did not cry out. She merely nodded firmly. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the hall as if searching for a last shred of hope. Then, she saw Xian. The monk was still sitting by the fire, holding half a pheasant in his hand and nibbling on it at a leisurely pace, as if everything unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. The flickering firelight danced across his face, making his expression impossible to discern. Lu Wan'er's gaze suddenly froze. A sudden idea struck her. If the Jinru faction would allow a monk to go out on a mission alone, it meant this man's cultivation level was certainly not low. Moreover, from start to finish, the monk had never shown the slightest sign of panic. He hadn't even glanced directly at the Black Wind Trio. Either he was a fool, or he simply didn't take the Black Wind Trio seriously. Clearly, it was the latter. Lu Wan'er took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and spoke. Her voice was soft, but in the silence of the dilapidated temple, everyone heard her clearly. "Master of the Jinru faction, I am Lu Wan'er, daughter of the pavilion master of the Tianbao pavilion. I humbly beg you to come to our aid. A generous reward awaits." Xian showed no reaction. He continued munching on his chicken wing, not even lifting an eyelid. Lu Wan'er clenched her teeth and spoke again, this time louder and more urgently. In 6 months, at the Tianbao Pavilion auction in Juixing City, Kangwu Prefecture, one of the main lots will be the 7-nail soul-shattering incantation, a core spell from the former Great Black Heaven Temple. If the master is willing to come to my aid, I can make the decision to present this spell to you in advance. Xian paused in his gnawing of the chicken wing. He had actually heard a bit about the 7-nail soul-shattering spell, one of the core spells of the Great Black Heaven Temple before its destruction. It involves nurturing the life nails with mana and divine consciousness, using the target's vital energy or a personal item as a catalyst, and nailing the 7 life nails from a distance onto the 7 major life orifices corresponding to the target's soul. First nail, shatter the sea of consciousness. Second nail, shatter the soul root. Third nail, sever the martial meridians. Fourth nail, deplete vital energy. Fifth nail, seal the 5 senses. Sixth nail, disperse vitality. Seventh nail, annihilate the divine soul. With each passing day, the life nails penetrate the divine soul a fraction deeper. At noon on the 7th day, the caster channels all their inner power and uses their divine will to detonate the 7 nails. When all 7 nails detonate simultaneously, the target's divine soul shatters instantly, their physical body disintegrates, and they are denied even the chance to become a ghost. Though it's a bit on the evil side, Xian feels this technique suits a survivalist like him perfectly. It's a must-have household tool for murder, robbery, and setting traps for others. The key is that his mind-observing skill has recently reached its limit. It's like finding a pillow just when you're sleepy. Luoner acted decisively. In fact, if she hadn't made an offer, Xian would have ultimately intervened to save those 3 kids from the Snow Mountain faction. For one thing, they at least treated him to roasted rabbit. For another, he had a bit of a connection with Tsinbai, the white-robed swordsman and leader of the Snow Mountain faction. Xian lifted his head, his gaze sweeping past the fire, past Zhou Taizhan, and past Shinruoqing and the other 2, first landing on Luoner's face, then shifting to the Black Wind trio. Instantly, He Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed a faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from the monk, extremely subtle. But He Tianqing was a mid-transformation stage expert. His perception of danger was far keener than that of ordinary people. That aura gave him the feeling of a deep winter pond, calm on the surface, yet bone-chillingly cold beneath. The hairs on the back of He Tianqing's neck stood on end. He instinctively took half a step back, then forced himself to stop. No, that wasn't right. He sensed it carefully. The monk's aura was indeed that of the peak transformation stage, only 1 minor level higher than his own. If he had 2 brothers at the early transformation stage to help him, 3 against 1, he might not lose. With that thought, He Tianqing's heart settled slightly. Chapter 52, A Piece of Cake. Xian set down the chicken wing and stood up. He brushed the grease from his hands, smoothed out his monk's robe, and then walked step by step toward He Tianqing. He Tianqing and his 2 companions fixed their gaze on him, their bodies tense, their mana flowing at full capacity. Xian stopped 3 zhang in front of He Tianqing. The 7-spike soul-shattering incantation, he said. His voice was soft, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Deal. He Tianqing replied in a deep voice, Who are you? This is a private matter for the Black Wind trio. I advise you not to meddle. Xian did not answer. He raised his right hand. In that instant, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. The hearts of He Tianqing and his 2 companions skipped a beat simultaneously. They wanted to strike first, but Xian's movements were too fast. So fast they couldn't even be seen. Xian's figure appeared before He Tianfeng like a ghostly apparition, striking out with a palm strike. The palm's wind howled, carrying a force capable of overturning mountains and upending seas, heading straight for He Tianfeng's head. He Tianfeng's pupils contracted sharply as he thrust both fists forward, blocking with all his might. Crack! The sound of shattering bone was clearly audible. He Tianfeng's arms bent at unnatural angles. His bones had clearly snapped. His body was sent flying backward by the force of the palm strike, but Xian gave him no chance to escape. A second palm strike followed immediately, striking him squarely on the crown of his head. Thud! A soft thud, like a ripe watermelon being smashed. He Tianfeng's head exploded under the palm, splattering red and white across the floor. From the first strike to the kill, it took less than a breath. He Tiangui's face turned pale, and he turned to flee. But the moment he took a step, Xian was already behind him. The third strike. The same technique, the same decisiveness. He Tiangui's head exploded under the palm strike. His body slumped limply to the ground, twitched twice, and then lay still. He Tianqing went berserk. With both his brothers killed before his eyes turned red. He let out a furious roar and slammed both fists toward Xian, unleashing a full power attack. Xian didn't flinch or dodge. The fourth strike. This strike met He Tianqing's fist, and the sound of cracking bones rang out once more. He Tianqing's fist was shattered as if made of paper, and the momentum of the strike continued unabated, heading straight for his face. He Tianqing tried to dodge, but Xian's strike was too fast. Smack! The fifth strike landed on the top of He Tianqing's head. 3 corpses, 5 strikes, 5 breaths. The dilapidated temple was eerily silent. Everyone was stunned. Shenruoqing's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word. She had seen people killed before, but never like this. 3 transformation stage experts, in the presence of this monk, didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their skulls were smashed as easily as slicing through vegetables. Zhao Xingyuan's legs trembled slightly. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground, and he didn't even notice. Only 2 thoughts occupied his mind. Isn't that too brutal? Is this the true strength of a transformation stage expert from the Jinru faction? Is it really that terrifying? Su Wanqing covered her mouth, her eyes red-rimmed. She had never imagined martial arts could reach such a realm. Zhou Taizhan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Blood continued to seep from his wounds, but he no longer felt the pain. He simply stared at the monk's figure, his eyes filled with awe. Lu Wan'er stood at the back of the crowd, tears streaming silently down her face, her eyes brimming with relief at having survived the ordeal. Xian withdrew his hand and stood with his arms crossed. He glanced down at the 3 corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly, then turned and walked back to the fire, sitting down on the meditation cushion. The fire was still burning, and the pheasant was still roasting over the flames, sizzling softly. Xian picked up the half-eaten pheasant and continued to gnaw on it. The dilapidated temple remained silent for a long time. Outside, the rain gradually subsided. The patter sounded like someone whispering softly in the distance. Shenruoqing was the first to snap out of it. She took a deep breath, walked up to Xian, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." Zhao Xingyuan and Su Wanqing hurried over as well, bowing respectfully. Xian waved his hand, chewing on the chicken, and mumbled, "Don't thank me, thank her." He nodded toward Lu Wan'er. She offered the higher price. Shenruoqing froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile. This master's way of speaking was truly straightforward. Supported by Zhou Taizhan, Lu Wan'er walked over, knelt before Xian, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. "Master, I will never forget your life-saving grace," she said. Her voice still trembled slightly, but she was much calmer than before. "As for the 7-nail soul-shattering curse, rest assured, Master. I will keep my word. As soon as I return to Tianbao Pavilion, I will have the spell delivered to the Jinru faction. May I ask your Dharma name, Master? At which monastery do you practice?" Xian glanced at her, took another bite of his chicken wing, and mumbled, "Jinru faction, Pueo Zen Monastery, Xian." Lu Wan'er's pupils suddenly contracted. Xian. 4th on the human rankings. Zhou Taizhan's body froze, his lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Xian's gaze again. Shenruoqing and the others were also stunned. Only then did they realize that this monk sitting by the fire, gnawing on a chicken wing, was none other than black-hearted monk Xian, the very person they had just been discussing. No wonder his attacks were so ruthless. 3 strikes shattered 3 skulls clean and decisive, leaving no survivors. It was exactly as the rumors in the martial arts world claimed: when the black-hearted monk struck, he always cut the grass and uprooted it. Zhao Xingyuan swallowed hard, silently grateful that he hadn't spoken out of turn earlier. If Master Xian had overheard him calling him the black-hearted monk, he dared not think of the consequences. Xian stood up, tossed the leftover chicken bones into the fire, clapped his hands, and walked toward the temple gate. When he reached the entrance, he paused and said without looking back, "The rain has stopped outside. If you need to continue your journey, you'd better get going. Just deliver the items to the Jinru faction." Zhou Taizhan hurriedly replied, "Master, rest assured. This old man will personally see it through." Xian nodded, said nothing more, and strode out the temple gate. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the clouds, casting a silvery glow on the damp ground. Xian's figure vanished into the night. Inside the dilapidated temple, Shinru watching stared in that direction, remaining silent for a long time. Senior sister, Zhao Xingyuan leaned in, lowering his voice. "What do you think Master Xian's cultivation level really is? Could someone at the peak transformation stage be this powerful?" Shinru watching shook her head, her gaze deep. "I don't know. But I know one thing." "What is it?" "Fourth on the human rankings?" I wouldn't believe it for a second. Zhao Xingyuan froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "Yeah, fourth on the human rankings? Who would believe that?" Luana stood up with Zhou Taizhan as support, gazing at the direction where Xian had vanished, a complex gleam flashing in her eyes. "Uncle Zhou," she said softly, "once we return, in addition to the 7-nail soul-shattering incantation, prepare a generous gift and deliver it personally to the Jinru faction." Zhou Taizhan nodded. "Rest assured, young lady. I understand." Luoner took a deep breath, turned to face the injured guards, and spoke with a steady, resolute voice, "Dispose of the bodies of our fallen brothers. Everyone, get yourselves together. We'll set out in half an hour and return to Kangwu Prefecture." The guards responded in unison and began to bustle about. Chapter 53, The Strange Events of Longling. For half a month now, no one had dared to venture out at night in Longling County. Old Zhao, the night watchman, was the last person to have struck the gong that night. It was the 23rd day of the second lunar month. He remembered it clearly because that afternoon he had just listened to a performance of Zhong Kuei marries his sister at the entrance to the city god temple, and upon returning home, he had even imitated a passage for his wife. At the third hour of the pig, he set out from the county yamen gate, walking north along South Street. The clapper in his hand rang out with a clang, clang, while he called out, "The weather is dry, be careful with fire and candles." When he reached the crossroads, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strange odor. He couldn't quite place it. It smelled like someone was burning joss paper, or perhaps like rotten meat, with a faint, almost imperceptible hint of blood. He didn't give it much thought or pay it any mind, and kept walking. After taking a dozen or so steps, he suddenly felt a chill down the back of his neck, as if someone had breathed on him. Old Zhao stopped in his tracks and glanced back. The street was deserted. Moonlight cast a pale, ghostly glow on the blue stone pavement, revealing not a single soul. He shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "Getting old makes one timid," then turned to keep walking. Then he saw it. Across the street, in front of the screen wall at the entrance to the county academy, stood a figure. The figure was dressed in a white gown, hair cascading down to the waist, obscuring most of her face. She stood barefoot on the icy stone pavement, her toenails painted a deep crimson that glowed starkly in the moonlight. What kind of person would be dressed like that in the middle of the night? Old Zhao's legs went weak all at once. He wanted to run, but his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. He couldn't take a single step. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt as if something were choking him. He couldn't make a sound. The woman in white slowly raised her head. In the moonlight, her face was as white as paper, yet her lips were so red they seemed ready to bleed. Her eyes were closed, but old Zhao felt two beams of light piercing through her tightly shut eyelids, staring straight at him. Then she smiled. The smile unfolded slowly, the corners of her mouth curling upward bit by bit, as if someone were pulling her skin with a string. As she smiled, her mouth suddenly split wide to an extent no normal person could achieve, revealing a pitch-black cavity inside. It was indescribably eerie. Old Zhao saw something writhing in that black void, part snake, part hand, reaching out from the depths of her throat and lunging toward him. That was the last thing he ever saw. The next morning, someone discovered old Zhao's body at the crossroads. He was leaning against a pillar of the screen wall, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth gaping wide, his facial muscles twisted beyond recognition, as if he had seen something utterly horrifying just before he died. The coroner examined the body, not a single wound, no signs of poisoning, and all internal organs intact, yet his soul was gone. To put it bluntly, his 3 souls and 7 spirits had been sucked out of his body by some unknown force, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. The news spread, sending shockwaves throughout the county. When Joe Shinji, the magistrate of Longling County, received the report, he was having breakfast in the rear courtyard. The chopsticks in his hand clattered onto the table. Hot porridge splashed out of his bowl, scalding his hand, yet he felt no pain. Magistrate Joe was a double-list Genshire who had served as the county's magistrate for 5 years. He considered himself no stranger to strange occurrences. Whether it was ghosts trapping people in a maze, fox spirits repaying a debt of gratitude, or zombies coming back to life, most were just rumors spread by the common folk. After thorough investigation, they turned out to be either thieves playing tricks or enemies spreading falsehoods. Nothing genuine had ever emerged. But this time was different. He had read the coroner's autopsy report 3 times, and each time it sent a chill down his spine. Neither soul nor spirit remains. He knew better than anyone what those 4 words meant. Before becoming a civil servant, this coroner had been a Taoist priest, and Joe Shinji had no doubt about his expertise. The Shen dynasty had stood for 600 years, and the Martial Bureau had long established classifications for all manner of demons, spirits, and malevolent entities. Ghostly entities are classified into 9 ranks. The lowest rank, wandering spirits, can only scare people. They can't even kill a chicken. The slightly higher vengeful ghosts can injure people, but only through physical means. Moving up, there are ghost soldiers, who possess rudimentary sentience and can attack using ghostly energy. And at the ghost general level, they can devour the souls of the living to strengthen themselves. Any entity capable of draining a living person's 3 souls and 7 spirits overnight without leaving a single external wound is either a demon cultivator or a ghostly creature. Joe Shinji immediately wrote 2 letters, one to the prefect's office in the provincial capital, and one to several sects in Longling County renowned for their expertise in exorcism. That very night, the ghostly creature appeared again. This time, it was at the coffin shop in the western part of the city. The shopkeeper, Wang Laolu, was a widower in his 50s who had never remarried. He made his living running the shop his father had left him. He was the boldest man around. He dared to do what others wouldn't, and live in houses others wouldn't dare to inhabit. That night, he was in the shop making paper effigies when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, neither too soft nor too loud, neither too fast nor too slow. Wang Laolu set down the paper figure he was working on, walked to the door, and asked, "Who is there?" No one answered. Thinking it was just the wind, he turned back to continue making his paper figures. No sooner had he sat down than he heard the knocking again. Knock, knock, knock. Still 3 knocks, still the same rhythm. Wang Laolu was getting annoyed. He grabbed the door bolt and yanked the door open. There was nothing outside. Moonlight bathed the empty street. Not a soul was in sight. He cursed under his breath, about to close the door, when he looked down and saw a piece of joss paper resting on the threshold. It was the kind of paper money scattered at funerals, cut from yellow paper, round, with a square hole in the center. The paper money was damp, as if it had just been fished out of water. Wang Laolu's heart skipped a beat, but he steeled his nerves, picked up the paper money, and tossed it into the gutter by the roadside. He shut the door, secured the bolt, and propped it open with a doorstop before returning behind the counter to continue making paper figures. He picked up the half-finished paper figure and suddenly sensed something was wrong. The figure's face had changed. He remembered clearly that he had been making a male figure, a square face, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a pair of mustache strokes at the corners of the mouth. But now, the figure's face had transformed into that of a woman, a pale face, red lips, and closed eyes completely different from what he had been making. Wang Laolu's hands began to tremble. He tried to throw the paper figure away, but it seemed glued to his hand. No matter how hard he shook it, he couldn't shake it off. He looked down and saw that the figure's fingers had, at some point, pierced the back of his hand and were slowly burrowing deeper. Upon closer inspection, he realized they weren't made of paper. They were real human fingers. Pale, icy, and reeking of decay, the fingers burrowed into his flesh, crawling upward along his veins. Wang Laolu let out a blood-curdling scream and violently flung his hand away, sending a chunk of flesh along with the paper figure flying across the room and crashing into the wall. The paper figure stuck to the wall, refusing to fall. The smile on its face grew deeper, its mouth stretching wider and wider, revealing a pitch-black cavity. Chapter 54, Strange Events at Longling 2. The next morning, neighbors discovered Wang Laolu dead in his shop. He was curled up in the corner, his hands clutching his head, his body stiff as a stone. The corpse's eyes were wide open, its pupils dilated. Yet his face bore an eerie grin that sent a chill down one's spine. The coroner's findings matched those of old Zhao. The body was devoid of any soul, and showed no external injuries. Zhou Xinji could no longer sit idly by. He ordered a county-wide curfew. No one was to leave their homes after dark. Every household was instructed to hang peachwood talismans at their doors and post yellow paper with cinnabar spells on their windows. He then dispatched every capable constable and bailiff from the county office, setting up sentry posts along the city walls and stationing a skilled interstage practitioner at each of the 4 city gates. He himself took up a post in the main hall of the county office, staying awake all night, waiting for news from all directions. But he wasn't too sure if these measures would be effective. Yet the ghostly entity seemed to have vanished for 3 consecutive days. There was no sign of it. Just when everyone thought it had left, on the 4th night, it reappeared. This time, it killed 7 people at once. 7 beggars living in the slums south of the city were found dead inside a dilapidated temple. All 7 had died in exactly the same manner, curled up on the ground, hands clutching their heads, their faces frozen in that eerie grin, their souls completely drained. Zhou Xinji finally came to a conclusion. That thing hadn't been scared off, it was evolving. With each killing, it grew stronger, and its killing speed increased. The first 2 times, it had killed only 1 person each. The 3rd time, it killed 7 outright. At this rate, in just a few more days, it would be able to slaughter half the county town. Just then, reinforcements from the prefectural capital arrived. It was the 2nd exorcism squad of the Martial Bureau, a 6-man unit led by Zhu Taizhan, a practitioner in the early transformation stage. The squad included 2 late-stage inner-stage practitioners and 3 early-stage inner-stage practitioners, all of whom had trained in various methods for dispelling evil and exorcising ghosts. They were equipped with 3 bronze mirrors engraved with exorcism arrays, 2 peachwood swords soaked in black dog's blood, and a jar of talismanic water obtained from Longhu Mountain. 6 months prior, this unit had eradicated 4 ghost soldiers in the neighboring Qinglian County, earning a distinguished track record that established them as elite forces within the Martial Bureau. They arrived in the afternoon. Zhu Taizhan led his men in performing a full ritual at the city god temple, then circled the city walls, affixing talismans to each gate. By the time they finished, dusk had fallen. Zhou Xinji hosted a banquet at the county office, but Zhu Taizhan waved him off. Magistrate Zhou, we'll have to postpone the wine. It won't be too late to drink once we've eliminated that thing. That night, Zhu Taizhan led 5 team members to set up an ambush near the coffin shop on the western side of the city. Their plan was simple: use 1 team member as bait, and once the ghostly entity appeared, the 6 of them would work together to surround and kill it. But the plan went awry from the very start. The ghostly creature did not appear near the coffin shop, but instead materialized in the rear hall of the county office. That night, Zhou Xinji was reviewing official documents in the rear office when he suddenly heard a child laughing outside the window. The laughter was faint, as if coming from far away, yet also as if right beside his ear. He looked up and, through the paper window screen, saw a tiny shadow outside, that of a child of 3 or 4 standing on tiptoes on the windowsill, peering inside. Zhou Xinji's heart began to race. He slowly stood up, his right hand reaching for the exorcism seal issued by the Martial Bureau on his desk. Just as his fingers touched the seal, the child outside suddenly spoke, in a voice that was childish yet hollow. "Sir, why aren't you laughing anymore?" The hairs on the back of Zhou Xinji's neck stood on end. He snatched up the seal and hurled it at the window. Bang! The paper screen shattered, and the seal flew out, landing in the courtyard with a dull thud. There was nothing outside the window. He gasped for breath, his legs weak, barely able to stand. Just then, a scream rang out from the front courtyard, followed by a second, then a third, then the sound of weapons clattering to the ground, bodies crashing down, and finally, silence. By the time Zhou Xinji and his men rushed to the front courtyard, it was already too late. Of the 6 men in the second exorcism squad, 5 were dead. The only survivor was their captain, Zhu Taizhan, but he was barely clinging to life. A gash had been torn across his chest, running from his left shoulder to his right ribs, deep enough to expose bone, and blood pooled on the ground. Leaning against a pillar, his face as white as paper, his lips trembling, he managed to utter a single, broken sentence. It wasn't a high-ranking ghost soldier, it was a ghost general. As soon as he finished speaking, he passed out. The coroner examined the 5 bodies. The cause of death was the same as the previous victims. Their souls had been completely drained. But what was different was that their bodies now bore obvious external injuries. Some had severed arms, others were missing legs, and the worst off had lost half his head. Zhou Xinji sat in the county hall all night, staring at the 5 bodies covered in white cloth, unable to utter a single word. Early the next morning, he wrote 2 more letters, one sent by express to the prefectural capital, and one to the Jinru faction. The tone of the letters was far more urgent than before, bordering on a plea. But there was no reply from the prefectural capital. He later learned that the director of the Martial Bureau in the prefectural capital felt the exorcism squad had fallen short in dealing with the ghost general. He had already reported the matter to the imperial capital, requesting the dispatch of more specialized experts, but the back and forth would take at least half a month. At the same time, he had also sought assistance from the Jinru faction. As for the Jinru faction, they did reply with a letter stating, "The matter is currently under discussion within the temple. Please, Magistrate Zhou, be patient. Please be patient." Zhou Xinji stared at those 4 characters and let out a wry smile. He would love to be patient, but the city's citizens couldn't wait. On the very night following the annihilation of the second exorcism squad, the ghostly entity killed 13 more people. This time, it happened at an inn in the eastern part of the city. A group of drunken merchants had disregarded the curfew, gathering to play drinking games. As a result, all 8 people at the table were killed, along with the innkeeper, staff, and several lodging guests downstairs. 13 lives in total. When the news spread, the entire county descended into chaos. Wealthy families began packing their valuables and fleeing, while the poor crowded into the city god temple, burning incense and praying to the deities for protection. The streets were filled with cries, curses, and pleas for mercy. The scene was utter chaos. Zhou Xinji stationed men at all 4 city gates to set up checkpoints, forbidding anyone from leaving the city. He wasn't afraid of the common people fleeing, but rather that someone might carry the ghostly entity out with them. If that thing were to possess someone leaving the city and make its way to another county, Zhou Xinji would bear a heavy burden of guilt. But once this order was issued, the chaos within the city only intensified. Some began storming the city gates, others took advantage of the chaos to loot, and still others openly burned, killed, and plundered in the streets. Zhou Xinji had no choice but to dispatch every single constable and officer from the county office to maintain order, and he even mobilized the city garrison. The entire county of Longling was like a pot boiling over a fire, ready to explode at any moment. Just then, reinforcements arrived. Chapter 55, Xian's Arrival. Several martial arts sects from the Lanshan prefecture, groups accustomed to dealing with ghostly entities, had arrived. There were members from Qingqing Monastery, Baiyun Monastery, and a small sect called Qingshu sect. In all, there were nearly 10 people. The leader was Wang Xianqing, a grand elder of Qingqing Monastery. He was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm and specialized in talismanic arts. He was quite famous in the Longling County area, having eradicated ghostly minions on multiple occasions, and enjoyed high prestige among the local populace. Wang Xianqing arrived in Longling County with 8 others. They first walked a circuit of the city walls, then inspected several crime scenes, and finally shut themselves away in the city god temple to consult with Zhou Xinji. "Magistrate Zhou," Wang Xianqing said with a grave expression, "that thing is not easy to deal with." "In what way is it difficult to deal with?" Zhou Xinji asked. Wang Xianqing fell silent for a moment before saying, "It has developed a certain level of sentience. It is not the kind of lowly ghost that acts purely on instinct. It kills in different locations each time, with no discernible pattern, which suggests it is deliberately evading pursuit. And He paused, his voice dropping even lower, and its motive for killing is clear: it is cultivating ghostly energy. Cultivating? Yes, cultivating its own ghostly energy. Every time it devours the soul of a living person, its own ghostly energy grows stronger. Old Zhao, Wan Laolu, those 7 beggars, the 5 from Exorcism Squad 2, and the 13 from the tavern that has over 20 souls in total, enough to allow it to break through from the early ghost general stage to the mid stage. If we give it another 10 days or so, and it devours 100 souls, it will break through to the late ghost general stage. By then, forget about us, even peak transformation stage experts won't be able to take it down easily. Zhou Xinji's hand trembled slightly. What should we do? Wang Xianqing stood up, walked to the window, pushed open the shutters, and gazed at the gray, overcast sky outside. We went to scout out its lair during the day. Where is it? The Su family mansion in the north of the city. The Su family mansion was known to everyone in Longling County. It was the residence of a retired official, covering over 30 mu of land with more than 100 rooms, its ornate beams and painted rafters exuding extraordinary grandeur. But ever since the Su family perished in a fire 20 years ago, the mansion had lain abandoned, and no one had dared to live there. Rumors circulated that the mansion was haunted in the dead of night. One could hear cries, laughter, and footsteps, but no one had ever gone inside to verify it. Wang Xianqing said. The energy in that mansion is terrifyingly dense. We only stood at the entrance for a moment, yet we felt a chill run through our bodies, and our mana flow became noticeably sluggish. He turned to look at Zhou Xinji. Minister Zhou, I'll be honest with you. Given our combined strength, it would be a struggle to go in even during the day, let alone at night. All I can do is set up a talismanic array in the city to confine that thing within a 200 zhang radius of the Su family mansion, preventing it from coming out to harm people. But to eliminate it completely, we'll need to summon a true master. How long will the talismanic array hold? 10 days at most. After 10 days, the cinnabar on the talismans will fade, and the array will lose its power. If no master has arrived by then, Wang Xianqing trailed off. Zhou Xinji nodded and asked no further questions. Over the next 7 days, Wang Xianqing led his men in setting up 3 layers of talismanic arrays around the Su family mansion, then divided his disciples into 4 groups to take turns guarding the perimeter day and night. Every night, all manner of sounds would emanate from the Su family mansion, sometimes cries, sometimes laughter, sometimes footsteps, sometimes voices, as if a roomful of people were holding a gathering. But the talismanic array was indeed effective. The ghostly entity no longer emerged to harm anyone. The only problem was that Wang Xianqing noticed the thing was growing stronger at an alarming rate. On the first night, the array glowed only faintly. On the third night, the talismans began to burn on their own, consuming more than 10 sheets overnight. On the 5th night, the disciples guarding the entrance to the Su family mansion heard a piercing shriek coming from inside. The sound was so sharp and ear-splitting that it made their eardrums ache. 2 of the lower-ranked disciples fainted on the spot. On the 7th night, the very night Xian set out from the Jinru faction, Wang Xianqing personally stood guard at the entrance to the Su family mansion. At the 3rd watch of the night, a series of rapid, intense knocks suddenly echoed from within the compound: bang, 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 bang. It sounded as if someone were pounding the door with fists or ramming their head against a wall. The noise reverberated from the front gate to the back courtyard and back again, repeating endlessly without cease. Wang Xianqing's face turned pale. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the talismanic array, and only then did the array's glow barely manage to suppress the ghostly aura. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to the disciple beside him, "We'll go to the county office again tomorrow to press them. If they still don't send reinforcements, we'll withdraw." By the time Xian reached Longling County, it was already the hour of Shen the following afternoon. After leaving the dilapidated temple last night, he had traveled over 200 li through the night. At dawn, he rested for 2 hours in a small town by the roadside, ate a bowl of beef noodle soup, and then continued on his way. A light rain fell in the afternoon, but he did not stop, pressing on through the downpour. His gray monk's robe went wet and dry, clinging to his body in a sticky, damp film, yet he was oblivious to it. Longling County was far more desolate than he had imagined. The city gates stood wide open, yet there were few people coming or going. The soldiers guarding the city looked haggard, their eyes sunken and dark, as if they hadn't slept in days. When they saw Xian, they first eyed him warily, but upon noticing his monk's robe and the Jinru faction identification badge he displayed, their expressions changed instantly. They hurriedly bowed in respect and sent someone to lead Xian to the county magistrate's office. The county office was located in the north of the city, less than 2 li from the Su family mansion. Xian followed the soldier who was leading the way through several streets and alleys. Along the way, there was hardly anyone to be seen. The shops facing the street were all shuttered, their windows boarded up, with yellow paper talismans stuffed into the door cracks, and glutinous rice and black beans scattered along the baseboards. A gust of wind swept in from the alleyway, whirling the joss paper and incense ash on the ground into the air. Xian's footsteps faltered slightly. He glanced at the cinnabar patterns on the talismans and furrowed his brow. He recognized those patterns. They were the 7 charms to ward off evil from Qingqing Temple, drawn with cinnabar mixed with black dog's blood and specifically designed to block the intrusion of ghostly beings. But judging by how faded the cinnabar on the paper was, the power of these charms was rapidly fading. Some were already on the verge of losing their effectiveness. He said nothing and continued walking forward. 2 rows of constables stood at the entrance to the county magistrate's office, iron rulers hanging at their waists and water and fire staffs in hand. Each looked tense, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Xian, they reacted just like the soldiers at the city gate, first wary, then, upon seeing his official badge, they hurriedly cleared a path. No sooner had Xian stepped onto the steps of the magistrate's office than a rush of hurried footsteps echoed from within. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue official's robe burst out through the main gate. He took 2 steps at a time to reach Xian, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. Chapter 56, Xian's Arrival 2. Zhou Shenji, magistrate of Longling County, greets the master of the Jinru faction. His voice trembled slightly, as if a drowning man had grasped at a last straw. Xian pressed his palms together in return. No need for such formalities, Magistrate Zhou. I am Xian, a humble monk sent by the abbot to investigate the matter of the ghostly entity. Upon hearing the name Xian, Zhou Shenji's body trembled slightly. He certainly knew that name. Fourth on the human rankings, chief monk of the Jinru faction's Paozen monastery, the black-hearted monk who had slain a water dragon with a single stroke last year. Though he was a civil official, he was not entirely ignorant of the affairs of the martial world, and he was well aware of the weight that came with being ranked 4th on the human list. Please come in, master. Please come in. Zhou Shenji stepped aside to clear the way and personally led Xian inside. Passing through the ceremonial gate in the main hall, they arrived at the second hall, where Xian saw 7 or 8 people already seated. Leading the group was none other than Wang Xiancheng. He wore a blue-gray Taoist robe, his face pale, his eyes sunken and dark-rimmed, and his spirit listless. Clearly, he hadn't slept well for several days. The others were all disciples from various schools and sects. Each of them looked exhausted. Some leaned back in their chairs with their eyes closed, resting, while others spoke in hushed tones, but a hint of anxiety lingered between everyone's brows. The moment Xian entered, all eyes turned to him at once. Wang Xianqing was the first to rise, striding quickly to stand before Xian. He sized him up from head to toe. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Clasping his fists, he said, Wang Xianqing of Qingcheng Monastery, I pay my respects to Master Xian. He was in his 70s and considered a senior figure in the exorcism circles of Lansong Prefecture, yet in Xian's presence, he dared not act presumptuous in the slightest. He was at the mid-transformation stage, while Xian was known to the outside world as being at the peak transformation stage. On the surface, they were only 2 minor levels apart, but everyone in the martial arts world knew that the strength of anyone ranked in the top 5 was far from as simple as the peak transformation stage. Master Wang, thank you for your hard work. Xian returned the bow and took a seat in the guest chair. Zhou Shenji personally poured Xian a cup of tea, then sat down across from him. He took a deep breath and began recounting the events of the past few days. He spoke in great detail, covering everything from old Zhao's death to the annihilation of the second exorcism squad, from Wang Xianqing's formation to the ghostly entity growing increasingly powerful within the Su family mansion, leaving no stone unturned. Halfway through his account, Wang Xianqing pulled a sheet of paper from his sleeve and spread it out on the table. It was a floor plan of the Su family mansion, with the locations where the ghostly energy was thickest marked on it. "Master," Wang Xianqing said, pointing to the main hall on the diagram. "That thing is right here. I've been observing it for 7 days and found that its ghostly energy recedes significantly during the day, but it becomes extremely active at night. Over the past 2 nights, it has begun attempting to break through the talismanic array. By my estimation, it can hold out for no more than 3 days." As he spoke, he pulled a small cloth pouch from his robe, opened it, and revealed several black granules inside resembling charcoal ash or charred bone. "These are the remnants left behind after the spirit array was eroded by ghostly energy last night." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "Judging by this ghostly entity's movements, it seems somewhat like." "Like what?" Xian asked. Wang Xianqing clenched his teeth and said, "It seems as though someone is deliberately cultivating it." At these words, a low murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall. Zhou Xinji's expression darkened further. "Are you suggesting, Master Wang, that someone is manipulating this specter from behind the scenes?" Wang Xianqing shook his head. "It may not be manipulation, but it is certainly deliberate guidance. The Su family mansion is steeped in yin energy, making it an ideal environment for a specter to cultivate. If someone had set up a yin gathering formation within the mansion, then placed a vengeful spirit inside and fed it the souls of the living, it wouldn't take long to cultivate a ghost general or even a ghost king." He paused, then continued. "I've reviewed the old records of the Su family mansion. 20 years ago, during that fire, all 43 members of the Su family perished, yet the cause of the fire remains unknown to this day." He left the rest unsaid, and the hall fell into silence. Xian lifted his teacup, took a light sip, his expression as calm as still water, betraying no emotion. Wang Xianqing looked at him and asked tentatively, "Master, we've devised a plan. At midnight tonight, when the moon is waning and the stars are dim and the power of spirits is weakened, we will enter the Su family mansion simultaneously from 4 directions. First, we'll use talismans to seal off all exits. Then, I'll lead several fellow disciples to break through the front, luring that thing out. Once we draw it out into the main hall, the talismanic array outside will trap it. At that point, we'll join forces." "It's not necessary." Xian set down his teacup and stood up. Everyone froze. Wang Xianqing opened his mouth to ask something, but Xian had already walked toward the courtyard. When he reached the doorway, Xian paused and said without looking back, "You've all worked hard these past few days. Get some rest." He strode out of the second hall, passed through the main hall and the ceremonial gate, and walked along the bluestone path toward the county office's main gate. Zhou Xinji was the first to react. He hurried after him, catching up to Xian and panting. "Master, where are you going?" "The Su family mansion is just north of the city. Should I take some men?" "No need." Xian cut him off, his voice flat. "Magistrate Zhou, there may be some commotion shortly. Tell your men not to panic." Zhou Xinji wanted to say more, but Xian had already stepped out through the county office gates and was walking along North Street toward the Su family mansion. Wang Xianqing stood at the entrance to the second hall, watching Xian's retreating figure. The look on his face shifted from shock to one of complexity. He opened his mouth, intending to call out to Xian and warn him that the ghostly creature was on the verge of breaking through to the late ghost general stage, but the words died on his lips. For he suddenly recalled the rumors that Xian was a cunning old fox. Not only was he ranked 4th on the human list, but he was also extremely shrewd. It was said he never fought a battle without preparation. Did a man like that really need his reminder? Wang Xianqing gave a wry smile and said to the disciple beside him, "Go, prepare all the talismans. If the master really does force that thing out, we can't just stand by idly." The Su family mansion was situated at the northern end of Longling County. It covered a vast area, with high walls of blue-gray bricks and tiles standing about 10 feet tall. The wall tops were overgrown with withered grass, shivering in the cold wind. The main gate was vermilion, but most of the paint had peeled away, revealing the grayish-white wood beneath. The plaque above the lintel hung crookedly, the characters Su Mansion now blurred and barely legible. Xian stood before the gate, lifting his head to gaze over the wall toward the depths of the estate. He had already conducted a discreet reconnaissance this afternoon upon entering Longling County. Xian hadn't gone straight to the county magistrate's office at all. Instead, he first walked a circuit through the city, from the city god temple to Cross Street, from the coffin shop to the dilapidated temple in the south of the city, inspecting every crime scene along the way. He crouched before the screen wall where old Zhao had died, ran his hand over the engravings on the blue-glazed bricks, and closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere for a moment. The ghostly aura had already faded considerably. The faint trace of energy left behind made him feel that the situation wasn't too serious. Chapter 57, Instant Kill. Then Xian headed to the north of the city, walking nearly a full circle around the perimeter of the Su family mansion. He didn't get too close, stopping 2 streets away. He closed his eyes, fully activated his core stage perception, and carefully sensed the situation inside the mansion. That dense ghostly aura, like a pot of boiling water, churned and bubbled deep within the compound. He could clearly sense that the Yin energy here seemed to be growing stronger as well. But what truly concerned him wasn't that ghostly entity. At the very depths of that ghostly aura, beneath that impenetrably dense mass of Yin energy, he sensed a wisp of an extremely faint, extremely elusive presence. That aura was entirely different from the ghostly energy. It was clearly the aura of a living person, and specifically, that of a cultivator. Someone was inside. That person had deliberately concealed their presence, hiding it so deeply that if Xian hadn't already reached the core stage, with perception far surpassing that of a mana realm martial artist, he would never have detected it. At that moment, Xian did not disturb the person nor enter the Su family mansion. Instead, he turned and headed for the county magistrate's office. He wanted to first hear what Wang Xiancheng and the others had uncovered, to see if his own assessment matched their information. Now, standing at the entrance of the Su family mansion, he ran through every detail Wang Xiancheng had mentioned in his mind, then nodded. Just as he had suspected. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it against the gate. Squeak! The gate creaked open slowly, emitting a shrill sound, as if something were screaming. A chill wind surged out from within, carrying the stench of decay, the smell of blood, and an indescribable sweet, metallic odor. The wind struck his body like countless ice needles, piercing his skin, cold to the bone. Xian's expression remained unchanged as he stepped over the threshold. Beyond the gate lay a vast courtyard paved with blue stone. A central path led straight to a second gate, flanked on both sides by rows of locust trees. Their leaves had long since fallen, and the bare branches swayed in the wind like countless withered arms. A thin layer of mist hung over the courtyard, grayish-white, creeping slowly along the ground as if it were alive. Vaguely visible within the mist were shadows, sometimes the outline of a person, sometimes a distorted face, sometimes a hand reaching out from the fog only to retreat again. Xian paid no heed to the mist and walked along the path toward the second gate. His stride was steady, neither hurried nor slow. When he reached the middle of the passageway, he suddenly stopped. Behind the second gate directly ahead stood a figure. A white gown, long hair flowing freely, bare feet, and bright red nail polish on her toenails. The figure kept her head bowed, her hair obscuring most of her face, revealing only a sliver of a chin that was pale, almost bluish. She stood there motionless, like a statue, her eyes peering through the gaps in her hair, staring intently at him. Amit Ba. Xian murmured the Buddha's name. The voice was soft, yet it echoed throughout the courtyard, causing the mist to churn violently, as if stirred by some unseen force. The woman in white slowly raised her head. Moonlight seeped through a gap in the clouds, illuminating her face. It was a face of extraordinary beauty, with delicate features and fair skin, though an unnatural whiteness, as if coated in chalk. Her eyes were closed, yet something beneath her eyelids was writhing, as if her eyeballs were spinning rapidly. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she began to smile. Her mouth suddenly split open to an angle no normal person could achieve, revealing a pitch-black oral cavity. At the same moment, an extremely dense aura of ghostly energy erupted from her body, surging toward Xian like a tidal wave. That ghostly energy contained a bizarre power capable of corroding one's mind and spirit, inducing hallucinations and forcing people to see their deepest fears. But Xian was no ordinary person. He was a core stage master who had perfected the mind-observing skill, possessing an exquisite command over his own mind. Before the ghostly aura could even reach him, it was shattered by the mana pressure radiating from his body, melting away instantly like snow meeting fire. The white-clad woman's smile froze. She sensed the terrifying power emanating from Xian, a sense of oppression unlike anything she had ever experienced. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. They were blood red, like two lanterns, bathing the entire courtyard in crimson light. That crimson glow contained an eerie power capable of shattering one's mental defenses and instantly extracting a person's soul from their body. But Xian had already moved. He raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and traced a circle in the air. Mana surged from his fingertips, coalescing in the air into a golden seal the size of a bowl. The seal was inscribed with dense Sanskrit script and radiated a warm, brilliant light. The true reality seal of evil slaying. This was a seal specifically developed by the Xunru faction to counter demonic and heretical forces. Based on Buddhist Zen seals, it condensed mana to form the seal when cast. It radiated Zen light, possessing a natural power to suppress ghosts and malevolent spirits. Xian's true reality demon slaying seal had reached a masterful level of proficiency, its power far surpassing that of ordinary exorcism spells. The golden seal shot from his hand, tracing an arc through the air as it hurtled toward the woman in white. The woman let out a shrill, piercing sound, like nails scraping against glass, or 1,000 rats squeaking in unison. She waved her hands, and a surge of black ghostly energy erupted from her body, coalescing into a shield before her in an attempt to block the seal. But the moment the golden light mark struck the ghostly shield, there was no sound. The shield was pierced as if made of paper, and the light mark, its momentum unchecked, struck the woman in white squarely in the chest. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the Su family mansion, causing doors and windows to rattle and tiles to clatter down from the roof. A hole the size of a bowl appeared in the woman's chest. Its edges glowed with a golden light that burned like fire, spreading outward from her chest. Wherever it passed, her body seemed to be corroded by some force, dissolving bit by bit. She tried to run, but Xian gave her no chance. A second golden light seal, condensed from mana, had already flown toward her, this time aimed at her head. The seal sank into the center of her forehead. The woman in white's body stiffened suddenly. The expression on her face shifted from a snarl to bewilderment, from bewilderment to fear, and from fear to something indescribable, part relief, part sorrow. Then, her body began to shatter. Starting from her head, cracks spread like those in porcelain, golden light seeping through them. The glow grew ever brighter until, with a loud boom, her entire body exploded, turning into countless golden specks that dissipated into the night sky. The courtyard fell silent. The mist cleared, the locust tree stopped swaying, and the putrid stench vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 58, Smashing the Watermelon Again. Xian withdrew his hand, stood with his arms crossed, and gazed past the second gate toward the depths of the estate. There, the living presence he had been sensing was moving rapidly, fleeing toward the rear of the estate. The corners of Xian's mouth turned up slightly as he strode in that direction. He crossed the main hall, skirted the garden, and arrived before a small 3-story building in the back courtyard. With its upturned eaves and carved window frames, the building looked far better preserved than the dilapidated structures in the front yard. In front of the building stood a clump of bamboo that had long since withered. The bamboo stalks were plastered with talismans so densely packed that the bamboo's natural color was barely visible. The patterns on these talismans differed from the 7 talismans to subdue evil used by Wang Xianqing. They were far more intricate and eerie. The cinnabar was not a normal red, but a dark crimson, as if mixed with blood. Xian stopped in front of the small building and looked up at a window on the 3rd floor. The window was half open, and the interior was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing, but he could sense that the person was there. "Do you want me to drag you out?" Xian spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly into the building. There was a moment of silence inside, then a faint rustling of footsteps, and a figure leaned out of the 3rd floor window. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, gaunt and pale, with high cheekbones and sunken eyes. He looked like someone who had been ill for a long time. He wore a black Taoist robe, a yellow silk sash tied around his waist, and held a bronze mirror in his hand, its surface covered with densely packed runes. His eyes were brown, with pupils tinged slightly red, as if blood vessels were seeping into them. The look he gave Xian was filled with anger and resentment, but more than anything, it was fear. The true reality evil dispelling seal? His voice was hoarse and low, like sandpaper scraping against stone. You monks just love to meddle in other people's business. Xian didn't answer his question, or rather, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Adhering to the principle of act first, talk later, Xian moved. His figure was like a streak of gray lightning, appearing instantly before the middle-aged man as he struck out with his right palm. He didn't use his full strength, only 30%, but even at 30%, his masterful mind-observing skill was more than a late transformation stage martial artist could withstand. The palm strike whistled through the air, carrying the force of a tidal wave, heading straight for the middle-aged man's face. The man's expression changed drastically. He held the bronze mirror in front of him, thrust the short dagger toward Xian's wrist, and retreated rapidly at the same time. Crack! The bronze mirror shattered under the palm's impact, sending shards flying in all directions. The dagger, meanwhile, was struck by the mana, causing its tip to snap off and the blade to bend. The middle-aged man was struck by the palm's force, sending him flying backward. He slammed into the wall of the small building, spat a mouthful of blood, and slid to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Xian walked up to him and looked down at him from above. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. He knew he was no match for this monk, but he didn't want to die. Master, he suddenly cried out, his voice tinged with a near-mad urgency. Master, please hold your hand, I have intelligence regarding the Flood Dragon boss, who is causing unrest in Lansang Prefecture. If you spare my life, Master, I will tell you everything. Xian's raised hand paused slightly, a sign of interest. Oh? The middle-aged man, as if clinging to a lifeline, began speaking rapidly. Last autumn, I was gathering herbs in the deep mountains at the border between Ileo Prefecture and Lansang Prefecture when I accidentally stumbled upon a group of people. They wore dark yellow monkess robes by their attire. They appeared to be from Jieting Temple. I was hiding in the shadows at the time, too afraid to make a sound, and overheard them mentioning things like Flood Dragon Boss, Lansang Prefecture, and driving away. Later, I followed them for most of the day and discovered they were setting up a formation at the base of a cliff along the upper reaches of the Lansang River. The formation was very complex, but I could tell it was designed to drive away demon beasts. After they finished setting up the formation, they left. I sneaked over to take a look and noted down the formation's location and some lingering traces. Sure enough, that Flood Dragon boss later appeared, charging all the way to Lansang Prefecture City, where it was slain by members of the Jinru faction. At the time, I thought it was just a coincidence, until 2 months ago, when I encountered them again while raising a ghost in this Su family mansion. His voice grew increasingly urgent, as if he were racing against death. That night, I sensed a strong presence of Yin energy in the mansion, so I came to investigate. Suddenly, I felt several people approaching from outside. I hid in the basement and peered out through a crack. I saw 3 monks in dark yellow robes standing in the courtyard. One of them was the very man I'd seen deep in the mountains. They stood there for a long time, as if waiting for something. Then one of them spoke in a low voice, saying, "We handled that Flood Dragon boss well, though it's a pity we didn't uncover the Jinru faction's true nature. But it doesn't matter. Our pawns have already been planted there. When the time is right, someone will set them off." Another said, "Senior monk, the Su family mansion is a gathering place for Yin energy. That thing inside has already taken shape. Are we just going to leave it be? What if it escapes and harms people?" The first speaker's voice took on a tone of compassion. "Hurt people? Junior brother, you're too attached to form. Ghosts are sentient beings too within the 6 realms of rebirth, each has its own karmic path. That it cultivates here is its destiny. How can we, as monastics, rashly kill it simply because it was born a ghost? Although this house is heavy with Yin energy, with a little guidance and the setting up of a small Yin gathering formation to lock the Yin energy deep within the house, that thing won't be able to go out and harm anyone. This way, we can spare its life without bringing disaster upon the people. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" Xian sneered. Those words had to be taken the opposite way. The middle-aged man's voice was still frantic. I was so excited at the time, I didn't dare breathe a word. They stood in the courtyard for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before leaving. As they departed, the older one glanced back, whether intentionally or not, with a faint smile on his lips, yet his voice grew even more compassionate as he said to the other, "Remember, we of Jieding Temple never take a life." At the time, I was too caught up in my joy, but now that I think about it, that damned old monk was deliberately letting me hear those words, deliberately leading me to raise a ghost here. To make me their pawn. Xian raised his right hand. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply, and he cried out in horror, "Monk, you're breaking your word, you promised to spare." Before he could finish, a palm had already struck down. It hit the top of the middle-aged man's head squarely. The sound wasn't too loud, but it was like a fully ripe watermelon being smashed, and red and white matter splattered all over the floor. The middle-aged man's body didn't even twitch before going completely still. Xian withdrew his hand, stood with his arms crossed, looked down at the corpse on the ground, and remained silent for a moment. He muttered to himself, "When did this monk ever agree to anything? Didn't I just say a moment ago?" He turned and walked away from the Su family mansion. Chapter 59, The Heavenly Way's Favor. After taking a few steps, he stopped again and glanced back at the small building. The talismans in front of the building were still there, but the cinnabar on them had begun to fade. Some had turned a dark brown, like dried bloodstains. He raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and traced a circle in the air. A golden light mark shot from his fingertips, exploded in midair, and transformed into countless golden specks that rained down, covering the entire Su family mansion. Bathed in the golden light, the cinnabar on the talismans began to burn, sizzling as it turned into wisps of blue smoke and dissipated. The cluster of withered bamboo in front of the building suddenly stirred. It was the wrong spirit trapped within the mansion for 20 years, finally set free. By the time Shen stepped out of the Su family mansion, it was already the hour of the dog. Moonlight flowed like water across the deserted street. Not a single drop of blood stained his gray monk's robe, and his face was devoid of expression, making him look like an ordinary monk who had just arrived from out of town. But the grand mansion behind him had changed. The grayish-white mist that had shrouded the mansion had dissipated, and even the temperature in the courtyard felt a few degrees warmer than before. When the moonlight fell upon the courtyard walls once more, the moss on the blue bricks glowed with an ink-green sheen, making them appear no different from the surrounding buildings. Xian walked along North Street toward the county magistrate's office. After less than half a cup of tea's time, he saw a dense crowd standing ahead. Zhou Xinji stood at the very front, holding a lantern. Its light fell on his face, revealing a mix of tension, anticipation, and fear. Wang Xinxing stood behind him, his full attention fixed on Xian. Behind him were disciples from Qingqing Temple, Baiyun Temple, and Qingshu Gate, as well as county magistrate's officers and constables. Even some bold commoners, hiding in street corners and alleyways, peeked out to watch. All eyes were fixed on Xian. Xian walked up to Zhou Xinji, stopped, and pressed his palms together in a prayer gesture. "Magistrate Zhou," he said. His voice was soft, yet it rang out with exceptional clarity in the still of the night. "I have fulfilled my mission." Zhou Xinji felt an instant sense of relief. He clasped his fists, bowed deeply, his back bending so low it was nearly at a 90-degree angle. His voice trembled slightly, but his words were clear. "Zhou Xinji, magistrate of Longling County, on behalf of all the people of the county, thanks you, master, for saving our lives." Wang Xinxing and the disciples of the exorcist sects returned his bow. Meanwhile, the constables and officers behind Zhou Xinji, along with the common folk gathered at street corners and alleyways, all followed his lead, bowing 3 times in unison. "Thank you, master, for saving our lives." Voices rang out from all directions, some clear, some muffled, some choked with tears, some trembling, merging into a wave of sound that echoed through the night sky. Xian stood where he was, gazing at the sea of kneeling figures before him, and remained silent for a moment. He did not say anything like, "There is no need for such formalities," but simply pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Amit Ba Buddha. Then he turned and walked toward the county magistrate's office. Zhou Xinji hurriedly scrambled to his feet and jogged after him, panting as he said, "Master, I've had a vegetarian meal and hot water prepared. Please rest here for the night, and tomorrow." "There's no need," Xian interrupted him, his footsteps unhindered. "This monk must return to the temple I want to impose on you." Zhou Xinji froze, wanting to say more, but Xian had already walked far ahead. The gray monk's robe flickered in and out of view under the moonlight, soon disappearing at the end of the street. Zhou Xinji stood in the middle of the street, gazing in that direction, silent for a long time. Wang Xianchang walked up beside him, sighed, and whispered, "Lord Zhou, the master of the Jinru faction has other urgent matters. Shall we clean up the mess first?" Zhou Xinji nodded and gave a wry smile. "I just wanted to thank him properly." Wang Xianchang nodded and said no more. Turning to face the Su family mansion, he saw it lying quietly in the moonlight, like a sleeping ancient beast. He suddenly recalled the feeling from 7 days earlier, when he had gone to investigate during the day and had been pressed down by ghostly energy at the courtyard gate until he could barely breathe. A shiver ran down his spine. He also recalled how composed Xian had looked as he entered the Manhan Tea, even paused for a moment. Comparing people to each other is enough to drive a man mad. Wang Xianqing shook his head, turned, and led his disciples away. The onlookers hiding in the street corners and alleyways, seeing that Xian had already left, finally dared to start whispering among themselves. "Who is that monk? He is so powerful? I heard he is a high-ranking monk from the Jinru faction, called Master Xian. The Jinru faction seems a bit far from here." "Right, over 600 li. The Jinru faction is the largest temple in our Lanshan prefecture. No wonder he is so powerful. Look at that mansion, it doesn't even look that scary anymore." "You're right. I don't even feel cold standing here anymore." The murmurings of the townspeople gradually faded away. One by one, the lanterns lining the streets went out, and Longling County finally welcomed its first quiet night in half a month. By the time Xian returned to the Pueo Zen monastery, it was already the afternoon of the 4th day. He pushed open the gate to the meditation hall. The courtyard hadn't changed much since he'd left. The few weeds sprouting from the cracks in the blue bricks had been pulled up, and the dust on the windowsills had been wiped away by the junior disciples. Essentially, it looked exactly the same as when he left. He closed the gate, sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, placed his long sword across his knees, and closed his eyes. On the journey back from Longling County, he had been rushing non-stop, without stopping to properly reflect on his gains from the past few days. Now that he had settled his mind, he could feel that the mana core in his dantian had indeed become slightly more solid than before he left. As it rotated, the flow of mana was smoother, showing a faint trend toward reaching the peak of the mid-core stage. This was to be expected after all. These past few days he had been either traveling or working, much like a nuclear-powered workhorse. But during his stay in Longling County, he had activated Divine Blessing once more. Yes, Father Heaven had rewarded him with cultivation gains again. Xian couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. He recalled every detail of his time in Longling County. From entering the county magistrate's office to hear Zhou Xinji recount the case, to heading alone to the Su family mansion, then killing the ghost, killing the man, and leaving the mansion. It must have been when he said to Zhou Xinji, "No need. There might be some commotion shortly, tell your men not to panic." The Tao of Heaven must have judged that he had pulled it off again at that very moment. It seemed plausible. When he spoke those words, his tone was flat, even tinged with a hint of nonchalance. But to Zhou Xinji and Wang Xianqing, the weight of those words was entirely different. A high-ranking monk who had traveled over 600 li, without even hearing the full details of the case or making any preparations, casually said, "No need," and then walked alone into that haunted mansion that had claimed over 20 lives. That composure, that confidence, that attitude of "this isn't worth my time" to outsiders, it was nothing but an act. And a very convincing one at that. Chapter 60, Shu Xiu and the Rookie Station. Xian closed his eyes, checked the status of his mana core in his dantian, and silently ran the numbers in his head. Ever since he killed Lu Changfeng, the initiator of the Divine Blessing, the heavenly Taoist rewards had become a bit more generous. This time, the reward wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. It was equivalent to 2 months of his arduous cultivation. Has my showboating gotten more polished lately? Xian silently counted the number of times he'd successfully pulled off his act recently and muttered to himself, a hint of reflection in his voice. In his previous life, he'd been a programmer. When writing code, he valued rigorous logic and clear structure, never resorting to flashy gimmicks. He wouldn't claim to have no interest in money, nor would he claim to be face-blind, and certainly not that he came from an ordinary family. Having been in this world for over 30 years, he never intended to get by putting on airs. But since the dough of heaven seemed to fall for it, he had no choice but to keep going down this path. Xian shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind. In any case, advancing his cultivation was a good thing. The time saved could be used for other pursuits. He pulled the bottle of mana elixir from his robe, poured out a single pill, placed it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine it. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue, and a warm, medicinal energy flowed down his throat into his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. His mana core trembled slightly and began to rotate slowly, absorbing the medicinal energy bit by bit. Xian was immersed in this warm current, completely oblivious to the passage of time. He didn't know how long had passed. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard gate was knocked on 3 times, neither too soft nor too loud. Xian slowly finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. "Come in," he said. The visitor was Jin Hui. An elder of the Pueo Zen monastery, he was at the mid-transformation stage and usually assisted Xian in managing the monastery's affairs, both large and small. He was a steady and composed man, never hasty, and would not disturb Xian unless it was necessary. The gate swung open, and Jin Hui stepped inside. He first bowed to Xian with his palms pressed together, then sat down on the meditation cushion opposite him. "Chief monk, you're back." Jin Hui's tone was calm, but a hint of a smile played on his brow, as if he had good news to share. I just got back." Xian nodded. "Is there something you need?" Jin Hui replied, "2 matters. First, the tuition fees for your 4 disciples were delivered to the temple yesterday." Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Tuition fees?" "That's right." Jin Hui's smile deepened. As for Han Pajun, his father, Han Tie, sent 200 taels of silver, 2 bolts of blue cloth, and 20 caddies of top-grade Zweiking tea. It wasn't much, but Han Tie personally carried the load on a shoulder pole all the way from Lansong Prefecture to the mountain gate, a journey that took a full day. The junior monks in the reception hall offered to help him carry it, but he refused, saying this was a gift for his son's apprenticeship and that he must carry it himself. Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. 200 taels of silver was no small sum for a retired soldier. When Han Tie served as a drill instructor in the army, his annual pay was no more than 40 or 50 taels. He must have saved up these 200 taels for quite some time. As for the Lu family, Jin Hui continued, Lu Yuzhan and Lu Yuqi's tuition fees were sent together. 2,000 taels of silver, 20 bolts of Yunjin silk, 4 Duan inkstones, 10 Hu brushes, 10 blocks of Hu ink, and 30 bottles of mana elixir. Xian's mouth twitched slightly. The Lu family was indeed a wealthy clan. 30 bottles of mana elixir combined with the batch sent last time meant he now had nearly 40 bottles on hand. This substance was highly beneficial for core stage cultivation. The Lu family's gift could certainly be called substantial. "What about the Chui family?" Xian asked. Jin Hui replied. The Chui family's tuition was delivered on the same day as the Lu family's. 3,000 taels of silver, 50 bolts of silk, 20 sets of ancient texts, and a treasure sword said to be a prized artifact from the Chui clan's sword pavilion, named Frost and Snow, 3 feet and 3 inches long, sharp enough to sever a hair. As he spoke, he pulled an inventory list from his sleeve and handed it to Xian. Xian took it and glanced over it, inwardly gasping in astonishment. The Chui family of Taiyuan truly lived up to their reputation as one of Yunzhou's leading clans. They certainly knew how to spend lavishly. 3,000 taels of silver would be enough to feed the entire Puan Zen monastery for half a year. The items are all stored in the VIP warehouse at Sanyao Station, Jin Hui said. Since I saw you'd returned, I've already instructed at Sanyao Station attendant to bring them to you shortly. They're in the Wei Pai warehouse. When he said the words Sanyao Station and Wei Pai warehouse, his tone was perfectly natural, but to Xian's ears, it sounded slightly off. Come to think of it, this Sanyao Station was a suggestion he made to the monastery over a decade ago. To set aside a portion of the menial disciples from the sweeping Hearts Lodge and establish a separate organization responsible for the receipt and delivery of all public and private supplies for everyone in the monastery. Whether it was mail or items sent from the families of the temple's disciples, friends in the martial arts world, or others, everything would be centrally managed, registered, and distributed. This would not only improve efficiency but also prevent mishaps during the handling of supplies. At the time, he had casually suggested calling it Sanyao Station, never expecting that senior brother Hun would find the name catchy and adopt it immediately. Now, more than a decade later, the four characters Sanyao Station have become the official name familiar to everyone in the Jinru faction. Even the elderly monks of the Jing generation roll it off their tongues effortlessly. Chief Monk, Jinhui said with a smile. That Sanyao Station of ours is truly useful. In the past, when someone sent something to the temple, we had to find the recipient first. Not only did the back and forth take time, but it was also a hassle when the person wasn't there. The same went for receiving items from the quest hall. We'd have to wait in line for ages, and mistakes were common. Now it's great, just drop the items off at the station, register them, and pick them up with a token. It's fast and accurate. After the abbot of Huayan Temple discovered it by chance last year, he even took the idea back to Yuzhou to promote it. Xian waved his hand, not wanting to continue the topic. What's the second matter? Jinhui's smile faded, and she spoke solemnly. The abbot requests your presence. He says he and senior brother Ji are waiting for you in the Hall of Hidden Hearts. Xian's brow twitched slightly. If Hong and Ji were waiting for him together, it was most likely to ask about the outcome of his journey. Understood. Xian stood up. I'll go right away. He smoothed out his monk's robe and was about to head out when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back to Jinhui and said, please record the tuition fees for those 4 disciples in the ledger. Have the mana elixir and that knife delivered to my meditation room, and store the rest of the items temporarily in the post station's warehouse. Also, the 200 taels of silver sent by Jun's father, record them directly into the Broken Illusion Zen Monastery's general account. Find a time later, under any pretext, to reimburse Jun for those 200 taels. Jinhui paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Chief Monk. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This chief monk might seem quiet and reserved in daily life, but his actions were always measured and considerate. The Han family had the poorest circumstances and offered the meagerest tuition, so he privately made up the difference for Jun. The Lu and Shui families offered generous tuition, so he accepted it in full, neither refusing it nor granting special favors. This way, he neither embarrassed the Han family nor made the Lu and Shui families feel neglected. He had covered all bases, leaving no room for error. Xian stepped out of the Puwang Zen Monastery and walked along the bluestone path toward the Zhangxin Pavilion. The setting sun bathed the entire Jinru faction in a golden glow, while the melodious toll of the bell from the distant bell tower echoed through the valley. The Zhangxin Pavilion, situated at the very heart of the Jinru faction, was a 3-story wooden structure with soaring eaves and ornate brackets, exuding an air of ancient dignity. 2 centuries-old pine trees stood before the building, their gnarled trunks rustling in the breeze. As Xian stepped onto the stairs of the Hall of Hidden Hearts, he could already sense 2 auras within the building. One was as deep as an abyss, that of Hang. The other was as fiery as a blaze, that of Ji. He pushed open the door and entered. Chapter 61, The Ancestral Hall of the Law Sect. The inner chamber was not large, its furnishings simple: a long table, a few chairs, and a portrait of Patriarch Bencheng meditating in seclusion hanging on the wall. Hung sat behind the long table, a thin booklet spread out before him, a brush clenched in his hand as if he were writing something. Ji sat across from him, his back straight as a rod, his features rugged, his thick eyebrows like halberds. He held a cup of tea in his hand but did not drink it. Seeing Xian enter, Hung set down his brush, raised his head, and gave him a calm glance. Ji also turned his head, his gaze lingering on Xian for a moment before withdrawing. Xian sat down in the empty chair, glancing first at Ji, then at Hung, before asking, "Senior brother, did you need me?" Hung first lifted the teacup and took a light sip, then spoke slowly, getting straight to the point. "How did things go in Longling County?" "The ghostly entity has been eliminated, and the one who was raising it has been killed," Xian said. That entity was a mid-stage ghost general, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. The one raising it was a wandering cultivator in the late transformation stage. He had set up a gathering formation beneath the Su family mansion and was feeding the ghost general with the souls of living people. Hong nodded, his expression calm and impassive. Ji, however, furrowed his brow slightly, and his hand holding the teacup paused. "You just said, the person raising the ghost?" Ji asked. "Someone was deliberately raising a ghost there?" "Yes." Xian glanced at him. "And before he died, that man said something to me." "What did he say?" Hong set down his teacup, his gaze growing intense. Xian recounted the words of that ghost-keeping wandering cultivator in their entirety. From the encounter last year in the deep mountains at the border of Ileo Prefecture and Lansong Prefecture, where he had stumbled upon monks from Jieting Temple setting up an array to drive away the Flood Dragon boss, to meeting those same people again 2 months ago at the Su family mansion, and finally to their conversation in the courtyard. He recounted everything exactly as it happened, without embellishment or omitting a single detail. After he finished speaking, the Tsangxin pavilion fell silent for a long time. Hong sat there, motionless, like a Buddha statue. His features remained refined and gentle, but something was churning within his eyes like magma beneath the earth's surface, calm on the surface yet harboring a searing flame beneath. Ji's reaction was far more intense. The head of the Hall of Precepts froze in shock, the teacup he had just sipped from suspended mid-air, motionless as if someone had struck his pressure points. Then his brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and the veins on his temples bulged one by one. Finally, he slammed the teacup down on the table with a thud. The tea splashed out, soaking the scrolls spread out on the table. "Jieting Temple?" His voice carried uncontrollable rage. "The ancestral temple of the Vinaya school, Jieting Temple? Have they gone mad?" Hong said nothing, merely sitting quietly, his gaze shifting back and forth between Ji and Xian. Ji stood up, paced the room for a few steps, then sat back down. "That's impossible," he said suddenly, his voice much lower than before, but his tone still firm. "Jieting Temple is the ancestral temple of the Vinaya school, renowned for its strict observance of monastic discipline. How could they possibly do such a thing, driving the Flood Dragon boss to attack the capital, guiding a wandering cultivator to raise ghosts and harm people? Is this what a disciple of the Buddha should do? How is this any different from a demonic cultivator?" He turned to look at Xian. "Junior brother, do you have any evidence? Can the words of that ghost-raising wandering cultivator be considered evidence? He is just a late transformation stage wandering cultivator, hiding in the shadows to eavesdrop. From such a distance, how could he possibly hear clearly what the other party said? What if he made it up on purpose to save his own life? Or perhaps he was trying to sow discord between the Jinru faction and Jieting Temple?" A barrage of questions rained down on him. Xian looked at him, his expression calm. He waited until Ji had finished speaking before replying slowly, "I am not the prefect, I do not need to adjudicate cases." "What evidence do I need?" Ji was at a loss for words. Xian continued. "That man was at the late transformation stage. He was only a dozen or so zhang away. How could you possibly know if you could hear him clearly? Besides, what would he gain by saying all this just before he died? To die a little faster? Senior brother, don't lie to yourself." Ji opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat blocked as if by a lump. Not a single word came out. He knew, of course, that Xian was right, but Ji refused to believe it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xian, it was that he refused to believe Jieting Temple would do such a thing. He had kept the precepts for 20 years, carving every single one into his very bones. In his view, the precepts were the foundation of cultivation and the bottom line of the Buddhist order. In his early years, he had even believed that controlling desire was what distinguished humans from beasts. And Jieting Temple, as the ancestral seat of the Vinaya school, was the standard bearer of Buddhist precepts throughout the land. If even Jieting Temple could resort to any means for certain ends, what meaning would the precepts he had upheld for all these decades hold? Ji slowly sat back in his chair, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. Hong finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated through the hall of hidden hearts like the toll of evening and morning bells. "Gee, what are you thinking?" Ji raised his head and looked at Hong. His gaze was complex, filled with anger, confusion, bewilderment, and a touch of pain. "Senior brother," his voice was hoarse. "Jetting Temple. I visited it once when I was young. At that time, I had only recently entered the Hall of Precepts, and my master sent me to Jetting Temple to study the precepts. I stayed there for 3 months, following those monks every day as they chanted sutras, observed the precepts, and meditated. The strictness of their discipline was truly awe-inspiring. No food afternoon, no eating at improper times, not a drop of alcohol, not a single idle word. I thought to myself back then, this is what true disciples of the Buddha are like, this is how a practitioner should be." He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "And now, junior brother Xian tells me that a monastery like this would send people to drive the flood dragon boss out, so it could attack a provincial capital with a population of 1 million? That it would guide a wandering cultivator to raise a ghost, feeding the ghost general with the souls of the living?" He shook his head, a weariness he couldn't quite put into words in his voice. "I don't believe it. It's not that I don't trust you, junior brother, but it's hard to accept that they would do such a thing." Xian looked at him, fell silent for a moment, then said, "People change. Monasteries do too." Ji's body trembled slightly. Hung picked up the thread, his voice steady and calm. "Ji, let me ask you this. How have relations been between Jetting Temple and Arjunru faction over the years?" Ji paused, thought for a moment, and replied. "On the surface, they're polite and courteous, but behind the scenes, we don't get along very well. 11 years ago, during the Ulambana festival, people from Jetting Temple injured 3 of our disciples in a competition seriously. At the time, you went to confront the abbot of Jetting Temple, and he claimed it was an accidental slip during friendly sparring. And what about before that?" Hong continued. 15 years ago, Jetting Temple joined forces with several other Vinaya schools to demand a reduction in the Chan school's influence within the 8 schools of Buddhism. Their reasoning was that the Chan school disregards the precepts, follows a flawed path of cultivation, and is unworthy of representing the orthodox Buddhist tradition. Ji fell silent. Hong continued. Going back another 20 years, Jetting Temple expanded its influence in southern Yunzhou, establishing 6 branch monasteries in Lansan Prefecture, Qinghuan Prefecture, and Ilao Prefecture. Moreover, the nearest branch monastery is only 200 li from Arjunru faction. Who do you think they're targeting? Ji's brow furrowed even deeper. Chapter 62, Xian, the Wasted Talent. Hong sighed. The conflict between the Chan and Vinaya schools has been simmering for a long time. We in the Chan school emphasize illuminating the mind and seeing one's true nature, sudden enlightenment to break through attachments. We do not dwell on precepts, rituals, or scriptures, but stress that a pure mind is Buddha. The Vinaya school places the observance of precepts as its foundation and regards the precepts as its teacher, treating them as the very root of practice and believing that liberation is impossible without adherence to them. The 2 schools are completely opposed in their paths of practice, have diametrically opposed attitudes toward rules, and their logic for attaining Buddhahood is as different as night and day. He paused, then continued. Among the 8 schools and 400 sects of Buddhism, there are only 3 supreme temples. The Protectorate faction is our Chan school's top-tier temple, while the Vinaya school has not a single one. Although Jetting Temple is the ancestral seat of the Vinaya school, its ranking among the middle-tier temples is on par with ours. Since they can't compete with the Protectorate faction, they've been keeping a close eye on us, the second-ranked Chan school, day in and day out. Ji's expression grew increasingly grim. He wasn't unaware of these matters, he simply hadn't wanted to delve too deeply into them before. He had observed the precepts for 20 years and held an almost obsessive reverence for them. And Jetting Temple was, in fact, renowned for its strict adherence to the precepts. This natural affinity made him unconsciously interpret matters concerning Jetting Temple in the most favorable light. But now, the news Xian had brought back felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. He remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up at Xian. Xian was sitting in his chair, his expression calm, his gaze detached, betraying no emotion. But Ji noticed a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. Ji knew this junior brother all too well. Whenever Xian gave that look, it meant someone was in for trouble. The problem was that this junior brother of his never adhered to the code of the martial arts world, let alone followed the rules. In his own words, he had his own standards of judgment and his own system of beliefs. Moreover, the phrase above board might not be entirely unrelated to him, but it certainly didn't apply very well. And this junior brother, Xian, had a penchant for scheming in the shadows. Ji often found himself feeling a chill run down his spine. Sometimes Ji wondered if his junior brother had joined the wrong sect, wasting a natural talent for dark arts. Enough. Ji waved his hand, a hint of resignation in his voice. You don't need to say it. I know what you're thinking. Xian glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, offering no denial. Ji sighed, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze rested on the ceiling, as if he were looking at something, yet at the same time, as if he were looking at nothing at all. This time, jetting temple really did go too far. His voice was low, as if he were speaking to himself. Driving away the flood dragon boss, guiding the raising of ghosts, using living people's lives as pawns, this isn't a matter of differing philosophies anymore. This is. He didn't finish his sentence. Hong picked up the thread, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of coldness. They're walking right on the edge of the line. And they've done it more than once. Silence fell once more within the Hall of Hidden Hearts. After a long while, Hong stood up, walked to the window, and pushed open the shutters. The night wind rushed in from outside, causing the scrolls on the table to rustle and flip. He gazed at the distant mountains, his voice low and resonant. Xian, while you were in Longling County, did you discover anything else besides this? Xian was silent for a moment before saying that in vain beneath the Su family mansion is no ordinary one. Hong turned to face him. Xian continued. I sensed a concentration of Yin energy there more than 40% higher than in ordinary 9 Yin lands. Moreover, the ghostly beings in that 9 Yin land have already reached the ghost general rank within 20 years. That's much faster than we anticipated. He paused, then added, Senior brother, you once told me that the spiritual energy in the world is growing denser. This trip to Longling County has given me a new idea. What idea? Hong asked. It's not just the spiritual energy that is thickening, Xian said, his gaze growing intense. The Yin energy I sensed at the Su family mansion was denser than any 9 Yin site I've encountered elsewhere. 10 years ago, the Yin energy there could have nurtured at most a ghost soldier. But now, it has nurtured a ghost general, one on the verge of breaking through to the high-rank ghost general tier. Hong's pupils contracted slightly. Ji sat up straight as well, his expression shifting from anger to grave concern. Are you saying, Hong began slowly, that the revival of spiritual energy isn't limited to spiritual energy alone? Yin energy, ghostly energy, demonic energy, everything related to the primordial energies of heaven and earth is growing denser? I'm not certain, Xian shook his head. But I have this feeling. Senior brother, have you noticed that in recent years, reports of ghostly and demonic disturbances have increased compared to before? Hong said nothing, but his hand unconsciously clenched the window lattice. Of course he had noticed. It wasn't just him, the entire Buddhist community of Yunzhou had noticed. Over the past 3 to 5 years, reports of demonic and ghostly incidents from all regions had nearly doubled compared to previous years, and the severity of these incidents was escalating. In the past, a ghost soldier was considered a major case. Now, ghost generals were beginning to appear one after another. He had always assumed it was because spiritual energy had grown denser, causing ghostly entities to cultivate at a faster rate. But now, hearing Xian speak, he realized the matter might not be that simple. I will look into this. Hong turned around, walked back to the table, and sat down, his gaze sweeping over Ji and Xian. As for the matter at Jetting Temple, do not make it public for now. He looked at Xian. Proceed with your preparations for the trip north as planned. Do not let this affect you. Xian nodded. Hong then turned to Ji. You will remain at the temple and keep a close watch on the Hall of Precepts. Also, tell the reception hall and the Jinyue hall to be on high alert. Things haven't felt quite right lately. Ji clasped his fists in a bow. Yes, Abbot. Xian stood up and bowed to Hong. Senior brother, I'll be heading back now. Hong nodded, a hint of concern in his eyes. Go ahead. Get some rest for a few days, don't overwork yourself. Shen turned and walked toward the door. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and said without looking back, Senior brother, the thickening of the spiritual energy isn't just benefiting humans. Demons, monsters, ghosts, and spirits are all benefiting as well. Our enemies are growing stronger too. Hung said nothing, merely watching his retreating figure in silence. Shen stepped out of the Hall of Hidden Hearts and vanished into the twilight. Ji sat in his chair, gazing in that direction. He remained silent for a long time, then sighed. This junior brother of mine, he shook his head, always leaves half unsaid. Hong smiled faintly. He isn't leaving half unsaid, he has already said enough. The rest is for us to figure out on our own. Ji paused, then gave a wry smile. You're right. He stood up, bowed to Hong, and also walked out of the Hall of Hidden Hearts. The night wind rushed in through the window, causing the scrolls on the table to rustle. Hong sat in his chair, his gaze fixed on the night sky outside the window, not moving it for a long time. The distant mountain ranges loomed faintly in the moonlight, like a slumbering giant beast. A mountain breeze blew in from the valley, carrying the chill of early winter, causing the ancient pine trees in front of the Hall of Hidden Hearts to rustle. Chapter 63, The Seven-Nail Soul-Shattering Curse 2. 2 months later, at the Break Illusion Zen Monastery. The courtyard gates stood tightly shut, and the blue brick walls were overgrown with green vines swaying in the early spring breeze. A thin layer of dust had settled on the blue stone floor within the courtyard. It had not been swept for a long time, and the cobwebs at the eaves had already reached their third layer. The elders and attendants of the Powang Zen Monastery all knew that the head monk was in seclusion, and no one dared to approach. Inside the meditation hall, Xian sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, surrounded by a dozen or so empty small blue and white porcelain vials. His complexion was pale with a hint of rosy flush. His breath was so slow and steady it was almost imperceptible, and his chest barely rose and fell. The mana core in his dantian was no longer the rice grain-sized object it once was. It had grown to nearly the size of a thumb, entirely golden, round, and smooth. The mana core rotated slowly. With each rotation, a gentle stream of mana would overflow from it, flowing along his meridians to every limb and bone, then slowly returning to the dantian, in an endless cycle of renewal. Late core stage. 2 months, 38 bottles of mana elixir, and ceaseless, day and night cultivation had finally propelled him from the mid-core stage to the late core stage. Shen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of sharp intensity flickered in his gaze before fading into calm. He glanced down at the empty bottles beside him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Nearly 40 bottles of mana elixir, all consumed by him as if they were candy. That averaged out to 1 bottle every 2 days, 5 pills a day. If other core stage martial artists found out, they'd likely accuse him of squandering a precious resource. For an ordinary core stage expert, refining a single bottle of mana elixir would take at least half a month. Yet here he was, consuming one every 2 days and absorbing every last bit of its potency, without wasting a single drop. Xian himself found it hard to believe. His speed in refining elixirs was indeed much faster than that of ordinary people, something he noticed as far back as the inner stage. While others needed 2 or 3 hours of cultivation to refine a single pill, he could finish in half an hour. Now that he reached the core stage, this gap hadn't narrowed. If anything, it had grown even wider. He suspected this might have something to do with his soul, which had traveled from another world. His spiritual sense was more concentrated and pure than that of the people in this world, so his efficiency in absorbing and transforming medicinal energy was higher. Of course, this was merely a guess. He had no way to verify it, nor did he dare ask anyone to test it. He stood up and stretched his limbs. His joints cracked like a string of firecrackers. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and let the spring breeze pour in, carrying the fresh scent of the mountain's flora. The distant mountain ranges were veiled in a thin layer of golden light, but the peach blossoms on the mid-slopes had already formed buds. The pale pink buds stood trembling on the branches, as if ready to burst open at any moment. Shen took a deep breath and was about to turn away when his gaze suddenly fell on a wooden box sitting on the windowsill. The box was not large, about a foot square, made of rosewood, with intricate cloud patterns carved into its surface and silver trim around the four corners. It was clearly no ordinary object. He couldn't recall ever owning such a box. He picked up the box and opened it. Inside lay a yellowed silk scroll, densely covered in minuscule regular script. The characters were neat, yet carried an indescribable air of eeriness. Between the strokes of the characters, a faint reddish hue shone through as if mixed with cinnabar, or perhaps with blood. At the top of the scroll were 7 large characters, the true interpretation of the 7-nail soul-shattering incantation. Xian's brow twitched slightly. 2 months earlier, just a few days after he had entered seclusion, Jinhui had come knocking on his door. She told him that Zhou Taizhan had personally traveled from Chuzhou Prefecture to the Jinru faction, bearing an item on Luan Er's orders specifically requesting to hand it over to him in person. At the time, he was in the critical phase of refining the medicinal properties, so he asked Jinhui to accept the item and relay to Zhou Taizhan, "The item has been received, thank you, Miss Lu," before resuming his seclusion. Later, Jinhui delivered the item to his meditation chamber. He casually set it on the windowsill and promptly forgot all about it. That forgetfulness lasted 2 months. Xian shook his head, took the silk scroll from the wooden box, sat down on the meditation cushion, and unfolded it to examine it closely. The writing on the scroll was dense but well organized, divided into 4 sections. The first section explained the principles of the incantation, the second, the conditions for casting it, the third, the steps of the ritual, and the fourth, the cost of casting it. He read slowly, taking in each character one by one. Whenever he reached a crucial point, he would pause, close his eyes to reflect, and then continue reading. By the 3rd time through, he finally understood it. This 7-nail soul-shattering incantation was unlike any martial art he had encountered before. Whether it was the martial arts of the Jinru faction or those of other sects he had encountered in the martial world, they all had clear hierarchical divisions: first steps, modest achievements, mastery, advanced proficiency, and perfection, climbing layer by layer, with clear markers and standards for each step. But this spell was not like that. It had no tiers, no levels of proficiency, only 2 states, mastered or not mastered. Once mastered, it was mastered, it was a one-time deal. There was no such thing as partially mastered. It was like pregnancy: either you were pregnant or you weren't, there was no such thing as half pregnant. And once mastered, the power of this spell did not depend on how many years one had trained or how much hard work one had put in, it depended solely on 4 factors. Xian's gaze settled on the 4th paragraph of the silk scroll, reading it word for word. First, the caster's own cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the richer the mana, and the stronger the spiritual perception, the more solid the life spike formed, and the faster it erodes the opponent's soul. Xian could understand this point. It was like a single sword strike. The power difference between a transformation stage practitioner and a core stage practitioner was like night and day. It wasn't a matter of sword technique, but of the practitioner themselves. Second, whether one possesses the opponent's vital medium. A vital medium refers to anything closely connected to the target's spiritual soul: a strand of hair, a fingernail, undergarments, birth chart, blood, and so on. The stronger the connection between the medium and the target, the deeper the curse's grip and the more devastating its power. Upon reading this, Xian's brow furrowed slightly, then smoothed out again. The silk scroll made it clear. Without a medium, the curse can only disrupt the opponent's spiritual awareness and hinder the flow of their mana. It is unlikely to be fatal, serving merely as a means of sustained harassment. If one possesses superficial mediums such as a strand of hair or undergarments, the life nails can be driven into the opponent's superficial spiritual soul, causing continuous agony like 10,000 ants gnawing at the soul or 1,000 needles piercing the brain. Though the opponent will not die instantly, their combat effectiveness will be reduced by at least 30%. If one possesses deep-level mediums such as the opponent's blood, fingernails, or birth chart, one can completely lock onto their life essence. 7 nails will pierce directly into the very source of their spirit. Once embedded, there is almost no escape. The opponent can only watch helplessly as their soul is pierced day by day, from the sea of consciousness to the soul root, from the martial vessels to the chi and blood, from the 5 senses to the vitality, until finally, the soul explodes and the physical body disintegrates, leaving not even a chance for reincarnation. Xian sucked in a sharp breath. This technique is ruthless. Third, the magnitude of the casting cost. This did not surprise him. The potency of this spell largely depended on the price the caster was willing to pay. Chapter 64, Late Core Stage. If only ordinary mana is consumed without depleting one's foundation, the spell's power is mild, and the 7 nails take 7 days to take effect gradually, giving the target ample time to find a way to counter it. If one consumes both essence blood and mana, the curse will explode on the very same day, doubling in power, leaving the target almost no time to react. If one burns both essence blood and spiritual consciousness, it will be a one-hit kill, virtually unstoppable against opponents of the same cultivation level. But the cost is that the caster will also suffer severe damage to their vital energy at best, their cultivation will regress at worst, their spiritual consciousness will be damaged, and they can forget about advancing any further in this lifetime. This thing is practically the standard tactic of heretical cultivators harming others while harming oneself. The greater the price you're willing to pay, the greater the power it grants you. If you're willing to sacrifice everything, you can bring down an emperor. The final factor depends on your opponent's cultivation level and defensive capabilities. This is common sense. The lower the opponent's cultivation and the weaker their soul, the easier it is for the life nails to penetrate, and the faster they die. If the opponent possesses a heart-protecting divine art, a body-guarding treasure, or martial aura at the core stage or higher, they can disperse part of the nail's force, delaying death, or even find a way to counter it before all 7 nails are fired. Against a peer of equal rank, the spell still takes effect, but it cannot kill instantly. Instead, it becomes a slow, fatal process. Xian set the silk scroll down, closed his eyes, and reviewed the 4 sections of text in his mind once more. This curse technique was indeed a divine tool for murder, robbery, and setting traps for others. Moreover, it suited him perfectly. He was in the late core stage, with abundant mana and a powerful spiritual sense, placing him among the elite of his tier. This was his first advantage. Traveling through the martial world, one inevitably ends up in combat. If he could obtain his opponent's vital medium in advance, his chances of victory would increase by at least 30%. He was already a cautious operator, preferring to lay all his groundwork before engaging in combat. This spell was practically tailor-made for him. That was his second advantage. As for the cost, he wasn't a madman. Why would he burn his essence, blood, and soul for no reason? Consuming mana is enough. He can take his time. The effects won't kick in for 7 days, and he is in no rush anyway. Moreover, given his cultivation level, even if he only expends mana, the potency of his spellcasting far surpasses that of ordinary people. That is the third advantage. As for the fourth, that is what he must guard against. He possesses his own protective mana, as well as techniques like the mind-observing skill to safeguard his spirit. It won't be easy for others to use spells against him. Xian opened his eyes, rolled up the silk scroll, and placed it back in the wooden box, a faint smile curving his lips. A fine find. He stood up, tucked the wooden box into a hidden compartment in the cabinet, and placed it next to the small notebook containing the divine blessing. He closed the cabinet door, clapped his hands, and was about to step out when a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. Soon, a steady, gentle voice sounded from outside. "Xian, it's me." Hong. Xian walked over and pulled open the courtyard gate. Hong stood outside, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lingering on Xian's face for a moment. Then, his pupils contracted slightly. "No, that's not right." At that moment, Xian stood inside the gate, the morning light streaming in from behind him, casting his shadow onto the blue stone floor. His complexion was fair with a hint of rosy flush, his aura so subdued it was nearly imperceptible, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. But Hung had already reached the peak of the core stage. His perception was far sharper than that of ordinary people. Beneath that surface of extreme restraint, he sensed a power as deep as an abyss, rich, refined, and harmonious. It was like magma beneath the earth, calm on the surface, yet with a temperature hot enough to incinerate everything beneath. Late core stage. The corners of Hang's mouth turned up slightly, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. His gaze fell upon the floor littered with elixir vials, and an indescribable sense of emotion welled up within him. This kid is just like he was when he was a child, either cultivating or on his way to cultivate. Have you broken through again? He asked. Xian nodded, his expression unchanged. Yeah, I just broke through a couple of days ago. Hong was silent for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. I've been stuck in the late core stage for years, he said, a hint of resignation in his voice. You, on the other hand, went from the core stage to the late stage in less than half a year. Xian glanced at him and said casually, I was just lucky. Hong was momentarily stumped by his remark. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he could only offer a wry smile. Hong shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the subject. He stepped into the courtyard, sat down on a stone bench, and gestured to the bench across from him, inviting Xian to join him. Xian sat down and looked at Hong. Hong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, Your journey north can't be delayed any longer. Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Hong pulled a letter from his sleeve and handed it to him. Xian took it, unfolded it, and saw that it was a handwritten letter from Master Liao, the abbot of the Protectorate faction. The handwriting was vigorous and forceful, the strokes as sharp as if carved by a knife or chisel. The tone of the letter was even more urgent than the one from half a year ago. In essence, it stated that the situation in the north had deteriorated, with frequent movements by the Nether faction and an increasing number of clashes between the two sides. It urged the Jinru faction to dispatch skilled fighters to the north as soon as possible. At the end of the letter, Master Liao added, If you, nephew Xian, are ready, please set out at the earliest opportunity. This matter is of the utmost importance. It is not a task for the uninitiated. Xian finished reading the letter, folded it, and handed it back to Hong. Senior brother, what exactly has happened? He asked. Hong took the letter, tucked it into his sleeve, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. For the past 6 months, things have been far from peaceful in Shuozhou. The Nether faction and the Protectorate faction have been testing each other's limits, he said. There have been small-scale skirmishes almost every month. The Protectorate faction has lost 3 transformation stage elders, and the Nether faction has lost 4 hall masters. He paused, then continued, but that is not the most critical issue. The most critical issue is that, over the past month, an increasing number of high-ranking martial artists from the Nether faction have been crossing the border into Shuozhou. Xian's brow furrowed. What are they after? He asked. Xian fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. This is no longer a conflict between two sects. The Nether faction is revered as the state religion of Great Yan, while the Protectorate faction serves the Great Xian dynasty. The conflict between the Nether faction and the Protectorate faction is, at its core, a struggle between Great Yan and Great Xian. What we're seeing now is a contest between high-level martial artists, a skirmish fought in the shadows. But barring any surprises, war between the two nations is inevitable. Xian's brow furrowed even deeper. Hong stood up, walked to the edge of the courtyard wall, and stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains. Morning light spilled over the eastern ridge, bathing his gray monk's robe in a soft golden glow. I was actually going to give you a few words of advice. Stay safe on your journey, don't be reckless if trouble arises, run if you can, and only fight if you can't escape. He turned to face Xian, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. But look at you, you've broken through again. Xian stood up, walked over to Hong, pressed his palms together, and bowed. Don't worry, senior brother, he said, his tone calm yet firm. I know what I'm doing. Hong looked at him, remaining silent for a long time, then reached out and gently patted Xian on the shoulder. Go, Hong said, his voice gentle. Go early and return early. Chapter 65, Keeping the Appointment. Xian nodded, turned, and walked back to the meditation hall to pack his belongings. 1 hour later, in the rear courtyard of the Pueo Zen monastery. 4 young men sat cross-legged on meditation cushions, practicing the mana forging skill. As Xian entered the courtyard, the 4 opened their eyes simultaneously, stood up in unison, and bowed in unison. Master! Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over their faces. After 2 months apart, these 4 disciples had changed considerably. Jun looked much healthier than when he first entered the monastery. His complexion was rosy, his breath steady and deep, and the mana within him had already reached a respectable level. Qi and Zhang's auras were also considerably more robust than before, especially Zhang's as he channeled his mana, faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard, clearly indicating he had put in considerable effort into the mana forging skill. Yuan had changed the most. This direct descendant of the Chui family of Taiyuan had been a fair-skinned, refined young man just 2 months ago. Though he still retained his delicate features, a sense of composure had settled between his brows. He concealed his aura exceptionally well. Even an ordinary inner-stage martial artist would likely be unable to detect the presence of mana within him. "How is your progress with the chi forging technique?" Xian asked. Jun was the first to speak, his voice booming. "This disciple can already circulate mana through one minor cycle." Shi and Zhang also nodded, indicating they had achieved the same. Yuan said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Xian glanced at him and silently approved in his heart. This kid, quiet as he is, can probably already circulate mana through 2 minor cycles. Very good, Xian nodded. I must travel far away. I may be gone for as little as 3 to 5 months, or as long as a year or 2. The 4 of you must practice diligently at the temple. Do not slack off. The Lan River dungeon will open in a year. If I Haven T returned by then, you must go with senior brother G. I've already secured spots for all 4 of you with the abbot. The 4 youths replied in unison, though their expressions varied. Jun's eyes were filled with reluctance. His lips moved as if to speak, but he remained silent. Qi and Zhang exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of disappointment in the other's eyes. Yuan's expression was calm. He merely bowed deeply, his voice respectful yet restrained. This disciple bids farewell to master. Xian glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, then turned and walked toward the courtyard gate. When he reached the gate, he paused and said without looking back, "Yuan, you are the senior disciple. Take good care of your younger brothers." Yuan clasped his fists and replied, "This disciple understands." Xian stepped out of the rear courtyard and walked along the bluestone path toward the mountain gate. The 4 youths stood at the entrance to the rear courtyard, watching the gray figure grow increasingly distant and smaller, until it finally vanished around the bend of the mountain path. As Xian emerged through the mountain gate, the disciples on guard immediately bowed in respect. He nodded, stepped down the stone stairs, and walked north along the mountain path. Several days later, Shuozhou, Yunzhong Prefecture. Xian pulled on the reins, reining in his horse before the city gate, and looked up at the imposing city tower. Yunzhong Prefecture was, without a doubt, the largest city in the northern borderlands of the Great Xian dynasty. The city wall stood some 30 zhang high, built entirely of black granite, their surfaces pockmarked with knife gashes and arrow holes. Every 30 paces along the ramparts stood a watchtower, from which the faint outlines of patrolling soldiers could be seen, their armor gleaming, their swords and spears gleaming in the light. The city gates stood wide open, easily wide enough for 5 carriages to pass through side by side. 16 guards stood on either side of the entrance, inspecting the pedestrians and merchants entering and exiting the city. But what made this city most unique was not its height or sturdiness, but its atmosphere. As Xian rode his horse through the gates, a rich scent of sandalwood washed over him. Temples stood in abundance within the city. Desaiyin Temple, Xingshan Temple, Jianfu Temple, Xinglong Temple, Xingjie Temple, Xiangji Temple, Longxingshan Monastery. The atmosphere of over 100 temples converged in one place, blending into a scent unique to this Buddhist realm. Riding slowly through the streets, Xian gazed at the golden roofs, bronze bells, and pagodas, watched the monks and pilgrims coming and going, observed the vendors selling incense, candles, vegetarian meals, and sutras at the temple gates, and saw the devotees flocking from all directions to pay their respects. Suddenly, a line of poetry came to mind. 480 temples of the southern dynasties, how many stand in the mist and rain? How fitting it was here. This was a sacred Buddhist site, the seat of the protectorate faction, the foremost of the Chan schools. Xian walked north along Suzaku Street, where shops stood side by side, wine banners fluttering, and tea shop awnings fluttering in the breeze. But he noticed that among the pedestrians on the street, there were far more martial artists carrying swords and daggers than he had imagined. Some wore the robes of various sects, while others were clad in martial attire, their waists adorned with the iron badges of the martial bureau. They gathered in small groups at the entrances to tea houses and taverns, conversing in hushed tones, their expressions grave. The turmoil of the northern frontier had already reached the city gates. Xian walked through the city for nearly half an hour before arriving at the mountain gate of the Protectorate faction. Built on Longsho Plain at the northern edge of Yunzhong Prefecture, the Protectorate faction covered a vast expanse. Its halls and pavilions rose in tiered layers, their upturned eaves glistening in the sunlight. The mountain gate was a 3-bay, 4-pillar stone archway, approximately 5 zhang high, bearing the 4 characters Protectorate faction carved in bold, vigorous strokes. On either side of the archway stood a pair of stone lions, each 3 zhang tall, exquisitely carved and lifelike. Black gemstones were set into the lions' eyes, casting a cold, piercing glow in the sunlight. No matter which angle you viewed them from, it felt as though the lions were staring right at you. 2 rows of reception monks stood before the mountain gate. Each was tall and imposing, with solemn expressions. They wore uniform gray robes and carried wooden nameplates at their waists inscribed with their dharma names and duties. Upon seeing Xian, a middle-aged monk at the head of the group stepped forward, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly. "May I ask, Master, from where do you come?" Xian took the Jinru faction identification badge from his robe and handed it over. The monk accepted the badge, examined it closely, then looked at Xian's face. His pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately returned the badge with both hands, his expression shifting from polite to reverent. "So it is Master Xian of the Jinru faction Pueo Zen Monastery. The abbot has been waiting for you in the reception hall for quite some time. Please follow me, Master." Xian nodded, handed the reins to a reception monk standing nearby, and followed the monk through the mountain gate. Passing through the Hall of the Heavenly Kings, the Great Buddha Hall, and the Dharma Hall, Xian noticed along the way that most of the monks from the Protectorate faction were hurrying about, as if they had just returned from outside. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, mingling with the sandalwood incense. Unless one sniffed carefully, it was nearly impossible to detect. The reception hall was located to the front right of the Great Buddha Hall. 2 ancient locust trees stood before the building, their gnarled branches just beginning to sprout tender buds. The reception monk stopped at the door, bowed, and stepped back. Xian pushed the door open and entered. The ground floor hall was lined with bookshelves on all 4 walls, their shelves crammed with sutras. In the center stood a long ebony table, its surface covered with maps and letters, piled high. The flame of the oil lamp flickered in the draught, causing the shadows on the wall to dance, growing larger and smaller. Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged monk. The cuffs of his robe were patched, his face was gaunt, his cheekbones slightly prominent. His eyes were half open, as if he were in deep meditation. The moment Xian stepped through the door, those eyes opened like 2 doors being slowly pushed apart, revealing a narrow slit. The light streaming through that single slit made the hairs on the back of Xian's neck stand on end. The light entered through the center of his brow, traveled down his meridians, and reached straight to his dantian. It happened so quickly that Xian didn't even have time to shield himself before the light had already retreated. Chapter 66, The Battle Intensifies. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the 9th-ranked powerhouse on the Earth leaderboard, the venerable Wise Eye. Xian's expression remained unchanged. He pressed his palms together and bowed deeply. "I am Xian of the Jinru faction Pueo Zen Monastery. I have come at the abbot's behest to pay my respects to senior brother Liao." Liao smiled faintly, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, as if the brief probe from a moment ago had never occurred. Yet a glint flashed in his eyes. Liao was both surprised and pleasantly taken aback. This junior brother Xian was far stronger than he had anticipated. "Junior brother Xian, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please, have a seat." He gestured toward the meditation cushion before the desk, his voice deep and resonant, like a bronze bell being gently struck. Xian sat down opposite him, his back straight, hands resting on his knees. Liao poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him, then picked up a cup for himself and sipped it slowly. Neither of them spoke. The only sounds in the reception hall were the soft crackling of the oil lamp and the faint tolling of a distant bell. The silence lasted about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Liao set down his teacup and spoke. He did not ask about Xian's cultivation level, he did not even mention it. His first words were, "Junior brother Xian, did you see the sky in the north on your way here?" Xian paused slightly, then replied, "I did. It was gray and hazy, as if veiled by a gauze." "It is the aura of death." Liao's voice was calm. "Over the past 6 months, too many have died on the Shuozhou border. The aura of death has condensed and refuses to dissipate. It has even changed the color of the sky. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. A gust of north wind swept in, carrying the chill of early spring, causing the map on the table to rustle. Junior brother Xian, do you know how many people have died on the Shuozhou border over the past 6 months? Xian shook his head. Liao turned to face him and spoke slowly. On the Protectorate faction S side, we lost 1 peak transformation stage, 4 late transformation stage, and 14 at the mid transformation stage or below. The Shuozhou Martial Bureau lost 1 director and 4 deputy directors, all of whom were at the late transformation stage or higher. He glanced at Xian and continued, adding up the reinforcements sent by various sects, the total number of casualties is no less than 50. Among them, more than 20 were at the transformation stage or higher. He sighed again. And that's just the high-level martial artists. The low-level martial artists and ordinary civilians are too numerous to count. Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Liao walked back to the desk and pointed to an area in the northern part of the map. The map was densely marked with mountains, rivers, cities, and passes, crisscrossed with red and blue symbols. The Nether faction has at least 9 infiltration squads operating along the Jianchuan Road. Each squad consists of 5 to 10 members, led by commanders at the late transformation stage or peak transformation stage, with squad members at least in the early transformation stage. They avoid direct confrontation with us, instead specializing in ambushing our rear lines, medicinal gardens, mines, granaries, supply routes, and isolated low-level disciples. They strike and vanish, their movements elusive, coming and going like the wind. When we send squads to hunt them down, they flee. When we withdraw, they return. His finger moved across the map, naming a location with every point. 3 months ago, the spiritual herb garden in Xiangshan County was destroyed, and the 2 transformation stage elders guarding it were both killed. 2 months ago, the black iron mine in the northern frontier was blown up. The mine shafts collapsed, resulting in over 100 casualties. 1 month ago, the Martial Bureau's border branch was attacked. The branch chief was killed, and the archives were burned. Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Is this how the Nether faction always operates? Not entirely, Liao shook his head. They employ 2 different tactics. Point 1 is a head-on clash, where they deploy core stage experts and a large force to confront our men along the border, tying down our main forces. The other is this kind of elite squad infiltration. He paused, his gaze growing deep. We're not afraid of a head-on clash. The Protectorate faction has 1 core stage expert, and the Shuozhou Martial Bureau has also deployed 1. The Nether faction is in a similar position. The 2 sides have been locked in a standoff along the border for half a year, with neither able to gain the upper hand. What's truly giving us a headache are those small squads. He pointed to several red dots marked on the map. Liao picked up his teacup, took a sip, and moistened his throat. What's even more troublesome is that it's not just the Nether faction. Other sects within the Great Yin Kingdom are also sending people to the border. The Bloodblade sect, the Yingui sect, the Whitebone Monastery, these are all heretical sects, closely allied with the Nether faction. They're using the pretext of support, but in reality, they're trying to get a piece of the action during the war. Of course, we're doing the same. Huayan Temple, the Azure Wave faction, the Snow Mountain faction, Xingcheng Monastery, Baiyun Monastery. Major sects from the 3 provinces of Shuoyun, and you have all sent representatives. On one hand, they're assisting the Protectorate faction. On the other, they're trying to gauge the enemy's strength before the Great War begins, and to train their troops in the process. Xian nodded. He understood. This wasn't just a matter between the Protectorate faction and the Nether faction. It was a matter between the nations of Dashuan and Dian. 2 great powers were about to go to war, and before the conflict began, they were sending their subordinates to the border to probe, wear each other down, and assess the enemy's strength. Those dying were the elite of each sect, and the battles were all small-scale skirmishes. Senior brother Liao, Xian spoke up, his voice low, what do you want me to do? Liao looked at him, fell silent for a moment, then pulled a thin sheet of paper from the pile of letters on the desk and pushed it toward him. The paper bore a portrait of a man in his 40s with a stern face. A scar from his eyebrow to his cheekbone ran along the corner of his left eye. Beside the portrait were a few lines of small print, Wuzhou, peak transformation stage, direct disciple of Lu Xingjian, the second-ranked transmission elder of the Nether faction. Skilled in stealth and assassination, he has led the Dark Owl Squad in operations along Jianchuan Road for half a year, killing 2 of our late transformation stage members and 5 mid-transformation stage members, never missing a shot. Xian looked at the portrait and said nothing. Liao continued. The Protectorate faction sent 2 squads to hunt him down, but neither succeeded. The first was ambushed and wiped out by him. The squad leader died on the spot. The second pursued him for 7 days and 7 nights, chasing him deep into Jianchuan Road, where he lured them into a trap, costing them another squad leader. This man must die. Liao's voice remained calm, but a hint of coldness had crept into his tone. He looked up and met Xian's gaze. I need someone he hasn't seen before, someone whose true nature he can't fathom, to go to Jianchuan Road, find him, and kill him. He paused, then continued. I've assembled a squad for you, 5 people, all at the transformation stage. You're the squad leader. The members include people from the Azure Wave faction, the Snow Mountain faction, and 2 independent cultivators. You'll see the specific list when you meet them. After a brief pause, Liao continued. One of the independent cultivators is named Qinzhou. He is at the late transformation stage and is extremely sharp-witted, skilled at analyzing situations and devising plans. I invited him specifically. He previously fought several battles for the Protectorate faction on the Shuozhou border, where he consistently predicted the enemy's movements in advance and saved many lives. If you're ever unsure of what to do, you can consult him. Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly. The combination of lone cultivator, late transformation stage, and sharp mind was a rare find in this world. Also, Liao continued, traveling with you this time is Xia Yunfan, the young master of the Azure Wave faction. He is in the late transformation stage and has excellent swordsmanship, but he is young and impetuous, prone to acting on impulse. The other is Zhao Hong, the second son of the Prince of the South in Chu Prefecture. He is in the mid-transformation stage. His martial arts aren't bad, but he has a temper and carries some of the arrogance typical of aristocratic scions. He looked at Xian, a hint of caution in his gaze. Chapter 67, The Venomous Snake vs. the Dragon. These 2 have special status. The Azure Wave faction is quite powerful, and the Prince of the South is one of the 3 great feudal lords of the southern realm of Great Xian. If anything were to happen to their people on the territory of my Protectorate faction, it would be difficult to explain. So? I understand, Xian interrupted him. I'll take care of whatever I can. Liao nodded, seemingly offhandedly, but in reality testing the waters. The cultivation method I practice is unique. My 5 senses and 6 perceptions are somewhat sharper than those of ordinary people. His voice was very soft, as if he were speaking to himself. The moment junior brother Xian walked in, I sensed that you were no ordinary person. Seeing that Xian didn't respond, he continued, I have cultivated the heavenly eye for over 40 years, yet I have never had this sensation before. Xian set down his teacup, his expression still calm. Senior brother Liao, you flatter me, he said casually. It's likely because I've practiced the mind-observing skill for so long. The intent in my palm has affected my aura, making others feel uncomfortable. Liao glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Mind-observing skill? He shook his head. Though I am no genius, I can still distinguish the aura of the mind-observing skill. He did not press the matter further, but shifted the subject instead. His gaze fell upon the map, and his tone grew casual, as if discussing something of little consequence. The terrain along the Jianchuan Road is complex. The mountains are high and the forests dense. Without a guide, outsiders can easily get lost there. Please exercise caution when leading the team, junior brother. Xian picked up his teacup, blew gently on the foam, and said calmly, Senior brother Liao, the Protectorate faction must have quite a bit of intelligence on the Jianchuan Road, right? They do. Liao nodded. 6 months' worth of patrol logs, combat records, and enemy outpost locations are all marked on this map. But intelligence is static. People are dynamic. The Nether faction is constantly shifting. They might be here today and have moved elsewhere tomorrow. Relying solely on intelligence isn't enough. You need people who can adapt on the fly. He paused, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He reached under the desk and pulled out a small celadone bottle, placing it on the table. Oh, I almost forgot. Since junior brother Xian has traveled such a long distance, the Protectorate faction ought to offer a small token of appreciation. Here are 3 bottles of enlightenment elixir, specifically designed to nurture one's spiritual awareness and strengthen the soul. It's a rare commodity in the martial world, and I don't have much of it here, but I've set aside 3 bottles for brother Xian as a token of my appreciation. Xian's gaze fell on the celadone bottle and lingered for a moment. Enlightenment elixir. A pill specifically designed to nurture one's spiritual awareness, far more precious than mana elixir. In all his years with the Jinru faction, he had seen it only 3 times, and each time, senior brother Abbot had taken it to give to our great uncle who was in seclusion. He himself had never even tasted it. He withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanged, and said calmly, "Senior brother Liao, you are too kind. I am merely here on orders to assist. How dare I accept such a generous gift?" Liao waved his hand. "It's only right." The Jinru faction and the Protectorate faction both belong to the Chan lineage were family, so there is no need for formalities. If junior brother Xian needs anything else, just ask. Whatever the Protectorate faction can do, we will certainly do. That said, giving him this enlightenment elixir was actually a spur-of-the-moment decision on Liao's part. Xian fell silent for a moment, then lifted his teacup and took another sip. "Senior brother Liao, I have a request. Please speak. I am not yet familiar with the situation on Jianchuan Road. Before we set out, I would like to speak with that Qinzhou first and hear his analysis. Additionally, I'd like to review all the Protectorate faction South intelligence on Jianchuan Road. This includes patrol routes, supply points, and Wuzhou's activity patterns over the past 6 months. The more detailed, the better." A hint of approval flashed in Liao's eyes. "As you wish. Qinzhou will come see you tonight. He has already compiled the intelligence, just ask him for it." Xian nodded and added, "There is one more thing. On this trip to Jianchuan Road, I'm bringing only transformation stage team members. If we encounter core stage opponents, a head-on clash isn't an option. I'd like to borrow something from senior brother Liao, just in case." Liao looked at him. "What is it?" "The Protectorate faction's Diamond Shield Scroll," Xian said flatly, as if discussing something ordinary. "I've heard that the Protectorate faction's Diamond Shield Scroll can withstand 3 full power strikes from a core stage expert in a critical moment. I wouldn't dare ask for more. 2 will suffice." Liao's eyebrows twitched slightly. This Xian was truly shameless. Even after Yi pointed out that the other was concealing his cultivation level, the man still stood there playing dumb to extract favors. This Diamond Shield Scroll was a closely guarded secret of the Protectorate faction. Each one required 3 core stage experts working together for an entire month to produce. The entire Protectorate faction's stockpile amounted to no more than a dozen. Many had been used over the years, making the remaining ones all the more precious. He glanced at Xian, who remained composed, lifting his teacup and sipping slowly, as if he merely mentioned it in passing. Liao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Junior brother Xian, you're truly very different from your senior brother Hang." Xian set down his teacup and smiled faintly. "Senior brother is senior brother, this monk is this monk." Liao nodded, pulled a small silk pouch from his sleeve, and placed it on the table. The pouch was yellow, embroidered with a golden lotus flower in fine, dense stitches. "Diamond Shield Scroll. I happen to have 2 of them here. One is for junior brother Xian, and the other," he paused, "is also for junior brother Xian. How you use it is up to you." Xian took the pouch and weighed it in his hand. It was extremely light, as if it contained nothing. But he knew these 2 talismans were worth a fortune. He hit the jackpot. He knew this old brother had some good stuff. He was even a little regretful that he hadn't asked for more. Xian tucked the silk pouch into his robe, stood up, and bowed to Liao. "Rest assured, senior brother Liao. This monk will do his utmost." Liao also stood up, pressed his palms together, and returned the bow. "Junior brother Xian, the journey ahead is perilous. Be very careful." He hesitated for a moment, then added in a low voice, As for Xia Yunfan and Zhao Hong, please bear with them. Young people are full of ambition, but they're not bad at heart. As for Qinzhou, trust him, he won't let you down. Xian nodded and turned to walk toward the door. When he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped and asked without turning back, "Senior brother Liao, what if those two refuse to follow orders?" Liao was silent for a moment, then raised his fist. "You can win them over with virtue." Xian's lips curled slightly upward as he stepped out of the reception hall. Liao stood behind his desk, watching that figure disappear through the door, and remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly sat back down on his meditation cushion, picked up the now cold tea, and took a sip. He closed his eyes and replayed in his mind the sensations he felt moments ago when he used Heavenly Eye insight to probe Xian. That aura, obscure, profound, and robust, lay coiled within his dantian, quiet yet dangerous. His probing divine sense had barely touched the surface before he instinctively withdrew it. Mid-core stage? Or late core stage? Liao muttered to himself, shaking his head. That aura was incredibly dense, and Xian hadn't even reached the age of 40 yet. He couldn't help but think to himself, the Jinru faction is about to produce a rising star. Thankfully, he belongs to our Chan lineage. Liao opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the portrait of Wu Jiu on the table. The scarred face in the painting was stern and menacing, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Liao reached out and flipped the portrait over, revealing the back. "A dragon versus a viper," he murmured, "how intriguing." He paused, then recalled Xian's expression when he demanded those 2 diamond shield scrolls earlier, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. That Xian, he shook his head, is quite the scoundrel. Outside the reception hall, the sound of a bell rang out, echoing through the valley. Chapter 68, Qinzhou. That evening, at the Protectorate Faction's guest quarters, Xian sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion in the Zen room, the silk scroll of the 7-nail soul-shattering incantation spread out before him. He practiced it several more times, but unfortunately, he still hadn't grasped the basics. Footsteps sounded from the corridor outside. The visitor stopped at the door and knocked 3 times. "Master Xian, Qinzhou requests an audience." The voice had a soothing, gentle quality to it. Xian rolled up the silk scroll and put it away, saying, "Please come in." The door swung open, and a man in his early 40s stepped inside. He was of average build, neither fat nor thin, wearing a slightly worn blue cotton tunic. A plain long sword hung at his waist, its scabbard devoid of any ornamentation. His face wasn't exactly handsome, but his features were regular. What caught the eye most were his eyes, exceptionally bright, as if constantly observing something. He sat down opposite Xian, his back straight, hands resting on his knees, neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Mr. Liu, Abbot Liao has mentioned you to me," Xian said, pouring a cup of tea and pushing it toward him. "He said you were of considerable assistance to the Protectorate faction on Jinchuan Road." Qinzhou took the teacup but did not drink. Instead, he cradled it in both hands and nodded slightly. "The abbot overpraises me. I merely did my humble part. It hardly merits the term assistance." Xian looked at him, and he looked back at Xian. Their gazes met in the air, neither man looking away. After a moment, Qinzhou spoke first. He dispensed with pleasantries and small talk, pulling a thick stack of papers from his sleeve and spreading them out on the floor between them. The papers were covered with densely drawn topographical maps, marked with red and blue symbols, and accompanied by explanatory notes written in minuscule regular script. "Master, this is all the intelligence gathered over the past 6 months regarding the Jinchuan Road. It took me 3 days to compile it, and I've divided it into 4 sections." His finger traced the map as he spoke, his voice steady and measured. "The first section covers the terrain. Jinchuan Road stretches over 500 li in total, bordering Yuzhou in the state of Yin to the north and Yunzhong Prefecture in Shuozhou to the south. In between lie 3 gorges, 2 dense forests, and a high ground. The gorges are ideal for ambushes, the dense forests for concealment, and the high ground for observation. Whoever controls the high ground controls the movements within a radius of dozens of li." His finger moved to a spot marked Fengming Cliff. "This is the highest point along the Jinchuan Road, offering the best vantage point. 3 months ago, the Nether faction seized it and established a sentry post there. The Protectorate faction has sent 2 expeditions to retake it, but both failed. Currently, there are at least 5 transformation stage practitioners stationed there, along with dozens of inner stage martial artists and a small formation capable of blocking auras. Xian's gaze rested on the topographic map. He said nothing. Xinzhou's finger continued to move. The second section covers enemy intelligence. The Nether faction has a total of 5 infiltration squads along Jianchuan Road. We've identified the general operational areas of 3 of them, but the whereabouts of the other 2 remain unknown. The leaders of all 5 squads are peak transformation stage, and their members are at least early transformation stage. He pulled out one of the notes. It was the portrait of the man with the knife scar at the corner of his left eye. Among them, Wujiu is the most troublesome. He is at the peak transformation stage and is the direct disciple of Lu Xingzhan, the Nether faction's elder of transmission. His defining trait is caution, extreme caution. Before every operation, he sends at least 2 scouts to reconnoiter the area and confirms it's safe before making his move. Once he has succeeded, he never lingers in battle. He retreats immediately, with at least 3 alternative escape routes prepared. Xinzhou paused here and looked up at Xian. His greatest weakness is his thirst for glory. After every successful operation, he sends word back to the Nether faction to claim credit. This indicates he needs a track record to prove himself, that he has rivals within the Nether faction, and that he cannot remain in hiding indefinitely. I believe he needs greater military achievements to outshine his internal rivals. Xian's brow twitched slightly. This analysis was more insightful than what Liao had offered. The third aspect is the supply line. Xinzhou's finger moved to the northern edge of the topographic map. The Nether faction's supplies depart from within Yin Kingdom and enter via Haifeng Pass at the northern entrance of Jianchuan Road. Supply convoys run every 10 days, each consisting of 10 men led by a late transformation stage commander. The cargo includes elixirs, grain, and weapons. If we sever this supply line, the 9 squads in Jianchuan Road 1T last more than half a month. The fourth part concerns our own forces. He pointed to the southern part of the map. The Protectorate faction has an outpost at the southern entrance of Jianchuan Road, manned by 2 squads totaling 20 men, all led by late transformation stage commanders. Their mission is to seal off the southern entrance and prevent the Nether faction from infiltrating the heartland of Shuazhou. However, the enemy has thoroughly scouted these 2 squads. Any movement is immediately detected, leaving them in a largely defensive posture. Having finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and finally took a sip. Xian didn't speak immediately. He looked at the stack of notes on the floor, running every piece of information Xinzhou had provided through his mind. Terrain, enemy situation, supplies, and our own forces. 4 sections, clearly organized with priorities clearly defined. Moreover, each section contained data, analysis, and conclusions, not just a simple pile of information. This man certainly had a knack for it. Mr. Liu, Xian spoke up, if you were to devise the plan, how would you proceed? Xinzhou set down his teacup and fell silent for a moment. Master, my plan consists of 3 steps. He held up 3 fingers. Step 1, identify Wujiu's patterns of activity. No matter how cautious he is, he must eat, drink, rest, and relay messages. These actions all follow predictable patterns. I'll need 5 days to take 1 man deep into Jianchuan Road and narrow his range of movement to within a 30-mile radius. Step 2, set a trap. If you have sufficient confidence, Master, I suggest you enter the trap yourself. We can directly disrupt his supply lines to lure him out. Of course, we'll also have our forces pretend to escort a shipment of important supplies into Jianchuan Road. Step 3, encircle and eliminate. Once he moves, he is playing into our hands. At that point, how we fight, where we fight, and how we fight, it's all up to us. He spoke calmly, but Xian sensed the weight of his words. Every step was interlinked, every step had a contingency plan, and every step accounted for the risks. What do you think, Xian asked, is Wujiu's greatest weakness? Xinzhou answered almost without thinking. It's his mind. He never engages in direct combat with opponents of equal strength. He only targets the weak, only launches ambushes, and only fights battles he is certain to win. He is at the peak transformation stage, but in every move he has made over the past 6 months, his targets have been opponents at the late transformation stage or below. If the target is at the peak transformation stage, he'll seek internal allies without hesitation. He leaves himself absolutely no room for risk. He paused, then continued, a man like that, once he realizes he has been outmaneuvered, will retreat immediately. He'll never linger in battle. So what we need to do isn't just defeat him, we have to make sure he has no chance to escape. Xian looked at Qinzhou, remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Mr. Liu, starting today, you'll take the lead on tactical matters. I'll handle the fighting, you handle the strategizing. A glint flashed in Qinzhou's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He clasped his fists and said, with the master's trust, I shall do my utmost. Xian lifted his teacup, took a sip, and asked, Mr. Liu, you were originally an independent cultivator, wandering the land. Why did you choose to get involved in this war? Chapter 69, A Show of Force. Qinzhou was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, his voice several degrees lower than before. When I was a child, I lived in a village on the border of Shuozhou. When I was 15, a cavalry unit from the state of Yan crossed the border and slaughtered the entire village. Of the more than 300 people in the village, I was the only one left alive. He paused, picked up the teacup, then set it down again. For the past 20 years, I have studied, practiced swordsmanship, and traveled the martial world, all so that one day, no one else would have to endure what I did. So when the Protectorate faction needed men, I came hoping only to kill a few more invaders. Xian looked at him, saying neither take care nor I understand. He merely nodded and said, the squad assembles at the hour of the snake tomorrow. Keep an eye on those two for me then. Qinzhou paused slightly. Which two? Xia Yunfan and Zhao Heng, Xian replied. Abbot Liao said they're not easy to get along with and asked me to be patient with them. I'm not very good at dealing with people, so keep an eye on them for me and make sure they don't mess things up. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing them both with my own hands. A faint smile tugged at Qinzhou's lips. He thought to himself, as expected, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. But he said aloud, rest assured, master. I understand. The two chatted for another half hour, going over the situation on Jianchuan Road, the movements of the various squads, and Wuzhou's possible hiding places one by one. Xian found that speaking with this man required little effort. You never had to explain anything twice, he understood everything. By the time Qinzhou took his leave, it was past the hour of the pig. He walked to the doorway, then suddenly stopped and turned back. Master, there is something I wish to say, though I'm not sure if I should. Speak. Judging by your demeanor, master, it seems you intend to go deep behind enemy lines. If that is the case, I implore you to make every possible preparation. Having said this, he clasped his fists in a bow, turned, and vanished into the night. Xian stood at the doorway, watching that receding figure. He remained silent for a moment, then closed the door and walked back to sit on his meditation cushion. Interesting, he muttered to himself. The next day, at the third hour of the Qin hour. The Protectorate faction's training ground. The training ground lay on the western side of the monastery, spanning 50 zhang in diameter. The ground was paved with 3-foot-thick blue stone slabs, and 12 stone pillars stood around the perimeter, each engraved with array patterns designed to suppress the surrounding energy. Normally a place where Protectorate faction disciples sparred and honed their skills, today it had been designated as the assembly point for the squad. When Xian arrived, 5 people were already present. He stood at the entrance to the training ground, his gaze sweeping across the area. The first to catch his eye was a young man in his late 20s, tall and slender with handsome features, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He wore a moon-white robe, with a long sword hanging at his waist. The scabbard was entirely silver-white, inlaid with 7 blue gemstones arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, the emblem of the Azure Wave faction. He stood ramrod straight, his chin slightly raised, his gaze brimming with arrogance. Xia Yunfan, the young master of the Azure Wave faction. Standing beside him was a young man of similar age, of medium build with fair features. He wore a dark blue brocade robe, a white jade inlaid sash around his waist, and a pair of black leather boots embroidered with golden cloud patterns on the shafts. Though his features were not exactly handsome, he possessed an innate air of nobility. This was Zhao Hong, the second son of the prince of the south of Chu Prefecture. The two were conversing in hushed tones, but upon seeing Xian enter, they fell silent simultaneously, their gazes settling on him. Xia Yunfan's eyes swept over Xian, taking in everything from his grey monk's robe to his cloth shoes, from the long sword at his waist to his composed expression. He furrowed his brow slightly, then smoothed it out again, clasping his fists and saying, "Xia Yunfan of the Azure Wave faction, I pay my respects to Master Xian." His tone was polite, but not overly respectful. Clearly, few people had ever been able to make the young master of the Azure Wave faction bow his head. Zhao Hong also clasped his fists, his tone far more casual than Xia Yunfan's. "Zhao Hong, I pay my respects to the master." Xian nodded without further comment, his gaze sweeping over the others. Standing on the left side of the training ground was a man in his 40s, burly and dark-skinned, wearing a grey tunic and a leather belt around his waist from which hung a pair of steel gauntlets. His aura was steady and composed mid-transformation stage, and he stood there like an ancient pine tree, immovable as a mountain. This man was Luo Kunlun, a wandering cultivator and a renowned loner in the northern frontier. He was famous for his mountain-shattering fist technique and had spent half a year fighting along the Shuozhou border, where he had slain 2 transformation stage experts from the state of Yen. Standing beside him was a man in his late 30s, lean and gaunt, dressed in a blue-gray Taoist robe with a long sword hanging at his waist. His aura was that of the late transformation stage, yet he possessed an air of grace that Luo Kunlun lacked, and a touch less of the latter's gravitas. This man was Han Shoubai, an elder of the Snow Mountain faction and the junior disciple of the sect master, Sanbai. The last person was Qinzhou. He stood alone in a corner of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over each face. He seemed more like an observer. Upon seeing Xian enter, he clasped his fists in a salute. With Xian included, the 6-person squad was now complete. Xian walked to the center of the training ground, turned around, and faced the 5 others. 5 pairs of eyes fixed on him. "My name is Xian, chief monk of the Pueo Zen monastery in the Jinru faction." His voice was quiet. "From today onward, I am your captain. All operations on the Jianchuan Road will be under my command." Xia Yunfan's brow twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Zhao Hong, however, crossed his arms, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching something amusing. Xian paid no heed to their expressions and continued. "Before we set out, I have a few things to say. First, Jianchuan Road is a battlefield, not the martial world. The martial world values one-on-one combat and honor, but the battlefield does not. If you can ambush, don't fight head-on. If you can surround and kill, don't duel. If you can poison, don't draw your blade. Anyone who finds this undignified may leave now. I won't stop you." Xia Yunfan's brow furrowed even deeper. Zhao Hong lowered his arms, the smile on his face fading slightly. Second, Xian held up 2 fingers. "On the battlefield, an order is an order. My orders must be carried out. You may voice objections, but once a decision is made, no one can change it. Anyone who thinks their status entitles them to break the rules may leave now." Silence fell over the training ground for a moment. Xia Yunfan spoke, his voice laced with coldness. "Master Xian, there is something I do not understand." "Speak." "I am aware that you rank 4th on the human rankings. But I must ask, have you ever been to the battlefield? Have you ever fought to the death with another? Have you ever killed anyone?" The question was blunt, even somewhat rude. But they left Han Shoubai speechless. Had this youngster from the Xie family really been raised in a honeypot by the Xie sect leader? "Have you ever killed anyone? Didn't he know the man was called the Black-Hearted Monk? Didn't he know he was the person who had broken the precept against killing more than anyone else in the Jinru faction over the past 200 years? But Xian didn't get angry. He merely glanced at him. Then, he moved. Chapter 70, The Squad Sets Out. Xian didn't draw his sword or strike out with his palm. He merely took a small step forward. An aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire training ground. Xia Yunfan's pupils contracted sharply. He felt his breathing suddenly grow labored, as if an invisible hand were clamping down on his throat. His heart began racing, and the mana within him seemed frozen, flowing with excruciating sluggishness. He tried to draw his sword, but his fingers were so stiff he couldn't even grip the hilt. Zhao Hang's expression also changed. He instinctively took half a step back, then forced himself to stand still. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his lips were pressed tightly together as he stared intently at Xian, as if looking at a ferocious beast released from its cage. Luo Kunlun clenched his fists in his gloves, his body leaning slightly forward, like an enraged bear. But he dared not move. His combat instincts told him that if he dared to take a single step forward, he would die in the next second. Han Xiubai and Xinzhou stood to the side, their expressions unchanged, though a flicker of understanding passed through their eyes. The tension came quickly and receded just as fast. In the space of 2 breaths, it withdrew like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Calm returned to the training ground, as if nothing had ever happened. But beads of sweat had already begun to form on Xia Yunfan's forehead. He took a deep breath, removed his hand from the sword hilt, and clasped his fists, saying, "Master, I apologize for my rudeness." His tone was more than 10 times more respectful than before. Zhao Hong also clasped his fists, saying nothing, but the arrogance on his face had faded by more than half. He glanced at Xia Yunfan. Their eyes met, and both saw the same thing in each other's gaze. Damn it, this monk is not someone to mess with. Luo Kunlun unclenched his fist, nodded at Xian, and said nothing more. He was a straightforward man. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. There was no shame in that. Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened just now. Just then, Han Xiubai stepped forward. He walked up to Xian, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. Han Xiubai of the Snow Mountain faction. "Thank you, Master Xian, for saving my life." He bowed so deeply that his waist bent almost 90 degrees. Xian reached out to steady his arm. "Brother Han, there is no need for such formalities. What happened that day was merely a small favor." Han Xiubai straightened up and looked at Xian, his eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. "Master, had you not intervened, my 3 good-for-nothing junior disciples would have long since met their end at the hands of the Black Wing Trio." He paused for a moment, then added, "I shall follow whatever arrangements you make." Xia Yunfan and Zhao Hong stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, each with their own thoughts. Xia Yunfan recognized Han Xiubai. An elder of the Snow Mountain faction, a late transformation stage cultivator, he was a renowned master in the martial arts circles of Yunzhou, famous for his stubborn and foul temper, never easily bowing to anyone. There were few in all of Yunzhou who could elicit such a respectful attitude from Han Xiubai. He glanced at Xian, then at Han Xiubai, and silently reinforced his earlier judgment that this man was not to be trifled with. Zhao Hong was even more perceptive. He noticed a detail. Han Xiubai had mentioned that Xian had saved 3 of the Black Wind Trio's junior disciples from them. The Black Wind Trio had a history of working together to kill a peak transformation stage expert, and more crucially, they were already dead. How had they died? He couldn't help but glance at Xian, recalling that aura from earlier. That bone-chilling, suffocating pressure that made it hard for him to even breathe. Was the 4th rank on the human rankings simply too prestigious, or were the people compiling the Martial Bureau's rankings a bunch of incompetents? Zhao Hong didn't know. He simply forced a smile and walked up to Xian. "Master Xian, I was most rude earlier. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." He clasped his fists, his tone far more sincere than before. "Though I am of little ability, I will certainly follow your commands on the Jianchuan Road and will never cause you any trouble." Xia Yunfan also stepped forward, clasping his fists. "I feel the same. Please forgive my earlier offensive words." Xian looked at the 2 of them and nodded. They were both smart. They knew when to bow their heads. "Enough with the small talk," Xian said. "Go pack your things. Assemble at the mountain gate in 1 hour. We depart this afternoon." The 5 men replied in unison and went their separate ways. 1 hour later, at the mountain gate. 6 horses, 6 men. Xian reined in his horse, his gaze sweeping over the 5 men. Xia Yunfan had changed into a set of martial attire, his long sword hanging beside the saddle, his expression composed. Zhao Hong had also changed into black combat attire, a short dagger hanging at his waist. He looked less aristocratic and more agile. Luo Kunlun still wore his gray tunic, boxing gloves hanging at his waist, as taciturn as ever. Han Xiaobai wore a blue-gray Taoist robe, a long sword slung behind his back, his gaze calm. Qinzhou still wore that slightly worn blue cotton tunic, with an ordinary long sword hanging at his waist, keeping a low profile. 6 people, 6 backgrounds, 6 personalities. But at this moment, they were all part of the same team. Xian glanced back at the golden roof of the Protectorate faction. The spring sunlight shone on the glazed tiles, reflecting a dazzling glow. The noon bell tolled from the distant bell tower, its lingering, resonant chime echoing through the valley. "Let us go," he said. The sound of hooves rang out as 6 horses galloped north along the official road, kicking up a trail of dust. The city walls of Yunzhong Prefecture grew increasingly distant and smaller behind them, eventually shrinking into a thin, gray-black line before vanishing into the horizon. Ahead lay Jianchuan Road. The battlefield. The 6 horses galloped along the official road for half a day, reaching the outpost camp at the southern entrance to Jianchuan Road as dusk fell. The camp was built on a gentle slope, enclosed by a fence of thick round logs, with an arrow tower at each corner. The silhouettes of sentries could be faintly seen within. Torches blazed on either side of the camp gate, their flickering light stretching the shadows of the sentries in the twilight. Xian pulled on the reins and scanned the camp. Dried bloodstains still clung to the palisade, and in some places, newly replaced planks stood out, their color much lighter than the surrounding wood. The air carried a scent of herbs mixed with the stench of blood. One didn't need to enter the camp to know there were many wounded soldiers inside. 2 men came out to greet him at the camp gate. The one in front was a man in his early 40s, clad in iron armor with a long sword at his waist. His face was dark and weathered, and his eyes were bloodshot. He clearly hadn't had a full night's sleep in a long time. He strode up to Xian's horse and clasped his fists in a salute. Han Hu, commander of the Jianchuan Road outpost camp under the Shuazhou Martial Bureau. It is an honor to meet you, Master Xian. The man behind him was younger, around 35 or 36, also clad in iron armor. His complexion was fair and delicate, making him look more like a scholar than a warrior. He followed suit, clasping his fists. Deputy Commander Chun Ziong. It is an honor to meet you, Master. Xian dismounted and clasped his hands together in return. You've both worked hard. Over the past 6 months, we've relied on you to hold this position. Han Hu gave a wry smile. Master, you're too kind. This subordinate has merely been taking a beating here. It's hardly a merit. Please come inside, Master, and I'll give you a detailed report. The group entered the camp. Inside, the camp looked even more dilapidated than it had from the outside. The tents were crooked and lopsided. Some were patched up and held up by rough hemp ropes tied to wooden stakes. The wounded lay inside the tents, some moaning softly, others already fast asleep. Several army physicians shuffled in and out carrying bowls of medicine, their complexions looking little better than those of the wounded soldiers. In the largest tent at the center, a map was spread out on a rough wooden table, the flame of the oil lamp flickering erratically in the draft. Han Hu invited Xian to take the seat of honor at the head of the table, while he sat across from him and Chen Ziong sat beside him. Master, Han Hu said, pointing at the map in a low voice, the current situation in Jianchuan Road is likely even worse than what the Protectorate faction has reported to you. Xian said nothing, merely looking at him. Chapter 71, The Plan is Set. Han Hu continued. Half a month ago, the Nether faction deployed another squad to the northern entrance of Jianchuan Road. Apart from the ones we eliminated, there are at least 7 squads active there now, totaling over 40 men, all at the transformation stage or higher. At best, our outpost has only 12 men capable of fighting at the transformation stage, and every one of them is wounded. As he spoke, he reached out and circled an area marked in black on the northern part of the map. Within 50 li of the northern entrance, that's now their territory. Our scouts can't get in, and even if they did, they wouldn't make it out. Last month I sent 3 groups of scouts, 9 men in total, and only one came back alive, and he lost an arm. Chen Ziong chimed in from the side. What's even more troubling is that they've recently started operating near the southern entrance. 3 days ago, a small squad crept within 20 li of our camp but was spotted by patrols and forced to retreat. This indicates they're no longer content with holding the northern border. They're trying to infiltrate the south. Xian listened, his expression unchanged. Han Hu and Chen Ziong exchanged a glance, both feeling uneasy. Master Xian ranked fourth on the human list and at the peak transformation stage by all accounts, one of the top martial artists in the martial world. Yet his group consisted of only 6 people, facing 7 nether faction squads and 30 or 40 transformation stage experts. Han Hu cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "Master, may I dare to ask, did the Protectorate faction really send only the 6 of you?" Xian glanced at him and replied casually, "That's enough." Han Hu opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. He'd been on the battlefield for 20 years and had seen many masters, but he'd never encountered anyone this arrogant. Xinzhou had been sitting in the corner of the tent, saying nothing the whole time. Now he stood up, walked to the map, and pointed his finger at a spot marked Phoenix Cry Cliff. "Commander Han, is this place still in the Nether faction's hands?" Han Hu nodded. "It is. There are at least 3 transformation stage cultivators guarding it, along with a concealment formation that blocks all traces of energy. We've tried to take it twice, but failed both times. We lost 1 transformation stage cultivator the first time, and another the second." Xinzhou nodded, then pointed to several locations marked in blue on the map. "Are these supply points still operational?" "Yes," Han Hu replied. "But we no longer dare to send supplies north. The 2 supply points 50 li to the north were raided last month. All 20 of the escort guards were killed. Now we only dare to operate within a 30 li radius of the southern pass." After asking these questions, Xinzhou retreated to a corner and said no more. Xian was silent for a moment, then stood up. "Commander Han, starting today, defenses at the southern entrance of Jianchuan Road will remain as before. The 6 of us are not under your command. Leave matters in the north to us." Han Hu was taken aback for a moment, then clasped his fists. "This subordinate understands. Master, if there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask." "I need 2 things," Xian said, holding up 2 fingers. "First, a detailed topographical map of the northern section of Jianchuan Road, the more detailed, the better. Second, records of the Nether faction squad's activities over the past 3 months. I need the time, location, number of personnel, and outcome of every skirmish." Han Hu replied hastily, "I have the topographical map here, and the activity records are all on file." "Deputy Commander Chen, please fetch them." Chen Ziong acknowledged the order, stood up, and left the tent. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he returned carrying a thick scroll of parchment, which he unfurled on the table. The topographical map was drawn with great precision, with mountains, rivers, gorges, dense forests, highlands, and lowlands all clearly marked. The activity records were written in a notebook, densely packed with text, numbering well over 100 pages. Xian did not look at those items but turned his gaze toward Xinzhou. Xinzhou stepped forward, gathered the topographic map and activity log, and nodded to Xian. Xian then looked at Han Hu. "Commander Han, we will rest in camp tonight and head north first thing tomorrow morning." Han Hu hurriedly replied, "I'll go arrange accommodations at once." "No need." Xian waved his hand. "Just set up 2 tents. There are 6 of us, we'll squeeze in." Han Hu was taken aback. This Master Xian was quite different from the martial arts masters of various sects he had encountered before. When those men arrived, the first thing they demanded was the finest lodging, the finest food and drink, and the finest hospitality, as if they had come not to wage war, but to go on vacation. This man, on the other hand, was willing to even share a tent. "Then I'll go make the arrangements." Han Hu stood up, clasped his fists, and stepped out. Only the 6 of them remained in the tent. Xian sat at the head of the group, his gaze sweeping over the other 5. "Get a good night's rest. Once we enter the northern region tomorrow, all actions will be under my command. Xinzhou will be in charge of planning, and I'll make the final decisions. The rest of you will carry them out." Xia Yunfan sat to one side, tapping his knee lightly with his fingers, as if he wanted to speak but held back. Xian glanced at him. "Speak your mind." Xia Yunfan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, I'm not questioning your decision. I just want to ask, once we're in the north, should we assess the situation first, or take action immediately?" You'll have to ask Shinjo. Xian turned to Shinjo. Shinjo stood up and walked to the map, where 5 pairs of eyes fixed on him. My plan consists of 3 steps, he said, holding up 3 fingers, his voice brimming with confidence. Step 1. Determine the exact locations and movement patterns of the 7 squads. This will take 5 days. I will take 1 person deep into the north to thoroughly map out each squad's base, patrol routes, and shift schedules. Xia Yunfan frowned. You're going alone? Isn't that too risky? Shinjo glanced at him, his expression calm. I spent half a year in the north. I know the terrain there better than the lines on my own palm. Besides, we won't approach their camps, we'll just observe from the outskirts. We'll be fine. Xian nodded. Who's going with you? Luo Kunlun. Shinjo looked at the taciturn man. Brother Luo has excellent lightness skills. If we're discovered, he can carry me to safety. Luo Kunlun said nothing, merely nodding. Xian asked again, what's the second step? Shinjo held up his second finger. Step 2, pick the low-hanging fruit. It's impossible for all 7 squads to be elite. There are bound to be 2 or 3 that are relatively weak. Once I've assessed the situation, I'll select the weakest one, set an ambush, and take them out. Step 3, repeat step 2. Shinjo lowered his finger. Take them out one by one. By the end, the only one left will be Wujiu. There was a moment of silence in the tent. Zhao Hong folded his arms and suddenly spoke up, Mr. Liu, that's easier said than done. We only have 6 of us, while they have over 30. If we take out 1 squad, the other 6 come to their rescue? Shinjo glanced at him. That's why we have to move fast. From the moment we strike to our withdrawal, it must not take more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. By the time they realize what's happening, we'll already be gone. Zhao Hong was about to say something else when Xian spoke up. Let us proceed with this plan. With that single sentence, it was settled. Zhao Hong promptly shut his mouth. Chapter 72, The Operation. That night, Xian sat cross-legged inside the tent. He took a small celadone bottle from his robe, removed the stopper, and poured out a single enlightenment elixir. The pill was milky white, round and smooth, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance somewhat like sandalwood, yet also reminiscent of lotus blossoms. He placed the pill in his mouth. As his tongue touched it, it dissolved, transforming into a cool, medicinal energy that flowed down his throat into his abdomen, rushing straight to the center of his brow. A wave of warmth washed over his brow, as if an invisible hand were gently massaging it. The cool medicinal energy swirled around his brow for a moment before penetrating deeper, entering his spiritual consciousness. Xian closed his eyes, feeling the medicinal energy coursing through his spiritual consciousness. The enlightenment elixir truly lived up to its reputation. The mana elixir nourishes mana, while the enlightenment elixir nourishes the spiritual consciousness. Mana is a qualitative transformation of mana, whereas the spiritual consciousness is the condensation of mental power. After the core stage, the importance of the spiritual consciousness is no less than that of mana, perhaps even greater. Of course, while core stage cultivation does not strictly require the cultivation of spiritual awareness, it can serve as preparation for the Dan fusion stage after forming a soul. The stronger one's spiritual awareness, the higher the efficiency of cultivation during the Dan fusion stage. It took Xian a full 5 days to fully assimilate all 3 bottles of enlightenment elixir. 5 days later, his divine sense had grown nearly 30% stronger than before. It was as if a window had opened between his eyebrows, allowing him to perceive the outside world with greater clarity and acuity. He could even sense the breathing of the sentry soldiers 20 zhang outside the camp, feel the movement of ants 3 feet underground, and detect every wisp of scent carried by the wind. The sensation was truly wondrous. It was like the difference between wearing glasses and not wearing them in his previous life. Suddenly, the entire world had become crystal clear. After refining the last enlightenment elixir, Xian exhaled a long breath of stale air and opened his eyes. Outside the tent, dawn had already broken. He stood up and stepped out of the tent. In the morning light, Shinjo and Luo Kunlun stood at the entrance to the camp, fully prepared and ready to go. Shinjo carried a cloth bundle on his back, a long sword hanging at his waist, his expression calm. Luo Kunlun was still wearing his gray tunic, his boxing gloves hanging at his waist, as taciturn as ever. "Master, we're off," Shinjo said, clasping his fists in a salute. Xian nodded. 5 days. Whether we figured it out or not, you must return in 5 days. Understood. The two turned and walked out of the camp. Their figures quickly vanished into the morning mist, like 2 drops of ink falling into water, silent and unseen. 5 days later, Shinjo and Luo Kunlun returned as scheduled. They looked worn out from their journey, their clothes torn in many places by thorns, and their faces marked with several bloody scratches. Yet the excitement on their faces made it clear they had made a significant discovery. Inside the tent, Shinjo spread a newly drawn map across the table. The map was more detailed than the one Han who had provided. Every path, every water source, and every potential ambush spot was clearly marked. More importantly, 6 circles had been drawn in red ink, each accompanied by a number. 7 squads we scouted out, all but the Wuzhou squad, Shinjo said, pointing at the red circles on the map. His voice wasn't loud, but he spoke a bit faster than usual, clearly excited. The first squad is in a dilapidated temple 15 li west of Biku. 6 men, the captain is at the late transformation stage, and the team consists of 2 at the mid-transformation stage and 3 at the early transformation stage. This squad is the weakest, and their defenses are the laxiest. Every night, they send 2 men to nearby villages to scavenge for alcohol, not returning until the early hours of the morning. During that time, only 4 men remain at the outpost. Xia Yunfan leaned in for a closer look. "How do you know they go looking for alcohol?" "I followed them for 3 days." Shinjo's expression remained calm. "On the first day, I noticed 2 of them went out at night and didn't return until dawn. On the second day, 2 more went out, and they still didn't return until dawn. On the third day, I followed those 2 into the village and saw with my own eyes that they entered the tavern." Zhao Heng's mouth twitched. "You actually followed them into the village? Weren't you afraid of being discovered?" "I wore a disguise and changed into civilian clothes." Shinjo glanced at him. "My disguise skills aren't top tier, but they're enough to fool a few drunken transformation stage practitioners." Xian said nothing, merely staring at the map. Shinjo continued, "The second squad is at the Mountain God Temple 10 li east of the North Gate. 7 men, the captain is at the peak transformation stage, 1 member is late transformation stage, 2 are mid-transformation stage, and 3 are early transformation stage. This is the strongest group. Leave them alone for now." He rattled off the details of all 6 squads in one breath, analyzing each one clearly, which were strong, which were weak, which had tight defenses, and which were riddled with vulnerabilities. After finishing, he looked up at Xian. "Master, my suggestion is to take out the first group first. Let us move tonight." Xian was silent for a moment, then uttered 2 words, "That one." That night, at midnight. 15 li west of the northern entrance to Jianchuan Road, a dilapidated temple. The moonlight was dim, the clouds thick, and the starlight completely obscured. The dilapidated temple stood alone amidst the wild grass. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a faint, yellowish glow emanating from within. 2 men stood outside the temple gate, one on the left and one on the right, leaning idly against the wall. The one on the left yawned and said to the one on the right, "Old son and the others have gone off to find some booze again. Just the 2 of us here, drinking the cold wind." The one on the right snorted. "Who made us unlucky enough to be on watch tonight? When they get back, I'm going to make them treat us to a proper meal." The man on the left smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill run down the back of his neck. He tried to shout, but his throat felt blocked, and no sound came out. He tried to move, but his body felt frozen solid. He couldn't even lift a finger. His consciousness was slipping away rapidly. The flickering light before his eyes grew increasingly blurry and dim, until everything was engulfed in pitch blackness. The man on the right sensed something was wrong. He turned to look and saw his companion had already collapsed limply to the ground. His pupils contracted sharply, and his hand shot to the hilt of his sword. But it was too late. A flash of steel shot out of the darkness, as fast as lightning, piercing his throat with precision. The tip of the blade withdrew the moment it made contact, leaving only a tiny red dot. His body froze in place, eyes wide. His lips parted slightly, but no words came out before he crashed to the ground. Luo Kunlun stepped out of the darkness, sheathed his long sword, and gave a signal behind him. 5 shadowy figures approached the dilapidated temple without a sound. Xia Yunfan, Zhao Hong, Han Xiubai, Luo Kunlun, and Qinzhou, the 5 of them pressed themselves against the walls, holding their breath as they surrounded the temple. There were still 4 people inside. Through the torn paper on the windows, they could see the men sitting around a fire, drinking and eating meat. A burly man sat at the head of the table, the captain, at the late transformation stage. The other 3, 2 at the mid-transformation stage and 1 at the early transformation stage, were all flushed and red-faced from drinking, completely off guard. Qinzhou gave a signal. The 5 moved simultaneously. Xia Yunfan thrust his sword through the window paper. The blade flashed like a silken ribbon, aiming straight for the captain's throat. The strike was both swift and ruthless, executed using the Azure Wave faction's supreme art, the 13 Swords of Sanlong. The sword's momentum surged like a tidal wave, wave after wave, unceasing. The captain's reflexes were lightning fast. Though he'd been drinking, his late transformation stage cultivation spoke for itself. He jerked his body sideways, dodging the vital point of his throat, but the blade still sliced across his shoulder, leaving a deep, gushing gash. Fight! He roared, slamming his palm onto the ground to propel himself upward. His right hand seized the ghost-headed broadsword lying beside him. With a flash of steel, he swung it at Xia Yunfan. Chapter 73, 6 months later. Xia Yunfan neither dodged nor retreated. His sword technique shifted from fierce to relentless, weaving a net of light that blocked every strike of the captain's blade. At the same time, Han Xiubai burst through a window on the other side, unsheathing his long sword to target the mid-transformation stage team member. His swordplay differed from Xia Yunfan as it was more seasoned and steady, each strike carrying the weight of decades of cultivation. Neither hurried nor slow, he pressed forward relentlessly. Luo Kunlun and Zhao Hong simultaneously pounced on the other 2 team members. Luo Kunlun didn't use a sword. Instead, he wore boxing gloves. With a thunderous punch, the wind whistled as he sent the early stage transformation stage team member reeling back 3 steps. Zhao Hong drew his short sword, its blade flashing as he engaged another mid-stage transformation stage team member in combat. Qinzhou did not join the fray. He stood guard at the temple entrance, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he kept watch. His mission was not to kill, but to prevent anyone from escaping and to stop other squads from hearing the commotion and rushing to their aid. Inside the ruined temple, blades clashed and the sound of battle filled the air. Though wounded, the captain's late transformation stage prowess was not to be underestimated. He swung his ghost-headed broadsword with such ferocity that not a single opening remained. Each strike carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, forcing Xia Yunfan to retreat step by step. The captain let out a cold laugh, and his attacks grew even more ferocious. Xia Yunfan gritted his teeth and shifted his sword technique once more. He unleashed the final 3 strikes of the 13 Swords of Sanlong, the sword light surging like waves, each one higher than the last, faster, fiercer, and more precise than the one before. By the 12th strike, a flaw finally appeared in the captain's swordplay. The wound on his left shoulder had burst open during the intense combat, blood gushing out and impairing the mobility of his left arm. Xia Yunfan seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword into the captain's chest. The tip emerged from his back, and blood gushed down the blade's groove. The captain's eyes widened. He looked down at the sword in his chest, then up at Xia Yunfan. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end, he only managed a muffled groan before crashing to the ground. The other 3 members were dispatched at the same time. Han Xiubai slit one's throat with a sword, Luo Kunlun crushed another's skull with a fist, and Zhao Hong severed a third's windpipe with a blade. From the start of the fight to its conclusion, less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn had passed. Silence fell over the dilapidated temple. Only the fire continued to burn, crackling softly. The 5 men stood amidst the corpses, gasping for breath. Xia Yunfan's clothes were slashed in several places, and a shallow trail of blood ran down his left arm. Han Xiubai's expression remained unchanged, though his breathing was slightly more labored than usual. Luo Kunlun's gloves were caked in blood, and blood still dripped from Zhao Hang's dagger. Xinzhou walked into the temple, crouched down, and inspected each corpse to confirm there were no survivors. Then he stood up and nodded to the 5 men, "Let us move out." 5 dark figures vanished into the night, as if they had never been there. All that remained in the ruined temple were 6 corpses and a pile of embers. In the days that followed, the 6-man squad operated like an invisible blade, slicing through the Nether faction's ranks one by one at the northern entrance of Jianchuan Road. The second squad to fall was stationed in an abandoned mine 20 li east of the northern entrance. This squad was slightly stronger than the first, consisting of 7 men, a captain at the late transformation stage, 2 members at the mid-transformation stage, and 4 at the early transformation stage. It took Xinzhou 3 days to figure out their routine. He discovered that every 5 days, they would send 3 men to the supply point at the north entrance to fetch provisions, a round trip that took 2 hours. Those 2 hours were their death sentence. Xinzhou, accompanied by Xia Yunfan, Han Qiubai, Luo Kunlun, and Zhao Hong, set up an ambush in the dense forest outside the mine. Once the 3 had gone far enough, the 6 of them charged into the mine. With a 5-4 advantage, they slaughtered all 4 of the guards in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Then, instead of leaving, they lay in wait outside the mine, waiting for the 3 to return with the supplies so they could wipe them out as well. 7 corpses, 1 captured ghost-headed broadsword, 3 long swords, and some elixirs in silver. The 3rd, 4th, 5th. Every month, the 6-man squad would take out 1 or 2 Nether faction squads. Their tactics grew increasingly polished, and their coordination became ever more seamless. Xinzhou was in charge of planning. Before every operation, he would spend 3 to 5 days mapping out the target's patterns of movement, defensive weaknesses, and retreat routes. Like a patient spider, he wove his web bit by bit. Once the web was complete, the prey could never escape. Xia Yunfan was in charge of the frontal assault. His 13 swords of Sanglong had reached a masterful level. His swordplay was fierce, and his attacks came in waves. In every operation, he was the first to charge in and the last to withdraw. Over the past 6 months, he had slain 7 transformation stage experts, adding 7 new scars to his body. Han Qiubai was in charge of providing support and delivering the finishing blow. His swordplay was not as fierce as Xia Yunfan's, but it was far more seasoned and steady. He always appeared at the most critical moment and in the most critical position, delivering a fatal strike to the throat, never missing his mark. Over the past 6 months, he had slain 5 transformation stage experts, bearing fewer scars than Xia Yunfan. Luo Kunlun was in charge of taking the brunt of the attack head-on. His mountain-shattering fist was fierce and domineering. A single punch would send an early-stage transformation stage opponent flying, weapon and all. He never feared injury, always charging to the front to block blades and swords for his teammates, leaving him with the most scars. Zhao Hong was responsible for flanking maneuvers. His strength lay in his speed. His blade struck like lightning and retracted like a gale. In every operation, he was tasked with harassment or surprise attacks, and he had already claimed the lives of 5 Yin state transformation stage experts. As for Xian, he rarely took action. He accompanied the team on every mission but seldom engaged in combat, serving more often as the team's final trump card. Most of the time, he simply stood on high ground, watching from afar, like a statue. Another duty he had was making decisions. Which force to attack, which to leave alone. Xinzhou proposed the plan. Xian gave the final word. When to strike, when to retreat. Xinzhou offered suggestions. Xian made the decision. Who goes, who stays behind? Xinzhou put forward candidates. Xian nodded or shook his head. That was all. The rest of the time, he devoted to cultivation. During the day while traveling, he closed his eyes and channeled his energy while mounted. At night, when they set up camp, he sat cross-legged inside the tent, popping pills one by one. Once he finished the Enlightenment elixir, he used his contribution points to exchange for condensing essence pills at the Protectorate faction. Condensing essence pills weren't as precious as the Enlightenment elixir, but they were still excellent for core stage cultivation. The effect of a single condensing essence pill was actually quite similar to that of a spirit nurturing pill. Xian made the exchange several times in a row, acquiring a total of 50 bottles, 10 pills per bottle, for a total of 500 Ning pills, which used up all the contribution points he had accumulated over his 6 months on Jianchuan Road. The only downside was that every time he exchanged for Ning pills, he would meet Abbot Liao's meaningful gaze. Eventually, Xian stopped pretending in front of him. After all, he could think whatever he wanted. Of course, the contribution points were earned by taking out members of the Nether faction. The Protectorate faction and the Shuazhou Martial Bureau had a set of rules. Killing a practitioner at the early transformation stage earned 100 contribution points, the mid stage, 300 points, the late stage, 500 points, and the peak stage, 1000 points. Over the past 6 months, the 6-person squad had killed nearly 20 transformation stage experts. As the squad leader, Xian received the largest share of contribution points, a total of over 8,000. He exchanged all 8,000 points for Ning pills. He consumed the pills at the same rapid pace as always, 5 a day, without fail. In half a year, he had polished off 50 bottles of Ning pills. His cultivation had advanced to a point where he was just one step away from the great perfection of the core stage. At the same time, he was practicing the 7 Nails soul-shattering incantation. This incantation was far more difficult to master than he had imagined. It was not a martial art. It did not focus on techniques, power generation, or footwork, but solely on the application of spiritual awareness. It required using spiritual awareness to condense 7 life nails in the void. Each life nail had to be condensed to a degree visible to the naked eye before it could be driven into an opponent's soul. It took Xian 3 months to master the method of condensing the first life nail. It took another 2 months to master the second. Another month passed before he mastered the third. In half a year, he had only managed to master 3 life nails, still a long way from the required 7. But he won tea in a hurry. This spell was meant for ambushes anyway. It didn't matter if progress was slow. As long as he could master it, it would be one of his trump cards as an old silver coin. Chapter 74, The Cunning Wujiu. As for the squad members, their attitude toward Xian had undergone a dramatic shift over the past 6 months. At first, it was awe. Later, they began to feel gratitude. That was because every time Xian went to the Protectorate faction or the Martial Bureau to collect contribution points, he would bring back a few extra items. Pills, weapons, armor, martial arts manuals, anything useful for transformation stage cultivation, he would take. This is for you. He placed the items on the table, his tone matter of fact, as if he were describing something perfectly ordinary. When Xia Yunfan received a pill for the first time, he paused in surprise. "Captain, this." "Take it," Xian said. "You're the ones fighting with everything you've got. I'm just holding the rear. You deserve these." Xia Yunfan opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end, he simply clasped his fists. "Thank you, master." Zhao Hong was much more direct. He took the pills, popped one into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed. "Fine medicine," he said. "Better than what my father brought back from the capital." Han Xiaobai and Luo Kunlun weren't talkative, but every time they received something, they would clasp their fists toward Xian and then quietly put it away. Xinzhou was the quietest of them all. He never refused anything. He would simply nod in thanks and tuck the items into his bundle. Over the course of half a year, the 6 of them went from strangers to acquaintances, from polite formality to tacit understanding, and from harboring their own agendas to trusting one another. When the north wind from Jianchuan Road swept through Yingqiu Gorge, it carried a metallic, rust-like stench. Xinzhou said it drifted in from the direction of Black Wind Pass. The sword-forging furnaces in Yen State burned day and night. Smoke and dust mixed with snowmelt fell, staining the rocks throughout the entire gorge a dark red. Xian did not bother to verify the truth of this claim. He sat cross-legged on a green stone at the edge of the camp, his eyes slightly closed, his entire body resembling a piece of dead wood. This was his 7th month on the Sword River path, and though he had now reached the great perfection of the core stage, to the outside eye, he remained that same, unassuming, harmless peak transformation stage monk. "The captain is meditating again," Zhao Hong said, crouching by the hearth and poking at the embers with a twig, his tone tinged with resigned resignation. "Is there a day he isn't in meditation?" Xia Yunfan leaned against a crooked pine tree, polishing his sword. His left arm had healed. The newly regenerated flesh had a faint pinkish hue, a shade softer than the surrounding skin. That was the mark left by the twin hooks of Gongsun Yang, the third of the Bloodblade sect's 4 great warriors. They had come within half an inch of severing his tendons. During the days the wound was healing, Xian had given him a bottle of flesh-regenerating ointment, a protectorate faction product that sold for 100 taels of silver a bottle on the open market. Xia Yunfan thanked him, but Xian merely nodded before closing his eyes and returning to his cultivation. In truth, Xia Yunfan had found it somewhat unsettling at first. In the Azure Wave faction, he was the young sect master. Wherever he went, people fawned over him, followed him, and addressed him as young sect master. In this small squad, no one fawned over him. Luo Kunlun recognized only fists, Han Xiaobai recognized only swords, and Xinzhou recognized only brains. Zhao Hong was easy to get along with, but this second son of the Prince of Jinan possessed an arrogance even deeper seated than Xian's. It was just better concealed. As for their captain, Xian, Xia Yunfan had spent the first 3 months trying to figure him out, yet he still couldn't quite grasp what this monk was thinking. You might say he didn't get involved, but whenever things got critical, he was always right where he needed to be. You might say he cared about the team, yet on a daily basis, he was too lazy to say more than a few words, either meditating or on his way to meditate. If you called him a martial arts fanatic, he never failed to fight for his team members' interests. Every time Xinzhou finished tallying the spoils, Xian would personally review the list, then take it to the Protectorate Faction's logistics manager. When he returned, he would distribute the elixirs, weapons, healing potions, and fragments of martial arts manuals to everyone, item by item, never making a single mistake. After they took down the 3rd Yin Kingdom squad, Zhao Hong got a little tipsy and slapped Xia Yunfan on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Xia, don't you think our captain is just like an accountant from a wealthy family? He's usually quiet as a mouse, but when it's payday at the end of the month, he won't short you a single copper coin." Xia Yunfan laughed at the time. Later, upon reflection, he realized the analogy was actually quite apt. Thus, Xian's image in their minds gradually shifted from that of a fierce man to be reckoned with to that of a captain who rarely takes action but inspires confidence. They knew that as long as Xian was there, no problem was insurmountable. On one occasion, deep within the North Pass, they encountered an elite squad from the Nether faction. The captain was at the peak transformation stage, and the squad included 2 members at the late transformation stage. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Xinzhou judged they couldn't win and ordered a retreat. But the enemy pursued too closely. While Xia Yunfan was covering the rear, the captain struck him in the chest with a palm strike, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as the captain was about to deliver the finishing blow, a gray figure descended from the sky. It was Xian. He stood before Xia Yunfan, his expression as calm as water, his right hand rising slowly. He struck out with a palm strike. The captain's pupils contracted sharply as he threw both fists forward, blocking with all his might. Crack! The sound of cracking bones was clearly audible. The captain's arms bent at unnatural angles, and his entire body was sent flying backward by the force of the strike, crashing heavily into the mountain wall behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, slid to the ground, and never got back up. The faces of the remaining 5 squad members turned ashen, and they turned to flee. Xian wiped out the entire squad in less than half an incense stick's time. From then on, everyone silently raised their assessment of the squad leader's strength by another notch. They knew very well, as long as Xian was there, they would not die. The only regret was that Wu Jiu never showed up. He was far too cautious. For over 7 months, Xinzhou had set countless traps, trying to lure him out. Cutting off supply lines, attacking his allies, spreading false intelligence. They tried every trick in the book, but Wu Jiu simply wouldn't take the bait. Whenever a supply line was cut, he'd send men to investigate, but he never showed his face himself. Whenever an ally was attacked, he would send spies to gather intelligence, but he never approached the scene himself. Whenever he received false intelligence, he would spend 3 days verifying its authenticity and would only act once he was certain it was safe. On one occasion, Xinzhou set an extremely elaborate trap. He had his men plant a piece of false intelligence in a dense forest at the northern entrance of Jianchuan Road, claiming that a shipment of vital supplies was to be transported from the southern entrance to the north, escorted by only 5 transformation stage warriors. Wu Jiu's spies discovered the false intelligence and brought it back to him. Shinjo assumed he would fall for the trap this time and lay in ambush in the thicket for 3 full days. But Wujio never showed up. He sent only 2 men to scout the area. Once they confirmed it was a trap, the 2 withdrew. He simply refused to engage them head-on, instead picking on the weakest targets on the Shin Kingdom's side. Thus, the 2 sides found themselves locked in a bizarre stalemate, each picking on the other's weakest links. When Shinjo emerged from the dense forest, his face was ashen. He had fought on the battlefield for half a year and had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. "This man," he said to Xian, "is even more cautious than we thought." Xian said nothing, merely gazing at the gray, overcast sky in the distance. "He is waiting," Xian said suddenly. Shinjo froze. "Wait for what?" "For us to make a mistake," Xian's voice was calm. "He knows we're at the North Pass. He knows we're picking off his squad, but he doesn't care. He is waiting for us to let our guard down, for us to grow weary, for us to show a weakness." He paused, then added, "A man like this won't make a move until he is absolutely certain of victory." Shinjo was silent for a moment, then nodded. "The master is right. So what should we do?" "Keep hunting," Xian said. "Until they lose their patience." Shinjo clasped his fists. "I understand." Chapter 75, The Scent of a Kindred Spirit. The wind never ceases in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Wujio stood on a protruding rock at the mouth of the gorge, his robes flapping in the north wind. He was 43 years old, his features stern. The knife scar at the corner of his left eye ran from his brow to his cheekbone, resembling a centipede crawling across his face in the twilight. That scar had been left by his senior disciple, Li Wuxing, 35 years ago. Li Wuxing had said that to survive in the Nether faction, one must first learn to take a blade. He had learned. But Li Wuxing was dead. He died in a small place called Yuandiao County in Yunzhou. Not even his body had been brought back. They said he'd been spotted by a martial artist from the opposing Xian Kingdom's Earth leaderboard while gathering intelligence, and had been beaten to a pulp. Wujio was lying in ambush at the northern entrance of Jianchuan Road when he received the news. After reading the letter, he crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it aside, then continued setting his traps. That day, he killed 2 Xian Kingdom transformation stage practitioners, cut off their heads, and hung them from a tree in tribute to his senior brother, before leading his squad back to Haifeng Pass. That was already 8 months ago. "Captain." Footsteps sounded behind him. Wujio didn't turn around from the rhythm of the footsteps. He could tell it was his deputy, Hanya. Hanya had followed him for 6 years. A late transformation stage cultivator, skilled in tracking and stealth, he was the most capable man under Wujio's command. "Speak. News has come from the south that squad of monks has wiped out another of our units." Hanya's voice was hushed, as if afraid the wind would carry it away. "A dilapidated temple 30 li west of the North Pass. 6 men. All dead." Judging by the wounds, it was those 2 swords and those gauntlets again. Wujio said nothing. 8 months now. That 6-man squad was like a blunt knife, slicing away at the flesh and blood of his great Yin Kingdom along the Jianchuan Road, cut by cut. The first, the second, the third, and now it's the 7th. Over 40 transformation stage experts, more than half of them lost. These are fucking transformation stage masters, for God's sake, not cabbages. Also, Hanya hesitated. The 2 peak transformation stage reinforcements from the Ingui sect and the Bloodblade sect have arrived. Gongsun Yang's senior brother, Gongsun Ji, and the Ingui sect's smiling Grim Reaper, Bai Wuchang. They're waiting in the main tent and say they wish to see you. Wujio finally turned around. His eyes were small, set deep in their sockets, yet his gaze was like 2 awls, causing Hanya to instinctively lower his head. "Tell them to wait." Hanya opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon seeing the scar on Wujio's face twitch slightly, he swallowed his words, clasped his fists, and withdrew. Wujio turned his gaze back toward the south. Twilight was descending from the mountain walls on either side of Eagle Sorrow Gorge, dyeing the entire valley a deep crimson. He knew the details of that squad. The captain was a monk named Xian, the chief abbot of the Jinru faction's Pueo Zen monastery, ranked 4th on the Xian Kingdom's human list, and at the peak transformation stage. The squad consisted of 5 members. Xia Yunfan, the young sect master of the Azure Wave faction, at the late transformation stage. Zhao Hong, the second son of the prince of the south of the Xian kingdom, at the mid-transformation stage. Han Qiubai, an elder of the Snow Mountain faction, late transformation stage. Luo Kunlun, an independent cultivator, mid-transformation stage. And another independent cultivator named Shinzhou, late transformation stage, who specialized in strategizing. 6 people, over 8 months, had killed 29 transformation stage cultivators from the Nether faction. 3 months ago, Wojiu had sent men to Yunzhou to investigate this Xian's background. The intelligence he received left him silent for an entire incense stick's worth of time. The Black Wind trio met their end at his hands. He shattered all 3 of their skulls with a single palm strike. In Longling County, a ghostly creature on the verge of breaking through to the late Ghost General stage was annihilated by him alone in less than half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Even earlier, Mingxin, ranked 7th on the Xin Kingdom's human rankings, performed the 7-sword sequence before him, only to have the final sword caught between 2 of his fingers. Peak transformation stage? Wojiu had crumpled that intelligence report into a ball at the time, muttering to himself, "They really know how to play it safe at the very least. They're all half-step core stage or false Dan." He knew what level the top 5 on the Xin Kingdom's human rankings were at. Last year, on the border of Shuozhou, he had crossed swords with the crown prince of the Bailiang royal house, who ranked 3rd on the human rankings. Within 10 moves, he knew he couldn't win and retreated immediately. That crown prince is indeed powerful, so powerful that he instills no desire to resist. But his strength is tangible. It comes from his complete dominance in technique, mana, and footwork. Xian's strength, however, is invisible. Everyone who has fought him has died. Those who survived were only spared because he held back during sparring matches. No one knows how much of his power he actually used, and no one has ever seen his true limits. The amount of power he uses varies from battle to battle, but the result is always the same: his opponent dies, while he emerges unscathed. What does this mean? It means his true strength far exceeds the level he demonstrates. He is holding back not only against his opponents, but against himself as well. It's like someone using just enough force to crush an ant, without wasting a single ounce of power. Wojiu fears people like this more than anything else in the world. Because he is that kind of person himself. To the outside world, he is at the peak transformation stage, but in reality, he had already reached the threshold of the core stage half a year ago. Half a month ago, in a secluded cave in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, he secluded himself for 3 days, compressing, condensing, and transforming the mana in his dantian until it finally coalesced into a mana core the size of a grain of rice. The core stage, and he had already consolidated his cultivation. He hadn't even told Hanya about this. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, it was simply unnecessary. When it comes to trump cards, the fewer people who know about them, the better. Ideally, no one should know, not even his own people. Captain. Hanya was back, her footsteps a bit more hurried than before. Gong Sunji and Bai Wuchang are arguing in the main tent. They say if you don't go now, they're leaving. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Wu Jiu's mouth. The Bloodblade sect and the Yin Gua sect, they claim to be here to provide support, but in reality, they were just trying to reap the rewards. Over the past 6 months, the Nether faction had suffered too many casualties on the Jianchuan road, and internal pressure within the sect was mounting. But the enemy had also lost many men. Aside from the monk squad, they were nearly wiped out. The position of battlefield commander was crucial. The line of people vying for it stretched from Black Wind Pass all the way to the Divine Capital. The Nether faction had a vacancy for a guardian elder, and he needed military merits, a significant enough achievement to outshine his rivals. But he wasn't in a hurry. Those who were would die first. This was the most important life lesson he had learned in his 35 years in the sect. Let us go. Wojiu leaped down from the rock, smoothed his robes, and walked toward the main tent. The main tent was pitched deep within Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, in a naturally formed cave. Surrounded by stone walls with only one exit, it was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Inside the tent, 2 oil lamps burned. Gong Sunji and Bai Wuchang sat on opposite sides, one polishing his blade, the other sipping tea. Gong Sunji was a burly man in his early 40s, his face rugged and muscular, his piercing eyes flashing with intensity. His junior disciple, Gong Sun Yang, had died at the hands of that six-man squad 3 months prior, his heart pierced by Xia Yunfan's sword during the brutal beating. Gong Sunji had come this time not only to reap the rewards but also to avenge his junior disciple. Evil cultivators may be evil, but Gong Sunji considered himself one who valued loyalty. Standing beside him, Bai Wuchang was a lanky man in his 40s, his face as pale as chalk. A faint, almost imperceptible smile perpetually hung at the corners of his mouth, making anyone who looked at him feel deeply uneasy. He was one of the 4 Wuchang of the Yin Gui sect, a peak transformation stage cultivator skilled in poisons and hidden weapons, with methods as treacherous as they were vicious. Chapter 76, The Weakness of Team Xian. Wu Zhou walked into the main tent and sat down across from the 2 men. Hanya stood behind him. "Captain Li, you sure do put on airs," Gong Sunji said, slamming his knife down on the table. "We brothers traveled all the way from Yen State and waited here for 3 days just to see you." Wu Zhou didn't respond. He took a map from his robe and spread it out on the table. The map depicted the terrain of Jianchuan Road, covered in a dense network of red and blue markings. "Brother Gongsun, Brother Bai, I know you've come to help. But before we take action, there are some things that need to be made clear." Bai Wuchang set down his teacup and looked at him with a smile. "Captain Li, please speak." Wu Zhou's finger landed on a spot on the map marked Eagle S. Sorrow Gorge. "The captain of that 6-man squad is a monk named Xian, ranked 4th on the Xian Kingdom's human rankings, with cultivation at the peak transformation stage. But I've looked into his background. His true strength far exceeds the peak transformation stage." Gong Sunji snorted coldly. "So what? Is being 4th on the human rankings such a big deal? I've killed more than one expert from the Xian Kingdom's human rankings myself." Wu Zhou glanced at him, his gaze as still as a stagnant pool. "Brother Gongsun, your junior brother Gongsun Yang, ranked 3rd among the 4 great golden warriors of the Bloodblade sect, is at the peak transformation stage. 3 months ago, he led a 7-man squad operating at the northern entrance of Jianchuan Road when they encountered Xian S Group. From the first clash to their complete annihilation, it took less than half an incense stick's worth of time." Gong Sunji's expression darkened. "Half an incense stick? How do you know that?" "Because I found the battlefield." Wu Zhou's voice was flat. "Your junior brother's double hooks were shattered into 4 pieces, and he was struck in the chest by a sword. Judging by the wound, it was the Azure Wave faction's 13 swords of Songlong. But that wasn't the blow that killed him. The back of his skull was smashed by a palm strike. The force penetrated his skull, reducing his brain matter to a pulp. That palm strike was delivered by Xian." Gong Sunji clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. Wu Zhou continued. "Your junior brother was in the midst of a duel with Xia Yunfan. The moment he was struck by a sword, Xian cut in from the side and finished him off with a single palm strike. From the moment he slipped in, struck, and withdrew, the entire sequence took no more than 2 breaths. Your junior brother didn't even have time to react." Silence fell over the tent for a moment. Bai Wuchang's smile faded slightly. "Captain Li, are you saying we can't beat this Xian?" "We can't beat him in a one-on-one fight," Wu Zhou said bluntly. "But the battlefield isn't a boxing ring. It's not a contest where the one with the highest martial arts skill wins. I've been observing Xian for months and have identified a weakness." "What weakness?" "He relies too heavily on that squad." Wu Zhou's finger traced the map. "For the past 6 months, every operation he has led has involved coordinated squad tactics. Xia Yunfan takes the lead in breaking through defenses, Han Xiubai provides backup and finishes off targets, Luo Kunlun takes the brunt of the frontal assault, Zhao Hong maneuvers along the flanks, and Xinzhou devises the plan. The 5 of them each have their roles and work together seamlessly. Xian himself rarely takes action. He only enters the battlefield at the most critical moments, delivers a fatal blow, and then withdraws." He looked up at Gong Sunji and Bai Wuchang. "This tells us 2 things. First, he values his own life and is unwilling to take any risks. Second, he has grown accustomed to this style of fighting. He has developed a path dependency. If we can disrupt his rhythm and force him into a situation where he must engage in direct, head-on combat, his advantage will turn into a disadvantage. Bai Wuchang narrowed his eyes. How do we disrupt it? Wu Jiu traced a circle on the map with his finger. Turn his own strategy against him. He pointed to a location on the map marked Yelong Gorge. That Qinzhou is a clever man, and clever men all have one flaw: they trust their own judgment too much. Over the past 8 months, every ambush he has set has succeeded, which has given him the illusion that everything is under his control. What I need to do is follow his line of thinking and give him the outcome he wants to see. Wu Jiu's finger moved from Wild Wolf Gorge to Eagle Sorrow Gorge. Bai Wuchang's eyes lit up. You're setting an ambush here? Not an ambush. Wu Jiu shook his head. We'll be resting while they tire themselves out. If they make it here, they have been chasing us the whole way. Their mana depleted by more than half, their formation loose, and their guard down to the lowest possible level. And we. He glanced at Gong Sun Ji and Bai Wuchang. The 3 of us at the peak transformation stage, plus the 5 members of my squad, that makes 8 transformation stage cultivators waiting for them here. 8 against 6, resting while they tire. Even if that Xian truly possesses combat power surpassing the peak transformation stage, he couldn't possibly handle a 3-way assault from 3 peak transformation stage cultivators at once. Gong Sunji fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. How confident are you? Wu Jiu looked at him, his gaze as calm as water. If Xian's strength is at the upper limit of my estimate, 70%. What about the remaining 30%? Wu Jiu didn't answer, silently thinking to himself that the remaining 30% would be made up by his own core stage cultivation. He simply rolled up the map, tucked it into his robe, and stood up. Brother Gongsun, Brother Bai, I know what you want. I want Xian's head. As for the rest, Xia Yunfan, Zhao Han, Hanqiu Bai, Luo Kunlun, and Qinzhou, you may choose any of them. Their weapons, cultivation techniques, and elixirs are all yours as well. Gong Sun Ji and Bai Wuchang exchanged a glance. Deal. Elsewhere, Qinzhou crouched beside a green stone at the entrance to Wild Wolf Gorge, his finger gently tracing a carved mark on its surface. The scratch was fresh, no more than a day old. About 3 inches long and half an inch deep, the cut was smooth and even, as if made by an extremely sharp blade. He leaned in for a closer look. At the base of the scratch lingered a faint trace of mana fluctuation, chilly, heavy, and carrying an indescribable malevolence. It was undoubtedly the Nether faction's martial art, Ghost Slash of the Nether. Qinzhou's brow furrowed slightly. The Protectorate faction's intelligence made it clear, among the Nether faction's 7 squads stationed along Jianchuan Road, only Wu Jiu had mastered this sword technique to a truly advanced level. A cold, menacing intent, a smooth cut, and lingering mana fluctuations that refused to dissipate, these 3 characteristics perfectly matched the scratch before him. He stood up, walked 30 paces into the entrance of Wild Wolf Gully, then stopped again. There were several deep footprints on the ground. Judging by the stride and depth, it was a squad of 5, with at least 2 at the late transformation stage. The footprints led into the gully. One person was missing when they came out. No, wait, it wasn't just one missing. It seemed that when they emerged, one person had deliberately stepped on the footprint of the person ahead, overlapping it. A deliberate diversion? Qinzhou took a sheet of white paper and a piece of charcoal from his coat, crouched down, and meticulously sketched the orientation, depth, and spacing of each footprint. After finishing, he followed the trail another 50 paces and found a second set of marks. On the trunk of a crooked pine tree was a knife scar. The gash cut 2 inches deep into the wood, with a jagged edge as if it had been made by striking the trunk with the back of a blade. Chapter 77, Too Smooth. Qinzhou ran his fingers over the gash and closed his eyes. A complete rout emerged in Lu's mind. Wu Jiu's squad was operating in Wild Wolf Ravine when they were discovered by another group. During the skirmish, they killed 6 of the enemy before retreating north. During the retreat, he accidentally struck a pine tree with his blade, leaving a mark. It must have been because he was injured, or perhaps his mana was depleted, causing him to lose control of his strength. Yes, loss of control. A peak transformation stage expert would not normally leave such a conspicuous mark. Unless he was in poor condition. Shinjo opened his eyes, flipped the white paper over, and sketched a rough diagram on the back. The terrain of Wild Wolf Ravine, the direction of the footprints, the location of the knife mark, and the retreat route he had deduced, everything was clearly marked. He studied it 3 times to ensure he hadn't missed any details, then stood up and continued his pursuit northward along that route. The farther north he went, the more traces he found. A few dried bloodstains beneath a gnarled tree, half a footprint on a rock, a strand of black cloth hanging from a thicket of thorns. Each trace was so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed had he not been looking for it deliberately. But every single one pointed in the same direction: Eagle Sorrow Gorge. Shinjo stopped at the entrance to Eagle Sorrow Gorge. The cliffs on either side of the gorge rose 100 zhang high, sheer and towering. In the middle lay a narrow passage, no more than 100 zhang long and 3 zhang wide. Moonlight filtered through a sliver of sky, illuminating the gorge and casting a ghastly pallor over the scattered rocks. He crouched down and ran his fingers over the ground at the entrance. The few drops of blood were likely less than a day old. Beside the bloodstain was a knife mark, 2 inches deep into the stone, with a jagged edge exactly like the one on the pine tree in Wild Wolf Gulch. Shinjo's brow furrowed even deeper. The terrain of Eagle's Sorrow Gorge was all too perfect for an ambush. With 100-foot cliffs on either side and a narrow passage in the middle, anyone trapped inside would be unable to escape even if they had wings. If Wujio had set an ambush here. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. He examined the marks on the ground once more: the bloodstains, the knife gash, the footprints. Each was placed with perfect precision, neither too obvious nor too hidden, just enough for him to spot. He had followed the trail all the way from Wild Wolf Gulch, guided by these marks at every step, without a single misstep. If this was a trap, then whoever had set it knew his tracking habits all too well. Shinjo stood up, closed his eyes, and ran through every detail of his encounters with Wujio over the past 7 months in his mind. Soon, another layer of understanding dawned on him. Wujio had been hiding in Jianchuan Road for 7 months, never engaging in direct combat with opponents of equal strength. His squad was the Nether faction's last remaining elite unit in Jianchuan Road. The rest had already been decimated. He had no reinforcements, no way out. He could only rely on himself. If he continued to hide, he would be found sooner or later. Rather than passively taking blows, he might as well set an ambush and take a gamble. Moreover, it was entirely possible that he was not in top form. After 7 months of intense hiding, with supply lines cut off and his elixirs nearly depleted, his mana could not possibly remain at peak levels. People make risky choices when cornered, and Wujio was no exception. Weighing the options, Shinjo's judgment leaned toward the latter: Wujio was bluffing. He had deliberately left traces to make it seem as though he were setting an ambush, but in reality, he was on his last legs and merely trying to scare off his pursuers. Of course, this was merely an inference, not a definitive conclusion. Shinjo never made judgments without certainty. He crouched at the entrance to Eagle's Sorrow Gorge for a full half hour, inspecting every inch of ground within a 50 zhang radius. He found no trace of ambushers, no footprints, no lingering scent, no fluctuations from formation magic. Shinjo stood up, folded the white paper, tucked it into his robe, and turned toward the camp. Back at the camp, the campfire was nearly out. Xian sat at the entrance to the tent, his eyes slightly closed, as still as a stone. Zhao Han was roasting a wild rabbit, Xia Yunfan was polishing his sword, Han Xiaobai was resting his eyes, and Luo Kunlun was patrolling the perimeter of the camp. Shinjo walked up to Xian and sat cross-legged opposite him. "Master, I've found it. Wujio's trail." Xian opened his eyes. Shinjo spread a sheet of white paper between them, pointing to the rough sketch on it as he described the tracks in Wild Wolf Ravine, the knife marks on the pine trees, and the bloodstains at the entrance to Eagle Sorrow Gorge, one by one. He spoke in great detail, clearly explaining the location and characteristics of every trace, as well as the deductions he had drawn from them. "So," Xian said, his expression unchanged after listening, "you think he is in Eagle Sorrow Gorge?" "Yes." Shinjo nodded. "Judging by the clues, he should be deep within Eagle Sorrow Gorge. I've checked the perimeter of the gorge. There are no signs of ambush. He has only 5 men, 2 late transformation stage, 2 mid transformation stage, plus himself at peak transformation stage. With the 6 of us, we have the upper hand. He paused, then added, still, we must be cautious. Wujio is far too cautious. I fear he might have a hidden plan. Xian was silent for a moment, then asked, how confident are you? 80%, Qinzhou replied honestly. The remaining 20% is the possibility that he is deliberately setting an ambush. But I'm inclined to believe he isn't. After all, his supply lines have been cut off by us for 2 months now. His elixirs are nearly depleted, so he can't possibly be maintaining peak condition. Besides, he has been hiding for this long. If he really had a backup plan, he wouldn't have waited until now. Xian didn't speak immediately. He looked down at the rough map, his gaze shifting back and forth between Wild Wolf Ravine and Eagle Sorrow Gorge. The campfire crackled, sending sparks flying. One landed on Zhao Hang's hand, making him hiss as he shook it off. Gather everyone, Xian said, standing up. Let us go. The 6 set out into the twilight. Xian led the way, his gray monk's robe a shifting shadow in the dim light. Qinzhou walked slightly behind and to his left, holding the sketch and occasionally glancing down to confirm their direction. Xia Yunfan and Zhao Hong walked side by side in the center, their long sword and short dagger already drawn. Han Xiubai walked on the right, with Luo Kunlun bringing up the rear. They walked in silence. The traces in Wild Wolf Gorge matched Qinzhou's deductions perfectly. Footprints, knife marks, bloodstains, everything lined up. Xia Yunfan crouched beneath the crooked pine tree, examined the knife marks, and nodded. It's the blade intent of the nether ghost slash. No mistake. Zhao Hong picked up the strip of black cloth at the entrance to Eagle Sorrow Gorge and rubbed it between his fingers. Fabric from the nether faction. I've seen it at the north gate. Everything was confirming Qinzhou's assessment. Xian led the way, his expression calm and impassive. His senses were fully alert. From the moment they entered Wild Wolf Gorge, he had been sensing the auras around them. There were indeed no ambushes. Within 100 zhang radius, aside from the 6 of them, there was no 7th aura. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't put his finger on it. It was just a gut feeling. Things were going too smoothly. Chapter 78, Hit a Brick Wall? From Wild Wolf Ravine to Eagle Sorrow Gorge, every step had been as smooth as if someone had paved the way in advance. Qinzhou's reasoning was airtight, his evidence solid. There was nothing to fault. Yet it was precisely this lack of flaws that stirred a vague unease in his heart, though he kept it to himself. For one thing, he didn't want to shake the troops' morale without any evidence. More importantly, even if it really was a trap, he wasn't afraid. Eagle's Sorrow Gorge didn't get its name for nothing. At its narrowest point, the gorge was only 3 zhang wide. Looking up, one could see only a sliver of sky, gray and hazy, like a wound about to close. Mountain winds poured in from the northern entrance, shattering against the rock walls and emitting a howling sound. As Xian stepped into the gorge, his footsteps faltered slightly. There was no one at the entrance. His senses swept across the entire gorge, the cliffs on either side, the rubble at the bottom, the pile of boulders at the northern entrance. No large-scale ambush, no presence, nothing at all. Only the mountain wind raged back and forth through the gorge, whipping up dust from the rubble and forming patches of grayish-white mist in the moonlight. Had Qinzhou been right? Had Wujio not set an ambush here? But the unease in Xian's heart not only failed to subside, it grew even stronger. It was too quiet. Not only were there no people, but there wasn't even the scent of wild beasts. A gorge 100 zhang deep like this should have been a habitat for night owls, bats, snakes, and insects. But now there was nothing. It was unnaturally silent. He slowed his pace, his right hand drifting toward the hilt of the sword at his waist. Qinzhou also sensed that something was amiss. He crouched down and ran his hand over the ground. There were footprints on the gravel, 5 people heading deeper into the gorge. The footprints were fresh, no more than half a day old. He stood up and gestured to Xian, indicating that Wujio's squad might be just ahead. The 6 of them pressed on. They tightened their formation, lightened their steps, and drew their weapons. A faint blue glow began to dance along Xia Yunfan's long sword, while Zhao Hong gripped his short sword in a reverse grip, blade pointing downward. Han Xiubai's hand rested on his sword hilt, while Luo Kunlun's gauntlets glowed coldly in the dim light. After walking about 150 zhang, the canyon suddenly widened. The cliffs on either side receded, revealing a clearing roughly 10 zhang in diameter. 8 people stood in the clearing. Wu Jiu stood at the very front. He wore a black, form-fitting outfit, a long sword hanging at his waist, his arms crossed over his chest. Moonlight filtered through a narrow slit in the sky, falling upon his face and illuminating the scar at the corner of his left eye with crystal clarity. Behind him stood Gongsun Ji and Bai Wuchang. The auras of these two peak transformation stage cultivators radiated unabashedly, causing the surrounding air to grow thick and stagnant. Behind them were Hanya and the other 4 team members, spread out in a fan formation to occupy the most advantageous attacking positions in the gorge. Qinzhou's face went pale in an instant. Not 5 people, 8. The aura emanating from Wu Jiu, that oppressive presence that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, clearly marked him as a core stage expert. And he was flanked by 2 peak transformation stage experts. Qinzhou's mind went blank. He'd been wrong. Wrong from the very beginning. The tracks in Wild Wolf Ravine weren't left by a retreating force, they were bait deliberately planted by Wu Jiu. The knife marks on the pine tree weren't the result of uncontrolled force, they were meant for him to see. The bloodstains and knife marks at the entrance to Eagle's Sorrow Gorge weren't meant to scare off pursuers, they were meant to allay his suspicions. Wu Jiu didn't set an ambush on the outskirts of the gorge not because he didn't want to, but because he knew Qinzhou would definitely check the perimeter. He hid his ambush troops farther away, waiting until Qinzhou had finished his inspection, confirmed it was safe, and led his team into the gorge before ordering the ambush troops to flank them from the northern entrance. Every move was part of Wu Jiu's plan. The enemy had exploited his own overconfidence to plug the gaps. Too cunning. Wu Jiu had waited all this time, just for Qinzhou to lead his men into the trap with his own hands. Master, Qinzhou's voice was hoarse as sandpaper, I say no more. Xian cut him off. His gaze swept over Wu Jiu, Gongsun Ji, and Bai Wuchang. His expression remained calm, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even he hadn't expected that Wu Jiu had not only broken through to the core stage but had also managed to secure reinforcements from 2 peak transformation stage cultivators. Wu Jiu caught that fleeting surprise, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. It was a faint smile, yet it seemed to carry a sense of relief. Master Xian, Wu Jiu spoke. His voice was soft, yet it cut through the wind in the canyon. I've long admired your reputation. Xian merely looked at him, saying nothing. Beside him, Qinzhou's fingers trembled slightly beneath his sleeve. He was furious that he had been led by the nose from start to finish. Xia Yunfan's expression also changed. He sensed the aura emanating from Wu Jiu, an aura so overwhelming it made even breathing difficult. In his mind, he rapidly assessed the strength of both sides. 1 core stage, 2 peak transformation stage, and 5 mid to late transformation stage. On their side, 6 transformation stage. How could they fight this? It was impossible. The smile on Zhao Heng's lips vanished completely. His gaze swept rapidly over the 8 enemies, finally settling on Wu Jiu, and he suddenly muttered, "Damn it, we've really hit a brick wall this time." Han Xiubai's hand gripped the hilt of his sword as if clutching a lifeline. Yet his breathing was surprisingly steady, so steady that even he was taken aback. Perhaps after 8 months of fighting side by side with the captain through life and death situations, he had grown accustomed to this feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. Luo Kunlun turned around, facing away from the group and toward the 5 enemies who had flanked them to block the southern exit. His fists rose slowly, the steel gauntlets glinting coldly in the dim light. He said nothing, but his stance spoke volumes. "Just do it." Qinzhou took a deep breath and held his long sword horizontally before him. His mind raced, calculating every possible escape route, only to reject each one in turn. The terrain was too treacherous at the narrowest point of the canyon, with 100-foot cliffs on either side. They were trapped with no way out. The enemy held all the advantageous positions, while they were like wild beasts trapped in a cage. His gaze involuntarily turned toward Xian. Xian remained standing in place, his expression as calm as still water. From the moment they entered the gorge until now, his expression hadn't changed, his breathing hadn't changed, and not even his stance had shifted. It was as if the 8 murderous enemies before him didn't exist at all. Wu Jiu noticed this as well, his brow furrowed slightly, then smoothed out again. Pretending. He had seen too many like this in the Nether faction, people who, even in the face of death, put on a show of composure, thinking it would intimidate their opponents. But true masters never need to pretend. Master Xian, Wu Jiu spoke, a hint of amusement in his tone. Half a month ago, I secluded myself in a cave in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge for 3 days and broke through to the core stage. I didn't tell anyone about this, not even my deputy captain. Chapter 79, A One-Sided Massacre. Wu Jiu glanced at Hanya and continued. Because I know that when it comes to trump cards, the fewer people who know about them, the better. Ideally, not even my own men should know that way. My enemies will walk right into my trap completely unprepared. His gaze returned to Xian. Master Xian, to be honest, I admire you. In 8 months, you've wiped out 7 of our squad's 29 transformation stage cultivators. Such a record is unmatched across the entire Jianchuan Road. But you shouldn't have come to Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Wu Jiu's voice grew deep, like a muffled thunderclap rolling across the sky. Because this is where you will meet your end. Silence fell over the gorge for a moment. The wind ceased, and even the sound of tumbling rocks vanished. The auras of the 8 men encircled the 6, like a tightening net. Then, Xian spoke. Are you finished? Wu Jiu's brow furrowed. Xian raised his right hand and gripped the hilt of the long sword at his waist. In that instant, Wu Jiu saw a flash of crimson light. The crimson light bloomed from the blade of the long sword, like a streak of blood-red lightning bursting from the scabbard, bathing the entire Eagle's Sorrow Gorge in a crimson glow. Taboo-breaking skill. Those 5 words flashed through Wu Jiu's mind. He knew this sword technique was the Jinru faction's most lethal martial art, one that no one had mastered in a century. The blade's glow flashed. The first strike, taboo-breaking. Wu Jiu's pupils reflected the crimson blade's glow as it came crashing down from above, so fast he didn't even have time to draw his own sword. He wanted to dodge, but the blade's intent had already sealed off every escape route around him. No matter which direction he fled, the blade's glow would chase him down and cleave him in 2. He had no choice but to take the blow head-on. Wu Jiu clenched his teeth, thrusting both palms forward as he channeled every ounce of mana from the mana core in his dantian into his arms. Black mana coalesced in his palms into a shield, 3 inches thick and as solid as iron. The blade's glow struck the shield. There was no sound. The shield split open as if made of paper, the blade's momentum unabated. It sliced through Wu Jiu's left shoulder and emerged through his right side. Wu Jiu's body froze. His hands remained in the striking position, while the mana-forged shield split down the middle, dissolving into 2 clouds of black mist that dissipated into the air. He looked down at his chest. A line of blood stretched from his left shoulder to his right ribs, slowly oozing fresh blood. Then, his upper body slid off his lower body. Blood gushed from the severed wound like a fountain, blooming into a massive crimson flower in the canyon. The 2 halves of Wu Jiu's body crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the moment he struck out with his palm to the moment he was split in 2, less than a single breath had passed. Gongsun Ji went mad. His junior brother, Gongsun Yang, had died at Xian's hands. He had traveled 1,000 miles from Yan to seek revenge, only to find that Wu Jiu was dead before he could even raise his blade. Wu Jiu, a core stage cultivator, had been split in 2 with a single stroke. He let out a roar, grabbed his ghost-headed sword, and lunged at Xian. He unleashed 100% of his power in a full force burst. The blade's glow, like a silken ribbon, slashed toward Xian's head. Xian didn't even glance at him. The second strike had already been unleashed. A blood-red blade of light swept out horizontally, slicing through Gongsun Ji's waist. Gongsun Ji's body, still in the posture of swinging his blade, lunged forward 2 steps, then his upper body slid off at the waist just like Wu Jiu cut in 2 by a single stroke. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground, spilling blood and entrails everywhere. Bai Wu Chang turned and fled. His lightness skills ranked among the top 3 in the Ingui sect. In a flash, he was 3 zhang away. He tapped his toes against the stone wall, using the momentum to dart toward the northern entrance of the gorge. There was only one thought in his mind: run. The farther, the better. That monk wasn't human, even core stage cultivators weren't a match for a single swing of his blade. He started with such a lucky hand he couldn't end up as the one who blew it all. He ran fast, but Xian's blade was faster. The third strike came down. A crimson blade aura sliced through by Wu Chang's back and emerged from his chest. His body was cleaved in two mid-air. The two halves flew forward 3 zhang on inertia before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His eyes were wide open, his face twisted with resentment, but they had already frozen solid, like a mask frozen in time. 3 strikes, 3 corpses. 1 core stage, 2 peak transformation stage. From the moment Xian drew his blade to the moment he sheathed it, no more than 3 breaths had passed. The canyon was eerily silent. Hanya and the other 14 members stood frozen in place, trembling all over. Their weapons clattered to the ground as they scattered in all directions. These fleeing targets were even easier to cut down. After a few breaths, Xian sheathed his sword. The blood-red blade light faded into the air, and the canyon returned to its original gloom. He looked down at the corpses littering the ground, his brow furrowing slightly, then turned to face the 5 from Qinzhou. The 5 stood rooted to the spot, motionless, like 5 statues. Xia Yunfan's sword was still raised in the air, frozen in a charging stance. His mouth hung slightly open, his eyes filled with disbelief. He'd known the captain was strong, but he'd never imagined he'd be this powerful. From core stage to mid-transformation stage, a single stroke that cut through them all without distinction. Could this even be called a battle? It was clearly a massacre. Zhao Heng's dagger fell to the ground, but he didn't even notice. Only one thought occupied his mind: damn it, what kind of cultivation level does the captain have? Mid-core stage? Late core stage? With this level of skill, one strike to take down anyone, he'd easily rank in the top 20 of the Earth leaderboard, let alone 4th on the human rankings. Han Xiaobai's hand slipped off the hilt of his sword. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, realizing his back was already soaked through with cold sweat. The moment the captain drew his blade, that aura had made him forget to breathe. Luo Kunlun turned around, looked down at the corpse on the ground, then looked up at Xian. He was silent for a moment, then gave Xian a thumbs up. Qinzhou was the last to snap out of it. He crouched down to examine what remained of Wu Jiu's body and found it was already cold to the touch. He stood up, walked over to Xian, and bowed deeply with his hands clasped. "Master, I'm truly impressed." Xian waved his hand dismissively, then uttered 2 sentences that left everyone speechless. "Damn it, villains sure do talk a lot. Finally caught this rat." Mission accomplished. Time to head back to the Jinru faction. Zhao Hong was the first to burst out laughing. Hearing Xian's rant left him both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself, what the hell kind of person did I end up following? He wiped the dust off the blade with his sleeve, sheathed it at his waist, then walked up to Xian and sized him up from head to toe 3 times. "Captain," he began, his tone laced with resentment, "tell me straight up, what's your cultivation level?" Xian glanced at him but said nothing. Zhao Hong didn't get annoyed, he just kept talking. "Core stage? No, that can't be right. Gong Sanji and Bai Wuchang were both at the peak transformation stage, and you took them out with a single stroke each. Mid-core stage? That probably isn't right either. You cut down Wu Jiu, who was at the core stage, with a single stroke. Someone at mid-core stage couldn't do that so easily. Late core stage? Chapter 80, The True Master of Hiding. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter and quieter, until he was practically talking to himself. Damn it, each one is better at hiding than the last. Wu Jiu concealed his core stage cultivation, even his own people didn't know. I thought that was the ultimate in hiding. But look at you, you've hidden who knows how many cultivation levels, kept it hidden for a full 8 months, and even we didn't know. As Zhao Hong spoke, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. That aura you released 8 months ago on the Protectorate Faction's training grounds, was that peak transformation stage? Xian still said nothing. Zhao Hong's mouth twitched. You were even hiding your aura when you released it? He fell silent for a moment, then muttered, "Captain, you really are a master of hiding your true strength." Xia Yunfan stood to the side, sheathing his long sword. The sound of the blade sliding into its scabbard echoed through the canyon, slender and crisp, like a sigh. He walked up to Xian and bowed with clasped fists. "Captain, I have a request." "Speak." "Once this mission is over, I'd like to spar with you, Captain." Xia Yunfan raised his head, his gaze fixed on Xian. "I know I'm no match for you. But I want to know just how great the gap is between myself and a true top-tier master." After speaking, he added, "Of course, Captain, you'll have to limit your cultivation to the transformation realm when you fight me." Xian glanced at him and nodded. "Agreed. But we'll have to wait until we return to the temple. I'm heading back to the Jinru faction in a few days. If you want a spar, come find me there." Xia Yunfan clasped his fists. "It's a deal." Han Shoubai didn't approach. He crouched beside Gongsun Ji's corpse, picked up the ghost-headed blade from the ground, and weighed it in his hand. The blade weighed 37 jin, forged from high-grade steel, with the Bloodblade sect's unique patterns engraved on the blade. He flipped the blade over and examined the inscription on the back, Gongsun Ji of the Bloodblade sect. The Bloodblade sect's 4 great warriors, the third, Gongsun Yang, died at our hands 3 months ago, and now the second, Gongsun Ji, has met his end here today. Han Shoubai placed the ghost-head sword beside Gongsun Ji's half-corpse, pressed his palms together, and murmured, "Amatba." Luo Kunlun walked over to him, looked down at Gongsun Ji's corpse, then glanced at Han Shoubai. "Brother Han, since when did you start chanting Buddhist mantras?" Han Shoubai didn't answer. He simply stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "Let us go. We need to help clean up the battlefield." The captain said to finish this quickly and get back. Luo Kunlun nodded, bent down, and began collecting the spoils from the corpses. Pills, silver, weapons, and fragments of martial arts manuals. He sorted them all into piles. He was well versed in this sort of work for the past 7 months. He'd been in charge of clearing the battlefield after every battle, moving with the deftness of a seasoned undertaker. Shinjo didn't join in the cleanup. He walked over to Xian and bowed with clasped fists. "Captain, this was my mistake. I nearly endangered the entire squad." Enough." Xian cut him off. "Don't blame yourself. Wujio did indeed leave traces in Wild Wolf Gorge. You spotted them, reported them, and did what you were supposed to do. As for whether it was a trap, that wasn't for you to judge. His cultivation is higher than yours, and he has more information. Being outmaneuvered by him is no disgrace." Shinjo fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you, Captain." Xian waved his hand and turned to walk toward the southern entrance of the canyon. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing slightly. "Here it comes again." That vast and pure energy surged from the heavens and earth into the depths of his dantian. It must be the divine blessing that activated after he successfully showed off. The thumb-sized mana core within his dantian trembled violently, spinning wildly as it absorbed every ounce of the energy descending from the heavens. With every fraction of energy absorbed, the mana core grew denser, and its rotation accelerated. Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the surging mana within his dantian. He didn't look back, merely quickening his pace. "You guys clean up first. I've got something to do. I'm stepping out for a bit." All 5 of them looked up simultaneously, watching Xian's back disappear into the darkness at the southern entrance of the canyon. Zhao Heng, still holding a bottle of elixirs he'd just looted from the White Wu Chang's corpse, stared blankly in that direction. "Captain, where is he going?" Shinjo shook his head. Xia Yunfan frowned. His expression just now didn't look right. Han Shoubai fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "He has probably had an epiphany. He is about to break through." Zhao Heng's mouth twitched. "Break through? He is already at that level and still wants to break through? Does that even make sense?" No one answered him. Silence fell over the canyon for a moment. A mountain breeze swept in from the northern entrance, causing the loose stones on the ground to rustle. Moonlight seeped through the narrow slit in the sky, bathing the corpses strewn across the ground and turning the blood a ghastly white. Zhao Hong looked down at the vial of elixirs in his hand, then glanced up at the direction where Xian had vanished, and suddenly smiled. "I'm telling you, what kind of monster is our captain, anyway?" Xia Yunfan glanced at him and, unusually, chimed in, "I'd like to know that too." Qinzhou crouched down to continue examining Wu Jiu's body, muttering without looking up, "Don't ask. Just know he is fourth on the human rankings." Zhao Hong froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. The laughter echoed through the canyon, causing loose rocks on the cliff face to rattle and tumble down. Xia Yunfan suddenly remembered something. "By the way, did you notice what expression Wu Jiu had on his face when he died?" Zhao Hong thought for a moment. "Resentment?" "Right, resentment." Xia Yunfan nodded. "He calculated everything. He anticipated that we would come, that Master Lu would discover his trail, and that we would be lured into Eagle Sorrow Gorge. He even concealed his cultivation level, waiting until reinforcements from the Bloodblade sect and the Yingui sect arrived before daring to attack us. He calculated everything he possibly could. The only thing he didn't account for was the captain's strength." Zhao Hong finished the sentence for him. Xia Yunfan said nothing more. By the time the five of them had cleared the battlefield, half an hour had passed. Pills, silver, weapons, and fragments of martial arts manuals had piled up into a small mountain. Luo Kunlun sorted the items into several cloth bags and slung them over his shoulders. Zhao Hong now held a ghost-headed sword, the one that had belonged to Gongsun Ji, which he said he would take back as a souvenir. Xia Yunfan took the copper coin that had belonged to Bai Wuchang, saying he wanted to study the Yingui sect's throwing weapon techniques. Han Xiubai took nothing, while Qinzhou tucked a copy of the Ghost Slash of the Underworld, which he defound on Wujiu, into his robe. "Let us go." Qinzhou stood up and glanced in the direction where Xian had vanished. "The captain probably won't be coming back. Let us head to the southern camp to wait for him." The five of them shouldered their packs and set off toward the southern entrance of the gorge. As they emerged from Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, Zhao Hong glanced back. In the moonlight, dark red bloodstains seeped into the rocks. "Brother Xia," he quickened his pace to catch up with Xia Yunfan, "do you think the captain takes on apprentices?" Xia Yunfan gave him a look. "You want to become his disciple?" "I'm just asking." Zhao Hong scratched his head. "My father has always wanted me to find a formidable master. He says I've been spoiled rotten in the princess mansion and need a tough guy to toughen me up. I think the captain would be just the right person." Xia Yunfan fell silent for a moment, then said, "If your father found out you wanted to become a monk, he'd break your legs." Zhao Hong sighed and said no more. Chapter 81, Breaking Through to the Dan Formation Stage. The five of them emerged from the gorge and walked along the mountain path toward the South Gate camp. Moonlight bathed the mountain path, stretching their shadows long and thin. A mountain breeze blew in from the distance, carrying the chill of late autumn and rustling the withered grass by the roadside. Qinzhou walked at the front, holding the white sheet of paper covered in markings, mentally replaying the entire day's operation as he walked. From discovering the tracks in Wild Wolf Ravine, to deciding to continue the pursuit, to being surrounded in Eagle Sorrow Gorge, to Xian Sandao slaying 3 men. He replayed every step in his mind. Then he realized something. Master Xian Henti cared for a moment whether it was a trap or not. He had simply said, "Pursue," and led the way. Qinzhou let out a wry chuckle, folded the white paper, and tucked it into his robe. He had studied military strategy for years, convinced his plans were foolproof, yet today he had been outmaneuvered by Wujiu. Yet Xian Henti calculated a single thing from start to finish. He had simply crushed them with sheer, overwhelming power. This, then, was what they meant by brute force overcomes tenfold skill. He glanced back toward Eagle Sorrow Gorge. In the moonlight, the gorge had become nothing more than a vague, dark silhouette amidst the distant mountains, indistinct and hard to make out. "Captain," he said silently to himself, "just how much more are you hiding?" As Xian emerged from the southern entrance of Eagle Sorrow Gorge, moonlight was spilling through gaps in the clouds, and his pace quickened slightly. The surging energy in his dantian was nearly beyond his control. From the moment he sheathed his sword, the feedback from the Tao had poured into his dantian like a burst dam, more torrential than any previous activation of the divine blessing. He needed to find a safe place as soon as possible. 3 li to the south lay a cave he had long had his eye on. Hidden at the junction of 2 ridges, its entrance was completely obscured by a thicket of brambles. He had stumbled upon it 3 months ago while pursuing a small squad from the Nether faction. He had marked the location immediately. It had become second nature. As a master of survival, during the 8 months he spent fighting along the Jianchuan road, every path, every water source, and every cave suitable for hiding had been etched into his memory. You never knew when they might come in handy. The cave wasn't large, but it was deep. It was no more than 20 feet wide, and the highest point of the ceiling was barely tall enough for 2 people to stand upright. The walls were covered in dark green moss, and the air was thick with a damp, musty odor. Xian set up a simple barrier at the entrance, then sealed it with a large boulder, separating the inside from the outside into 2 distinct worlds. He sat cross-legged on a flat slab of green stone in the center of the cave, his long sword resting across his knees, and closed his eyes. The mana core in his dantian was spinning wildly. The energy fed back by the Tao was no longer merely flowing in, but pouring in. It was as if someone had cut an opening in the top of his head and poured the spiritual energy of an entire river into it. The mana core expanded from the size of a thumb to that of a walnut. The golden glow on its surface grew brighter and more blinding, illuminating his entire dantian as if it were broad daylight. The final step from the core stage's grand perfection to Dan cultivation was as thin as a sheet of paper. Yet this thin barrier had stopped countless practitioners throughout history. The core stage involves condensing the mana core, while Dan cultivation involves nurturing it, transforming the mana core from a seed into a sapling. This process requires not only the accumulation of mana, but also the initial binding of the martial artist's divine soul to the mana core. Only when a thread of the martial artist's own divine soul imprint is nurtured within the mana core will it transform from a lifeless object into a living entity, shifting from passively storing mana to actively nourishing it. Xian focused all his attention on his dantian, guiding the energy reflected by the Tao of Heaven so that it no longer collided with the mana core, but instead swirled slowly around it. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. With each rotation, a thread of energy seeped from the surface of the mana core, merging into its interior. The mana core's volume no longer increased, but the golden glow on its surface grew brighter and purer, like a piece of gold repeatedly forged, with impurities gradually expelled, leaving only the purest essence.